Chapter 1. Is this a crossing? I tell you, today you will marry whether you like it or not. The shrill voice behind her was exceedingly cutting. Lu Dan stood at the edge of a rooftop, surveying the gap between two buildings, and under the gaze of the crowd, she suddenly leaped across to the adjacent rooftop. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, she landed firmly at the edge of the building. Lu Dan dusted off her hands and raised her middle finger defiantly at those behind her. If they wanted her to do them a favor, they might as well wait until her next life. As she prepared for a graceful dismount, her foot unexpectedly slipped, sending her plummeting towards the ground. Ouch! Lu Dan, who had thought she was doomed, clutched her head and let out a muffled groan as she regained consciousness from her daze. It seemed she had hit her head, and a throbbing pain radiated within. She resolved never to act cool again, for it could cost her life. Lu Dan leaned against a tree, grateful for her fortunate survival, and just as she attempted to rise, she found herself locking eyes with a scruffy wild dog. Had it not been for the creature's filthy fur and drooling maw, Lu Dan might have considered petting it. Danger. The only two words echoing in her mind. Damn, she cursed silently. As her will to survive surged forth, she stifled her dizziness and stumbled away in a hasty retreat. Yet, as she took her first step, she found herself rooted to the spot. Holding her BR, Lu Dan was startled by the recent turn of events. Cold sweat beading on her forehead, she swallowed hard. Her gaze towards Mons tinged with a hint of fear. What kind of formidable power is this? Isn't this precisely the golden support she desperately needs? I've been abandoned by my family. Lu Dan suddenly covered her face, her voice quivering slightly. We encountered danger, and they left me behind. If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago. Lu Dan lifted her head, firmly grasping Mons' clean hand. I truly thank you. You are such a good person. A good person? Mons tilted his head, surprised to hear someone refer to him as such for the first time. This female is undeniably intriguing. He glanced down at the hands that held his, her delicate skin rendered even more alabaster by his presence, almost blinding in its brilliance. Mons suddenly broke into a smile. Lu Dan was momentarily taken aback. Mons' smile dispelled the previous gravity of his demeanor, making him appear even more handsome. What will you do alone in such a perilous forest? Lu Dan nodded earnestly, following Mons' lead as she continued. Indeed, I am truly frightened and uncertain. She cast a tentative glance at Mons and ventured, I wonder if I might request you take me back until my family comes to find me. Mons maintained his gentle smile, nodding slightly. How could I allow such a precious female to remain here alone? It would be my honor to have you accompany me back to my cave. Upon hearing this, Lu Dan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The man extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, she placed her hand in his. I am Mons. Lu Dan withdrew her hand. Hello, Mons. I am Lu Dan. Lu Dan, Mons nodded, rubbing his palm as he repeated her name. Suddenly, Lu Dan felt a sense of danger when she frowned at Mons. He had already reclaimed his ambiguous expression. He kindly inquired, Are you able to walk? Would you like me to assist you? Lu Dan shook her head, tentatively taking a step forward, only to be engulfed by darkness as she lost consciousness. When she finally sat up, clutching her head, Mons had vanished without a trace. She surveyed her surroundings. It was a spacious cave, starkly empty except for a pile of unknown animal skulls in the corner. Lu Dan steadied herself against the cave wall, slowly rising to her feet, the wound on her shoulder still oozing blood. She approached the cave entrance, sunlight bathing her in warmth, reviving her spirit. She raised her head, feeling the gentle breeze. The sky was adorned with blue and white clouds, and, astonishingly, there were two suns shining down from either side, illuminating the earth below. Surrounding her for hundreds of kilometers was a verdant forest. Two suns? Lu Dan turned her head in confusion, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as the twin suns emitted double the warmth. After standing in the sunlight for only a short while, her skin began to sting with the sensation of burning. Hastily, Lu Dan retreated into the shadows of the cave. Observing the reddening of her skin, she realized this was no illusion. She shook her head vigorously, her entire sky transforming into a shade of pink. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the ground. When Mons returned, he found a small female lying on the ground, her forehead bruised from the fall. He carefully laid Lu Dan on a pile of hay. The saliva of the Grillu beast contained toxins. Even a robust beastman would feel discomfort from its bite, let alone the fragile female. Lu Dan had already begun to run a high fever. Her cells were waging a battle against the toxins within her body. Her skin was burning hot, and her breath radiated heat. Ledden felt as though she were akin to a boiled shrimp. Mons pressed his forehead against hers. The warmth of her body, already quite intense, the deep furrow creased Mons's brow. The venom of the Grillu beast was exceedingly potent. After a moment of contemplation, he bit down fiercely on his own wrist. His sharp teeth pierced the skin, and crimson blood gushed forth. Mons held his wrist to the corner of Ledden's mouth. But she remained unconscious, unable to part her lips. Blood trickled down her pale lips, coursing over her slender, fragile neck. The beast's blood seemed to create a breathtaking masterpiece upon Ledden's pallid skin. The metallic scent caused her to frown even more tightly. Sealing her lips shut, seeing that she could not partake of the blood, Mons withdrew his wrist, took a sip of the blood, and then pressed his lips against hers. Her lips were remarkably soft, causing Mons's pupils to dilate. It was his first time experiencing such close proximity to a female. The fragrance emanating from her was intoxicating, clouding his senses. His eyes reddened slightly as he struggled to maintain control. With deftness, his tongue pried open her lips, and a warm, metallic liquid surged into her mouth. The taste was far from delectable, prompting Ledden to begin to struggle. Soon, a pair of powerful hands restrained her, forcibly pouring the sanguine liquid into her mouth. With no avenue for retreat, she could only whimper softly and swallow. The beast's blood cascaded down her throat into her stomach, aggressively claiming dominion over her body, overwhelming her with a torrent of heat. Only then did Mons reluctantly part from Ledden's soft lips. His rough hands wiped away the crimson at the corners of her mouth, smudging a patch of ambiguous pink across her face. The same hue graced her cheeks. Feeling wronged after being compelled to drink the beast's blood, Ledden let out a few pitiful whimpers, a single crystalline tear escaping her eye and mingling with the masculine blood. Her delicate voice reminded Mons of a newborn bear cub, wide-eyed and glistening with innocence. His once unyielding heart softened. Having consumed my beast's blood, you now belong to me. He gently stroked Ledden's hair, emulating the nurturing manner of his mother, softly patting her while humming an ancient, haunting melody of the beast tribe. Ledden faintly heard a song, its lilting notes wrapping around her. In her dreams, she felt as though she were adrift upon a small boat, swaying gently on the sea. The warm breath enveloping her was something she cherished dearly, making her reluctant to awaken. Chapter 3. A plan to kill and dispose of a body. Ledden lazily opened her eyes, only to behold a colossal white bear sitting before her. She gasped, scrambling backward. Ledden, to her astonishment, the white bear spoke. Then dawned on her that she had traversed into the realm of the beastmen. The man before her was none other than the great white bear. Her racing heart gradually settled as she coughed twice and said to Mons, "I apologize. I was in a daze and did not respond immediately." The bear chuckled softly, a sound both endearing and deep, causing Ledden's cheeks to flush. Just a bear, yet he had such a charming allure. Mons inclined his head, gesturing for Ledden to climb onto his back. She inquired in confusion, "What for?" He sniffed the air with his dark nose, expressing concern. "Your wound is still seeping blood. I am quite worried." Being cared for by a stranger stirred an indescribable feeling within Ledden. She had never experienced such warmth before. Her heart felt soft and malleable. Her tone softened as she replied, "Thank you so much. Mons, it should be fine. The wound will heal once it scabs over." Mons furrowed his brow deeply, puzzled, for Ledden carried no scent typical of beastmen, and her shoulder had bled throughout the night. He had given her several sips of his blood, barely restoring some color to her pallid face. Although he could not fathom the reason, he sensed that Ledden harbored a secret. He blinked slowly, attempting to adopt a friendly demeanor. "Come, let me show you the surroundings." Upon hearing this, Ledden's resolve wavered. As a newcomer in this perilous world, it was imperative to familiarize herself with her environment. Perhaps understanding her surroundings would open a path for her return. She smiled at Mons. "I truly appreciate your assistance, Mons. You have done so much for me." Once Mons confirmed that Ledin was securely seated, he rose. "Why are you always so polite? This is simply what I, as a male, ought to do, isn't it?" Ledin glanced at the fluffy bare ears mere inches away. Striving to restrain herself from reaching out to stroke them, as a lover of plush creatures, it was sheer torment to resist the urge to touch the thick fur of such a large bear. Shifting her gaze, she observed the towering, unusual flora flanking them, tentatively asking, "Mons, where are we?" Mons paused and replied, "This is the Yas continent." Ledin nodded, recognizing that it was indeed unfamiliar territory. The vegetation gradually became more desolate, until the last vestiges of green vanished, leading them to a mountainous peak. Mons did not halt. Instead, he continued to ascend. A sudden surge of thoughts about murder and disposal flooded Ledin's mind, and she trembled as she asked, "Mons, where are we headed?" Noticing the emotions emanating from the young female, Mons spoke gently, "To the sacred tree, do not worry. Once we obtain the sacred fruit, we shall depart." Sacred fruit. The term sounded peculiar to Ledin, prompting her to inquire, "What is the sacred fruit?" Mons wore a bemused expression. Is there truly someone in this world who does not know what the sacred fruit is? The sacred tree appeared decades ago. Its fruit enhances physical abilities and may help you stop the bleeding. However, Mons refrained from mentioning that the sacred fruit also possessed the power to assimilate one's constitution. Beastmen thrived upon the continent, consuming the fruit without issue, but for outsiders, will there be danger in obtaining the sacred fruit? Ledin asked hesitantly. Mons pondered for a moment. Only a slight risk. As Ledin perched atop Mons's head, she could not see his expression. Still, she voiced her concerns. "But it sounds like the sacred fruit may not be easily acquired. Perhaps we should reconsider. I might be fine by tomorrow, but we have already arrived." Ledin lifted her head to behold a towering tree that pierced the clouds. Its branches lush and sprawling, enveloped in a golden glow that danced around it. She was rendered speechless by the astonishing sight. This. The sacred tree, she murmured, before she could fully process her awe. Mons asked, "Are you ready?" "What?" Suddenly, Mons sprang into action with remarkable speed, like a gust of wind, reaching the base of the sacred tree in the blink of an eye. The vines entwined around the tree stirred, resembling snakes as they flicked their tails, then converged upon Mons in unison. Sharp thorns emerged from the vines, waving threateningly in the air, hissing in warning. Seeing Mons advance rather than retreat enraged them further. Ledin had never anticipated that Mons's slight risk would manifest in such a manner. Given the choice, she would rather bleed profusely than confront those eerie vines. Her worldviews, cultivated over more than 20 years, shattered in an instant, leaving her as quiet as a mouse. She crouched low, clinging tightly to Mons. It felt as though she were on a roller coaster, swaying up and down, side to side, at some point. Mons broke through the onslaught of the vines, panting slightly, and urged Ledin, "Quickly, pluck the sacred fruit and consume it at once." Ludan lifted her head upon hearing the words. They were currently perched upon a tree branch several dozen meters high. Glancing downward, she suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. The vine that had been flung away was climbing upwards, and without a moment to indulge in hesitation, Ludan focused intently on the sacred fruit on the tree. Reaching out to pluck it, she initially believed it would merely take a second, expecting to finish quickly. The flowers adjacent to the sacred fruit swayed in the breeze, and at the moment Ludan grasped the fruit, one of the flowers moved. It lunged towards her with precision, and what appeared to be a stamen had transformed into the sharp fangs of a carnivorous creature, oblivious to the silent assault of the flower. Ludan firmly held on to the sacred fruit and kicked downwards with force. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from her hand. Dazed, she looked up, having never heard of anyone experiencing pain while picking fruit. To her astonishment, a striking flower had bitten down hard on her palm and was relentlessly tugging at her skin. "Oh dear, the flower is biting me." Mons took a leap, propelling himself down from the high branch with agility. He cast a cold glance at the vine that had no chance of retreating and landed with grace upon the ground. He swiftly departed, running until he was well beyond the reach of the sacred tree's attack before coming to a halt. Ludan, still in shock, raised her right hand, finding it rather cramped. Grasping the sacred fruit, she noticed that the flower, which had been viciously biting her, had also come down with her. Chapter 4. Touching the sensitive tail, Mons appeared considerably more relaxed. His steps light and buoyant that on his way back to the cave. He even managed to hunt a wild boar and collect an abundance of verdant leaves. Transforming into his human form, he gently caught Ludan, only to discover her lively right hand. Meeting her chestnut-colored gaze, Ludan pouted, teetering on the brink of tears. She let out a soft sob, her expression filled with grievance as she lifted her right hand towards Mons, exclaiming, "That flower is biting me." Her pitiful and endearing demeanor nearly elicited a smile from Mons, who suppressed the urge to grin and instead donned a look of concern. "Does it hurt? Let me help you remove it." Without giving Ludan a moment to prepare herself mentally, he abruptly yanked the flower away. Instantly, the pain in her hand overwhelmed her thoughts, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She weakly murmured, "It hurts." "I'm sorry," Mons said, gently holding her wounded palm, which had swollen slightly. He blew softly over the injury. "It's my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten hurt." Observing the guilty expression on Mons's face, Ludan remained blissfully unaware of how he was leading her by the nose. She comforted him. "It's all right. You went to the sacred tree for my sake. You can't blame yourself." However, with his gaze lowered, Mons replied, "But you're bleeding." He picked up the thick, green leaves he had gathered on the way back to the cave and pressed the juice against Ludan's hand. Instantly, the cool liquid soothed the fiery pain. Ludan casually noticed the faint red spots on Mons's arm, initially assuming it was her blood that had splattered on him, only to realize something was amiss. "Mons, why didn't you say you were hurt?" She quickly rolled out of his embrace, crushing the troublesome flower underfoot. She grasped Mons's robust arm, where muscles were evenly distributed, showcasing strength without appearing exaggerated. Mons gently withdrew his arm, only to be tugged back by Ludan. "I'm tough. It's fine. But what about you? Do you have any other wounds? You still care about me," Ludan exclaimed, snatching the thick leaves from Mons's hand and carefully squeezing the juice onto his wound. Mons's face revealed no sign of pain. His features relaxed as he gazed at the crown of Ludan's head. Suddenly, a tear fell onto Mons's arm, causing him to lower his head even more than Ludan's and ask, "Why are you crying?" Caught off guard by his penetrating observation, Ludan hastily wiped her face and retorted, "Who's crying?" She raised her voice to mask her embarrassment. Yet, Mons extended his rough fingers, gently wiping away the remaining tears on Ludan's face, scrutinizing the light filtering through the cave entrance. "Then what are these shiny droplets?" Ludan's face flushed crimson. She lunged forward, hurriedly wiping Mons's fingers clean with her shirt until his bronze skin turned slightly pink. "What shiny droplets? I didn't see anything. Stop talking nonsense." Mons chuckled softly, quickly regaining his composure and responding with a serious, She circled around Mons, discovering that the wound on his back was even more alarming. Nearly spanning the entire expanse of his back, that a pair of delicate hands gently brushed over Mons's back, causing him to stiffen momentarily. However, realizing it was a female behind him, he forced himself to relax. He attempted to ignore the peculiar sensation, but all his focus was drawn to her small hands. As Ludan felt the tautness of his skin, she assumed the massive bear must be in excruciating pain. She cautiously applied the juice from the green leaves onto the bear's gaping wound. "That you're such a large bear. Why don't you take care of yourself?" Mons winced at Ludan's anxious touch. "Sorry, did I apply too much pressure?" Not knowing if it was merely her imagination, Ludan thought she noticed the bleeding had ceased, perhaps even beginning to scab over in the blink of an eye. Events unfolded. She shook her head, convinced it was just her illusion. After all, which creature with such severe injuries could heal so swiftly? A swaying white bundle caught Ludan's attention, prompting her to lean down. "What is this?" She grasped the white object, making Mons's body tremble as he abruptly turned around. Ludan's hand fell empty, and she looked up in confusion. Had the female just touched his tail? The tail was the most sensitive part of a beastman's body, akin to how no one had ever touched his tail throughout his life. Mons stared at Ludan in shock. "You? How could you touch my tail?" Ludan was taken aback by his intense reaction. "I it not allowed." Mons carefully placed his tail in order, knowing that a beastman's ears and tail were particularly sensitive and only their mate could touch them. He glanced at Ludan, then lowered his head. That you're being improper. A beast man like me will struggle to find a mate in the future. Realizing as soon as she finished speaking, she leaned against Monza's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Thus, the first day in this otherworldly realm passed without incident. The cacophony of bird calls in this world was particularly grating, causing Loden to furrow her brow. She opened her eyes to a sea of white. Instinctively, she reached out her hand and rubbed something soft and fuzzy. "Good morning, Loden." "Good morning." Loden was startled by Monza's sudden voice. She scratched her head, still unaccustomed to a bear speaking. "How is your wound?" The giant bear rolled over, exposing his back to Loden, revealing that the wound, which had been raw and exposed just the day before, had healed overnight. What incredible regenerative power! Loden looked down at her own wound, which had also miraculously healed. Gently touching it, she found it no longer hurt. It seemed that many things in this world operated under different rules than those of Earth. Mons stood up, stretched lazily, and turned toward the cave entrance. Loden abruptly raised her head and asked, "Are you going out to hunt?" The polar bear nodded. "Are we going to that place from yesterday?" "The Naz Forest?" Loden confirmed. "Yes, exactly, the Naz Forest." She had awakened in that very forest. If she could return, perhaps she might find a way back to the real world. The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed, and hope filled her eyes. "Can you take me with you?" Mons hesitated. "The forest can be very dangerous, and of course I know it's dangerous." Loden cooed sweetly, playfully pleading until Mons slowly nodded in agreement. Joyfully, Loden rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Mons's sturdy foreleg. "That's wonderful, Mons. I will finally get to see your most formidable side. You truly are the bravest orc in my eyes." Mons became lost in her words of praise. The bravest orc. The finest orc, the mightiest orc. Loden perched atop Mons's head and leaned close to his ear, asking, "Can we visit the place where you saved me?" As she spoke, her breath ruffled the fur on Mons's ears, causing him to shift uncomfortably. "Yes," he finally replied, but then realized something was amiss. "What does Loden want to go there for?" "Of course, I want to revisit the place. I want to see where you rescued me and relive your heroic moment." "Really?" Hearing Mons's innocent question, Loden's conscience stirred for a rare moment. She felt guilty about deceiving a naive orc, yet she longed to return home. This place had no air conditioning, no Wi-Fi, and no mobile phones. It was hardly a life worth living. "Yes," she said, a hint of guilt in her voice. "You were so handsome when you saved me." Loden gazed at the surrounding green forest, the vibrant moss, and the fresh scent in the air, upon hearing the young female's admiration. Mons's steps became lighter. Watching his ears sway, Loden silently apologized to him in her heart. "I'm sorry, Mons. I will repay you in my next life." If Mons had even a primary school education, he might have sensed Loden's unease. But the beast folk had never undergone 9 years of compulsory education. "Loden, we have arrived." Mons's tone was remarkably lighthearted as he surveyed the ground strewn with the remains of Gullah beasts, feeling a sense of pride. He had slain them all. He was the most exceptional orc on the continent. Loden slid down from Mons's back, feeling a twinge of nervousness as she stood in the very spot from her memory. Merely approaching that tree made her heart race. She pressed her hand to her chest and looked back at Mons. "Thank you, Mons. I will always remember you. You truly are the finest orc in the world." After saying this, she closed her eyes, positioned herself beneath the tree, and prepared to open her eyes to the 21st century. The surroundings were utterly silent, so quiet that only the sounds of insects and birds could be heard. "Loden, spread your arms." Even as her arms began to ache, she felt nothing. Loden started to sense something was off, but she dared not risk opening her eyes. Suddenly, a damp object gently brushed against her cheek, prompting her to finally open her eyes. What met her gaze was the dark, moist tip of Mons's nose. Loden gently turned her head and looked into Mons's eyes, realizing that it was not so simple to traverse worlds. She sighed and leaned against the great tree, slowly sitting down. "Why are you crying?" Mons asked, puzzled. Loden touched her dry face and, feeling dejected, replied, "I'm not crying." "You are crying," Mons insisted. "Your soul is weeping." This notion amused Loden, and she managed to force a faint smile. "You can see my soul crying?" Mons nodded emphatically that if Loden has any troubles, She can tell me. Gazing into those clear eyes, Loden unconsciously began to rub the grass beneath her. I'm not from here. She lifted her head, gazing resolutely into Mons's eyes, trusting him that I come from another world, that I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage. Later, a couple adopted me, and I thought my good days had begun. Tears welled in Loden's eyes as she gradually strayed from the topic. They had no children, and after adopting me, they held my face and told me, "You are our child now. We will treat you well from now on." Liar. She scoffed. The following year, they had their own child and couldn't wait to pack me off. Then they realized I could still be of use. Loden tilted her head toward Mons. They planned to marry me off to an 80-year-old man. Thinking it was a fitting end for me, she then mimicked jumping off the rooftop of the wedding hotel with 2 fingers, slowly falling through the air, and then opening her eyes to see him. Loden tilted her head back, tears still on her face, sparkling in the sun's reflection. Mons stared at Loden without blinking. Why do you always watch me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Mons shook his head and suddenly leaned in, using his furry face to wipe away Loden's tears. I don't know, but my heart aches. What hurts? Loden leaned her entire body against Mons's head, affectionately rubbing her own head against his bear-like skull. You just met me, and you haven't been abandoned since childhood. Mons paused for a moment. I know. What? Mons shook his head to you want to go home, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue. Loden hesitated. Home? Where was her home? The orphanage. Her bed had long since been claimed by another child. The couple who adopted her, they already had a new child. Loden began to feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness. She reached out and embraced Mons's head. I have no home anymore. Loden can stay here, Mons said in a gentle voice. That I can give you a home. His voice was steady, his tone sincere, yet Loden could detect a hint of persuasion in it. Chapter 6. I want to bully you, I can be your family. Mons gazed into Loden's eyes. Whenever you feel unhappy, you can tell me that I will accompany you in whatever you want to do. He paused, continuing, if you want to touch my ears or tail, that is also fine. We are family. He slowly blinked at Loden. Loden realized that he was not like the beast folk of this world. They were both equally lonely, unnoticed by anyone in the world, disappearing without a trace. Now Mons wanted to be Loden's family, a family member who would always await her in the cave. Reflecting on this, it didn't seem so bad. What are you doing? Loden laughed as she playfully pushed Mons. The great bear was as unyielding as a concrete wall. No matter how hard Loden pushed, he did not budge an inch. Her smile gradually faded, and with a pout, tears began to fall, one after another. She cried silently, only emitting soft sobs. Why are you crying? Mons gently asked. Did I do something wrong? Don't you want me to be your family? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing how could anyone like him enough to want to be his family. As he spoke, he began to step back. Seeing him about to leave, Loden threw herself at him, clinging to his chest. No, she cried, wiping her tears onto Mons's pristine white F-word, and oh to what? Listening to the questioning tone of Mons, Loden lifted her head, calling him a fool, and Mons nudged Loden's cheek with the tip of his nose. What do you mean by him? After shedding tears, Loden's mood visibly brightened, and she released her grip, jumping down from Mons's back. Her feet landed on the soft moss, akin to stepping onto a plush carpet. She playfully tugged at Mons's nose, urging him to lower his head. Mons complied with the diminutive female's request. From a distance, the two appeared somewhat comical. Mons towered at 3 to 4 meters tall, while Loden stood before him like a tiny ant. Yet this colossal creature obeyed the commands of the little ant, dutifully bowing his head under her gentle pull. Loden reached out and grasped Mons's ear. Do you know I'm calling you a fool? I do. Mons's voice emerged, muffled. Then why them? After a moment of silence, Mons replied, because it's Loden does so. Does that mean I can bully you? Loden loosened her grip on his ear. The enormous bear head nodded slightly to ah. Loden internally screamed. Mons is too good to me. I truly am a bad person. How can you think that? The little devil, Loden, began to reflect on her actions. What if I am the bad one? What if I am using you? Mons blurted out, that's fine, because you are Loden. Oh no, Mons is too charming. Loden clutched her shirt, feeling a bit shy as she diverted her gaze to the lush grass. She reached out and casually tugged at a wild grass blade taller than herself, kneading it in her hands. Suddenly, she snapped out of her girlhood shyness and demanded, how can you be so charming? Have you flirted with other females? Mons was unfamiliar with the term flirt, but understood the latter part. He shook his head in panic. I haven't. There are no other females. I'm white. They don't like me. Why not? Ledin asked. A little white bear is simply adorable, right? How could anyone reject a little white bear? Mons abruptly lifted his head, gazing intently at Ledin. Really? You truly don't find me strange? Not at all. Ledin vigorously shook her head to affirm her words, wanting to express her inner thoughts. Please, a little white bear is incredibly cool. Who would refuse a little white bear? For the first time. The words white bear spoken by another were not jarring. Mons's previously lowered head gradually rose as Ledin exclaimed adorable repeatedly, "My tribe." This was the first time Mons mentioned his background, prompting Ledin to sit cross-legged on the moss. Listening attentively. My tribe is the brown bear tribe. They are all brown, but I'm the only white one that they don't like me, so I live alone in a cave on the cliff. What about your parents? Parents? Mons pondered, assuming she meant his mother and father. They're no longer here. I was alone from the moment I was born. Ledin's heart tightened. It dawned on her that Mons was like her, devoid of family in this world, which explained his closeness to her. After all, she was bound to a fate of arranged marriage upon returning. It would be better to stay here with a big white bear as her family. It's all right, Ledin thought. Though her heart felt heavy, her smile remained radiant. Now you have me. From today onward, I will protect you. If anyone bullies you, I'll chase them away. Ledin's gaze fell upon the wildflowers beneath the trees. Protecting a bear began with gifting him a handful of wildflowers. Ledin dashed to the base of a tree, and just as she plucked a blue flower, a strange sound reached her ears. Creak, creak, creak. Ledin perked up, and suddenly a white rabbit burst from the bushes, racing towards her. It quickly opened its large mouth, its three-part pink jaw gaping wide like an alien, its sharp, barbed tongue nearly grazing Ledin's neck. Startled, Ledin fell back, exclaiming, Mons, save me. Mons rushed up from behind her, raising his paw to crush the rabbit's face. Ledin thought the danger had passed, but unexpectedly, that alien-like mouth clamped down on Mons's paw, layer upon layer. It was filled with teeth. If Ledin wasn't mistaken, the teeth nearly reached its throat. Blood oozed from Mons's leg as he repeatedly stomped on the rabbit, and only then did the jaws slowly release their grip. Yuri hurt, Ledin frowned, looking at Mons's leg. I'm fine. It seemed that whenever she was with Mons, he ended up getting hurt. Mons limped as he carried Ledin back to the cave, bringing along the now nearly headless rabbit. Mons pushed the bloody hind leg towards Ledin. Eat. Ledin covered her eyes. I can't eat raw meat. Chapter 7. The silly one is embarrassed. Ledin endured the grumbling of her stomach. She simply couldn't defy her physiological instincts as a Hua person to consume raw meat. Am I destined to become a herbivore? No. Ledin eyed the still bleeding rabbit leg. Wait, I can start a fire by friction. Mons, Ledin clasped her hands behind her back, flashing him a pleasing smile. Could you please find me some dry wood? Mons watched Ledin sitting amidst a pile of dry wood, fiddling with one piece, turning it curiously. Ledin, what are you doing? This is called friction firemaking. Ledin grinned mischievously at him. You don't understand, do you? I'll show you a magic trick. As she spoke, her hands didn't stop. The rough stick rubbed against her palm. In a short while, her delicate hand had developed a blister. Each pass of the rough wood over the blister brought a wave of pain. Ledin gritted her teeth, envisioning the delightful life ahead filled with wine and meat, enduring the pain resolutely. Nothing is impossible. Though it seemed uncooperative, producing only a wisp of smoke, that Ledin's face lit up with excitement as she disregarded her image, leaning down and puffing her cheeks to blow on the wood. Under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, the wisp of blue smoke slowly dissipated into the air, leaving no trace behind. Besides turning slightly black, though it showed no sparks whatsoever, is it necessary to be like this? Ledin tossed the stick to the ground. Nothing is impossible, only fear of giving up. Frustrated, Ledin turned away, refusing to look at the stick that had embarrassed her. Go ahead and let me starve. I'll just become a herbivore. I refuse to believe that I can't survive on grass. Observing Ledin, who was nearly on the brink of fainting from anger. In the unchanged pile of wood, Mons tentatively suggested, how about I try? He feared his suggestion would embarrass the little female. Yet to his surprise, Ledin readily handed the stick to him. Be careful. Okay? You have to keep turning it. Ledin quickly turned around, placing the stick in Mons's hands while advising. If someone as remarkable as me can't do it, you can just give it a try. If you fail, I won't laugh at you. She mimicked the motion of friction fire making in the air. Looking at the small stick in Mons's massive paw, it was hardly larger than a fingernail. Mons tilted his head, contemplating the stick for a moment. With a sudden bang, he startled Ledden, who covered her eyes, but not completely. Through her fingers, she peered at the man before her. He was tall, nearly 2 meters, adorned with a pair of bare ears atop his head, and 8 neatly defined abdominal muscles. Is this Mons? Why does he look somewhat familiar? Why aren't you wearing clothes? Clothes? Mons seemed puzzled. What is that? Is it something that covers your body? Ledden nodded, offering her tattered shirt to Mons, indicating he should wrap it around his waist. Is it done? Mons awkwardly secured the makeshift clothing. Ledden then lowered her hand from her eyes, gazing at the vaguely familiar face, pondering, you are that man from before. Finally, she recognized the resemblance. They both bore the same beastly markings and had pure white hair. Previously, due to the angle, she hadn't been able to see his features clearly, but now, Mons was undeniably handsome. Wait, that's not the point. How can you transform into a human? Mons nodded, clearly capable of transforming into a human form. As an orc, it was indeed within his abilities to assume a human guise. Orc? What does that mean? Lu Dan pondered, struggling to comprehend. Just as she had begun to accept that bears could speak, now she was confronted with the notion of a bear transforming into a human. Was she in a tale from Strange Stories from Chinese Studio? Observing Lu Dan's bewildered expression, Mons sighed, nearly forgetting that this young female lacked any semblance of common knowledge, even failing to grasp the concept of orcs. Orcs are categorized into males, females, and sub-orcs. Seeing the inquisitive gleam in Lu Dan's eyes, Mons recognized her utter ignorance. Males possess both beastly and humanoid forms, while females only embody the human form. The union of male and female orcs may yield the possibility of a sub-orc. What is a sub-orc? She queried. It refers to sentient beasts, devoid of human form. Lu Dan nodded, her attention wholly captivated by the bare ears atop Mons's head. The ears, partially concealed by his hair, revealed only their pointed tips. Rhythmically swiveling in sync with his speech, Lu Dan edged closer to Mons, as if enchanted by those ears, which seemed to whisper, "Come touch me." Unable to resist, her hand moved uncontrollably to caress Mons's ears. Mons reacted strongly, almost jumping away, covering his ears in a state of shock. The contrast of his reaction was endearingly amusing. Lu Dan clasped her chest, exclaiming, "How adorable!" Mons's face flushed crimson. Without the concealment of fur, Lu Dan quickly noticed his reddened cheeks. "Are you embarrassed? You can't touch my ears," he protested. "Why not?" Lu Dan asked, puzzled in her previous encounters with Samoyeds. The dogs relished having their ears stroked, even exposing their bellies in comfort. "You absolutely cannot." Mons insisted, soon recognizing the rigidity in his tone. He softened his voice, explaining, "You mustn't randomly touch an orc's ears. We are not yet bonded." His final words were barely audible, too faint for Lu Dan to catch. "Why?" she pressed. "An orc's ears and tail are quite sensitive, so was I being inappropriate earlier?" Lu Dan mused, feeling inexplicably like a rogue. Yet, in this otherworldly realm, what could she truly do to Mons? Would orc authorities come to apprehend her? Mons refrained from mentioning that if a female touched a male's ears or tail, it was akin to a declaration of affection, an indication of liking. That in any case, refrained from touching other orcs' ears indiscriminately. Other ones? Lu Dan seized upon a loophole, leaning closer. "What about yours?" She grinned at the flustered Mons, finding amusement in teasing the naive. Is that permissible? She asked, taking 2 steps forward. Drawing near, Mons's face reddened further, and he took a slight step back, whispering, "Yes, then I shall not hold back," Lu Dan declared, extending her hand. Mons dutifully lowered his head, his bare ears quivering with nervous anticipation. Just as her fingers grazed the soft fur of his ears, Mons suddenly sprang to his feet. "The fire hasn't been kindled yet," he blurted, hastily concocting an excuse as he sat back down, resuming his task of whittling wood. Mons was engrossed in his work, the movements of his hands somewhat awkward as he struggled to master his humanoid form. The muscles in his arms rhythmically flexed, a fine sheen of sweat glistening upon them. Radiating a raw, primal beauty, Lu Dan felt her cheeks flush as she observed Mons, only to realize after a long moment that she had averted her gaze. Her attention fell upon his hands, so striking, with long fingers and pronounced knuckles. Each exertion brought forth prominent veins that it was undeniable. This orc possessed an exceptional allure. In modern times, he would undoubtedly be a star. Mons worked swiftly, smoke gradually emanating from the wood, thickening as it billowed upward. Seeing this, Lu Dan swiftly extracted a generous handful of dry grass from the haystack where she had been resting, carefully covering the smoking wood and gently blowing it. Gradually, the grass ignited, flames dancing in vibrant orange hues. This fire. Mons gasped, startled by the fiery spectacle before him, scrutinizing the phenomenon that Lu Dan referred to as flames. As he drew near, he felt the warmth emanating from it. Apart from the blood that spurted when he had severed an animal's artery, he had rarely encountered something so warm. Don't get too close. Lu Dan cautioned, but before she could finish, a sudden ripping sound echoed. Mons shielded his eyes, retreating until his back met the wall. "What is wrong?" Lu Dan exclaimed, startled by his dramatic reaction. She grasped his hand, anxiety lacing her voice as she insisted. "Lower your hand so I can see. Did you injure your eyes?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mons complied, revealing that his long eyelashes had been singed by the fire, leaving only short stubs behind, rendering him a comical sight. Lu Dan couldn't suppress her laughter. Even in his human form, Mons retained that endearingly clumsy demeanor reminiscent of a great bear. "Don't laugh at me," he protested, feeling sheepish as he covered his eyes once more. Mortified at having embarrassed himself before her, Lu Dan stifled her amusement, adopting a serious tone. "The fire is very hot. Do not stand too close, or you will get hurt." She returned to the fire, cautiously adding more firewood, which caused the flames to leap higher, illuminating the dim corners of the cave, perhaps due to an innate fear of flames. Mons kept his distance, remaining far away. Lu Dan tossed a piece of meat in front of him, tearing it apart. With a ready tool at hand, she had no intention of doing the work herself. The once formidable rose had now become a delicate flower. As Lu Dan unceremoniously shifted all the labor onto Mons' shoulders, Mons effortlessly tore the meat apart, watching as the young female skewered it onto a branch, holding it over the flames. In no time, the crimson raw meat had transformed into a rich brown, its fat sizzling and releasing a savory aroma. If only there had been seasoning, it would have tasted even better. Lu Dan waved a steaming skewer of roasted meat in front of Mons. Though he said nothing, his gaze remained fixated on the tantalizing morsel. Sensing his hunger, Lu Dan began to playfully sway the meat before him. Mons' eyes followed its movement, transfixed. "Would you like to try?" Lu Dan asked, her tone lighthearted. This method of preparing food was entirely foreign to Mons, who cautiously accepted the roasted meat, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The aroma of cooked meat was unlike anything he had experienced. Mons opened his mouth and cautiously took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. "This is truly delicious. Is it good?" Lu Dan inquired. "It is," she heard him respond, turning back to continue roasting more meat. Suddenly, she noticed an odd sound emanating from behind her, as if the meat was producing a crunching noise. Confused, she turned around, her eyes widening in anger as she exclaimed, "Mons, what is it?" Mons asked, bewildered, holding a chewed-up piece of wood that had been gnawed down to splinters. "You can't eat wood." After enduring numerous trials, Lu Dan finally achieved her goal of tasting cooked food. Though the flavorless meat proved somewhat difficult to swallow, in such circumstances, one could hardly afford to be picky. If only there were salt. Salt? Lu Dan suddenly realized that the orcs might not know what salt was. Just as she was about to explain, Mons interjected, "Salt is very expensive." You have salt?" she asked, eager. Mons nodded before shaking his head. "We must trade with the merfolk in the south. Generally, one sheep." He gestured towards the dismembered lamb. "Can only fetch a small handful of salt. Is it truly only a handful of salt for such a large sheep?" Lu Dan pondered. You desire salt, Lu Dan?" he inquired, but she quickly shook her head, feeling guilty for imposing on Mons' generosity. "I don't particularly want it." It was astonishing to consider that in the 21st century, A few coins could buy a bag of salt, yet here it was so precious. How is salt extracted? As Lu Dan contemplated, she lamented, how regrettable it is that one only realizes the scarcity of knowledge when it is most needed. Had I known that I would traverse through time, I should have diligently studied a myriad of subjects, so that upon my arrival, I would not be reduced to merely knowing how to ignite a fire by friction. Yet, even that endeavor had proven unsuccessful, as it was only with the assistance of the native Mons that she could savor cooked food. Ah, how utterly disappointing. Animals may thrive without salt, but humans cannot. Salt is essential for the human body. And she certainly did not wish to become a second white-haired witch. Lu Dan sat distractedly by the fire, oblivious to the fact that the meat skewers had burned. The suffocating heat outside, combined with the blazing fire before her, had begun to emit a foul odor from her person. Furrowing her brow, she leaned down to sniff herself. She was filthy, smeared with dried blood and dirt, and the amalgamation of scents was decidedly unpleasant. Mons, could you possibly take me to bathe? I am quite odorous, she implored. Mons approached, sniffing at her, and the proximity between them was so close that Lu Dan could see the singed ends of his eyelashes. She retreated several steps, covering her flushed cheeks, and in an attempt to mask her inner turmoil, she exclaimed loudly, "Why are you getting so close? You startled me." Mons, however, followed her, pushing against her chest, with a serious demeanor. He stated, "Lu Dan does not smell. That doesn't smell? Could it be fragrant then?" Lu Dan, unable to resist Mons's appearance, found her mind blank and instinctively retorted to show her astonishment. Mons nodded, affirming that Lu Dan was indeed fragrant. Observing his earnest expression, she began to question whether her sense of smell had failed her. Lowering her head, she sniffed at herself again. Most certainly, she was foul. Truly, a man's words can be deceiving. Suddenly, she moved closer and sniffed at Mons. Reversing their roles. Now, it was Mons who appeared bashful. He lowered his gaze at Lu Dan, who was investigating him, his face turning beet red, his ears seemingly ablaze. Lu Dan's warm breath brushed against him, causing Mons to take a slight step back, but she grasped his arm. Raising her head, she deftly found his ears hidden beneath his snowy hair. "You dare say I am the only one who stinks? Come with me to bathe." Chapter 9. Do you wish to defy me? Mons, who had always complied with Lu Dan, showcased defiance for the first time. His head buried deeply between his legs, he adopted an expression of unwillingness, as if to say, "I can't hear you. I can't hear you." The sight was amusing to Lu Dan. She stepped forward, grasping his exposed ear, and gently leaned in to whisper, "Do you think hiding your head will silence my voice?" What was absurd was that Mons nodded vigorously, agreeing with her words. Unable to hear was one thing, but Lu Dan tugged at the soft fur of his ear. No need to hear. After all, bathing does not require ears. Mons remained silent for a moment, lifting his gaze to glance at Lu Dan, looking exceedingly aggrieved. To those in the know, it was clear that Lu Dan intended to take him for a bath. To those unaware, it might seem as though she planned to stew him after their bath. That aren't you the most exceptional beast man in the world? Lu Dan sighed, preparing to shift her strategy. Such a brave beast man. Yet you fear bathing? She covered her mouth, feigning surprise. Surely not, surely not. Even a bear cub would not fear a bath. Mons hesitated greatly. He neither wished to bathe nor to admit he was akin to a bear cub. After much deliberation, he reluctantly allowed Lu Dan to perch atop his head. After all, he was now a beast man with a female companion and should exhibit some responsibility, refusing to cower and become the subject of her mockery. Despite his mental preparations, Mons still moved slowly. Lu Dan understood she could not rush him, so she contentedly sat atop his head, playing with his ears. How could such soft and adorable ears exist in the world? Were it not for the unpleasant odor emanating from Mons, she would have certainly kissed those delightful ears. They traversed the rugged mountain path until they reached the summit, where a hot spring awaited them. Steam enveloped the tranquil pool, and a veil of mist clung to the surrounding trees. Lu Dan cheered with delight, eagerly leaping into the water. The temperature was just right, and, as the warm water enveloped her, every pore opened, and she shivered with pleasure. She cupped her hands, pouring water over her head, letting it cascade over her smooth forehead, down her nose, and across her lips, which had regained their color. Her feet pressed against the rocky bottom of the spring. The stones were hard, causing a mix of tingling and discomfort. Lu Dan diligently scrubbed her body. Her shoulder wound had completely healed, leaving only a faint pink line. Squinting contentedly, she noticed Mons lying far off on the bank. His gaze seemingly lost in the distance. What she did not see was the series of scratches etched into the rock beneath him. His amber eyes squinted, forcing himself to focus on the birds perched in the trees. Lu Dan frowned, her gaze falling upon Mons's matted fur, which only heightened her annoyance. She donned her damp clothes and called out loudly, "Mons, aren't you coming down to wash?" The white bear hesitated for a moment, placing his paw in the hot spring to test the temperature. His long white fur flowed with the water's current. Perhaps the spring's heat was too intense for a beast man, as his paw quickly withdrew. "I don't need it," he declared, "but your fur is filthy." Lu Dan waded through the water to Mons's side, tilting her head to look up at the towering bear. Mons's gaze flickered away. "Surely you are not afraid of water." "How could that be?" Mons retorted. "I am a bear. Then why won't you come down to bathe? What other reason could there be?" Mons's mind churned. It was indeed because a beautiful female was in the water. He stole a glance at Lu Dan, whose hair flowed freely, resembling a water nymph. The little female's expression was resolute, and as they cuddled for warmth every night, Lu Dan would not allow Mons to remain filthy. She extended her hand, grasping his paw. Though her hand was no larger than a fifth of his paw, Mons complied, allowing her to guide him into the hot spring. The moment the massive bear entered, the water level surged dramatically. Lu Dan meticulously scrubbed every corner of Mons's body, a laborious task that left her arms aching by the time she finished. At the tea last, Mons returned to his previous pristine white appearance, resembling a plush toy displayed in a shop window. Satisfied, Lu Dan patted his foreleg, and he instinctively lowered his body, allowing her easy access to his face. That a pair of snowy arms danced before Mons's eyes. And the contrast of Lu Dan's complexion reminded him of the moon and fresh snow. Unable to restrain himself, he opened his mouth and gently took hold of Lu Dan's arm. The sweetness of the female's scent was truly delightful, even sweeter than the honey found on cliffs. Suddenly, her arm was enveloped in warmth, with Mons's sharp teeth nearby, yet Lu Dan felt no fear. She leaned against the bridge of the giant bear's nose, gazing into one of his eyes, and burst into giggles. "Mons, what are you doing? That tickles." Realizing what he had done, Mons hastily released Lu Dan's arm. Her snow-white skin bore no marks. Embarrassed, he extended his tongue to lick her arm. "I am sorry, Lu Dan, how was it?" she asked with a smile. Mons tilted his head in confusion. "The water, ice, and tea so terrifying. Is it?" Lu Dan observed Mons's adorably bewildered expression and couldn't resist planting a kiss on his fluffy face. Lu Dan's words had the opposite effect. Mons stiffened, his entire being becoming rigid in the water. He wanted to leave, but his paws felt as if they were anchored in the depths, rendering him immobile. Lu Dan sensed something was amiss. Even his breathing had grown heavy, and his pupils were dilating. Lu Dan began to regret her actions. Had she known Mons feared water to such an extent, she would have never coaxed him down. That a little dirt was inconsequential. He was her child after all, and surely she could not hold such a grudge. Calling out to him repeatedly, Mons's dazed eyes finally refocused on Lu Dan. "Can you still transform into your human form?" Ledin inquired with a hint of concern. Mons nodded, and under Ledin's gaze, the bear's form gradually diminished until it transformed into a human. This remarkable change transpired in an instant. Ledin, quick-witted and agile, grasped Mons's arm firmly. She enveloped the towering Mons in her embrace, a position that rendered both somewhat uncomfortable, yet neither was willing to let go. Mons slightly bent his knees, effortlessly lifting Ledin with the buoyancy of the water. He buried his head in the snowy white of Ledin's neck, inhaling the delicate scent that wafted from her. His previously vacant eyes began to regain their expression, though the hands that held her back trembled slightly. Sensing Mons's subdued emotions, Ledin offered silent comfort through her embrace. Mons feeling better. She gently patted his back, her voice soft as she reassured him, "Do not be afraid. You are the bravest beast man in the world." Remember, Chapter 10. Outnumbered 3-1, the two were closely entwined, their bodies fitting together in perfect harmony, as if they were destined to embrace. Ledin had traversed time and space to be at Mons' side, cradling him in the warmth of the hot spring. Mons nodded slightly, his long white hair brushing against Ledin's face, tickling her. "Can you tell me why you are so afraid of water?" After a brief silence, Mons recounted a childhood memory of being pushed underwater by other beastmen, nearly drowning. He spoke of it lightly. Yet Ledin could sense the undertones of helpless sadness in his voice. It felt as if she were submerged in dark waters herself. Curling up helplessly, unable to breathe, devoid of hope, Ledin's breath caught, and her comforting hand paused on Mons's back. It took her a moment to regain her composure. "So, has Mons conquered his fear of water?" Ledin gently leaned back, swaying her legs. The sensation of not touching solid ground filled her with trepidation. She could not swim. Placing her feet against Mons's calves was insufficient. She decided to hang onto him entirely. She cupped his bronze face in her hands, their foreheads touching. Mons had triumphed over water, vanquished the repugnant bear, and had grown into an admirable beast-man. The leaden skin was so pale it was almost blinding. Mons swallowed hard, feeling as though Ledin was on the brink of merging with the clouds and flowing waters. The ethereal sensation overwhelmed him, and he tightened his grip around her slender waist. Perhaps a bit too forcefully. Ledin felt discomfort, but allowed Mons's moment. Mons responded softly, lifting his head, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance he had never shown before. He tilted his head slightly, burying it in Ledin's hands. "Thank you, Ledin, for continuously accepting someone as wretched as me." His gaze held a seriousness that made Ledin feel a bit bashful. "I haven't done anything. You are inherently remarkable." "No." Mons shook his head gently. "It is your presence that has granted me the courage to live, enabling me to confront a terrifying past and an uncertain future. It is because of you." Ledin lowered his gaze to her chin, then closed his eyes and repeated, "It is because of you. You are truly unique." Mons unabashedly radiated his affection, and such fervent emotion enveloped Ledin entirely, for the first time. Someone had earnestly told her, "It is because of you that I can face the future." She felt nervous, unsure of how to respond, her hands instinctively pulling away from the warmth of Mons' body, only to awkwardly ruffle his snowy hair. "What are you babbling about? Hurry up and take a bath. It's nearly dark." Mons lifted his gaze to the two bright suns above. "Yes," Ledin affirmed, "if it's dark." "Then it's dark." She scrubbed Mons until his fur gleamed white. Her fingers glided through his hair, caressing it gently. Mons' hair, in its human form, retained the same texture as in his beastly form, and Ledin found herself utterly captivated. "Oh, by the way," Ledin halted her affectionate caresses, causing Mons to abruptly open his eyes, annoyance flickering in his amber gaze. "What is it? I forgot to grab my shirt. Could you please fetch it for me?" This request was rather excessive for Mons, who yearned to remain entwined with the little female every moment, wishing for Ledin to stroke his fur with her soft hands. "All right, wait here for me, and do not wander off." In an instant, Mons transformed back into his beast form and darted away like the wind. Ledin rested her chin on her hand, watching his retreating figure, a smile creeping onto her lips uncontrollably. Suddenly, something unknown was thrust upon her head, and several figures seized her, dragging her toward the shore despite her struggles. "Help!" Ledin cried out, accidentally elbowing someone in the temple during her frantic attempts. The person let out a muffled grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Ledin wriggled free from their grasp and yanked the object off her head. It was a large, pocket-like leaf, and before her stood three girls adorned with bare ears, who exchanged awkward glances. Taking a step back, Ledin demanded, "Who are you?" "Do not misunderstand." One of the girls raised her hand. "I am Kyrie. We did not intend to harm you." Ledin glanced at the leaf floating on the water's surface, thinking, what a joke. "I am Lilia. I am Nora." The other two Bear Clan girls chimed in almost simultaneously. It truly was a misunderstanding. "We came to explore the forbidden area and saw you being abducted by a demon. We wanted to rescue you." Nora glanced down at the leaf used to ensnare Ledin, realizing her words lacked conviction, and added, "It is said that demons are adept at bewitching beastmen, that we feared you might be under their control and would not heed our calls. Hence our actions." Indeed, Lilia and Kyrie nodded vigorously. "We are not villains." Ledin's legs trembled beneath the water, overwhelmed by the 3-to-1 odds. Really? Ledin decided it best to placate them first. Thank you so much. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted, and they began to warm up to her. Why don't you have ears? Lilia leaned closer, reaching out to explore the top of Ledin's head. The Bear Clan girls were quite talkative, and Ledin learned much about them without saying much in return. They resided in a nearby Bear Clan settlement, and this was a forbidden area, rumored to be home to a terrifying white creature. It was said that once one laid eyes on this creature, they would be dragged into hell, never to return. The monster was known to deceive, often appearing weak, waiting for the kind-hearted to approach, only to devour them whole, leaving no trace behind. Ledin lowered her gaze, observing Nora, who was excitedly chattering away, and thought they must not have seen Mons. Otherwise, they would have fled in terror. Lilia's ears twitched slightly, catching Ledin's attention. She stealthily extended her hand, gently pinching Lilia's ear. Lilia's face flushed instantly. Being shy, she did not resist, allowing Ledin to indulge in her mischief. That said, Nora grasped Ledin's hand. This place is far too dangerous for a little one like you. You cannot survive alone here. You can come back to our Bear Clan with us. We are strong and have many fine beastmen. Once you come of age, before she could finish, a low growl echoed from shore. Nora released Ledin's hand, retreating several steps. A monster. The three sisters fled in disarray as a great white bear plunged into the pool, sending waves crashing, scaring the trio away. Mons shielded Ledin beneath him, casting a shadow over her. Mons, you frightened them. Chapter 11. On the brink of madness from Ledin's perspective, she could see Mons's rising and falling belly, undoubtedly soft and inviting. Mons slowly turned around, his previously fierce expression replaced by one of indignation. He crouched down, causing the water's surface to ripple once more. What did they say to you? Gazing at the colossal white bear up close, Ledin instinctively concealed the tale they had shared with her. Muttering, nothing much, just exchanged names. Mons lowered his head, staring intently at the water's surface, his expression inscrutable. Listening to Ledin, he muttered softly, liar, then looked directly into her eyes, seriously asserting, but I saw you touching her ears. This. Ledin found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. It was her first encounter with brown ears, and she couldn't help but be captivated. Mons wore a sullen expression. The promise he had made to become a family with her now felt like a betrayal. A fierce possessiveness surged through his mind like a tempest. The primal malice deep within his soul took control, and he looked at Ledin with a pained expression, declaring deceiver. Ledin, however, could discern the hurt reflected in his fluffy visage. You once said you liked me, that you preferred my fair complexion. Mons lowered his head, deliberately presenting his two plump ears before Ledin. Stunned, she reached out to touch Mons's ears, and then apologized. Realizing afterward that she preferred Mons's ears above all others, I shall never touch anyone else's ears again. Observing Mons's expression, she felt as though she were a wife who had caught her husband in an infidelity. Cautiously asking, is this acceptable? Mons hung his head, his gaze opaque and inscrutable. The water's surface mirrored his tea-colored eyes, filled with an obsessive intensity that stripped away any semblance of innocence. When Mons finally lifted his gaze, he appeared once more as the familiar figure Ledin knew. Did they tell you I am terrifying, that you should distance yourself from me and live with them in the tribe? Ledin hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose honesty. Gently nodding, yet I never agreed. I shall not leave you. Mons, we promise to be family. Before her, Mons transformed into human form, his warm hands caressing Ledin's cheeks. That it is possible. Ledin was puzzled by his words. Mons continued softly. Ledin may leave with them to join more of her kin. That I am indeed a monster, a fiend risen from the depths of hell, a born miscreant. I would only bring you harm. Mons's eyes drooped, his long lashes obscuring his pupils, rendering his expression unreadable. Soon, he raised his eyes, and Ledin noticed they were brimming with tears. With a blink, a single tear fell upon the water's surface, creating ripples. With a pang of compassion, Ledin embraced Mons. That I will not leave you. Why would I choose to live with strangers? Mons stared expressionlessly toward the direction of the tribe, stating, but, no buts. Ledin firmly interrupted. A promise made is a promise kept. Mons felt a profound insecurity, and Ledin sensed his grip around her waist tightening. She responded by holding him even more tightly. The two resembled small creatures seeking warmth from each other on a cold winter's night. Drawing comfort from one another's body heat, that Mons's gaze darkened suddenly. He lowered his head to observe the pristine white nape of Ledden's neck. "We promised never to part. Yes? Yes," Ledden affirmed emphatically, nodding resolutely. "We will never leave each other." Upon hearing Ledden's vow, a radiant smile blossomed upon Mons's face, so brilliant that it appeared almost fearsome that he resembled a demon emerging from hell, enticing innocent souls to relinquish their essence. "Then it is settled." He articulated each word with gravity. Mons closed his eyes, feeling a golden aura envelop the two of them, swirling around before merging into the beastly markings on his face. Half of this golden essence seeped into Ledden's forehead. The poor outsider remained oblivious to the fact that oaths made upon this land could not be taken lightly. The beast god was watching over humanity. Each vow would fall under the scrutiny of the beast god. Now, Ledden was profoundly intertwined with him. Even if she were to lose her memory, she would instinctively gravitate toward him, falling in love with him anew that a bond of love, a shackle upon their souls, bound them together. "Let us return home." "Home," Ledden nodded. Mons effortlessly lifted Ledden into his arms, aware of her desires and yearnings. Home felt akin to a spell calling forth a child lost to the wilderness. Hand in hand, they strolled through the forest, Ledden shedding her dirt-laden exterior, feeling light as if she might float away, bouncing along with Mons. How delightful, she mused, envisioning the evening ahead, embracing the great white bear. Igniting her anticipation for life in this otherworldly realm. The forest air was refreshing, imbued with the scent of verdant grass. Mons's demeanor shifted. He noticed the grass ahead rustling and contemplated transforming into his beastly form. Suddenly, he glanced at the delicate hand entwined with his and halted. He endeavored to relax, to appear less tense. Yet Ledden perceived his unease. "What troubles you, Mons?" she inquired. Mons shook his head. "Being with you brings me joy." Ledden was instantly swayed by his words. Casting a shy glance at the nearby weeds. "Me too," she replied, then turned to meet Mons's gaze. "Being with you makes me happy." Her eyes sparkled, tightening Mons's heart. It was truly maddening. Suddenly, Ledden found herself wrapped in Mons's embrace as he effortlessly leaped atop a tall tree, spinning them both in a whirlwind of motion, and she faintly heard a cry. What happened?" Her voice quivered. "It's nothing." Mons released her. Not far away lay a lifeless body, resembling that of a fawn. The forest was rife with peril, and Ledden steeled herself to glance, her heart sinking as she noted the fawn's mouth filled with sharp teeth. "A deer, quite delectable," Mons observed as Ledden approached without hesitation. Suddenly, the deer, seemingly with a broken neck, sprang back to life, its mouth warped from Mons's earlier blow. The creature lunged at Ledden with alarming speed, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth rushing toward her. She had no time to evade, left to witness the oncoming threat. With a swift motion, Mons's powerful arms emerged from behind Ledden, intercepting the deer mid-air and swiftly tearing its throat apart. Warm blood splattered across Ledden's face, snapping her back to reality. Chapter 12. The boldest act. Ledden comprehended the forest's frightening nature. It was not the vibrant paradise it appeared to be, but rather concealed a lurking menace. The verdant fade veiled a deadly intent. Trembling, she instinctively sought refuge, throwing herself into Mons's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Feeling her tremors, Mons placed a clean hand on her back, his voice steady as he murmured, "I am sorry." Ledden shook her head, burying her face in his neck, her mind blank, able to hear only the thudding of her heart. Thump, thump, thump. Tears streamed down her face, washing away the blood, leaving a muddy trail. "I'm so scared." Ledden suddenly lifted her head. "I nearly died." "You won't," Mons replied, one hand cradling her while the other wiped her tears away. "That I will protect you as long as—" He paused, and Ledden pressed. "As long as what?" "As long as you can become my mate, I can fully protect you. But, Ledden, would you entrust your life to a beast such as I?" "I would," Ledden blurted out without hesitation. Only after speaking did she realize the weight of her promise. Was this not Mons's proposal? Was it not too hasty? Yet, having already committed, she felt torn. Observing Ledden's conflicted expression, Mons pressed his lips together. Do you truly understand what you are saying? You have accepted the courtship of a beast, surrendering your future to me, and under the gaze of the beast god, you have fulfilled your vow. Mons spoke earnestly. Our souls are now bound together. There can be no turning back. That he offered her a gentle smile. Now, Ledden, Mons has officially become your family. Even if the continent were to split apart, our hands would remain entwined. Even if the beast god commanded our separation, I would never let go. Even the beast god? Ledden tilted her head slightly. But that is your faith. For you, my Ledden, I would forsake my faith. You shall become my new deity. Ledden was taken aback by Mons' words. A devotee would forsake their faith and relinquish everything for you. Ledden inquired, is that true? Just as Mons' lips began to move, Ledden leaned in and kissed him. This was the boldest act she had ever committed in her life, aside from her previous leap from a building. Her crimson, moist lips brushed against Mons for the briefest moment, and she dared not gaze upon his expression. Retreating into his embrace, like a timid snail, she murmured, let's go home. Hearing Ledden's somewhat muffled voice, Mons softly acknowledged with a hum. Ledden could feel the vibration of Mons' Adam's apple. She truly adored the sound of his throat, which resonated with the essence of home. Her heart felt as though it had melted into a warm, soft puddle. Like honey, she realized, sweet and sticky. Mons transformed back into his beastly form, lifting Ledden onto his back and sprinting towards home. Her heart yearned for the colossal creature before her, longing to be close and never part. It was only when her cheek pressed against his soft fur that her soul released a satisfied sigh. Even when Mons laid her down upon a mound of hay, Ledden was reluctant to leave his side. Love was indeed terrifying. She felt as if she had changed. Let's eat. I'm hungry, she said, her tone unwittingly laced with a hint of petulance. It seemed as though their hearts were bound together by an invisible thread. Such was the power of AVOW. As evening fell, Ledden curled up in the embrace of the giant bear. Mons' fur possessed remarkable insulating properties. Even the cold winds from the cliff could not penetrate it. Mons gazed down at the petite female in his arms, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. He had deceived her, fully aware of the strength of their vow. He had kept silent, watching as they forged their bond. Ledden remained oblivious. Mons' heart gradually sank into a chilling abyss as he rested his head atop hers. Inhaling her sweet scent while despising the darkness within himself, a possessive yearning took root in the depths of the giant bear's heart. Ledden remained unaware of the turmoil within him, drifting into sleep in the warmth of his embrace. Her dreams filled with sweet happiness. It was not until the following morning, when a faintly cold breeze brushed against her face, that she stirred awake. Instinctively, Ledden wrapped her arms around the furry Mons, only to find emptiness. Her mind snapped to attention as she surveyed her surroundings. The cave was rather rudimentary, allowing her to see from one end to the other, void of the giant bear's presence. Mons, Ledden called out, searching for him. Orcs possess keen hearing. Where had he gone? As anxiety crept in, darkness suddenly enveloped her. Mons had returned. Where did you go? She queried. Mons held a green bundle in his mouth, setting it down to reveal a cascade of vibrant red fruits. I went to gather fruits, thinking I could return before you awoke. He vaguely recalled that females seemed to relish those sweet fruits, prompting him to rise early and venture into the forest for her sake. Carefully, he presented a fruit the size of his fist to her lips, glistening with morning dew, making Ledden's lips moist and reminiscent of a radiant ruby. Slightly parting her lips, she gently bit into the fruit, a burst of sweet juice flooding her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yes, oh sweet. She beamed at Mons. Thank you. Mons, whose sharp claws were typically employed to rend the flesh of prey, found joy in peeling the fruit for the delicate female, but he delighted in feeding her an abundance of fruits. Ledden, clutching her slightly distended belly, let out a belch. Unbeknownst to her, her appetite had seemingly increased. Whereas one fruit had previously sufficed, today she had devoured them all. Life in this otherworldly realm had proven to be exceedingly dull. Ledden had come to terms with the fact that she was unlikely to return home, and thus resolved to embrace her new existence wholeheartedly. She began to contemplate the cave's layout. Instinctively, she claimed Mons' cave as her own, placing her hands on her hips as she scrutinized it. Its simplistic design left her exposed to the cold winds each night, and the uneven ground presented a challenge. Clearly, this was a significant undertaking. Ledin felt invigorated. "Mons, can you carve out some space here?" she asked, standing at the back of the cave and gesturing to a wall. Mons stood behind her, nodding in agreement. "Step back. I wouldn't want to harm you." With a swift motion of his claw, the rock split apart as easily as tofu, large chunks tumbling down in no time. He had created a sizable space in the left wall, ensuring that its foundation would rise 60 centimeters above the exterior. Ledin nodded in satisfaction. "What is this for?" Mons inquired. Ledin picked up a handful of hay and placed it atop a stone platform. "Why are you only asking me now? If I ever sell you, you'll have to count the coins." Mons smiled indulgently at her, assisting in moving the hay into the newly carved space. "Ding, ding, ding," she said to Mons. "This will be our bedroom. When I was outside, the cold wind always blew on me. Now it won't reach me here." "Are you cold every night, Ledin?" Mons asked, his tone laced with concern. "Not too cold. Really. Your fur is quite warm, but the layout of my home is such that I can't sleep in the living room. Can I? This area should be for storage," she said, bounding to another wall. "And this one will be the kitchen." Mons followed her directives without question, though his movements gradually slowed. "Is this okay? Will it be too deep?" he asked, eyeing the cave supported by a thin rock wall with uncertainty. "Is this safe?" Ledin stood with her hands on her hips, inspecting the expanded wall. "What could possibly go wrong?" she replied, straining as she dragged rubble outside. "From now on, no bloody prey is allowed inside the cave. Do you understand? It's a nightmare to clean up." Mons' cave was filthy, littered with the blood, fur, and corpses of his hunts, emitting a foul odor in the summer heat. Having grown accustomed to the cave's air, Ledin was taken aback by the stench after stepping outside. There was still much to be done. Orcs seemed to lack the habit of stockpiling food, yet Ledin, a bona fide citizen of the Celestial Empire, began to worry upon realizing the cave held no provisions. Additionally, she needed to make Mons some clothing. He couldn't possibly remain bare each time he transformed into human form. Determined, Ledin resolved to continue hunting until the storage room was filled. They returned to the cave laden with their spoils, but Ledin's smile quickly faded. "Where is my home? My expansive cave?" What had once been the cave's location was now a sheer cliff, with a large portion of the mountainside having collapsed into the abyss below, leaving only barren rock. "Is this what they call a collapse?" Ledin murmured. "Our home is gone." Mons' expression grew increasingly grave as he fixated on the chaotic slope. Had he grown too complacent? So vile was he that, having acquired a female, he had deceived her into forging a bond with him. This must be the punishment of the beast god. Seeing Mons remain silent for an extended period, Ledin assumed he was grieving the cave's collapse. Gently, she entwined her pinky with his. "It's all right. If our cave is gone, we can find another. One even better." As dusk approached, the two suns sank slowly below the horizon, and a violet moon began its ascent. The forest, shrouded in darkness, cast grotesque shadows in the moonlight, appearing dreadfully ominous. Having just endured the forest's rules in daylight, Ledin began to feel apprehensive. The night winds were chilly, and Mons enveloped Ledin in his embrace. Her face pressed against his warm chest. She listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and gradually calmed down. "Are you feeling better?" Ledin nodded slightly. They remained oblivious to the fact that as they turned to depart, the collapsed hillside revealed a cascade of sand, continuously sliding downwards. Mons hoisted Ledin onto his back, urging her to move along. Ledin gasped, instinctively clutching his neck. "Where are we headed?" Mons raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering with a wild ferocity amidst the dimly lit forest. "To the tribe." "The tribe? The very place that has always shunned you." So, it seemed that Mons was returning to that despised place for his own sake. Ledin reached out, her fingers deftly finding Mons's ear, and began to knead it absent-mindedly. Tentatively, she ventured, "We could choose not to go. I could survive anywhere as long as you are by my side. Even without a cave, it would suffice." Her voice dwindled to nearly a whisper at the end. Mons supported Ledin's thighs, lifting her slightly. "We cannot forego a cave," he asserted stubbornly for the first time. "The outside world is perilous." He spoke with an irresistible intensity. The distance to Mons's cave from the tribe was significant, and the thought of him being cast out by the tribe, only to return again for her sake, twisted Leden's heart uncomfortably. But what if they bully you again? Leden looked at Mons's profile. Worry etched on her face. They won't, he replied confidently. What if they bully me instead? The unknown filled Leden with dread. I'll be there, Mons stated without hesitation. No one will dare to bully you. Then where will we stay? Will they provide us a cave? Mons fell silent for a moment. Why Mother's cave is over there. This was the first mention of his mother by Mons, and though Leden was deeply curious, she curbed her desire for gossip. Mons clearly did not wish to discuss painful memories. Much like herself, she tightened her embrace around his shoulders, offering silent comfort. The two walked in silence through the forest, a warm yet somewhat eerie atmosphere enveloping them. Soon, Mons came to a halt, and Leden looked up to see a neatly arranged cliff, dotted with numerous caves. This the bear tribe. Chapter 14. She stays. You leave. A voice filled with caution rang out before them. A massive brown bear emerged slowly from the shadows, positioning itself before them with a slight bow of its head, displaying an aggressive stance. Leden strained her neck to see the bear's head. The bear, noticing her, questioned, "Female?" Without waiting for Leden to respond, it raised its head and let out a low call into the air, prompting a chorus of bear roars to echo around them. Bathed in the purple moonlight, Leden spotted numerous beastly eyes glimmering in the darkness. Faced with so many large predators for the first time, she trembled in fear. The aura they exuded was distinctly different from Mons's. It was the scent of a ferocious beast. Leden instinctively hid behind Mons. Sensing her fear, Mons gently reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am here." The surrounding beastmen began to encircle them, scrutinizing Mons with their gazes. Mons sensed the threat, carefully placing Leden on the ground before shifting into his beast form to confront them. A white bear. He is the white bear, the devil from hell. Keep your distance. The brown bears suddenly recognized Mons as the legendary white bear. Retreating a few steps in disgust, their disdainful looks did not pierce Mons, but they incited displeasure in Leden, who had momentarily forgotten the size disparity. She abruptly emerged from behind Mons, hands on her hips, and addressed the brown bears. "What's the matter? I think you brown bears are ugly. Have your eyes grown to your crowns? How do you see Mons as a devil? Did you witness him crawling out of hell?" Her words flowed with fervor, and the surroundings fell silent upon her conclusion. Realizing her reckless audacity, Leden quickly scurried back behind Mons. She looked up at him, urging, "You must protect me well." Mons's icy blue eyes suddenly softened. Becoming exceedingly gentle, he lowered his gaze. "All right, I will protect you." Mons felt a surge of an indescribable emotion filling his heart. With Mons's promise, Leden felt emboldened once more. She huffed defiantly at the brown bears. "That is what you get for bullying Mons." The surrounding beastmen parted to reveal an older brown bear who approached slowly. He lowered his head to assess Leden, then shifted his gaze to Mons. Displaying a hint of surprise as he stepped closer, his expression tinged with disdain at the sight of Mons's snowy coat. "What brings you here?" Leden suspected the next words would be to drive them away. Mons, however, remained unfazed, calmly replying, "The cave collapsed. We have nowhere to stay." The brown bear scoffed. "A disaster, indeed." Leden rolled her eyes. "The cave was my doing. It has nothing to do with Mons." Just as she finished speaking, a pair of murky eyes nearly pressed against her. She quickly concealed herself behind Mons, nervously grasping his long fur. The bear's gaze was terrifying, and Leden feared she might be torn apart in the next moment. She covered her mouth, careful not to make a sound. Suddenly, the world darkened as Mons tucked his front legs together, shielding Leden completely. With the surrounding light dimming, the danger seemed to be kept at bay, and Leden felt a sense of safety. Observing Mons's protective stance, the brown bear glared at him, eyes sharp as knives. "Where did you find this female?" Mons did not engage directly. "So, Chief, may we stay in my mother's cave? Once I find a new cave, we will move out." Chief Carmen regarded Mons with a hint of disdain. "The female can stay. You must leave." Leden's heart sank at the chief's words. Mons had previously mentioned that females were exceedingly precious on the Beastman continent, with tribes even waging wars over them. Instantly sensing her own danger, Leden felt an urge to prompt Mons to flee. After all, a lone wolf could not withstand a pack of hounds, no matter how valiant Mons was. There were at least 10 brown bears before them. No, Mons resolutely refused. How about we discuss this further? He subtly glanced at a brown bear shaman squatting nearby. My Uncle Kawi. Ledin perked up her ears, straining to hear better. The area was eerily quiet, and just as she suspected the negotiation had faltered, Mons suddenly stood. The purple moonlight surged around Ledin like a tide. She gazed up at Mons, bewildered. Are we leaving? Mons shook his head. You stay here. I will return shortly. Upon hearing that Mons would depart, Ledin hurriedly followed, clutching the long fur on his leg. Can't you take me with you? Seeing Ledin's reliance on him, Mons lowered his head, gently nudging her arm with his damp nose. Do not worry. I will be back soon, and I promise you will not be harmed, so do not be afraid. Ledin cast a fearful glance at the brown bear tribe. Under the purple moonlight, the entire tribe appeared somewhat ominous, akin to a graveyard in a novel. She took a deep breath, feigning nonchalance. I don't even know what fear is. You should hurry. Despite her words, her grip on Mons's fur did not loosen. After a moment, Ledin realized and released her hold, whispering, come back soon. She watched as Mons ventured deeper into the brown bear tribe. Conversing with two brown bears, though even on tiptoe, she could hardly catch their words in the wind. Ledin. The voice of the brown bear was not heard. Instead, a call of someone uttering her name pierced the silence. Ludan furrowed her brow and turned to look behind her. In a dark corner, 3 heads emerged, one of which extended a hand, gesturing for Ludan to come closer. Upon approaching, she discovered that these were familiar faces. Kelly whispered, Ludan, why are you with that dangerous white bear? Exactly, Lilia expressed her concern. He is said to be quite wicked, adept at manipulating people's hearts. Ludan, perhaps you should stay within the tribe. You can reside in my cave, suggested Nora. Chapter 15. Why do you want to kiss me? Observing the animated chatter of the 3 sisters, Ludan was at a loss for words. Their comments, though lacking in courtesy, were indeed for her own good. She peered against the light at Mons's silhouette and asked, Have you interacted with Mons? Mons? Is that the name of a monster? Lilia shivered in fear. He is not a monster, Ludan replied, frowning. Mons is a very kind beast man. He is gentle, and contrary to what you think, I have lived with him for quite some time. Just look at me. I'm perfectly fine. She spun around in front of them, demonstrating her good health. Suddenly, she felt a gaze resting upon her, yet it did not evoke discomfort. Ludan looked up and locked eyes with Mons, extending her hand to wave at him. You will bring harm to everyone around you. Carmen raised her eyelids slightly, regarding Mons. The distance between them seemed to convey disdain for Mons, as they couldn't even be bothered to meet his gaze. Why have you brought a female to the tribe? Covey's tone was calm yet distant, imbued with a sense of detachment. Sensing their rejection, Mons maintained a faint smile. But you have already discovered the presence of the little female. Have you not? If I hadn't brought her back, you would have taken her for yourselves. Mons's smile broadened. So it is better that I bring her myself to avoid another trip for you. Carmen scoffed. You truly are as cunning as ever, just like your father. Before he could finish, Covey interrupted, shooting a piercing look at Mons. You are not welcome here. Do you remember what you promised my mother? Covey's words halted, and he fell silent for a long moment. The 3 sisters gasped in unison before swiftly fleeing. Ludan stood on her tiptoes to look back before reclining. She leaned against the furry wall, raising her head to meet the gaze of the great white bear. The deal settled? Ludan seemed indifferent to the outcome of the conversation as she embraced Mons's foreleg, finding him ever so agreeable. Mons replied in a deep voice that he had taken a wide turn around the village before returning to his mother's cave. The cave appeared just as he remembered, though was noticeably more vacant. He carefully placed Ludan on the ground. This cave had been uninhabited for quite some time, covered in cobwebs and swirling dust. Ludan covered her mouth and nose, coughing a couple of times. I apologize, Mons said to her. Ludan looked up in confusion. Why are you apologizing? Mons's expression was not particularly pleasant. He seemed somewhat remorseful. I have not provided you with a good living environment. And what? Ludan tilted her head, transforming him back into human form. Do not speak such self-deprecating words, Ludan exclaimed as she embraced Mons. Mons towered above her, and Ludan's head rested against his chest, allowing her to hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 Suddenly, Lu Dan chuckled, seemingly recalling something amusing. She extended her finger, entwining it in Monza's white hair. We have a home now, despite its dusty appearance. Lu Dan was deeply attached to the notion of home, having forgotten the tears that had earlier stained her face. Mons was amused by her demeanor, wrapping his arms around Lu Dan's slender waist, resting them gently on her hips. Yes, we have a home. As orange light streamed into the cave, the tiny particles of dust danced in the air, creating an unexpectedly romantic scene. Lu Dan stretched out her hand, her fingers nearly melting into the dawn's glow. Seeing her luminous fingers, Mons's heart raced. As this little female gave him the impression of being ephemeral, he extended his hand, his bronze-colored palm enveloping Lu Dan's snowy fingers. Obscuring the orange light, her glowing fingertips dulled, and Mons finally felt content as he tucked her hand into his embrace. Lu Dan observed Mons's subtle actions, extending her other hand to intertwine her fingers with his. Her pale fingers wrapped around his distinctly bronzed hand, creating a striking visual contrast. Mons was utterly captivated, carefully curling his fingers to cradle Lu Dan's delicate hand. As their hands entwined, Lu Dan permitted Mons to indulge in those small gestures, softly assuring him, Mons, you must know that you're the best boyfriend in the world. Just as they were lost in their sweet moment, a spider descended before them. A spider! Lu Dan recoiled, hiding behind Mons and pointing at the enormous arachnid. How terrifying! Here, even the insects were magnified several times over. A spider the size of a fingertip on earth appeared as large as a fist. The sudden sight startled Lu Dan, however. She quickly composed herself. Having grown up in an orphanage where she had encountered all manner of insects, many of which had become toys for the children. Yet upon seeing the man shielding her, fear resurfaced. After all, a girl can afford to be a little delicate. Offering her boyfriend a chance to showcase his strength, Mons tossed the spider away and thoroughly inspected the cave, only approaching Lu Dan once he confirmed there were no insects left. Mimicking the way Lu Dan had previously caressed him, he gently stroked her hair. Do not be afraid, Lu Dan. Mons will protect you. Having once dismissed the notion of playing coy, Lu Dan now savored the sweetness of vulnerability. She tiptoed up and kissed Mons on the chin before turning her back, presenting him with her silhouette. Mons cupped his chin. Lu Dan, may I kiss you? Lu Dan could no longer contain her smile, clearing her throat and replying, no. The bear's expression was one of deep grievance. Then why does Lu Dan want to kiss me? Because you looked incredibly handsome when you protected me just now, and I really like it. Lu Dan turned her head, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Mons. Lu Dan is quite mischievous. The naive beastman finally realized that the seemingly delicate little female before him harbored a darker side. Lu Dan playfully pinched Mons's impassive face. Let us clean up quickly. I did not want to sleep in a pile of dust tonight. Mons nodded, casually gathering twigs from trees to use as a broom, and began to tidy up. Lu Dan bounced over to Mons's side, her spirits high as she declared, I want to help clean too. Mons slightly shifted aside. No need. This cave is so filthy. His precious gems would gather dust. Lu Dan only needed to remain forever elevated. Chapter 16. How greedy she is. She extended her finger, pointing at Mons's nose, attempting to adopt a serious expression to intimidate this nearly 2-meter-tall feet. Over surprise, Mons lowered his head slightly and pressed a kiss to her fingertip. The kiss felt like molten lava, causing Lu Dan to hastily retract her finger and hide it in her embrace. Mons gently lifted Lu Dan, moving her to a clean stone at the cave entrance. Please wait patiently for me, all right? Lu Dan was entranced by Mons's deep voice, nodding dreamily. She occasionally peeked her head out to watch Mons tidying up inside the cave, then quickly withdrew, delighting in her own happiness before stealthily peering out again. Mons had long since noticed Lu Dan's little antics and allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of a smile had crept onto his perpetually stern visage. His movements were swift. By the time Lita peeked out for the 5th time, he had already tidied the disheveled cave. Lita believed her subtle antics had gone unnoticed by Mons, but when she stealthily revealed her head once more, a kiss landed squarely on her lips. Mons stepped back slightly, gazing at the somewhat dazed Lita, his delight growing with each glance. In a fleeting moment, Lita succumbed to Mons's fervent affection, overwhelmed by its intensity. By the time her senses returned, gently pushing Mons away, it was too late. Her face bore the marks of the great bear's kisses. Blushing, Lita rose, clearing her throat a couple of times, and feigned seriousness as she entered the cave to commence her inspection. The cobwebs have been dealt with quite thoroughly. Mons followed closely behind her, a playful tone in his voice. So, what reward do I get? After rounding a stone platform, Lita halted, and Mons embraced her from behind. With a smile, she patted his hand and replied, "What reward do you desire? How about a kiss?" Roar! Lita playfully smacked Mons's hand. "You are quite greedy. Look at the dust covering the ground. I haven't even punished you yet." Then, Mons's gaze darkened. "How about I punish you with a kiss?" Having tasted sweetness, the great white bear began to exhibit some insatiable greed, his beastly nature surfacing as he made his demands. That wasn't a punishment? It sounds rather akin to a reward to me. Lita nudged Mons, urging him to clean the floor quickly, lamenting, "If only we had some water." The sight of the dust on the ground gave her a headache. If we could sprinkle water on the floor, it would be much easier to sweep away the dirt. "Mons, do you know how to transport some water here?" Mons did not grasp Lita's meaning. "Are you thirsty? I can take you to the stream. The water there is quite sweet." Lita shook her head, pointing at the thick layer of dust on the ground. "I need water to sprinkle on the floor." So the dust one tea fly everywhere. When we cleaned, he knew he must fulfill the request of the female. But how could he transport water that could slip through his fingers into the cave? Observing Mons's troubled expression, Lita realized the truth. The beastmen knew nothing of clothing and certainly lacked containers for carrying water. Her gaze fell upon a large, broken tree outside. She tugged at Mons. "Over there. There's a big tree." Upon reaching the tree, Mons watched Lita, gesturing beside it, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Not only was he curious, but many in the tribe were also intrigued. The commotion caused by their arrival the previous night had spread rumors throughout the tribe that demons from hell had come to the settlement, accompanied by a female. Thus, throughout the morning, Lita noticed numerous beastmen passing by, casting scrutinizing glances in their direction. Particularly, the stares directed at Mons made her frown. They were unsympathetic, filled with malice. She crouched down, glaring back fiercely while quietly asking Mons, "Why do they keep staring at us?" Mons paused in his actions, gently turning Lita's head back to ensure her gaze was fixed on him before replying. Perhaps they were just curious. When Lita continued to observe the other beastmen with inquisitive eyes, Mons's round pupils suddenly narrowed into slits, his gaze turning menacing as he fixated on the beastmen pretending to pass by. Lita noticed the previously leisurely beastmen quickening their pace, and she turned back. Intrigued, "They're so strange." Mons, displeased by others monopolizing Lita's attention, asked, "What should I do?" At this point, Lita perked up, drawing a rough outline on the tree stump, approximately the height of a water bucket. Mons nodded. Transforming into his beast form, the familiar great white bear appeared before Lita. With a mere swipe of his paw, the tree stump split cleanly in two. Lita directed Mons to hollow out the inside of the stump with his sharp claws, temporarily shaping it into a water bucket. Satisfied, she nodded. "Now we can transport water. Let us go get some." The massive white bear balanced a sizable wooden bucket as they made their way to the stream Mons had mentioned. The stream was not far from the tribe, merely a few minutes' walk. After filling the bucket with water, Mons turned to leave, only to find Lita had not followed. He looked back, puzzled, as he questioned, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Lita shook her head, her attention captivated by the dark soil at the edge of the stream. She reached out, gently touching it. Could this possibly be clay? The soil was a deep red, feeling exceptionally fine to the touch, and it did not collapse when wet. Lita's eyes lit up. If there was clay, she could attempt to create cups, bowls, or various containers. "Mons, let us take some soil back." Lita looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mons, feeling a flutter in his chest, indulgently nodded. He searched for a large leaf, scooping up a hefty amount of clay, while balancing the wooden bucket on his shoulder. He awkwardly returned to the tribe. "Lita, what do you need this clay for?" Mons placed the lump of earth at the cave entrance. Bewildered, "Oh, you wouldn't understand," Lita replied, her gaze filled with hope. "I might be able to use this clay to make some containers. That way, we can store some liquids." Mons looked down at the lump, unable to fathom how it could contain anything that might slip through his fingers. Yet, Since Lita had expressed this desire, he was internally supportive. Even if it didn't work out, it could serve as a pleasant diversion. Chapter 17. Lita can no longer hear. Gazing at the newly refreshed cave, an emptiness stirred anxiety within Lita. Let us go hunting. She suddenly declared, in this uncharted world, an ample supply of food would provide her with the security she desperately sought. Upon hearing Lita's words, Mons transformed into his beast form, the familiar great white bear reappearing in Lita's sight. He lowered his head, lying down on the ground. Lita skillfully climbed onto his back, stepping onto his forelimbs. Despite having known each other for only a few days, their synergy was remarkable. The forest here differed significantly from that in front of Mons's cave. The two landscapes were clearly distinct. The forest near Mons's cave bore a harsh, realistic quality, while this one appeared whimsical, akin to a fairy tale. Along their path, flowers and small animals surrounded them, prompting Lita to gasp in delight. This place is truly unlike Earth. Suddenly, her gaze was captured by a creature, and Lita's eyes widened. She whispered to Mons, "Mons, what is that?" Pointing at a being with human legs and a fish's body. Such a bizarre creature seemed to belong solely to the realm of animation, and Lita rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The creature moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, only its swishing tail remained visible. Lacking a name, it could traverse both water and land. Sensing no danger, Lita patted Mons' back and nimbly slid down from his forelegs. She knelt on the ground, examining a series of tiny footprints. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the mixture of mud and perspiration smeared across her face, though she remained oblivious to it was indeed stiflingly hot in this forest. Upon hearing Mons's inquiry, she straightened her posture. "You don't understand, do you? This is called a trap." She was currently digging a deep hole in the ground with stones, sharp wooden spikes concealed beneath. Carefully, Lita laid a layer of dry leaves over the pit. Mons watched, bewildered by the series of actions. Would this indeed capture prey? All right, Lita climbed back onto Mons's back. "We'll check back in a bit." She glanced back at the trap, which was a rudimentary attempt she had learned from a book. Hoping for success, she certainly did not wish to be a continual hindrance to Mons in this perilous world. Lita's trap was a small endeavor. Mons was the true hunter. Suddenly, his ears perked up. Mons placed Lita atop a tall tree, cautioning her earnestly, "The forest is dangerous. You stay up here and watch me not come down to Luke." Dan gazed at Mons with a smile, causing him to feel a touch of embarrassment. Initially, Mons's attention was fixated on Luke Dan with a look of deep concern, but upon meeting her intense gaze, he shyly averted his eyes. "You must." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Dan raised her hand and plucked a green leaf from above his head. With a sweet tone, she said, "I understand. You needn't worry about me. Just be cautious, all right?" Mons nodded, swiftly sliding down to the base of the tree. From her vantage point, Lu Dan could fully observe Mons's actions. His white fur stood out vividly against the lush greenery of the forest. Yet when he crouched down, he became completely concealed. He lowered his breath, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Shortly after, a plump creature resembling a modern deer ambled leisurely past Mons. Stopping to graze without noticing the nearly 1-ton carnivore lurking behind the bushes. With a powerful thrust of his hind legs, Mons sprang into action. Lu Dan's heart raced in tandem, and instinctively, she slowed her breathing. Her eyes fixed intently on him. The deer sensed the impending danger and let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Lu Dan covered her ears, the piercing cry penetrating through her palms. Relentlessly assaulting her senses, dizziness washed over her, and she quickly grasped a nearby branch to steady herself. The scream abruptly ceased, plunging the world back into silence. Shaking her head, she noticed a lingering buzzing in her ears. A sweet taste surged in her throat, prompting her to cover her mouth as she coughed softly, revealing bright red blood on her palm. Lowering her gaze, she saw Mons returning, having successfully completed his hunt. A massive prey clutched in his jaws. She quickly wiped the blood on the rough bark of a tree. "Mons, you are truly remarkable," Lu Dan praised without reservation. She circled the deer a few times, her proximity revealing a striking impact. Now that she was off the tree, she could see that this deer bore an unusual appearance. with large compound eyes and prickly fur, resembling a fusion of a deer and a bee. Noticing the female's glistening eyes, Mons felt a twinge of humility. Remarking that he was not particularly impressive, they dragged the freshly processed prey back to a place they called home. Lu Dan tapped her head lightly. Still reeling from the sonic assault of the earlier creature, her ears buzzing incessantly. The surrounding sounds were muffled, as if obscured by a layer of glass. Lu Dan. Mons approached her side, gently tapping her shoulder. And only then did she realize he was calling her. She forced a smile and asked, "What is it?" "Hurry, gather some wood, and I will prepare roasted meat for you." Her smile remained, but Mons, frowning, reached out to touch her ear. "Are you injured? Can you still hear me?" Lu Dan inwardly lamented. The language of this world differed from that of Earth, rendering her unable to decipher Mons's lip movements. She could only vaguely respond. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Otherwise, I will roast the meat for you later." This further confirmed Mons's suspicions. He scooped her up in his arms, agilely navigating the steep rocks until they arrived at a cave. It was pitch dark, with a chilling breeze wafting through. Instinctively, Lu Dan clung to Mons's arm. "Where is this? It looks like a wizard's lair." Her guess was partly correct, as Mons's lips moved, but Lu Dan could only nod, hoping to navigate through this with some semblance of success. Yet, observing Mons's furrowed brow, she surmised that her ruse likely failed. He anxiously touched her ear. Still unable to hear, Mons gazed into Lu Dan's eyes, full of laughter, and noticed blood on her ear, likely a consequence of the sonic attack. He began to blame himself for choosing to be dashed ear. It was entirely his fault that Lu Dan was hurt. Forcing a strained smile, he kissed her forehead, assuring her, "You'll be fine." Chapter 18. You will eventually endanger her. Stay close to me. Lu Dan. Mons grasped her hand, gradually leading her into the darkness. Enveloped by shadows, Lu Dan felt a twinge of unease. As a human, she was incapable of seeing in the dark. Coupled with her ears only perceiving a vague buzzing, her anxiety intensified. Cold sweat beaded in her palms. And Mons immediately sensed it, gently pulling her into his embrace. With her sight obscured and hearing impaired, her sense of smell became remarkably acute, and she recognized the familiar scent surrounding her, reassuring her that Mons would always be there to protect her. The tension she had been holding onto gradually eased. She stumbled over a protruding rock. Mons swiftly caught her, fearful of another fall, and cradled her in his arms. That Lu Dan rested her hand on his shoulder, leaning against him like a sloth. "Uncle Kawi." Mons's tone shifted, becoming peculiar as he took advantage of Lu Dan's inability to see or hear. Sensing the vibrations in his chest, she realized he was speaking to someone. Leaved, a massive brown bear suddenly stood, unwelcoming of Mons's unexpected visit. "Get out." Lu Dan felt a formidable and fierce aura, curling deeper into Mons's embrace. She whispered, "Who is there?" Upon hearing her voice, Kawi retracted his imposing presence. "Why have you brought the emissary?" "My female is injured." The bee-deer's sound has traumatized her ears, and she seems unable to hear. Mons emphasized "my female," casting a defiant glance at Kawi. "Yours?" Kawi huffed disdainfully. "You think you are worthy? You lowly rat harboring sinister intentions." Mons gently brushed aside Lu Dan's hair, revealing a small pattern at the nape of her neck, identical to a mark on his face. The tiny design shimmered with a golden hue in the darkness, seemingly responding to a call, causing the mark on Mons's face to also radiate. Intrigued by the faint glow, Lu Dan reached out and lightly poked it. "I am not here for nostalgia. My female is injured." "Give me the medicine." Kawi paused. "I wish to speak with the female alone." In the darkness, Mons's claws extended and retracted repeatedly, his expression cold. "Very well." He watched Lu Dan's alabaster profile, declaring, "This female is mine. Her heart belongs to me." "Lu Dan, you'll choose me, won't you? If not." Mons caught the floating eyeball-shaped herb, gently kissing Lu Dan's lips. "Do not make the wrong choice." "My female." That a slippery substance was pushed into her mouth. And instinctively, she opened her lips, allowing it to slide down her throat. Lu Dan smacked her lips, finding no discernible flavor. The medicine's effects were not immediate, and Mons, honoring his promise, stood to leave. Suddenly, she grasped his wrist. rising alongside him. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? What if you forget about me here? She thought she spoke softly, but her voice echoed loudly within the cave. Mons chuckled. Stay here for now. Lu Dan rubbed her ears, managing to faintly hear some sounds, likely due to the herb taking effect, though they remained unclear. What did you say? She nearly shouted. Sensing Mons prying her hands away, panic set in. Aren't you taking me with you? Her voice trembled as she scanned the darkness, seeing nothing but blackness. Mons. Her voice quivered with impending tears. Hey, as soon as he released her hand, she lost sight of him. Even the familiar scent had vanished. Mons, where are you? I'm so scared. She sank to the ground, feeling increasingly aggrieved as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Female. An aged voice resonated. Lu Dan instantly ceased her sobbing. She could hear again. She could hear someone calling her name. The wind outside. The chirping of birds. How wonderful. Mons, I can't hear. Female. Mons is not here. Confused, Lu Dan turned toward the voice, asking, Are you talking to me? Yes, I don't know you, D. Oh, you know where Mons has gone. I can't find him. Ledden extended her hand, groping until her fingers brushed against the icy wall, leaning her entire body against it. Kawe quietly observed Ledden and spoke. Do you know what kind of work Mons is? Upon hearing his voice mention Mons, Ledden seemed to open up like a floodgate. That I know. Mons is a good person. He's handsome and treats me well that I really like him. Have you met Mons? Ledden continued her monologue. If you were to see him, you would surely like him too, though he doesn't say much. He is genuine and attentive. As Ledden enumerated Mons's virtues, her cheeks grew increasingly warm as she covered her flushed face with her hands. After a moment of bashfulness, she suddenly noticed that the voice had fallen silent. Why aren't you speaking? Do you know what Mons is doing? I couldn't hear anything a moment ago. He must have said something to me. You have been deceived by Mons, Kawe replied coolly. He is not as you perceive. He is cunning, possessive, and skilled at masquerading. Ledden furrowed her brow. Have you spent time with him? Kawe fell silent. No, right? I've spent time with him. Ledden fidgeted with her fingers, growing agitated. So on what grounds do you speak ill of Mons? Is it merely because he looks different from you? A mocking smile crossed Ledden's lips. You ostracize him just because he is not like you. Have you ever considered how lonely it is for a social creature to be alone in the wild? How did that little bear manage to survive in such a perilous environment? You are unwilling to learn about him at all, yet you hastily pass judgment. I do not wish to converse with you. Ledden braced herself against the wall, standing up and slowly stroking it as she walked away. His nature is vile. That was determined from birth, Kawe murmured, a hint of emotion flickering in his eyes. He closed them, appearing somewhat weary. You are heading in the wrong direction, he said, observing as Ledden's hand almost touched her own claws. The exit is behind you. Embarrassed, Ledden turned around, determined to save face. That of course I know. I was just taking a look around. Kawe glanced past Ledden's figure to the white bear standing outside, and he felt as if he were gazing upon his sister. Perhaps this female was indeed correct. Yet he could not accept Mons, nor could he accept the mistakes he had made. That I hope you can be well with Mons, but he will inevitably bring you harm one day, Kawe thought. Believing that Mons, while with Ledden, would suppress the monstrous beast within. Mind your own business, Ledden declared loudly. We are fine together now, and it will only get better. She could already see sunlight streaming in through the cave entrance. Today is a beautiful day. Chapter 19. With a kiss, you are mine. She covered her eyes, suddenly blinded by the light, and tears of a physiological nature streamed down her face. What happened? What did he say to you? Mons stood before Ledden, shielding her from the blinding sunlight. Ledden lunged forward and embraced Mons. Where have you been? Didn't you say you would take me with you? As he watched the little female nearly sink into his body. Mons gazed at her with tender eyes. That I'm sorry. Humph. Ledden felt like a broken faucet, unable to control her tears. You liar. Do you have any idea how dark it is inside? Do you know how frightened I am? Hearing the quiver in Ledden's voice, Mons transformed into his human form, his massive hands cradling her face, gently wiping away her tears. What am I to do with you? Ledden tilted her head slightly, her delicate cheek brushing against Mons's rough palm, causing her a little pain, and her face flushed slightly. Yet Ledden did not stop. She desperately needed Mons's warmth. That don't leave me. I'm so scared. The facade she had maintained crumbled before Mons. Revealing her vulnerable core, Mons wrapped his arms tightly around Ledin, his gaze resolute, and he lowered his head to place a kiss atop her head. "I swear, I will never leave you. I will protect you forever. Until the day you tire of me," the gentle orc vowed, caring for Ledin as he spoke. "Leave my cave," Kawei's cold voice echoed from behind. Ledin turned to the dark cave, making a face. "Who wants to stay here?" "Mons, let us go home." She tilted her head, draping her arm over Mons' shoulder. Mons embraced Ledin and leaped into the air, landing on the other side of the stone platform. Ledin had become immune to such heights. She hung onto Mons, her long legs wrapped around his waist. Feeling his robust muscles, Ledin felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks blooming with color. She sensed a warmth building in her chest and gazed at Mons with sparkling eyes. "Am I sick?" Mons noticed the warmth in Ledin's breath. Causing his skin to flush, he softly inquired, "What is wrong?" Ledin shook her head. "I just find myself liking you more." "What should I do?" "What nonsense. He will bring me harm. Who knows what the future holds?" The most important thing was the present, wasn't it? Now she leaned against Mons, listening to his heartbeat, feeling entirely consumed by him. Falling in love, truly this joyful. Ledin felt as if she might float away from happiness. She was indeed easily satisfied. She rested her head against Mons' chest, attuned to the steady rhythm of his heart. "Mons, do you know?" Ledin did not lift her head. Maintaining her position that "I am an orphan. I grew up alone, working by myself. Always just me. Feeling so lonely until I met you." She raised her head, gazing into Mons' gentle hazel eyes. "Until I met you. You care for me, accompany me, and concern yourself with me." As she spoke, tears began to flow. "Mons," Ledin's voice trembled, "I am selfish. I am a bad person. I selfishly want to keep you by my side. You promised me you would never leave." Mons said nothing. He simply used his rough fingers to gently wipe away the tears on Ledin's face. Upon closer inspection, Mons' fingers trembled slightly as he swallowed hard, placing a kiss on the corner of Ledin's eye. "Ledin, you can rely on me. Lean on me. I am willing to do anything for you, as long as you remember to never leave me. I will give you everything you desire." The dragon-slaying warrior felt utterly at a loss before a female. Ledin instinctively closed her eyes. Mons' kiss was soft, like a butterfly landing at the corner of her eye. Gently taking flight once more, the skin there felt slightly itchy and warm. This kiss was fleeting, a mere brush of contact. Mons stiffly diverted his gaze, unable to look into Ledin's eyes. He had actually kissed his precious, fragile little female. In an instant, Mons felt the air within the cave grow thin. He struggled to breathe, his bronze face flushing red. Was this a consequence of his injury? Mons was perplexed by the peculiar sensations coursing through his body. Yet, Ledin gazed unwaveringly at the bashful man before her. Mons' demeanor was a stark contrast to his imposing physique. The tall man easily succumbed to shyness with the slightest touch. This feeling was delightful. And a subtle smile graced Ledin's lips. The formidable orc was perpetually anxious due to her actions, making Ledin feel cherished. She reached out, entwining her delicate fingers around the robust orc's neck, her slender arms radiant as snow. More tender than the petals of a rose, Ledin could sense the orc beneath her stiffening, his powerful muscles taut like stone. She rose on her toes, yet despite her efforts, she could not reach Mons' chin. This left the pampered Ledin somewhat dissatisfied. She cupped Mons' face with her slender, alabaster fingers. Her palm barely encompassed half of the orc's visage, prompting Mons to obediently lower his head, kneeling slightly upon the rough stone. The orc's posture was reverent as he lifted his gaze to meet Ledin's. Satisfied with the proximity of his cheek, Ledin beamed. She leaned in slowly, brushing past Mons' full forehead, his bright eyes, and the prominent bridge of his nose. Ultimately aiming for his lips, the noble queen bestowed her blessing. A kiss, the soft, sweet sensation on his lips rendered Mons motionless, allowing the petite female to take liberties he dared not breathe, holding his breath as the lack of oxygen caused a dizzy spell. His vision filled with Ledin's fair skin. Mons felt as though he were floating in midair. Otherwise, how could the hard, unyielding rocks beneath his knees feel so soft? After what seemed an eternity, Ledin finally released the earnest orc. allowing him to draw in deep breaths of fresh air, his sturdy chest rising and falling rhythmically. Laydan nestled comfortably in Mons's embrace on the ground, resembling a contented cat. "That I kissed you. Therefore, you are mine," she declared, lifting her head to reveal eyes sparkling with mischief. Though her words were threatening, her tone was endearingly playful. Mons felt a tingling in his ears as he responded with a hoarse, affirmative grunt. A flash of golden light surged into the orc's markings, deepening their hue. Mons warily raised his head. Chapter 20. What if I truly wish to kiss you? Several furry heads peeked from the cave entrance. Upon hearing Mons's stern voice, they hastily withdrew, but after a moment of silence in the cave, they cautiously re-emerged, completely enveloped in Mons's embrace. Laydan could not see what transpired outside, prompting her to whisper, "What is happening?" "Nothing," Mons replied, lowering his gaze to notice Laydan's slightly swollen lips before diverting his attention to a few small bears. Small bears? Laydan had never seen what the offspring of orcs looked like. She leaned on Mons's shoulder that was free of his hand, peering out. Sure enough, she spotted several sneaky little bears at the cave's entrance. Their round heads caught sight of Laydan, and one by one, they bashfully turned their rotund backs and scampered away. How adorable! Mons cast a dispassionate glance at the little rascals outside, his eyes devoid of warmth. "Laydan, do you like children?" Laydan pondered for a moment, then embraced Mons. "That I do not like children, for I fear I may not be a good mother." Any orc would vehemently disagree with Laydan's sentiment, as procreation was instinctual to them. However, Mons's eyes brightened. He tightened his embrace around Laydan and spoke in a voice so tender it could melt hearts. "I respect your decision, Laydan." Hearing Mons's words, Laydan chuckled softly. She solemnly cradled Mons's face and articulated each word carefully. "If the father of the child were Mons, I believe that would be quite splendid. Mons would undoubtedly make a good father." "Yes, that's so," Mons replied with a hint of indifference. "Caring for another cub would distract me. I would much prefer to devote all my attention to Laydan." The two newly enamored lovers, having just begun to kiss, were now earnestly discussing parenting. Laydan found herself amused by her own thoughts. "Yet you have yet to propose to me. How can I agree to be with you?" "Propose?" Mons inquired, perplexed. What is a proposal? When it came to such matters, Laydan felt a rare flush of embarrassment. "Essentially, you must ask me in front of many people if I will marry you. And there should be plenty of flowers, and a ring, of course. This should suffice," Laydan mused. She had only witnessed proposals in dramas before, finding them rather dull. Yet the thought of Mons proposing began to stir anticipation within her. Mons nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the petite female cherished flowers and lively gatherings. He then scooped Laydan up into his arms. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and instinctively, Laydan wrapped her arms around Mons's neck. His embrace offered a profound sense of safety. She rested her chin on his shoulder and planted a gentle kiss beside his face. No matter how she expressed it, words could never encapsulate the burgeoning love within her heart. Mons paused momentarily, lowering his gaze to Laydan. "What is it?" Laydan was yet unaware of what was transpiring. She merely noticed Mons's face drawing ever closer, his usually gentle eyes revealing a primal intensity. He leaned down, skillfully locating Laydan's lips and kissing her fervently. Laydan's eyes widened in surprise, and she gently pushed Mons away. Covering her now swollen lips, her breath quickened, and a blush crept across her cheeks. "You must know, I can only kiss you, understood?" Mons nodded, acquiescing to this audacious demand. "What if I truly wish to kiss you?" What had come over Mons today? He was far too flirtatious. "That will depend on my mood," he replied reluctantly, disheartened by the thought that he could not easily kiss the petite female in the future. But we have yet to eat," Laydan remarked, eyeing the source of her ear-splitting distraction, contemplating its dismemberment. Mons nodded, and Laydan smiled as she handed him a sharp wooden stick. "Let us start a fire by fracking wood. Do you remember how to do it?" Mons accepted the stick, seating himself upon a stone, and skillfully began to rotate it. Soon, a wisp of smoke began to rise. Quick as a flash, Laydan placed dry grass atop it, carefully cupping her hands around it and gently blowing on the smoke. The smoke thickened, and an orange flame erupted. Darkness gradually enveloped the forest. Two great suns sank below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the woods, bathing everything in a stunning HUE in the dimming twilight. The flames blazed even brighter, drawing the attention of numerous orcs nearby. What is this? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. It was created by Mons' female. The three sisters, Lilia, squeezed their way through the gathered orcs, carrying a massive bundle of dry grass to present to Laydan. Still slightly trembling, she stole a glance at Mons, who sat by the fire. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Mons lifted his head to meet Lilia's eyes. Her mind went blank in terror as she piled the grass in Alyden's arms, exclaiming, "Laydan, it's too late to dry the grass. We brought some for you." Laydan quickly stood, accepting the grass with gratitude. "Thank you, and I brought the meat of a giant rabbit I hunted," Kelly said, placing the massive rabbit atop the grass in Lyden's embrace. The combined weight of the rabbit and grass nearly toppled Laydan, but Mons supported her back with one hand and effortlessly took the burden, placing the grass in a corner of the cave while leaving the rabbit at the entrance. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Laydan glanced nervously at the grass. How could it be so heavy? Yet the three sisters and Mons appeared unfazed, proving that orcs were truly formidable beings. "What is this?" Nora inquired, her eyes widening with curiosity as she reached out to touch the fire. "Wait, don't touch." Laydan hurriedly attempted to stop Nora, but it was too late. Nora gasped, hiding her hands in her embrace. Her eyes filled with fear. "What is this?" "It bit me. It hurts." The orcs, witnessing the female's injury, instinctively assumed battle stances. As Mons stepped out of the cave, he saw numerous giant bears surrounding it, baring their sharp teeth and emitting threatening growls from their throats. The scene was terrifying. Mons feared they intended to attack Laydan, transforming into a giant bear himself to shield her from harm. "Wait, Mons, they are not here to attack me." Ludan's voice was drowned out by the undulating growls of the beastmen. Her throat nearly hoarse from her loud cries. Chapter 21. I will marry you. What has happened? The village chief came in, called out from behind the enormous bears. "Chief, a peculiar entity has attacked the females. It was conjured by the females of Mons." The beastmen parted to make way for the chief as Cayman approached the flickering flames, scrutinizing them with great care. "What is this thing? I have never encountered anything like it before," he commanded the beastmen beside him. "Bring the shaman over. Let him take a look." Dan circumvented the stout forelegs of Mons and approached Cayman directly. In comparison to the beastmen, humans appeared overwhelmingly diminutive. She declared loudly, "Chief, this is not a thing. It is fire." "Fire?" Kawe had arrived, panting as he reached the center of the beastly congregation. The gusts of breath escaping his nostrils nearly extinguished the flames, and he squinted at the phenomenon. "Is this truly called fire?" Ludan nodded. "It lacks life and will not harm you." She turned her gaze to reassure Mons, who retracted his exposed fangs and licked his nose with his long tongue. "Fire emits heat, capable of warming food and providing warmth. So we must not draw too close, lest we be scorched by its intensity." "Is it truly that wondrous?" Lilia inquired. She took Nora's hand, noticing that her fingers were singed and reddened. "Though it did not seem severe," Ludan nodded, skewering a piece of giant rabbit meat with a sharp twig and placing it over the flames to roast. In no time, the air was filled with the rich aroma of the roasted meat. As the ample fat of the giant rabbit sizzled and crackled in the fire, the enticing scent wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the beastmen, who twitched their noses at the delectable aroma. They had never encountered anything so fragrant. Yes, soon as Ludan touched down, she made her way to the nearly extinguished firewood, kneeling carefully to blow gently on it. She watched as the dying flames rekindled with vigor. "Thank goodness it did not extinguish," Ludan murmured to herself. She placed the meat skewer atop the pile, where the flames licked eagerly at the vibrant red meat. Before long, the once vivid red transformed into a deep brown, the internal fats rendering and coating the surface evenly, releasing a savory fragrance. The skewer was complete. Ludan lifted the aromatic roasted meat and proclaimed, "This is the allure of fire. It can warm food through heat." "How delightful!" Kaylee exclaimed, inhaling deeply. "I have never encountered a scent so exquisite. Is it delicious?" Ludan nodded and offered the skewer to Kaylee. Hesitating for a moment, Kaylee ultimately passed it to the village chief. The giant bear's form grasped the skewer as if it were a mere toothpick. With a sudden sound, Cayman transformed back into his human form. This was Lu Dan's first sight of a beast man. Aside from Ons, shifting back into their human shape, they were all remarkably muscular and tall. Village Chief Cayman's brown eyes appraised the skewer as he tentatively took a bite. His expression remained impassive as his son. Ovi anxiously inquired, "Father, is it tasty?" Cayman handed the skewer beneath him to Ovi, who also transformed back into his human form, taking a hearty bite. His eyes visibly brightened. "Be why the beast god, I have never tasted anything so delicious." The crowd's exuberant praises left Lu Dan feeling somewhat bashful. "This eye isn't even the best. If only we had salt for seasoning and could drain the blood before hunting, the flavor would be even better." "Is fire truly that miraculous?" Kawe approached, observing intently. In comparison to the allure of the meat, he was more intrigued by the burning flames. "How did you summon it, child? Can you share with me?" Lu Dan nodded, harboring no selfishness, or perhaps she simply had not intended to conceal the means of creating fire from the beginning. Since her arrival in the Beastman tribe, she had discovered that they were social creatures, largely akin to humans. Yet Mons was excluded from this, that if she were to survive alone for an extended period, it would surely lead to despair. If she could seize this opportunity to help Mons integrate into the tribe, it would be splendid. Lu Dan glanced at Mons, the snow-white giant bear, standing out amidst the brown bears. "Let Mons demonstrate for you." Mons silently nodded. He picked up a pointed stick and, under the gaze of the crowd, began to rotate it rapidly. His movements were fluid, imbued with the unique strength of the beastmen. A sheen of thin sweat glistened on his muscular arms, illuminated by the nearby fire. The eyes of the beastmen were captivated by the motions of Mons's hands. While Ladan's attention was solely fixed on Mons himself, if aware of her gaze, Mons slightly raised his head to meet her eyes. His expression was intensely focused, seemingly placing greater importance on Lu Dan than on conjuring the flames. They locked eyes, transcending time and space, leaving Lu Dan with an otherworldly sensation. Did Mons truly exist? Had she really found such an extraordinary beastman? Was he real? Lu Dan's gaze grew increasingly bewildered. Suddenly, a cry broke through her thoughts. "Fire! Fire! The fire has been created!" The beastmen exclaimed in astonishment. Now, the sky had fully darkened. The last traces of orange light from the sun had vanished, and the earth was enveloped in darkness. The entire forest plunged into silence. Only the Beastman tribe erupted with excited shouts as they clustered around the flames, marveling at this wondrous phenomenon that a small Beastman reached out his fuzzy hands, curiously wanting to touch the flames, only to be grasped by a gentle hand. The Beastman raised his innocent eyes to find a remarkably beautiful female. Her gaze was soft, her almond-shaped eyes slightly curved, her lips the hue of lovely blossoms, radiating a gentle allure under the firelight, akin to flowers blooming on a cliff. The small beastman shyly hid behind his mother, peeking out to observe this enchanting female. "Be careful. It can hurt you," he was warned. The small beastman nodded, bashfully retreating, only to cautiously peek out again after a while. "My name is Ire. May I ask this beautiful female her name?" Ludan was amused by the small beastman and smiled. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ire. My name is Ludan." The small beastman nodded. "I shall remember Ludan when I grow up and become a strong beastman. I will marry you, Mary." Ludan chuckled, bemused as she looked down at the little bear who barely reached her thigh. The competition among beastmen so intense that even a juvenile is bound to a marriage contract. A pair of strong hands wrapped around Ludan's shoulders, gently pulling her into an embrace. This action silently exuded possessiveness. Chapter 22. The Messenger of the Beast God. Mons's eyes glowed with displeasure as he glared menacingly at Ire. "She is my wife." Carl, gazing at the entirely white figure, fearfully hid behind his mother. Rumors swirled in the village that this snow-white creature was a demon from hell, an enemy of the beast god. Ludan patted Mons's chest. "He is still just a child. Why be so fierce?" Mons's expression did not soften at her words. He continued to glare at the small beastman. "The beastmen are all possessive. If he desires you, he is my enemy." But Ludan attempted to interject, Suddenly, Mons kissed Lu Dan in front of Ire, a kiss unlike any previous, filled with possession and ferocity, embodying the dominance of a beast man. He instinctively bit Lu Dan's lip. Claiming her breath for himself, Lu Dan grasped Mons' shoulders, struggling to speak amidst the tempestuous kiss. "Stop, Mons. I cannot breathe." Only then did Mons reluctantly release her lips. He cradled the weakened Lu Dan in his arms and, out of Ire's sight, silently mouthed, "She is mine. Demon! Demon!" Ire thought to himself. Overwhelmed, he worriedly glanced at Lu Dan, who appeared so frail in the clutches of this demon. Poor Lu Dan. When I grow up and become even stronger than Mons, I will surely rescue her. Lu Dan remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. She felt utterly drained, leaning against the solid wall of muscle. She turned her head, playfully biting Mons. "I have told you before. Only I shall kiss you." Mons extended his hand to smooth out the disheveled hair of Loden, gently whispering, "I apologize. I shall act thus in similar circumstances next time." "You." Loden huffed with indignation. Fortunately, the attention of the others was captivated by the flames. Leaving the dark corner unnoticed, where a young orc's heart lay grievously wounded, Kavi stared intently at the flickering flames and turned to Loden, inquiring, "Loden, is this not a wondrous divine phenomenon? Is the fire a reward bestowed upon you by the beast god?" Instinctively, Loden shook her head, but then, as if struck by a revelation, she glanced back at Mons, who held her close. Nodding, she declared, "This is a gift from the beast god to Mons. He is the messenger of the beast god upon this continent." Upon hearing Loden's words, the orcs murmured in awe that "I knew Mons was different from us. Indeed, his hunting prowess is remarkable. Is he truly the messenger of the beast god? Why not? Have you not heard? The messenger of the beast god descends bearing a sun that burns in the darkness, guiding the orcs towards prosperity." The gazes of the orcs towards Mons shifted from wariness to reverence. At that moment, Mons, concealed in the shadows, raised his head in disbelief, his eyes shimmering with light against the night. Loden smiled at him, reaching out to grasp his rough, long fingers, offering a soothing caress. Kavi observed the two, engaged in subtle gestures, recalling Loden's earlier words in the cave. "Since Mons is the messenger of the beast god, let us invite him to reside in our orc tribe and bestow blessings upon us." The priest's words held great weight within the tribe, and the orcs quickly embraced this notion. The flames flickered twice, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Divine fire, why dost thou not shine?" Ovi, who had been licking the roasting stick, was the first to notice the state of the fire, exclaiming loudly, "My heavens!" Village chief came and lowered his head slightly, anxiously asking Loden, "What shall we do? Have our actions angered the great beast god?" Loden shook her head, explaining that fire requires energy. With that, she tossed some dry branches into the ashes, watching as the nearly extinguished fire reignited. Fire may consume branches, hence, caution is paramount in its use. "Lest we incinerate the forest." Loden's expression turned serious as she addressed the orcs, reiterating that while fire brings convenience, it is also fraught with danger, urging them to exercise care. The orcs nodded in agreement. The sight of towering bears obediently heeding the words of a petite human was somewhat comical. "Let us gather some stones to pile in the open space. It is quite barren there, and we need not fear the flames igniting the surrounding trees." Unbeknownst to them, Loden had quietly established her authority within the orc tribe. Shadows of the great bears continued to flit through the forest, their movements startling some birds and shattering the tranquility of the night. Typically, at this hour, they would be asleep, yet the birth of fire ignited their excitement. Following Loden's instructions, they scoured for numerous stones of suitable size, amassing them in the center of the tribe. The orcs worked swiftly, gathering a substantial number of stones in no time, stacking them high. Loden smiled as she observed the industrious orcs, her peripheral vision catching a gaze. She turned to find her eyes meeting Mons. Mons awkwardly averted his gaze, pretending to focus on the stone pile. "Were you just stealing glances at me?" Loden leaned against Mons' chest. The chill of the night seeped through her bones, the cold wind biting at her skin. Yet the orcs seemed impervious to the cold, remaining bare-chested despite the frigid temperature. Even the three sisters showed no signs of discomfort, donning the dresses Loden had made for them during the day. No, Mons did not lie. His tone was stiff as he denied it, his face involuntarily flushing. Realizing Loden might feel a bit cold, he instinctively pulled her closer into his embrace. Mons enveloped Loden like a warm blanket. "Is that so?" Loden squinted, savoring the steady rhythm of Mons' heartbeat. "Then who was it that stole a glance at me just now?" Mons remained silent, tightening his grip around her arm. "What should I do?" Loden feigned distress. "Sing, I felt that the one who glanced at me had a fervent gaze, precisely my type. If it wasn't you, then let me go. I must seek out the owner of that gaze." As she spoke, she pretended to push Mons away. Mons' expression darkened. He firmly grasped Loden, pulling her back into his embrace with a possessive strength. "It was me." He raised an eyebrow. "Who else do you wish to seek other than me?" The situation shifted dramatically, leaving Loden bewildered as to how she had suddenly found herself at a disadvantage. She looked up into Mons' eyes, asking, "Then why did you not admit to stealing a glance at me earlier?" Mons, caught off guard by Loden's forthrightness, felt a flush of embarrassment. I can never help but steal glances at you, Loden, yet I fear that you may not appreciate such behavior, given my peculiar appearance." Loden frowned slightly, raising her hand to gently lift Mons' face, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. Mons seemed unaware of what it meant to be considered unattractive. His face was extraordinarily handsome, with large, round eyes, long, curled eyelashes, a high nose, and lips that matched Loden's preferences. For him to claim he was ugly was absurd. If Mons were to be transported to modern times, he could easily become a star. "Mons, you must understand that you are quite handsome." Loden revealed her feelings for the first time, feeling a bit shy, yet mustering the courage to reassure the self-deprecating Mons. "You are not strange. You are unique. And it is this uniqueness that allows me to spot you among the multitude of orcs that Loden." Lilia interjected hesitantly from the side, holding a stone as she witnessed the two parting ways. Feeling like an unwitting disruptor of the moment, she shot a fierce glare at her two sisters hiding at a distance, feeling wrong to be cast in the role of the villain. Loden, using the pretext of brushing her hair to mask her embarrassment, inquired, "What is it, Lilia?" "Everyone has gathered the stones. I just wanted to ask what we should do next," Loden replied, nodding and leading the way. With Mons awkwardly trailing behind her, they arrived at the center of the village's open space, which was quite spacious and devoid of flora, making it an ideal location. She directed the orcs to excavate a hole of moderate size in the ground, then instructed them to dig a suitable trench alongside it. The ground was encircled with the stones they had just gathered, forming a circle approximately a few dozen centimeters in height. Thus, a makeshift outdoor stove was completed. With the stones providing a barrier, there was no need to worry about ashes scattering everywhere. The trench below could collect the burnt ashes without affecting the ongoing combustion of the flames. Chapter 23. The Master of Skewers. Loden cast a glance at Mons, who understood her unspoken cue. He grasped a piece of burning wood with his bare hands, carefully placing it in the center of the circle. Adding several dry branches, the ancient boiler ignited for the first time. With ample fuel, the flames surged upward, burning more fiercely, emanating warmth and the scent of burning wood. All the orcs of the tribe gathered around the bonfire. Witnessing this grand spectacle, Ovi hesitantly approached Loden, but as he drew near, he was shoved aside by Mons, sent sprawling. Ovi felt as though he had been struck by a wild boar, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Struggling to regain his footing, he pressed a hand to his aching ribs and pointed an accusatory finger at Mons. "You." His father, Cayman, shot him a disapproving glare, causing Ovi to promptly quiet down. Kavi chuckled, saying to Cayman, "It seems Mons is already bonded with your son. The messenger of the beast god will soon integrate into our tribe. Mungsi is indeed the favored one of this tribe, as well as the esteemed messenger of the beast god in the mortal realm." Awe could only suppress the simmering anger within him, but he approached Loden once more, this time with a newfound caution. Stopping 3 paces away, he greeted her, "Hello, Loden. I am Awe." Loden, her expression devoid of emotion, nodded slightly. She remembered Awe, the one who had turned her cave into a chaotic mess and had spoken ill of Mungsi. Noticing that the usually gentle Loden was cold towards him, Awe pondered what might have offended her. However, recalling the delicious skewers he had just savored, Aowei could only shamelessly continue. Everyone has been busy throughout the night and is quite hungry. Might I implore you to prepare that marvelous meat once more? Marvelous meat. You mean the skewers? Ledin replied, glancing at the eager faces of the beasts surrounding her. She composed herself and nodded modestly. A chorus of enthusiastic howls erupted from the depths of Buno Canyon, the sounds of the orcs reveling in their joy. The uproar was deafening, startling every bird in the forest into flight. Ledin could scarcely have imagined herself transforming into a master skewer chef, serving ancient orcs who were now lined up patiently, each towering at 2 meters tall. The once ferocious orcs now appeared as docile as kittens, each drooling and gazing intently at the skewers in Ledin's hands. The fat sizzled and crackled, the aroma wafting through the night air to distant places. With her movements becoming somewhat mechanical, Ledin turned the skewers over. Observing the orcs devouring their food, she found it puzzling that such unseasoned meat could be so delectable. Moreover, she had noticed that the orcs hadn't bled out the meat, leaving it both bloody and tasteless. Why were they relishing it so much? Ledin's thoughts wandered back to the small dogs she once cared for, who also feasted on bland fare. Dogs and bears, their tastes must be somewhat similar. She mused, her gaze toward the orcs filled with affection. The orcs chewed noisily, savoring their feast. Furrowing her brow, Ledin tilted her head to listen more closely. Rolling her eyes, she raised her voice to the orcs indulging in their meal. You can't eat the skewers. This scene felt oddly familiar. She discreetly slipped the plumpest skewer into Mengxi's hands, using a stone for cover. Quick, eat this, but don't let anyone see, she whispered to him. Ledin found herself engaging in the very behavior she had once despised, leveraging her position to satisfy her own desires. Mengxi, previously agitated by Aowei's proximity to Ledin, felt his temper ease at her presence. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he offered Ledin a brief smile. Mengxi rarely smiled, or perhaps he seldom displayed any expression at all. That smile was fleeting. Staring at Mengxi's handsome profile, Ledin found herself momentarily entranced. Unable to look away, Ledin, the long line finally reached Aowei. Under the influence of the skewers, he forgot all about competing with other males for Ledin's attention. His eyes were glued to the skewers, completely overlooking the delicate hands that held them. Just as he was about to taste the flavor he had longed for, the skewer's master seemed to be lost in a reverie while gazing at Mengxi. Aowei's mouth opened and closed as he considered calling out to Ledin, but remembering her frosty demeanor toward him, he decided it might be best to wait and not press her. However, Ledin remained lost in thought, her gaze fixed on that detestable Mengxi. What was it about that orc that captivated her so? Aowei glared at Mengxi with a fierce intensity. The orc's keen nose twitched, catching an unfamiliar, pungent scent. Following the aroma, it seemed to emanate from the skewer that Ledin held so dearly. Finally, Aowei could no longer concern himself with his impression in Ledin's eyes, anxiously calling out her name. Ledin, startled, Ledin turned to face Aowei. What is it? Aowei nearly resorted to gesturing wildly, pointing at the skewer. Following his finger, Ledin looked down. The skewer had been cooked for too long, emitting a burnt odor. Her foggy mind began to clear, and she hurriedly flipped the skewer, but it was already too late. The end had become dark and hard from the charring. Embarrassed, Ledin smiled sheepishly, then handed the charred skewer to Aowei, who had been waiting. I'm sorry, Aowei. Just make do with this for now. There are so many orcs waiting to eat, and we shouldn't waste any time. That Aowei's eyes widened in disbelief as he accepted the burnt skewer. Holding back the acrid smell, he tentatively took a bite, his features contorting in discomfort. Observing Aowei's pained expression, Ledin couldn't help but chuckle secretly at Mengxi. This was a way to get back at him, albeit indirectly. Mengxi shook his head indulgently, his gaze softening as he looked at Ledin. Suddenly, Ledin's expression changed, and she sternly admonished, Mengxi, you are not allowed to eat the skewer. Realizing too late, Mengxi concealed the skewer stick he had inadvertently consumed behind his back. Ledin felt utterly exhausted. These orcs resembled overly demanding large dogs. Rubbing her arms, she noted how sore they were from holding the skewers all night. Ledin, you look tired. Mengxi was always quick to notice Ledin's state. He took the skewer from her hands. You should rest. Chapter 24. The versatile artist, the orc revelry continued deep into the night, only ceasing when the sun began to peak above the horizon, leaving them still yearning for more. Ledin stifled a yawn, her fatigue palpable, and she leaned in one direction, tumbling into a warm embrace. Mengsi caught her effortlessly and cradled her horizontally as he made his way back to the cave. The cave appeared much as it had the previous day. The dust barely swept away, and the water stains on the floor evaporated. The air within remained somewhat damp. In one corner lay a soft, fluffy pile of hay. The massive orc carefully placed Ledin in the center of the hay, the softest spot available. As her back touched the solid ground, Ledin rolled over, instinctively reaching out for something familiar and warm. Mengsi lay beside her, the poor orc having a significant portion of his body resting on the cold, hard rock. When her hand finally found the warmth she recognized, Ledin nestled into Mengsi's embrace, both of them fitting together seamlessly, as if they had been born to complement one another. The breath she exhaled brushed against Mengsi's skin, causing a tickling warmth that he closed his eyes, forcing himself to sleep. It was not until the sun rose high the next day that the forest began to awaken. Even the chill in the air transformed into warmth. Ledin pushed away from the clingy embrace of Mengsi, rolling over. The moment she did so, Mengsi opened his eyes alertly, noticing Ledin beside him, and drew her close once more. Ledin felt stifled by the heat. Mengsi's body radiated warmth like a small furnace. This furnace clung to her tightly, resisting all her attempts to push away that a sheen of sweat covered her skin, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, she opened her eyes to "Oh, hot." Mengsi sat up as well, awkwardly lifting a thin shirt with stiff hands, comically presenting it before Ledin. "What is it?" Mengsi pressed his lips together, put on some clothes. He nervously maneuvered the sleeves of the thin garment, treating it with utmost care, just as he would with his female, lest it tear. Ledin, are you awake?" came the call from the cave entrance. Quickly, Ledin responded, "Kylie, I'm already up." After spending the previous day together, the three sisters no longer felt such profound fear of Mengsi, though they still dared not meet his pale gaze. "Ledin, since you've just moved in, do you need us to help with anything?" Looking at the sisters, who remained as cool as ever, Ledin attempted to shield herself. But they merely stared at her in confusion. "I need your help." Ledin turned her back, standing on tiptoe to cover Mengsi's eyes, her tone anxious. "You mustn't look, hurry and go outside. She certainly does not wish for her boyfriend to gaze upon other women." Lu Dan has developed a profound sense of possessiveness from the depths of her heart. Mengsi did not inquire as to the reason. Instead, he obediently exited the cave without looking back. Upon witnessing the robust silhouette of the man, Lu Dan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She greeted the three sisters, saying, "I need you to put on some clothes." "Clothes?" The three sisters exchanged glances. Bewildered by the concept of clothing, "I asked at what you are wearing." Lu Dan nodded, and the sisters displayed an unprecedented enthusiasm. Lilia tugged at the hem of Lu Dan's garment, exclaiming, "What is this? How marvelous! We have never seen anything like it." Lu Dan patiently explained that it's called a shirt made of fabric. "Wow, can we have one too?" Lu Dan hesitated. "Creating clothes is quite complicated. However, I can fashion a skirt for you out of leaves for the time being." The three sisters encircled Lu Dan, observing her deft fingers at work. During her university days, Lu Dan had participated in a club, although she had only made garments for dolls before. Thankfully, she had not lost her touch. She threaded branches through the green leaves and tied a simple knot at the end, resulting in a rudimentary skirt. It appeared simple yet elegant, a leaf-made skirt displayed before the onlookers. "Wow, Lu Dan, you are truly amazing." The female orcs quickly accepted the garment draped upon them, for they were inherently beauty-loving girls. "Thank you." Lu Dan Nora twirled around in the cave, watching as the green leaves swayed with their movements. The group departed in high spirits, each adorned with a skirt, even forgetting the reason for their visit to Lu Dan Mengsi. She called out. Mengsi's beast ears, hidden beneath his white hair, twitched, and he swiftly turned around. Jogging towards Lu Dan, she found it somewhat amusing. Mengsi's personality greatly resembled that of a large dog she had once raised. He did not slow his pace, even sprinting as he approached her. Lu Dan did not retreat. For some reason, she knew this man would not harm her. Meng-Si enveloped Lu Dan in a tight embrace, his arms encircling her firmly. The warmth of his body radiated through his skin to Lu Dan. "What is it?" She gently patted his solid arm and asked, "I missed you." Meng-Si clumsily expressed his longing without reservation. "You think of me so much after just a brief separation." Lu Dan felt the furry ears beside her face twitch. And then Meng-Si nodded. The brushing of the beast's ears against Lu Dan's face made her a bit ticklish, and her hands instinctively reached up to caress Meng-Si's ears, playfully rubbing them. "You could just turn around and see me," tee her touch. Meng-Si's body trembled slightly. He did not resist, but instead nudged his ears closer to her. Contrasting with his serious tone, he earnestly stated. Lu Dan said, "I must not look. You should leave." Although his words were dry, Lu Dan detected a hint of grievance within them. She gently stroked Meng-Si's hair, relishing the feeling of being depended upon, and seductively suggested, "You could sneak a peek at me." This statement was incredibly tempting, and Meng-Si was nearly swayed, yet he resolutely shook his head. "I must listen to what Lu Dan says." It was unexpected to discover that Meng-Si possessed a trait of being henpecked. "How utterly adorable," Lu Dan silently exclaimed within her heart, as she began to tease Meng-Si. "I want to notice." "No," Meng-Si firmly declined with principles. Their dialogue lacked substance, yet Lu Dan found joy in it. Meng-Si cast an annoyed glance at the cave entrance, where Kuli donned a skirt made of green leaves. They were encroaching upon his time with Lu Dan, however. Seeing Lu Dan's happy demeanor, he decided to let it slide this time. Chapter 25. Aren't you afraid I will run away? Lu Dan felt somewhat bored and nestled within the cave. Ever since the last mechanism operation, which declared Meng-Si as the messenger of the beast god, he had gained a higher level of acceptance within the tribe, to the extent that they even invited him to hunt alongside them. The sole drawback was her own condition. After nearly losing her hearing due to the horned deer's stimulation, Meng-Si had forbidden her from joining the hunting expeditions. Yet, she was truly feeling quite dull. She rolled over, resting her legs against the rocky wall. Lu Dan, the fruits in the forest are beginning to ripen. The fruits are quite sweet. Would you like to join us? Nora licked her lips. The season for the pink fruits is fleeting. If missed, one must wait a whole year. The three sisters flitted into Lu Dan's cave like little birds, emboldened by the sight of Meng-Si venturing uphill to hunt. "Fruits!" Lu Dan stood up from the straw, and they cheerfully reached a consensus to go. She nodded repeatedly. "Let us go right away." Lu Dan faced little restriction while moving about the village. The orcs seemed to have accepted her as part of the tribe. The paths in the primeval forest were treacherous, littered with fallen leaves and sprawling tree roots, making it easy to trip. She observed the three sisters ahead, barefoot, seemingly gliding effortlessly, their steps quick and occasionally turning back to urge Lu Dan on. This territory belonged to the bear tribe, and no signs of large beasts were in sight. The sisters appeared remarkably relaxed. Even without weapons, Lu Dan, panting, trailed behind, lagging significantly. She dared not slacken her pace, gritting her teeth to hasten her steps. Though this was the bear tribe's domain, as a modern individual, she still felt surrounded by peril. Sweat trickled down her forehead, stinging her eyes. Lu Dan squinted. The salt from the sweat irritated her eyeballs, causing a sharp discomfort. Nora covered her mouth and handed Lu Dan a straight stick. "Your movements are slower than the tribe's elders. Take this stick. It might make it easier to walk." Lu Dan accepted the stick with a wry smile. "Is it really that exaggerated? How much longer until we arrive?" Straightening up and wiping her sweat, she gazed at the seemingly identical trees ahead, feeling a sense of trepidation. If she were alone in this forest, she would undoubtedly be utterly lost. "We are almost there." Nora pointed ahead at the faint pink hue, saying, "Do you see that? We just need to turn around the bend." Finally spotting hope, Lu Dan nearly burst into tears of joy. She felt renewed strength flooding her body as she pressed on. The ancients sought solace in the sight of plums. Lu Dan sought vigor in the sight of the pink fruits. The fruits hung heavily from the branches, bending them low, their pink hue tantalizing to behold. Even from beneath the trees, Lu Dan could smell their rich fragrance. There really are pink fruits in this world. She merely stretched out her hand to grasp the aromatic fruits, plucking one and holding it under her nose to savor the delightful scent. "Isn't it lovely?" Lilia remarked, a touch of pride evident. Such sweet fruits can only be found in the Nas forest. We should gather more before the ripening season passes. Yes, Lu Dan listened. Her hands were busy. Greedily, she gathered several and cradled them in her arms. Noticing that the three sisters had only collected a meager few, she questioned, "You only picked 2 after coming this far?" Kali smiled and nodded. "The distance is too great. We can't carry too many back." Gazing at the bright red fruits against the backdrop of the tranquil forest, Lu Dan bit her lip. She had to devise a way to bring back more. She wanted to dry some fruits too. By exposing them to the sun, she could dehydrate the fruits, allowing them to be stored for longer periods while intensifying their flavors. Dried fruits could shrink by more than half. This simply wouldn't suffice. Lu Dan pondered, placing the fruits on the ground and reaching for a pliable branch. Her actions puzzled the three sisters. "What are you doing? You can't eat branches." That Lu Dan weighed the branch in her hands before stopping. Settling cross-legged on a relatively clean tree root, smiling as she said, "I know. I am weaving a basket, not a basket." Nora tilted her head, questioning what a basket was. That Lu Dan intertwined the branches, and in the mere act of speaking, a prototype had already taken shape. This was a trick she had employed in the orphanage to amuse the children. Previously, she had only crafted diminutive versions capable of holding but a single apple. But now it was a larger creation. Yet, the essence remained the same, merely varying in size and the number of loops. The branches, however, were somewhat unruly in Lu Dan's hands, and as it had been so long since her childhood, the method of weaving was not vividly clear in her memory. Following her somewhat clumsy fingers as they bent and intertwined, she ultimately fashioned a substantial receptacle. Pleased, Lu Dan patted the basket. Although certain holes were rather large, and its appearance was indeed quite unsightly, it was at least functional. She tossed the fruits at the bottom into the basket, filling only the base, while ample space remained within. Gazing at the fruits still hanging from the branches, Lu Dan smiled joyfully. Thinking that they could gather even more Lilia exclaimed, covering her mouth, her movements swift. "I have long wished to gather a bit more. That amount is hardly sufficient for us." They stood up with a basket brimming with fruit. Several pink fruits rolled through the gaps and fell to the ground. Lu Dan followed behind, picking up the fallen fruits and placing them back into the basket. Minor imperfections can be overcome. The journey back proved to be more arduous than the trek to the orchard. Despite Lu Dan attempting to line the larger holes in the basket with leaves, the fruits persistently rolled away from unknown corners. She found herself continuously retracing her steps, repeating the motions of picking up and tossing them back in. Upon returning to the tribe, Lu Dan's legs had begun to tremble, relying solely on Kelly's support to reach her dwelling. A few individuals gathered at the entrance of Lu Dan's cave to divide the fruits. She handed the woven basket to the three sisters, mustering the strength to clean the fruits thoroughly. A pair of strong arms encircled Lu Dan's waist, and without turning her head, she shoved a fruit into the person's mouth. Mons savored the sweet fruit. He mumbled through his mouthful, "Where did you go today?" The juice, mingled with water, intensified the fragrance of the fruit, prompting Lu Dan to chuckle. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I might run away?" "Not at all." Lu Dan promised she would not leave me. Listening closely, Lu Dan could detect the certainty in Mons's tone, and she smiled while inquiring, "How can you be so sure?" As she spoke, she expertly sliced the fruit into thin, even pieces using a ram's horn knife, laying them out on the clean rocks to dry. The ram's horn was her latest discovery, a sharp tool that could easily slice through meat. That Lu Dan found it exceptionally handy. Chapter 26. The Ancient Garment Artisan Indeed. Mons affirmed, trailing behind Lu Dan like a devoted shadow, as he bit into a piece of fruit and offered it to her mouth. The sweet pulp shattered under her teeth, flooding her mouth with nectar so sweet that Lu Dan squinted in delight. She had never tasted such sweetness on earth, as if she had plucked it straight from honey itself. Mons gazed down at Lu Dan's lips, glistening with fruit juice, and leaned down to share a kiss flavored with their bounty. Reluctantly, he pecked her lips once more, silently wishing for the iris to bloom quickly, eager to wed this sweet female. Upon entering the cave, he found his beloved nestled upon a pile of hay. Engrossed in something, Mons approached. Noticing the soft branches scattered about, he bent down, picked one up, and waved it in the air, producing a sound that sliced through the stillness to Lu Dan. "What are you doing?" Lu Dan proudly showcased the half-finished basket, explaining that it was capable of holding a multitude of items. However, she soon realized she was lacking many essentials, as the trials of daily life illuminated various inconveniences. Her fingers danced swiftly, crafting not only baskets but also round, shallow trays. While each piece was crooked and quite unattractive, practicality reigned supreme in the ancient world. She comforted herself. "You are quite impressive." Lu Dan outside, a light rain began to fall, and Lu Dan found the scene rather cozy. "Oh no, my dried fruits!" she exclaimed, rushing to dash outside. But Mons caught her, single-handedly salvaging the fruits from the rain. Fortunately, as it had only just started to rain, the fruits remained dry, sparing her morning's labor from being in vain. Mons successfully brought the fruits inside, placing them neatly on the tray. The two sons were indeed relentless, and Lu Dan hummed a cheerful tune as she carefully gathered the dried fruits, with a full basket of dried goods. She finally felt a sense of security. After all, provisions were paramount. Lu Dan, Lu Dan. The three sisters rushed in like a whirlwind. Lu Dan's hand trembled, nearly spilling her precious supply. Kelly excitedly held up a peculiar fish, which Lu Dan had caught but a glimpse of in the forest, that it possessed human-like legs. Kelly presented the fish to Lu Dan for close inspection, and she gasped in astonishment. The fish had not only knees but also ankles and 5 toes. Resembling human legs perfectly, "Look, Lilia and Nora caught this in the forest," Kelly exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Lilia nudged Nora forward, who shyly asked, "Can we barbecue this fish?" Having tasted the delights of barbecued meat the day before, they now believed that cooked food far surpassed raw. Lu Dan hesitated, nodding slowly. The fish's appearance was too reminiscent of humanity, evoking an uncomfortable feeling of cannibalism. It can be done, but requires careful preparation. The three sisters joyously accepted the task of how to handle it. "First, we need to scale it, and then there's the matter of those legs." The sisters moved swiftly, soon presenting Lu Dan with a perfectly skinned fish and glistening fillets. Without the jarring sight of human-like legs, the fish seemed far less terrifying now. Lu Dan nodded in satisfaction as the three sisters handed the fish skin and meat to her. "I only needed the scales dealt with." She chuckled, somewhat bemused. Initially, she found the fish skin somewhat slimy and unpleasant, but as she touched it, she was astonished by the texture. The skin was thin yet incredibly durable. Even with forceful handling, it would not tear. The allure of the fish skin was even greater than that of the flesh. "Lu Dan, can we eat it now?" she was asked. Shaking her head, she held the fish skin up to the sun. Pondering, "Perhaps we can craft clothing from this." She pointed to Lilia's tattered leaf skirt, declaring, "The fish skin is strong and won't easily tear." Furthermore, she had faintly remembered hearing that others had once used fish skin to create garments. This material was simply exceptional. The beastmen feared the heat, and fish skin was far cooler than animal hides, not to mention lightweight, ensuring it wouldn't hinder their movements. Clothing? The mention of fish skin as a potential fabric instantly captivated the three sisters, momentarily distracting them from the fresh fish meat on the ground as they surrounded Lu Dan eagerly. "Can this dull-looking material really be made into clothing?" Lu Dan nodded, stating that they would have to test it first. They made their way to the riverbank, meticulously washing the fish skin. The scales were not sharp at all. Even when brushed against, they only caused a mild itch after cleaning the flesh and fat. The skin became translucent and gleaming. Observing the thin fish skin, Nora questioned Lu Dan, "Can this truly be worn?" Lu Dan affirmed, "It should be possible. Back in my homeland, people have attempted to make clothing from fish skin." This was indeed a considerable convenience. Fabric production was laborious, requiring silkworms to yield silk, followed by weaving, a daunting task. Fish skin, however, was ready-made material. Once dried and cut, it could become clothing that in this world, the animals were of considerable size, and even a single fish skin could measure around a meter. Thus, it would take no more than 2 fish to fashion an entire outfit. Lu Dan felt invigorated. She turned to the three sisters and asked, "Could you gather a few more fish for me? I greatly need their skins." The sisters eagerly promised their assistance. Carefully, Lu Dan pressed the fish skin down with stones, flattening it on a sunlit patch of ground to ensure it dried thoroughly. "They have returned from the hunt. As Lu Dan gazed vacantly at the fish skin, she was suddenly drawn by a voice calling out. Intrigued, she lifted her head to look in that direction. The orc hunters, having returned from their expedition, were encircled by those who remained in the tribe, and Lu Dan immediately spotted Mons at the center of the throng. Mons had returned, but a smile unconsciously spread across Lu Dan's face as she quickly rose to her feet and made her way towards the crowd. The white giant bear stood out prominently among the brown bears, and she approached Mons's side. The surrounding orcs parted to create a path upon recognizing Lu Di and I in their eyes. Her status rivaled that of the village chief, for there was no one else who could create such delicious female dishes. Mons, when did you go hunting? The giant bear lowered its head slightly, sniffing at Lu Dan. The moist tip of its nose tickled her, prompting her to shy away and halt Mons's actions. Mons pushed a spiny prey towards Lu Di and, my goodness, a porcupine. Mons actually managed to hunt a porcupine, exclaimed a female orc beside them, reaching out to pinch her male companion's ear. Look at Mons. Why can't you catch a porcupine? Chapter 27. Lu Dan's heart ached. The orcs gradually dispersed, revealing the oddly shaped creature that a porcupine. Lu Dan looked curiously at the porcupine on the ground, which was about the size of a modern domestic pig, yet covered in sharp quills that appeared exceedingly dangerous, glinting with a metallic sheen. Her first instinct was to check on Mons rather than boast about the catch. Mons, are you hurt? He transformed into human form, tugging at the quills of the porcupine as he dragged it towards the cave. Mons intended to reassure her that he was unscathed, but upon seeing the worry etched on Lu Dan's face, he hesitated and revealed the inner side of his arm. Their small circular wound, clearly sustained while capturing the porcupine, marred his skin. Lu Dan tenderly cradled Mons's arm. Does it hurt? She bent down, gently blowing on the wound, murmuring for the pain to fly away. Mons swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the delicate nape of Lu Dan as it nearly rendered him dizzy. Him. Such minor injuries felt akin to a mere mosquito bite. He had endured far worse in the past without a word. Yet, seeing Lu Dan's pained expression, he averted his gaze and, inexplicably, murmured, "It hurts a little." "No, not very much," gazing at the wound, which was slightly raised. Lu Dan's heart felt as though it were being squeezed by invisible hands, causing her to struggle to breathe. Her pain eclipsed even that of her own injuries. Tears welled up in her eyes. How can it not hurt when you're hurt? It clearly hurts. She understood. Mons, taken aback, never expected Lu Dan to cry. He withdrew his arm from her grasp, hiding it behind his back, fearing he had frightened her. It really doesn't hurt, he repeated. Please don't cry. It pains my heart. Those words seemed to provoke Lu Dan's ire. She punched Mons lightly in the chest. If you care about me, why don't you care about yourself? So, Lu Dan was indeed worried about him. For the first time, Mons experienced the warmth of being cared for. He slowly extended his arms and embraced Lu Dan, his movements reverent, almost sacred. I'm sorry, Lu Dan bit gently on his arm, not applying much pressure, merely grazing her teeth before letting go. You must take care of yourself. Do you know how dangerous it is? I can go without food. With concern etched on her face, she grasped Mons's arm, her fingers delicately tracing the skin around the wound. What if that pig carried a virus? Should we apply herbs? Last time I ate that, should we go find Kawe? Mons shook his head, focusing on Lu Dan's hair. Just a lick should suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Dan lowered her head and hesitantly extended her tongue to the wound. Licking it tentatively, Mons felt the softness and warmth of her tongue, causing his entire body to stiffen. Lu Dan gently patted his taut arm, urging him to relax. The muscles, which had been coiled tight, seemed to respond to her command. Instinctively loosening, Lu Dan licked with utmost seriousness, reasoning that saliva must have some purifying properties. Wasn't he that how it worked in the animal kingdom? When injured, animals often secluded themselves, tending to their wounds alone. It was only when Mons's arm shimmered that Lu Dan ceased her ministrations. She lifted her gaze to Mons, her tone almost pleading. Please don't make me worry. From this angle, Lu Dan appeared exceptionally beautiful, her vulnerability palpable. That moment, Mons would have likely leaped off a cliff if she had asked. He found himself lost in her gentle allure, and, as if enchanted, he murmured, I promise you that Lu Dan stood on her toes and pressed a kiss to Mons's chin. You are all I have. Please don't leave me alone. Mons was her family, her sole connection. Her only concern. The thought of a world devoid of him was unfathomable. Should anything happen to Mons, she would inevitably follow. After all, without Mons, the world would be unbearably dull. T1T happened. In response. A rumble emanated from Lu Dan's stomach. Embarrassed, she covered her belly. What a mood killer! Why must you grumble now, during such a tender moment? She cast a shy glance at Mons. Mons chuckled. The meat of the porcupine is quite delectable. They move swiftly and are covered in quills, making them elusive to other orcs. Today, Mons spoke unusually more, and Lu Dan quickly grasped the implication of his words, complimenting him. Goodness, Mons, you're incredible to have hunted such a challenging prey. Did you choose this spiny creature just for me? Mons quickened his pace, but upon hearing her words, he hesitated. After a long while, he softly replied, Yes, the meat of the porcupine is delightful, lacking any strange fishy taste. It is just exceedingly difficult to hunt due to its quills, which frustrate even the most skilled hunters. Mons believed he should provide the best for his female, thus opting for the most challenging catch. The porcupine Lu Dan, intrigued, moved closer. The porcupine lay lifeless on the ground, its body limp. She reached out to touch the quills, but was stopped midway by Mons. Don't touch. It will hurt. The quills could injure even the orcs, let alone delicate Lu Dan. She pouted slightly and squatted nearby. Watching Mons process the prey, he first transformed part of his fingers into beast form, the distinct joints morphing into a bear's paw. Its sharp claws effortlessly piercing the porcupine's body. Processing a porcupine was cumbersome, requiring each quill to be extracted one by one. Lu Dan observed the bloodied quills on the ground, noting their peculiar shape. They were spines, yet at the base, they resembled round, armor-like structures. This object struck her as eerily familiar. Wasn't it akin to a nail in modern society? Lu Dan's eyes widened in astonishment as she cautiously gathered the quills Mons had removed. Mons regarded her actions with curiosity. What are you doing? Lu Dan smiled, lifting the quills. These are treasures. They will surely be useful. Though uncertain of its purpose, since Ledin has suggested it, let us retain it. After all, while Ledin's actions may seem peculiar, they undoubtedly carry her intent. She is capable of creating fire and roasting meat. Mons moved with remarkable efficiency, swiftly removing all the spines from the porcupine's body. Chapter 28. The sweetness of weakness. The porcupine revealed its true form, smooth and tender, appearing almost indistinguishable from the domesticated pigs of modern society, save for its round, hard head. The gruesome dissection was not performed in Ledin's presence, and by the time Mons returned, the meat had been meticulously prepared according to her specifications. The innards were set aside, and the meat placed separately. As Ledin stood up, her foot inadvertently kicked something. Looking down, she discovered a skull with a diameter of 1 meter. The skull was perfectly round, devoid of sutures. She tapped it, finding it remarkably sturdy. Even when filled with water, it held firm. Heavens above, O beast god! Ledin marveled internally, mimicking the Orcish mannerisms. She had a pot. No longer would she be confined to a diet of skewers. The mere sight of barbecued food now made her stomach churn. Mons, Ledin raised her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Did he desire to partake in stew? She then watched as the petite female busied herself. Yesterday, there had been a considerable amount of water left in the wooden stumps, which Ledin poured into the skull. She then constructed a frame over the central fire pit of the village, perfectly cradling the skull pot within. Under the fire's influence, the water began to bubble vigorously, and Ledin placed the large chunks of meat Mons had prepared into the pot. Stewing differed from grilling, as it did not immediately release an inviting aroma. The vibrant red meat gradually turned brown in the boiling water, giving rise to numerous brownish-white froths. Ledin searched for a moment, using the porcupine's kneecap to skim off the froth, and added some stream water to the pot. The water boiled anew, and the meat was nearly done. She inserted a clean twig into the pork. It pierced through effortlessly. Ledin nodded, signaling that it was ready to eat. Though devoid of seasoning, the primal aroma of the meat still made Mons swallow hard. He extended his hand to retrieve the meat from the bubbling pot, but the moment his fingers touched the scalding water, he quickly withdrew. Looking down at his reddened fingers, he instinctively glanced at Ledin. Ledin, I have been injured. A distinguished orc would never display his wounds, viewing them as badges of honor. Yet ever since Mons had savored the sweetness of vulnerability, he unconsciously revealed his crimson fingers to his mate. When he realized and attempted to retract his hand, Ledin grasped it firmly. Moments later, she had retrieved the charred wood, which now served as rudimentary charcoal. The temperature produced by charcoal exceeds that of wood. Thus it should suffice to meet the requirements for firing pottery. As she contemplated this, Mons had already nimbly arranged the molded pots among the ashes. Ledin tossed the charcoal into the pile and covered it with some dry twigs. And indeed, the flames blazed even more vigorously. Concerned about the temperature, she sealed the top of the fire pit, leaving only a small vent for air circulation. Rising on her toes, she peered through the gap at the roaring flames. Feeling the heat wash over her, Ledin found the wood used by the bear tribe to be quite remarkable. It was black and burned longer and hotter than the wood found on Earth. She wondered if this attempt at pottery would be successful. Stepping back a few paces, she washed the mud off her hands in a nearby stump. Now, they would need to wait for the night to pass. She gazed expectantly at the burning fire. Numerous orcs, mimicking her actions from the previous night, skewered the meat of their prey on wooden sticks and roasted it over the flames. The entire orc tribe emanated the enticing aroma of cooked meat. "Hello, Ledin, what are you doing?" inquired an unfamiliar orc, pointing at Ledin's bone pot. Upon noticing the confusion in her eyes, he remembered to introduce himself. "I am Vito." "Hello, Vito, I am stewing meat. Would you care to try some?" Ledin replied. And no matter how large an orc's appetite, one could not consume an entire porcupine alone. Vito pondered for a moment, then offered Ledin a leg of the carnivorous giant rabbit he had hunted in exchange for some of her porcupine meat. He handed the giant rabbit's leg to Ledin and returned with the remaining porcupine meat. "I will bring back this skull for you shortly." Vito had not anticipated that the porcupine's head could have such utility. He proceeded to the cave next door, where the two were indeed neighbors. Inside the cave lay a frail female orc, resting on a mound of hay, her lips parched and peeling, her complexion pallid. Yet upon seeing Vito's return, she propped herself up and smiled, saying, "You're back." Vito placed the porcupine skull beside her, and she inquired curiously, "What is this?" "It is something made by Mons's mate. The skewers you ate last night were crafted by her." "Quite marvelous. I senti it," Vito replied, stroking the withered hair of the female. "Marai, are you feeling any better?" Marai nodded weakly, caressing her large belly. Smiling at Vito as she said, "I feel much better. Today this little orc has been very well behaved, not causing me any trouble." The three sisters had also delivered several fish with human-like legs. Ledin proceeded to wash the fish skins in the stream and laid them outside by his side to dry next to the skins from the morning. The sunlight was splendid here, and within just a few hours, the fish skins had dried to a leathery texture, able to stand upright. Ledin flipped them over to continue drying, estimating that it wouldn't be long before she could don garments made of fish skin. Mons had been by Ledin's side all the while, assisting her in stretching the fish skins and carefully placing large stones on the four corners to weigh them down. The orc's nimbleness impressed Ledin, who wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing contentedly at her accomplishments. "Thank you, Ledin." Vito approached them, carrying the enormous porcupine skull. Water dripped from the bone pot, and Vito had taken the time to wash it in the stream before bringing it to them. "It's no trouble, Vito. As neighbors, we should help one another," Ledin responded. Mons remained silent, standing protectively behind Ledin, casting a wary glance at Vito, who was smiling and chatting with her. Noticing Mons's gaze, Vito took a step back. Being a male orc himself, he understood the strong possessiveness orcs felt towards their mates. However, Vito hesitated, glancing at the dripping skull pot, and finally spoke. "Ledin, do you know my wife Marai?" Ledin shook her head. She had just arrived in this world and knew nothing. "My wife is pregnant, but her health is poor. I often hunt outside. So could I trouble you to visit her when you have the time?" Upon hearing Vito's request, Ledin felt it was a manageable task. Moreover, Marai needed friends here as well, of course. "Vito, I will visit Marai often," she assured him. Vito's tense demeanor finally relaxed upon hearing Ledin's words. He and T held high hopes when asking her. While orcs lived in groups, their primal instincts often prevailed. Such a request was indeed quite audacious, especially considering Ledin was reputed to be Mons's mate. Thank you, Ledden. Not at all. Their conversation concluded. Vito, worried for his pregnant wife, returned to his cave without further pleasantries. As Ledden watched Vito's retreating figure, she was suddenly embraced around the waist, pulling her close. Even without turning around, she knew who it was. She reached back, playfully tousling the hair of the person behind her. What is wrong, Mons? Mons rested his head atop Ledden's, murmuring, I dislike it when you speak with others. Ledden chuckled at Mons's words, but I can't refrain from conversing with others forever. I need friends. And I must strive to do more to help the tribe accept you that it is I who burdens you. Mons thought, wishing he could be stronger, more formidable, so that Ledden would not have to appease others because of him. Chapter 30. Encountering a pair of blood-red eyes, why apologize again? Ledden grasped the large hand encircling her waist. She lowered her gaze slightly. Her small hand could barely cover 2/3 of Mons's large one. Leaning her entire weight against him, she felt the powerful rise and fall of the orc's chest behind her. I should provide you with a better life, Mons said, placing a kiss atop Ledden's head. His beloved, fragile little female, he wished he could cradle her in his mouth, holding her atop his head, never letting her go. Ledden tilted her head back, catching sight of Mons's chiseled jawline, her hand reaching out to caress it. Mons, do you know, I have never been this happy before. Because of you, I have met many people and done my utmost to help those around me. I have never felt so needed. She emphasized. It is all because of you, Mons, so, my dear Mons, please do not feel so inferior. You have already given me the best life, and you even hunted porcupines for me. And no one in the tribe is as happy as I am. Dear, Mons hardly registered what Ledden was saying. His mind was consumed by those 3 words. Was Ledden calling him dear? Ledden nodded, affirming yes. She was unaware of the profound impact those words had on an orc. Suddenly, she found herself swept off her feet. Ledden gasped in surprise, quickly wrapping her arms around Mons's neck to steady herself. Mons, what are you doing? The orc did not respond, striding swiftly into the cave. He gently laid Ledden upon the hay pile, his movements tender, and she felt a sense of being cherished. Mons, may I kiss you? He asked, stroking her hair. The directness of his question made Ledden feel a bit shy. Well, since you've asked, then go ahead, she replied softly, her voice as delicate as a bird taking flight at Mons's ears, hidden within his hair, twitched as he lowered his body. Ledden felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The nearly 2-meter-tall Mons enveloped her completely. She began to feel as though the air had been squeezed out by the powerful orc, making her breath increasingly difficult. Mons gradually leaned closer to those beautifully shaped lips. Previously, he could only steal glances at the female from 3 steps away, but now he could touch and kiss her. This sensation flooded the orc's mind, a dazzling array of feelings that enveloped him in darkness, leaving only Loden as a source of light. He gently pressed his lips against Loden's, as if engaged in a sacred ACT. As he kissed her, he observed her expression, ready to halt at the slightest hint of discomfort from the petite female. Loden kept her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed like the hues of the sunset. The warmth of her breath washed over him, quickening his own heartbeat. The orc's lips quivered slightly, revealing the sharp fangs concealed within. He shed his charming, plush exterior, exposing the beast within. Mons lightly nibbled on her vibrant lips, tugging and sucking gently, fearful of damaging those petals softer than flowers. Loden's eyelids fluttered. She longed to open her eyes, yet hesitated to meet the gaze of the orc so near. The orc kissed her eyelids, her nose, her lips, her chin, and her neck. Suddenly, he halted, striking the ground with a heavy fist. The resounding thud startled Loden, prompting her to open her eyes, meeting Mons' blood-red gaze. What is it? Mons buried himself in the crook of Loden's neck, inhaling deeply, yet still unsatisfied. Loden, momentarily bewildered by Mons, reached out to untangle his tousled hair, contemplating the need for a wooden comb to groom him properly. While inquiring, what is impossible? Mons fell silent for a moment. By then, Loden had managed to smooth out his hair, rendering it somewhat more manageable, that we still cannot engage in such acts. Which acts? It took Loden a while to comprehend. Her face flushing deeply. Why not? Though immensely shy, she dared to voice her curiosity. One would expect the people here to be more open than in modern times. What could be restraining them? Mons lifted his head, his expression now clear, insisting that they must wait until the irises bloom, when the beast god would bestow blessings. They must wait for that moment. Until that time, he would gather many flowers and propose to Loden in front of a crowd. Loden nodded, gently pushing Mons aside and straddling him. The powerful orc, capable of slaying beasts with a single blow, willingly obeyed her gentle force. Reclining on the haystack, the stalks prickling his back uncomfortably, he raised his head to gaze into her watery eyes. Throat bobbing. Loden, please don't be foolish. We must wait. Loden covered his mouth, saying, we must wait for the irises to bloom, but a subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with mischief. She extended a slender, ivory finger to trace the moving Adam's apple, igniting a mischievous thrill within her as she beheld Mons' fervent gaze. Just as Mons reached out to stop her, Loden slid off him, curling up beside him. Finding a comfortable position, she lifted her head and said, let us sleep. Mons' entire body tensed. He gripped the haystack tightly, the sound of its compression echoing. After a long moment, he let out a deep sigh, resignedly embracing Loden. How had he never noticed before how alluring this petite female could be? By the beast god above, Mons fell into a hazy slumber, inhaling the comforting scent of the female. Mons, are you awake? Just as dawn broke, he heard someone softly calling from the entrance of the cave. His first instinct was not to respond, but to glance at the female beside him. Loden remained undisturbed, prompting Mons to sit up and reply softly, I'm awake. Wonderful. Let us go hunting together today. Mons recognized the voice as Vito's, who had asked Loden to look after his wife yesterday. But he calculated in his mind that he should return after Loden woke up. As Mons stood, Loden grasped his wrist. Mons? Her tone was thick with sleepiness. Mons gently held her hand and reassured her. I am here. I'm going to hunt. You should sleep a bit longer. Loden nodded, her eyes still shut, the movement entirely instinctive. Come back early and don't get hurt. Gazing at the soft, sleepy female, Mons felt his heart soften. All right, you sleep. Loden turned over and drifted back into slumber. However, without Mons, she felt a slight chill. Chapter 31. The orc who relies on roars to find people. It wasn't until the sun rose high in the sky, casting light into the cave, that Loden finally awoke. She slapped her face lightly, feeling utterly lazy to in this foreign world. Without the burdens of work or school, she had spent her days sleeping, her mind feeling muddled. Loden resolved to find something to occupy her time. She recalled her promise to Vito to check on his wife. Standing at the base of the mountain, she looked up, vaguely remembering that Vito's cave was just next door. Upon exiting her cave, she spotted a bonfire burning in the clearing, recalling that they had made pottery yesterday. Uncertain of their success, the flames flickered as she carefully dug through the ashes, revealing the buried pottery. The pots, concealed beneath the ashes, were not easily visible. Loden gingerly extracted them one by one, placing them on the ground. Fortune smiled upon her. Aside from one that had cracked and was unusable, the rest appeared satisfactory. Albeit not as smooth as modern pottery, they looked both rough and unappealing, especially the one she had crafted herself, with handles askew. She made 2 trips to carry the pots back, arranging them neatly on the ground. A tree stump held a full bucket of water, which Mons must have brought back at some point. Loden smiled at the sight of the water, appreciating Mons' thoughtfulness, pouring the water into the pots. She observed closely. When no drops seeped through, she nearly leaped with joy. The absence of leaks indicated her pottery had been successful. What incredible luck to succeed on her first attempt. Loden reheated the leftover bone broth and meat. Placing it into the pots, the warmth of the soup permeated the pottery, warming her hands that it was customary to bring gifts when visiting someone's home. The mountain path was steep, and even a short distance consumed a considerable amount of Loden's time. She bent low, carefully holding onto the rocky surface, making an effort not to glance down the mountainside. After what felt like an eternity, her back drenched in sweat, she finally reached a flat platform. Taking a deep breath, she called out loudly into the dark cave, "Is this Vito's home?" After a moment, a frail voice responded, "Yes, who are you?" "I am Loden," she said as she stepped into the cave. Vito's home was dimly lit, and she ventured deep inside until she spotted a female orc in the corner. She looked extremely weak, her limbs thin, skin stretched tight over bones, with only her round belly appearing full, as if it had consumed all the nourishment. The sight of that round belly startled Loden, and she placed the pots beside the haystack. The female orc struggled to sit up, a mere motion leaving her breathless. "Hello, Loden. I am Mary." Loden tried to keep her gaze from lingering on Mary's belly, smiling as she spoke. "Yesterday, Vito asked me to come by and chat with you when I had free time. I made some meat soup. It might not be very good, but would you like to try it?" Mary gently nodded. "I had some of that soup yesterday. It was delicious. I have never tasted anything so delightful. Your cooking is truly excellent." She accepted the pottery Loden offered, intrigued by the unusual item. "What is this?" Loden was taken aback by Mary's cold skin, her fingertips icy as if they were ice. "This is a pottery, something I just made." Loden hesitated before asking, "Mary, are you feeling unwell? Your body temperature is quite low." Mary tightly clasped the pottery, absorbing its rare warmth. "That I always feel so cold. It's better when Vito is around, as I can cuddle with him for warmth. During the day, I have to endure it alone." Hearing Mary's words, Loden furrowed her brow. "Why don't you tell Vito?" Mary hastily shook her head, imploring not to inform Vito. He was already weary from his solitary hunting, and she did not wish to burden him. Laydan gazed at the frail woman with deep sympathy, feeling compelled to do something for her, at the very least to bring her a semblance of comfort. "Laydan, Laydan." Several robust voices called out her name. It seemed someone was summoning her. The orcs lacked telephones. They relied solely on their shouts to locate one another. Laydan poked her head out from the cave and spotted the three sisters adorned in green skirts. Their gazes quickly fixed upon her. "What are you doing in someone else's cave?" Laydan replied loudly, "I came to check on Mary." Upon noticing the furry prey slung over the sisters' shoulders, her eyes brightened. She turned to Mary and said, "Mary, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." Without waiting for Mary's response, Laydan hurriedly descended. Once her clumsy feet touched the ground, she whispered to the three sisters. They nodded in agreement and made their way toward the stream. This was Laydan's first experience with dissection, and she felt somewhat anxious. She gripped the ram's horn with one hand. The ram resembled the sheep on Earth, but was significantly larger. And most intriguingly, its horns were shaped like daggers, one side gleaming with a metallic sheen. After removing the entire horn, the base revealed a smooth bone that, when held, transformed into a sharp dagger, while the ram's horns were somewhat small for the orcs. They serve as a remarkably handy tool for Laydan. She laid the ram flat and cautiously sliced open its abdomen. The creature had only recently perished, as the blade cut through its flesh. A surge of blood gushed forth. The warm liquid splattered onto Laydan's hands, eliciting a wave of nausea. She suppressed her discomfort and carefully separated the meat from the skin. Kelly watched Laydan's actions with curiosity and inquired, "What are you doing? Can we be eaten?" Laydan shook her head. The ram was simply too large, and it took considerable effort to separate the skin from the flesh. She kicked the heavy hide into the water, where it absorbed moisture and sank to the bottom. Laydan washed her hands in the stream and explained, "Well, cannot be consumed, but it provides warmth that I noticed when I visited Mary that her hands were icy. She needs to stay warm." Nora nodded. She was pregnant, but her health was poor, and they had not seen Mary in quite some time. "What do you do when it's cold?" Laydan asked, puzzled. Orcs were not afraid of the cold, as they had thick fur. "And the females?" Lilia interjected, "We usually don't feel cold. If we do, we just burrow underneath the orcs. Their fur is very warm. But what if the orcs are not around?" "Then we just endure," Lilia replied nonchalantly. "We won't freeze to death." Laydan furrowed her brow as she listened. The Orc tribe seemed rather uncivilized, possessing language but lacking tool utilization. Chapter 32. Expressions distorted, she gathered triangular green fruits from the stream's edge and crushed them upon the ram's hide. Mons had imparted many practical tidbits to her. This world was filled with wondrous things. These triangular green fruits were inedible, but when dissolved in water, they produced a dense foam capable of cleaning various stubborn grease stains. Laydan was truly grateful for these fruits, for they spared her from a disheveled existence in this ancient world. Laydan worked. The green fruits quickly dissolved upon contact with water, transforming into a rich foam that evenly coated the hide. Before long, the water was tainted with black filth drifting downstream. Laydan felt a spark of inspiration. If given the chance to return home, she would bring these fruits with her. They were far superior to any branded cleaning products. From that moment onward, she could envision herself as a female CEO, a rural entrepreneur. The four of them worked swiftly, soon cleansing the ram's hide. Previously soiled with blood and dirt, the hide revealed its original snow-white appearance. The waterlogged hide was exceedingly heavy, and even the three sisters appeared strained, let alone Laydan. She held her breath, her expression nearly contorted. They toiled to wring out the hide, dragging it back to the tribe. "What are you doing?" A tall male orc inquired. "Oh, you need my assistance, Kelly?" Nora and Lilia exchanged knowing smiles, and Laydan curiously asked, "What is going on? Is there something wrong with that orc?" "Sure, Dulu. Could you help us take the hide of Vito's home?" The orc readily hoisted the hide, which felt as light as paper to him despite its drenched weight. Nora deliberately spoke loudly to Laydan. "Dulu likes Kelly. He's pursuing her," she called out to Dulu's retreating figure. "Isn't that right, Dulu?" Dulu paused, a hint of shyness crossing his features as he nodded before hastily departing. The ground trembled beneath the orc's heavy steps. Laydan instructed Dulu to temporarily drape the hide over the entrance of Vito's cave. She pulled a corner of the hide aside and stepped inside. Mary inquired, "What is this? Why has the cave suddenly turned dark?" Laydan smiled and explained, "This is ram's hide. We have cleaned it. The sunlight is strong here, and it will dry by evening, enabling you to use it for warmth. You won't feel cold when Vito is away during the day. Is it truly that marvelous?" Laydan nodded. "Indeed, and the hide at the entrance will block some of the wind." She placed a small wildflower she had picked nearby Mary, hoping it would bring her some cheer. "Thank you, Laydan." Mary held the tiny blossom, tears welling in her eyes. Laydan smiled and bid her farewell. Making her way to the platform where fish skins were drying, the three sisters awaited her there, curiously holding the stiff fish skins. "How can something this hard be worn?" Kelly released her grip. "And the fish skin stood upright on the ground, of course. It can't be worn yet," Laydan replied, retrieving some small stones and sand, wrapping them in fish skin. This how it's done." Nora mimicked Laydan, continuously kneading the stones and sand with the fish skin. Laydan nodded. "It should work. Modern people use cornmeal, but in this world, not only have I not seen cornmeal, I haven't even encountered a single corn." She had no choice but to make do with sand instead. With their persistent efforts, the fish skin gradually became less rigid. Laydan shook her aching hands, her palms flushed. At last, their efforts bore fruit. The fish skin was no longer as unyielding against the ground. It now resembled fabric to some extent, though it remained quite firm. "Wow, look!" Lilia is lifting her fish skin. "It's starting to soften." Lilia's success instilled hope in everyone, and they began to knead vigorously. "Laydan, what are you doing?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Laydan set down her fish skin and rushed into Mon's embrace. Mons, expressionless, lifted a prey twice his size. It was furry, its long hair obscuring its face. "I hunted this with Vito. We shall split it in half." He reached to claw the prey in two, but Laydan quickly interjected. "Wait." His sharp claws halted just an inch from the prey. "I need its hide." Vito approached from somewhere, addressing Laydan. "Of course, but what do you need the hide for?" "It's utterly useless." Laydan smiled and shook her head. "The hide serves many purposes. You'll understand once you return home." Upon hearing Laydan mention home, Vito hurriedly retraced his steps to his cave, even forgetting his half of the prey. Today, the cave seemed different. Vito scrutinized it closely and noticed the white substance beneath Mary, resembling the ram's hide. "What is this?" Mary, buried beneath a massive hide, surfaced at Vito's inquiry. She appeared much improved, her complexion not as pallid. "This is from Laydan. It's truly warm. I feel no chill at all." "Were you very cold?" Mary nodded, and Vito's expression darkened. "I did not take proper care of you." "It's all right." Mary handed a pottery jar to Vito. This was also brought by Laydan. "Please return it." Vito took the jar and found the two individuals stuck together. He expressed to Laydan, "I'm truly grateful to you, Laydan. No worries." Laydan waved her hand at him and said, "Hurry and attend to your wife." She lifted her gaze to Mons, who had been watching her intently, and remarked, "I too require animal hides. I wonder if this robust orc would acquiesce to my request. Mons, without uttering a word, swiftly hoisted the game onto his shoulders and, with a gust at his feet, strode towards the brook. Ledden smiled as she watched Mons's retreating figure, then sat down to continue scraping fish skins with the three sisters. Lilia nudged Ledden's arm and said, "Your male treats you exceptionally well. If only I could have such a strong and remarkable male for myself." Ledden felt a touch of embarrassment at her words. In keeping with her usual modesty, she should have said, "Oh, there's no need for that. You will surely find an equally outstanding male in the future." However, a surge of pride welled up within her, compelling her to showcase Mons's excellence. Mons was indeed exceptional that a look of pride adorned her face, her eyes shimmering brightly in the sunlight. Mons carried the bisected game, placing one half at the entrance of Vito's cave, a gesture witnessed by Ovi. Ovi, having had a bountiful day, bore a massive deer upon his back. Chapter 33. Who dares to bully my grandmother's man? Oh, isn't this our finest hunter? Why must you share your catch with others? Can you even support your female? Laughter erupted around him. Mons tightened his grip on the cleaned hides, the veins in his arms bulging as he glared fiercely at Ovi. The intensity of his gaze instilled fear in Ovi, who took a step back, glancing at his followers for support, and mustered his courage to say, "What are you staring at? Am I wrong?" Mons stepped forward, slightly bowing his head to look at Ovi, as if regarding a lifeless prey, and said, "Repeat that. Oh, I'll say it as many times as needed. I'll tell you this. I intend to pursue Ledden, and soon your female will view you as a monster, a coward. Ledden will eventually be mine." Ovi, emboldened by the numbers at his side, had discovered that Mons was not the hellish demon of legend, merely stronger than the average orc, with superior hunting skills and a handsome appearance, as well as a soft-hearted, skilled female by his side. The more Ovi thought about it, the more envious he became. He swung his fist at Mons, who merely tilted his head, causing Ovi's punch to miss entirely. Mons seized Ovi's arm and yanked him forward uncontrollably. With a powerful blow to Ovi's abdomen, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him, and his vision darkened, feeling as if his heart had momentarily ceased. The commotion caught Ledden's attention. She could always spot Mons amidst a crowd. What was happening? She hastened towards the two, unaware that a fight had broken out due to the orcs blocking her view. Mons's ears perked up as he heard the little female's voice. Almost instinctively, he pinned Ovi's arm, forcing him to strike his own face. Ledden squeezed through the crowd and was met with the sight of Mons encircled by a group of orcs, and the leader was striking Mons's handsome face. A surge of uncontainable fury welled up within her, and she charged into the towering orc assembly. "What are you doing?" Ledden exclaimed, shielding Mons behind her. The orcs had to lower their heads to look at Ledden, who stood on her tiptoes to project a bit of authority. "What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Why are you hitting Mons?" Ovi's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced up to see Mons raising an eyebrow at him. The scent of green tea seemed to emanate from the screen. Yet the poor orc had no concept of a green tea BTSH. He could only swallow his bitterness. "Mons, are you still a male? Hiding behind a female? What kind of behavior is that? If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one," he blustered, all while clutching his painfully throbbing abdomen. "Are you insane? Why can't you just mind your own business? Why do you always provoke Mons?" Ledden nearly leaped up to poke his nose at its fine Ledden. Mons, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, stood behind her. "He may just be in a bad mood, taking it out on me," he said, feigning weakness, though his eyes brimmed with lethal intent. "After all, I'm used to it. Ledden could no longer hold her composure. Her little bear had endured so much suffering. "Let me tell you, from now on, no one is allowed to bully Mons. He is under my protection. Do you hear?" Ovi, lacking a brain cell, mistook Mons's retreat as fear, the mocking smile returning to his face as he shouted at Ledden. "Mons is truly weak, relying on a female for protection. What an incompetent male. You should just let the female go to a more capable male. Come back when you can find a female yourself to judge whether Mons is competent or not." Ledden stepped forward and grasped Mons's hand, which had already revealed its claws. She smiled serenely, yet her words were sharp. "Someone like you, all alone, who knows where you'll find a female? Naturally, you wouldn't know how much a female can eat. You don't expect to be single your entire life. do you? Ledin finished speaking, lifted her head, wiped the sweat from Mons's forehead, and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him softly on the lips. Darling, you must be tired. How about I prepare some roasted meat for you? Mons's turbulent heart was immediately soothed, and he took Ledin's hand, casting a fleeting glance towards Ovi. Ovi clutched his chest, watching the two depart. You! Who says I can't find a female? I'll find one right now to show you. Upon returning to the cave, Mons remained silent, his gaze fixed on a half of the game lying on the ground. Noticing Mons's apparent disinterest, Ledin silently cursed Ovi for being such a fool. She had worked hard every day to encourage Mons, helping him regain a bit of confidence, only for Ovi to completely negate it. She approached Mons, placing her hands on his shoulders. What's wrong, Mons? Seeing him silent, Ledin continued, Are you feeling down? Don't listen to that fool Ovi. You're the best male, remember? Mons's eyes were filled with profound self-doubt, which pained Ledin's heart. She stood on her tiptoes and embraced Mons tightly, comforting him. However, unbeknownst to her, in the places she could not see, Mons's eyes were devoid of self-doubt, filled instead with triumphant satisfaction. He licked his lips, burying his head in Ledin's neck, inhaling her scent deeply. Ledin, I'm here. Ledin responded promptly, willing to comply with any request he made, feeling a pang of affection. Can I kiss you? Of course, my dear. Today, Ledin not only did not refuse, but even tilted her head to facilitate Mons's kiss. Mons reached out to caress Ledin's lips, feeling a softness more tender than a rose. Unable to resist, he pressed harder, causing her lips to flush a beautiful crimson. His gaze deepened, filled with tumultuous waves of emotion. He gently pressed his lips against Ledin's. I feel much better now. Ledin opened her eyes. Asking how much better, Mons indicated with his finger, one little bit at a time. Ledin stood on her tiptoes and kissed him again, then asked now. Mons looked down at the smile on Ledin's face. He was utterly captivated by this little female. Thinking of her while eating and dreaming of her while sleeping got a little bit better. Ledin smiled and pushed him away. Stop being coy. Let me go prepare dinner for you. She walked toward the half game, pondering whether to roast it or boil it. Chapter 34. Spare me, ancestor, and in a moment of distraction, she kicked something round and smooth. What is this? She bent down to pick it up, examining it closely in the light outside the cave. The object resembled a lead ball, its skin purple, perfectly round as if drawn with a compass. This is a purple fruit, Mons suddenly spoke, a name I gave it myself. Purple fruit? Ledin lifted the fruit to her nose, sniffing it carefully, detecting no scent. Well, it grows in the ground, and only I know it is edible. Mons's tone held a hint of pride, but Ledin frowned slightly. Why is it that only you know? Orcs prefer meat, and they pay little attention to such filling items. When I was younger and unable to catch prey, I had to scavenge for anything edible in the forest, which is how I learned. As Mons's voice dwindled, he observed the female's furrowed brow and began to elaborate. I have grown quite powerful now, capable of hunting for myself, and I shall no longer allow you to consume such things. He reached out, intending to snatch the purple fruit from Ledin's grasp, but his hand met only air. Ledin cradled the purple fruit protectively, asking, Why won't you let me eat it? What if I like it? Upon hearing Mons mention that the fruit grew from the earth, she surmised it might be a close relative of the sweet potato, found on earth. I adore consuming plants. The males in this tribe are oblivious to its edibility. Yet you, Mons, have brought it back for me. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Mons tentatively inquired, Do you really like it? Ledin nodded fervently. Indeed, it's my favorite. I haven't had it in ages, and I yearn for it still. She placed the purple fruit by the campfire, using the residual warmth of the flames to roast it. She reminisced about her childhood in the orphanage, where during the boiler's operation, children would scavenge for discarded sweet potatoes, placing them beside the boiler to roast overnight with its heat. The sweet aroma brought back cherished memories from her time there. Ledin lifted her gaze, nostalgically caressing the earthy purple fruit, once roasted. It will be even sweeter and more delectable if you come across more tomorrow. Could you bring me back a few? Mons nodded, recalling a vast patch of purple fruit in the mountains, watching the flames dance in the clearing. Ledin felt her life becoming increasingly intriguing. Oh, right? Cooking, she exclaimed, nearly forgetting her task. She produced a peculiar colored liquid that sparkled under the sun, emanating a strange aroma. With a hint of pride, she patted the jar. I still had some leftover fruit, so I decided to brew some wine. Initially, she had intended to make fruit preserves, washing the fruits, removing the pits, and boiling them in water. The pink fruit was inherently sweet, requiring no added sugar, especially since sugar did not exist in ancient times. After completing her task, Layden became engrossed in other activities, momentarily forgetting about the preserved tea. To her surprise, she later discovered they had fermented and now smelled distinctly alcoholic. She realized her luck had not been so bad. Mons brought the fruit wine over to the fire, while Layden delightedly grilled skewers. The prospect of pairing fruit wine with barbecued meat was exhilarating. Layden's culinary skills consistently attracted a throng of orcs whenever she cooked. They gathered around the fire, their eyes glued to the skewers, betraying their hunger without uttering a word. To foster camaraderie and lessen their disdain for Mons. Layden generously shared the fruit wine with the approaching orcs, even serving a large bowl to Wei, who had previously held a grudge against Mons. The orcs, unaccustomed to alcohol, soon became intoxicated, surrounding the fire in song and dance. Mons, however, sat behind Layden, visibly displeased as the wine had dwindled to barely a sip by the time it reached him. "Don't be upset," Layden teased, shaking his arm. "Next time, I'll make sure you get some." Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed, startling Layden. She hadn't anticipated the orcs would have such low tolerance for alcohol. Before she could laugh, one of the orcs began to foam at the mouth. What happened?" Layden stammered, immediately connecting it to her fruit wine, realizing it lacked fermentation starter and perhaps had an odd taste. Could the orcs be suffering from alcohol poisoning? No, it must be food poisoning. Mons gently patted Layden's arm in reassurance. "It's all right. I will fetch the shaman. He will know what to do." Watching his leisurely demeanor, Layden felt a surge of anxiety, fearing she had unwittingly caused a calamity. If she wasn't mistaken, Wei was the one most affected. "Hurry," Layden urged Mons, stammering. "They won't die." "Will they? They won't, don't worry," he assured her. When the shaman arrived, he promptly administered an unknown thick brown concoction into the orcs' mouths, which appeared rather unappetizing. The orcs quickly regained consciousness, leaning against trees to vomit. Layden felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least they were alive. The shaman merely shot her a glare before departing without a word. Apologetically, Layden smiled at the orcs. "I'm so sorry. It was a mistake that nearly killed me," Wei retorted, straightening up only to double over again. With Mons having previously punched him in the stomach, and now Layden knocking him down, Wei clutched his belly and waddled away. "You scare me to death." Layden buried her face in Mons's chest, her hands instinctively finding his small tail and grasping it tightly. Mons tensed, his tail twitching but remaining firmly in her grasp. "Well done," he murmured, his voice barely audible. Layden missed it and asked. Mons' smile widened. "It's nothing. Life must go on." Layden went from hut to hut, checking on the orcs affected by her concoction, offering ample meat skewers as compensation. This incident eventually smoothed over. To her surprise, she discovered that this ordeal had inadvertently strengthened her bonds with the orcs, especially the females. She gifted them fish skins and grass skirts, promising to make them fish skin skirts in the near future, causing the females to forget about the weakened males lying in the grass and refer to Layden as their sister. "Layden," Nora approached with a mischievous grin. "Thank goodness I had something to attend to that day. Otherwise, with my appetite, I would surely be lying among the grass now." Layden laughed, pushing her away. "Please spare me. I beg you. Just forget it ever happened." Chapter 35. Is this a date? The half-carcass that Mons had brought back from the hunt lay in a shady corner. Layden approached the carcass, intending to prepare it as she touched it. Her fingers were coated in a layer of fat, the slick texture unpleasant to her. She frowned. This creature had an excessive amount of fat. Yet, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression brightened. "Mons, have you ever heard of oil extraction? Oil is a wonderful thing. Perhaps it could be used for frying vegetables or fish in the future." She began to chop the large pieces of meat with a knife, placing them in a bone pot. As the heat intensified, the meat sizzled and crackled, drawing the attention of nearby orcs, who gathered curiously around her, eager to see what this extraordinary female was concocting. "Layden, what are you making?" a familiar female asked. Layden looked up and confidently replied, I'm extracting oil. The term piqued their interest. Gradually, the fat began to melt, and the once substantial pieces of meat shrank, leaving behind a deep-colored liquid in the pot. This liquid seemed unwilling to remain contained, bubbling and splashing over the sides, causing a sting upon contact with her skin. Layden, can this be eaten? Elle timidly inquired, wrapping her fingers out of course, but you'll have to wait a moment. Once the oil was ready, Layden carefully scooped it out with a wild boar's knee bone, filling several jars before the oil was finally contained. The bone pot now held only dry, shriveled meat. Layden divided the dried meat into several portions using leaves, distributing them among the gathered orcs, cautioning them to be careful as they were hot. She handed the largest portion to Ale, saying, This one is for you. Ale gratefully accepted. Thank you. You're truly the best female in the world. When Mons dies, may I marry you? His naive comment elicited laughter from the surrounding orcs. And Layden playfully pinched his cheek. Let us talk about that when you grow up. The essence of her people lies in infrastructure and cooking, and now she was on the verge of unveiling a new culinary technique: frying. The orc who received the leaf did not mind the heat, devouring the entire piece in one bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. My heavens, this is incredibly delicious. Layden gazed at the voracious orcs, pondering how effortlessly they seemed to sustain themselves, their faces alight with excitement over any morsel they consumed. It appeared they had completely forgotten the events of a few days prior, once languishing in a haystack. Now they were merrily gathered around the campfire, reenacting the previous day's theatrics. She handed the remaining large portion to the silent Mons, whispering conspiratorially in his ear, This largest portion is reserved for you. I assure you, it will be entirely safe to eat. Addressing the orcs, she declared, All this was hunted by Mons. If you wish to partake, you may inquire with him. What need is there to ask, Mons? Can Tiwi just ask you? Came an incongruous voice from behind the crowd. Layden furrowed her brow and turned to see who had spoken. Who are you? She inquired. I am Fiki. Perhaps you have heard of me. I have not. Layden interrupted brusquely. I care not for your name. I will not permit you to defame Mons. Everyone here knows he is the most valiant hunter, while you remain a nameless shadow. Layden regarded the orc with derision. And here you are, consuming the fruits of Mons's labor while slandering him. You find that appropriate? No one should think they can bully Mons simply because he is not eloquent. She positioned herself protectively in front of Mons, hands on her hips, addressing all the orcs. If this continues, I shall cease to prepare delicious meals for you. The orcs flushed, stammering in disbelief. Layden took Mons's hand and led him toward the cave, chiding him softly. Do not pay any mind to those people. What is the matter today? Why do we keep encountering such sour individuals? Fiki turned to the orcs beside him, inquiring, What does it mean to be a nameless shadow? The sky remained bright, and Mons decided to take Layden for a stroll in the forest to clear their minds. Layden lifted her gaze to the beautiful sunset, casting its warm glow upon the earth. Her spirits lifting considerably. The orange sun bathed everything in hues of amber, even enveloping Mons in an ethereal light, making him appear almost otherworldly. The golden rays accentuated his noble features, rendering him strikingly handsome. Blushing, Layden averted her gaze, her cheeks aflame, even her ears tinged with crimson. It was almost unbelievable that such an attractive orc had become her boyfriend. As they leisurely wandered through the forest, Layden wondered if this could be considered a date. If it were indeed a date, it would change everything. With a shy glance at Mons, she asked, Where are we headed? Mons took her hand, guiding her quietly through the woods. He pointed to a patch of lush green leaves, saying, These are the purple fruits. Layden's eyes widened in astonishment. Having grown up in the Steel City, she had never seen fruits and vegetables sprouting from the earth. Were these unremarkable plants truly the purple fruits? She grasped one of the roots and yanked it from the ground. Staring blankly at the bare root in her hand, she looked up at Mons, silently accusing him. Did you not say this place was abundant with purple fruits? Mons found Layden's expression amusing. He gently brushed the dirt from her face and chuckled. Yes, but Layden, you can certainly identify the wild grasses. He gently tugged at a nearby wild grass, revealing a purple round fruit before her eyes. The fruit seemed to mock her. How could this be? Layden scrutinized the leaves of both plants, insisting, They are identical. Look, the same shape, the same serrations. How can this one be a wild grass? She pouted in displeasure. Determined, Ledin compared the fruit in Mons's hand with the surrounding plants, carefully selecting one that this cannot possibly be a wild grass. Summoning all her strength, she grasped the plant by its base, silently praying not to embarrass herself in front of Mons. She wished to uphold her image of competence. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself, "You can do this." With a forceful tug, the scene before her blurred as she stumbled back, landing firmly in a warm embrace. Mons caught her, chuckling as he took the plant from her hands, shaking his head, still wild grass. Feeling somewhat deflated, Ledin leaned against Mons, gazing up at his chin, asking, "Am I a bit foolish?" Chapter 36. I must stockpile food. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying away the oppressive heat and humidity. I tea-tousled Ledin's hair, obscuring her vision, and she squinted against the breeze. Mons lowered his head slightly, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear, his gaze intense and fervent as he looked at her, saying, "No, this version of you is quite adorable and genuine." Discarding the wild grass, he focused on gathering several purple fruits, piling them beside Ledin like a peacock displaying its splendid plumage to attract a mate. Noticing Mons toss one of the purple fruits into the thicket, she pointed at it, asking, "Is that one not worth keeping?" Mons nodded. "That one is no good. It has sprouted." "Sprouted?" Ledin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If it has sprouted, then we can use it as a seedling. ISNT, that how sweet potatoes are cultivated, we can let one of the fruits sprout, then carefully cut it, placing half in water until it grows into a seedling. And then plant it. Bring that one back with us, Mons." Ledin's mind raced with possibilities. Sweet potatoes could be stored for long periods, serving as a valuable food reserve. The thought of the empty cave filled her with unease. As a child of Wagwa, how could she not stockpile provisions? Cradling the sprouted purple fruit, Ledin's entire focus was on it. She could already envision a cave brimming with supplies. Along the way, her attention remained fixated on the purple fruit. Causing Mons to feel a twinge of jealousy, he attempted to divert her gaze, but to no avail. Upon returning to the cave, Ledin carefully examined the purple fruits, pondering where to place them for optimal preservation. Suddenly, an idea struck her. The cellar. "Mons, dig a small hole here, not too big, but make it wider, do you understand?" Poor Mons, still grappling with his feelings of jealousy, was now tasked with labor. He huffed and puffed as he excavated a modest entrance in a cool spot, just large enough for a single person to fit through. Transforming into his beast form, he widened the space beneath, creating a rudimentary cellar. Covering the entrance would ensure no one discovered the hidden store. Satisfied, Ledin placed her precious purple fruits inside. Though they occupied only a small corner of the cellar, she felt immense contentment. With her determination, she believed she could fill that cellar to the brim. And then there was the sweltering heat. The meat Mons painstakingly hunted could not be preserved for long, that if only they had salt, they could cure it. Perhaps even make smoked jerky, though it seemed possible to do without salt. "What are you pondering?" Mons finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Noticing Ledin had been ignoring him, "I was considering how to prepare the meat for long-term storage." Tio Mons. This idea seemed utterly fanciful. How could meat possibly be preserved for extended periods? Determined, Ledin decided to take action. They still had a sizable piece of boar leg that needed to be processed quickly to avoid spoiling. Though uncertain of her success, Ledin used a sheep's horn knife to score the boar meat, then placed it over the campfire. She positioned the rack high enough so that the flames would not touch the meat, allowing only the smoke to envelop the boar leg. Returning to the cave, she found her three sisters eagerly awaiting her arrival. "Ledin, where have you been?" "We've been waiting for ages," Lilia exclaimed, presenting the fish skins before Ledin. "Look, our fish skins have softened." The fish skins, now pliable, were a far cry from their rigid state just a day prior. Cradling the soft fish skins in her hands, Ledin gently stroked them. They could now gracefully conform to her arm, shifting shape with her movements. "Can we make clothing from this?" Kaylee ventured. Ledin nodded. The fish skins are sufficiently supple now. She traced the contours of Kelly's body with fish skin, determining the approximate dimensions. While she was unable to craft a design too intricate, a simple halter-style leather skirt was well within her capabilities. Ledin used a knife made from ram's horn to cut the fish skin. Leaving behind the rough scraps to serve as straps. Lacking needles and thread, she had to make do with what she had, utilizing every part of the material. The neatly arranged fish skin was then punctured with regular holes on either side, through which the scrap straps were threaded, allowing for adjustments to the halter's size. The three sisters held their breath, intently observing as a rudimentary, albeit somewhat unsightly, halter was conjured from Ledden's hands. "Wow, Ledden, you're amazing." Ledden, feeling a touch of shyness, began crafting a second one. Having gained experience from the first, she found the second one was coming together with much more ease and appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Carefully, she draped the halter over Kelly, instructing them, "Tie a bow here, and when you take it off tonight, just pull this string to release it, understood?" Noticing their blank expressions, she sighed and demonstrated again in front of them. "Here, loop this over, and then just tie it gently. Ledden, you know so much. This will really secure it and can be undone." Lilia was the first to master the technique, repeatedly untying and retying the fish skin straps. Watching the three sisters dressed in their new attire, Ledden breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, many orcs and females were bare, indicating that her path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Mons was drenched, and Ledden hurriedly used fish skin to dry him off, subsequently wrapping him in animal hide from head to toe. Mons, now bundled up, struggled to poke his head out, his round bare ears tickled by the fur of the hide, his ears twitching in the air as he protested. "I am not cold." Ledden firmly disagreed, tightening the hide around him. "You are cold. After the rain, it's essential to stay warm, or you'll catch a cold." "What I say cold?" he asked, while Ledden frowned. It would be quite troublesome. Mons dared not press further. Instead, he opened the hide and wrapped Ledden inside as well. They sat together at the cave entrance, watching the gentle patter of rain outside. The rainy season was upon them. Leaning against Mons, he felt like a small furnace, warming her thoroughly and comfortably. The warmth dulled Ledden's senses momentarily. It is going to rain all day, for a long time. Mons wore a serious expression. The rainy season was not a favorable time. Most animals would retreat into their caves, making hunting increasingly difficult, and the rain could cause water levels to rise, threatening to flood their tribe. Moreover, the aftermath of the rainy season was often drought. "Then we must stockpile food," Ledden mused aloud. "Once the rain stops, we should bring the food from the cellar into the cave. This spot is high." So at one to be flooded. Without hesitation, Ledden pushed Mons aside and ventured deeper into the cave, where it was cool and suitable for food storage. "Mons, carve out a space here, and then dig niches into the stone wall. This way, we can store some items on the walls." Mons transformed into his beast form, his sharp claws easily breaking through the stone to create a space, the coldness palpable as one approached. This rain seemed merely a prelude to the rainy season, as the skies quickly cleared, revealing two suns that scorched the earth, evaporating the puddles and cracking the ground, just as Mons piled the items from the cellar into the newly dug storage area. An orc rushed to their cave entrance. "Ledden, is Ledden here?" Ledden poked her head out, puzzled what's wrong. The orc attempted to grasp her wrist, but was deterred by Mons' fierce glare, stammering, "The fire. It's gone." Chapter 37. 100 methods. I only know 3 following the direction indicated by the orc. Ledden gazed towards the clearing in the tribe. The fire that had been burning for several days had extinguished. A group of orcs anxiously gathered around the ashes. Could this be the punishment from the beast god? Indeed, calamity is upon us. Life in the tribe will become difficult. "What nonsense are you spouting?" A grizzled brown bear with graying fur scolded the younger ORC. Ledden here, and that messenger of the beast god. They have arrived, they're coming." The village chief, with a keen yet anxious gaze, looked towards the approaching figures. Mons chose not to maintain his beast form, but instead assumed a somewhat frail human shape, walking alongside Ledden. "Ledden, please check what happened to the fire. It's extinguished. What shall we do?" The orc's tone was fraught with urgency as he paced around the extinguished fire pit, giant bear paw prints marking the muddy ground. "Then let us reignite it." Ledden replied nonchalantly, "You could ask the messenger of the beast god to rekindle the flames." She turned back to Mons and winked. "The messenger of the beast god, right?" Ledden always seemed to advocate for Mons, making it easier for the orcs to accept him. This was a splendid opportunity for her, ensuring that the orcs could no longer overlook Mons's role. Mons remained silent, only speaking more freely in Leden's presence. It wasn't until the flames were rekindled that the orc's agitation subsided momentarily. Surrounded by orcs, Mons felt a surge of pride as Leden smiled. Suddenly, she sensed a prying gaze upon her, and whipped around to find only the grass beside the tribe rustling, as if stirred by the wind. What's wrong? Even amidst the crowd, Mons was the first to notice Leden's unease, quietly inquiring. Leden turned back with a peculiar expression, shaking her head. It's nothing, perhaps I'm just tired. Upon hearing his little female mention fatigue, Mons brushed aside the orc who had his arm around him, and hoisted Leden into his arms. If you want something, tell me. Don't venture so far alone. He draped the animal hide over her. The air, still retaining the damp chill from the rain, felt revitalizing as the warm hide enveloped her body. Leden felt as if she had come back to life. Observing the bare-chested orcs who showed no signs of cold, she felt too bashful to admit her own chill. Mons even kindled a fire at the cave entrance. Bringing warmth to their surroundings, I understand, but I can't just stay in the cave doing nothing every day. Why not? Mons raised his head, his expression serious. You can do nothing. I will take care of you. Leden mumbled softly. Then I'd become a pig, sleeping and eating all day. Recently, Mons had begun leaving early and returning late, as had the other orcs, all striving to gather as much supplies as possible before the rainy season hit. Taking advantage of the orcs' hunting trips, Leden taught the females in the tribe how to cure ham, process animal hides, and refine oil. She shared all her knowledge with the females, hoping to ensure that her kin would not go hungry during the rainy season. The previously sun-dried fruits had successfully turned into dried fruit, which Leden stored in ceramic jars. Since their last success, ceramic jars had frequently been heated over the campfire, and now every household possessed these marvelous containers for liquid storage. Leden, what shall we do today? A tall female inquired. What should we do? Leden's gaze fell upon a pile of skinned fish in the corner. Through the promotion by the three sisters, the females in the tribe now considered wearing fish-skin skirts to be beautiful. They had been capturing the two-legged fish in droves, taking only the skin. The fish meat lay in heaps in the corner, threatening to spoil if not processed quickly. Today, let us fry some fish. Spoilage often resulted from excessive moisture. If they could remove the water content from the food, it could be preserved for an extended period. Does everyone have oil at home? The females nodded in unison, emulating the actions of Leden, who had already refined copious amounts of oil. Indeed, jerky could be preserved far longer than fresh meat, and it was undeniably more delectable. However, the liquid oil had lost the heat of the flames and quickly congealed into a white substance. This substance was tasteless and left a somewhat unpleasant residue in the mouth, leaving them uncertain of its culinary application. Leden positioned the skull pot over the fire and ladled a generous scoop of the solidified lard into the vessel. As it was subjected to the flames, the lard gradually transformed from solid to liquid, regaining its former golden hue and bubbling in a delightful manner. The fish, resembling a creature with human legs, had its innards meticulously cleaned, and as Leden placed it into the pot, a cacophony of sizzling ensued. One of the females took a step back, exclaiming, "My goodness, that startled me." Leden turned her gaze towards the speaker, who was Kate, the mother of Ire, and reassured her, "Do not be alarmed. The oil always produces such sounds. The food it fries becomes exceptionally crispy." Using her homemade bone spatula, she flipped the fish, revealing a side that had turned a glorious golden brown and exuded a tantalizing aroma. Despite the faint fishy scent, Leden lamented the absence of seasonings, wishing even for a pinch of salt. She had grown weary of tasteless food. Once the fish was perfectly fried, she placed it on a ceramic plate and nudged it towards the females. The moment the dish was presented, it received rave reviews. "Delicious! I've never tasted anything like this before. This what crispiness is." Leden chuckled and added another fish to the pot, for the day's work had only just begun. With at least dozens of fish piled in the corner, none were to be wasted. "Look, this method is different this time," she declared, continuously shredding the fish into smaller bits and tossing them in the pot until they shrank into tiny morsels. Yet she did not cease her efforts. Lilia approached, gazing at the indistinguishable bits of meat in the pot, and asked with a hint of regret, "What is this for?" "This is called shredded meat," Leden replied, stirring vigorously to prevent sticking. The advantage of the bone pot was its even heat distribution, which prevented burning. Shredded meat had a longer shelf life and could be enjoyed with purple fruit. She showcased a piece of purple fruit resting by the fire, which was exceedingly sweet and filling, discovered by Mons. The mere mention of Mons brought a smile to Loden's face, and she blushed slightly. "Mons is truly kind to you," Kate remarked wistfully. "If only my husband treated me so well." Throughout the morning, the females chatted and cooked, swiftly processing the over a dozen fish. The aroma of fried oil wafted throughout the tribe. When Loden served the final platter of fish, she noticed the returning hunters. At the forefront was a white bear, its jaws clenching a plump, unfamiliar creature. The bear approached Loden directly, its eyes still reflecting the ferocity of the hunt. Yet, Loden felt no fear. Instead, she used a fish skin dipped in water to wipe the blood from the corner of the bear's mouth. She inspected the bear closely, admiring its pristine white fur before nodding in satisfaction and planting a kiss beside its sharp teeth. The bear shyly shook its head and, with a thud, transformed into human form. "Today's haul is splendid, and I discovered something peculiar that I thought you might like, so I brought it back." Chapter 38. The panic of losing Loden. Mons removed a bamboo pole that had been thrust into the back of the prey and handed it to Loden. The pole's exterior was a brownish purple, elongated and segmented, resembling sugar cane from Earth. Loden drew her knife from her waist and peeled away the outer skin, revealing the snowy white flesh inside. Indeed, it was sugar cane. She tentatively took a bite, her face contorting in distaste. "Yuck, it's so bitter." Tears of physiological reaction brimmed in her eyes due to the strange flavor. "What's wrong?" Mons gently patted her back and offered her a spoonful of cool water. Loden eagerly accepted it, gulping it down, which diluted some of the bitterness in her mouth. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. She realized that the bitterness was due to the high concentration, and with the water, it tasted somewhat salty. The wonders of the world never ceased to amaze her. This cane-like object was surprisingly salty. This is salty," Loden exclaimed excitedly, struggling to articulate her thoughts as she grasped Mons' robust arm and pointed at the sugar cane. "This could possibly yield salt." "Salt?" Mons echoed incredulously, his gaze sharpening at the unassuming stick in his hand. The thought was thrilling. A handful of salt from the merfolk could be exchanged for an entire sheep, and if they could produce salt themselves, they would no longer need to barter with the merfolk. "How do we do it?" Loden pulled Mons towards the platform, instructing him to apply pressure to a thigh bone to extract its juices. "Quickly fill the ceramic jar in the groove." Loden was impatient to produce something, having grown weary of tasteless food. "Achoo!" She sneezed, her nose tingling. Was it just her imagination, or was the air growing colder? Watching Mons begin his task, Loden held her breath, intently watching the milky white juice trickle from the sugar cane into the jar she cradled. Mons applied considerable force, squeezing out every drop of juice, leaving behind only the dry fibers. The juice from a single sugar cane nearly filled the bottom of the jar, and Loden was thoroughly pleased, cradling the jar as if it were a treasure. "Loden, why aren't you looking at me?" Mons's tone was slightly hurt. The sight of a 2-meter-tall man appearing so forlorn was quite the contrast. Loden smiled and wrapped her arms around Mons's neck, planting a kiss on him. "I asked this better." She had only briefly loved Mons and soon returned to the jar. "What shall we eat today? Barbecue or stew?" "Finally, we can have flavorful food. I'm so happy." "Achoo!" Loden sneezed again. "Are you feeling unwell?" Mons asked with concern. Eyeing the sprightly Loden, "Its nothing," she replied dismissively, rubbing her nose. "Perhaps just a chill." Upon returning to the cave, her head began to spin, and chills coursed through her. She shivered uncontrollably. What in the world is this weather? So cold. Loden lifted her gaze to Mons, who was tending to the fire. "Aren't you cold?" Mons shook his head, his movements swift as he stoked the flames, illuminating the cave with a warm glow. Yet it was still insufficient. Loden continued to shiver. "I truly envy you. Your constitution is remarkable, not feeling cold in such frigid weather." Mons approached the pile of hay, draping a pristine pelt over Loden's shoulders. With the fur, she could finally ward off some of the chill. Loden wrapped herself snugly, covering even her mouth and nose. Mons sat behind her, encircling her with his arms, deeply concerned. Are you really that cold? He could feel the little female in his embrace nodding repeatedly, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Had she always been so fragile? He noticed that the other females in the tribe did not seem as sensitive to the cold. Ultimately, they prepared a meat stew, adding the milky juice from a sugarcane to the rich broth. The pot gurgled contentedly as outside. A gentle rain began to fall. Loden nestled contentedly against Mons, feeling a warmth that was surprisingly cozy. They exchanged no words, but during this time, Mons had already learned to cook. He observed the bubbling meat in the pot, estimating it was nearly ready, and gently roused the drowsy Loden. The meat is ready. Wake up! Loden, eyes still closed, reached out to touch her lips. Mons, puzzled, tilted his head, gazing at her snowy white fingers. What is it? I need a kiss to get up. Mons smiled silently, his eyes radiating a luminous glow when he did. He leaned down gently, planting a soft kiss on Leden's lips. It was not that he found kissing uninteresting. He desired to delve deeper, yet he believed the little female should consume something to replenish her energy. The scum from a meat soup had been skimmed off, significantly reducing the fishy odor. They had also been simmering some purple fruit in the pot, which was tender and delightful, a favorite of Leden's. Mons filled a ceramic bowl generously for her. The bowl bore an adorable cartoon image of a plump polar bear. Alongside the inscription Leden Mons, a warm bowl was placed in her hands. Leden felt revitalized. She took a sip of the hot soup, savoring the salty flavor, which she adored. The freshly cooked soup was a tad too hot, causing her to scald her tongue, and she extended it to greet the cool air. Her crimson tongue flicked at the corner of her mouth, and Mons' gaze fixated intently on that agile appendage. Leden gasped, her vision momentarily darkening as Mons unexpectedly leaned down to lick her tongue. This was overwhelmingly shy for her, prompting Leden to retreat beneath the fur, with only the rosy hue of her cheeks betraying her embarrassment to Mons. Noticing that Leden had eaten, Mons finally served himself a bowl. Drinking heartily without fear of the heat, relishing the flavor, tea was indeed salty, even more delectable than the salt of the merfolk, which always bore a hint of bitterness. The heavy fur slipped slowly from her shoulders, revealing her round, snow-white shoulders, and Leden cast a pitiful glance at Mons. Mons, look! Mons reached out with his large hand to gather the fur around her, lifting both the fur and Leden together, placing them atop a pile of hay. Leden was now accustomed to Mons' embrace. She extended her hand from the fur and wrapped it around his neck. The inner and outer sides of her arms felt two distinct temperatures. The skin close to Mons was warm, while the outer side was chilled by the wind. Mons set Leden down on the haystack, his hand brushing against her arm, firmly tucking her arms back into the fur. Keep your hands inside. Leden stuck out her tongue, appearing like a fluffy bear cub, the snow-white fur framing her face, enhancing her porcelain complexion, even surpassing the surrounding furs in whiteness. Sleep that he wrapped his arms around Leden, watching the small female close her eyes. Yet his heart was filled with anxiety. Autumn had just begun, the weather not yet at its coldest, and already the little female seemed unable to endure. He pondered what would happen when winter arrived. For the first time, Mons truly felt the worries of providing for a family. He tightened his embrace, holding Leden securely against him. Unbeknownst to him, a feeling of potential loss of Leden began to blossom within him. Chapter 39. The fragile Leden needs a hug. The crackling fire continued to burn, casting the silhouettes of the two entwined figures against the stone wall. They were huddled closely, their shadows merging into one. Leden quietly parted the fur to create a small gap, and a cold breeze immediately infiltrated the warmth of their cocoon, causing her to shiver. Her movement caught Mons' attention. He quickly rearranged the cover, ensuring not a sliver of space was exposed. Leden pouted, seemingly in defiance of Mons, and lifted the fur once more. Put it back and sleep, Mons commanded firmly. Leden grasped the edge of the fur with both hands, tugging upwards until most of her face was concealed. In a soft voice, she said, I want to sleep with Mons. You come in too. Mons' throat bobbed as he silently acquiesced to her request. Leden draped the fur over him, finally achieving her wish to snuggle against Mons. The warmth radiating from his body enveloped her, prompting a sigh of contentment from Leden. Her icy hands wrapped around Mons' waist, causing him to stiffen entirely. even his breathing becoming subdued, his eyes widening in the darkness. Much of his body remained exposed, but this temperature was not cold for a beast man. There exists a chill when your female feels you are cold. Leden's hands explored his cool skin, and she strained to pull the fur around Mons until he was completely enveloped. The weight of the fur was overwhelming. Merely this action had left her fatigued. She collapsed against Mons, perspiration beading on her forehead. The warmth of her breath brushed against his skin, making Mons feel as though he might explode, finally finding a comfortable position akin to a small creature in a nest. Leden nestled her face against Mons' chest, attuning to his steady heartbeat. Oblivious to the beastman's concerns, she smiled sweetly and whispered, "Good night." In the deep of night, the rain continued to fall incessantly, droplets cascading from the leaves, pooling into small puddles on the ground, creating a rhythmic patter. Mons suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he pressed his forehead against Leden's. Leden was not sleeping soundly. She occasionally whined, her eyes tightly shut, her body radiating heat, akin to a freshly steamed bun. This was not the typical warmth of the little female. Mons began to feel anxious, gently patting Leden's cheek. "Leden, are you all right?" startled by his voice. Leden twitched slightly, slowly opening her eyes. However, her watery gaze appeared vacant and unfocused, leading Mons to question whether she was truly awake. The beastman, unaccustomed to illness, felt utterly helpless, unsure of what to do. Leden, please wake up." "Can you hear me?" he whispered, kissing her lips. "Be why the beast god. I would give anything to see my female recover. Cold, so very cold." Leden felt as though her hands and feet were submerged in icy water. Yet her body burned with heat. The contrasting temperatures were torturous, gradually causing her mind to feel as if it might melt away. She sank into a haze, unable to hear, speak, or move at a pair of warm hands pressed against her forehead, prompting Leden to lean toward the source of heat. Drowsily opening her eyes, she could only hear someone speaking softly in her ear, though the words were indistinct and shrouded in fog. "Mons, I feel so unwell." Leden whimpered, tears streaming from her eyes and soaking Mons' chest. Mons felt Leden's tears were scorching, and he tenderly kissed them away, murmuring to her, "I will find Uncle Covey. He is a priest and may have a solution." As he spoke, he began to rise to leave, but Leden instinctively grasped his wrist, unwilling for him to depart. Observing her frail wrist, Mons resolutely tucked her back into the covers. "I'll be back soon." Without a backward glance, he plunged into the downpour. The rain intensified, obscuring the sky and rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. The icy rain pelted Mons' body as he quickened his pace to find Covey. "Uncle Covey, Leden is ill." He pulled Covey to his cave with urgency. "Please, look at Leden. What is wrong with her? She is burning up the heavens." "The beast god above," Covey exclaimed, astonished by Leden's temperature. He transformed into human form, pressing the back of his hand against Leden's face. "Uncle Covey," Mons fretted, pacing anxiously. "How can I help Leden recover?" Covey withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "I have never encountered such a situation. Beastmen are typically robust. Perhaps Leden is simply too frail." Ultimately, even the priest of Lien Covey was at a loss, merely advising Mons to offer Loden some water. He gently lifted Loden and brought the ceramic bowl to her lips. Loden's lips were pale and chapped, resembling the parched earth of a drought-stricken land. As the water touched her lips, she could no longer swallow. It trickled down her cheeks, pooling at her collarbone. Monstu, feeling anxious, took a sip himself and pressed his lips against Loden's. His agile tongue pried open her tightly sealed lips, and he noted that the warmth of her mouth was higher than usual. A sweet, refreshing liquid entered her mouth. Loden, clearly parched, instinctively swallowed, realizing there was no more water. She eagerly extended her tongue, entwining it with Monstu's, yearning for another sip. When her desires went unfulfilled, Loden emitted soft whimpers that nearly shattered Monstu's heart. He quickly offered her another mouthful. The water moistened Loden's lips, which now appeared less pallid than before. Monstu enveloped her completely in his embrace, holding her tightly until dawn broke. The sun rose, illuminating the entire world. The flames at the cave's entrance flickered twice before extinguishing, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. The air was suffused with the refreshing scent that follows a rainfall. Loden, groggy, opened her eyes, feeling sticky and aware that her clothes clung to her body. As she propped herself up, her hands encountered a soft texture, distinct from the usual feel of hay. Monstu. It then dawned on her that she was entirely sprawled upon him. Upon hearing the soft voice of the female, Monstu hurriedly adjusted the animal hide that had slipped down. Only Loden's eyes remained visible. You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Chapter 40. Restless sleep. Loden shook her head. I'm fine. Yet, she hardly resembled someone untroubled. The fever from the previous night had drained all her vitality, leaving her akin to a flower ravaged by a storm. This pitiful blossom nestled within the haven named Monstu. Feeling aggrieved yet savoring a momentary respite, Monstu pressed his lips tightly together, silently gazing at the wilted Loden. He leaned his head against her still feverish face. Her temperature was still high, though slightly improved from the night before. Are you hungry? I'll make you some meat soup. In truth, Loden had no appetite, but upon seeing the worried expression on the great white bear's face, she halted, her head shaking, and slowly nodded. Realizing Loden could still eat, Monstu felt a slight easing of tension. In the world of orcs, the ability to consume food signified that nothing serious was amiss. Loden curled up within the hide, watching as Monstu moved deftly about, that he was now capable of preparing a meal on his own. His robust muscles flexed with each motion, subtly showcasing his strength. Monstu could effortlessly shoulder prey weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Suddenly, Loden felt a wave of thirst. She braced her weary body to sit up, the cold wind invading the hide with her movement. She shivered and quickened her actions. The wooden bucket was a bit distant. She stretched her arms straight to barely reach the ladle. Her slender fingers strained forward, finally grasping it. Loden sighed in relief. She filled a spoon with cool water, but perhaps due to her illness and weakness, her hand trembled, and a wave of soreness coursed through her arm. With a loud thud, the spoon fell to the ground, splashing water onto the hay. The icy water even splattered on her arm, prompting Loden to retract her hand and curl back into the hide. Hearing the commotion, Monstu swiftly turned around, finding Loden clutching the hide to prevent it from slipping further, her expression cautious as she averted her gaze from his piercing eyes. Didn't I tell you to lie still? Monstu quickly approached, pulling Loden toward a clean pile of hay. This time, there was a hint of reproach in his tone. Sensitive to his feelings, Loden curled up tighter. Glancing at the busy Monstu, I'm sorry. Her voice carried a slight tremor, tinged with the threat of tears. I was just a bit thirsty. I didn't mean to. Hearing this, Monstu's heart nearly shattered. He clumsily extended his hand, gently wiping away her crystalline tears. I'm not blaming you. Monstu began to resent his own clumsiness. He merely wished for Loden to rest comfortably on the hay and refrain from moving about. Females were so delicate and fragile. Indeed, Loden had seemed more vulnerable than Petals yesterday, and Monstu had been cautious even while embracing her. I just worry about you. I want you to rest well and recover quickly. He stammered, pulling Loden closer into his embrace. I'm just concerned for your well-being. I didn't mean to be harsh. I'm sorry, Loden. Listening to his stuttering, disjointed explanation, Loden extended her frail wrist. Monstu couldn't shake the feeling that, after a night of illness, Loden had grown noticeably thinner. The little bit of flesh he had managed to nurture was fading away once more. Feeling her skin radiate a faint warmth, he reflected on her fragility. I understand. I want to recover quickly too. I don't wish to be a burden to you. Monstu. Silence enveloped the cave as Monstu held Loden tightly. After a while, his muffled voice reached her ears. You are not a burden. Loden, exhausted and lulled by Monstu's furnace-like warmth, maintained her position and drifted into slumber. She slept fitfully. She stirred and opened her eyes, discovering a fur hide beneath her. Softer than the previous one, the cave was unusually quiet, so silent that Loden could hear her own breaths. Monstu, she called out, but no familiar voice responded. You're awake. Following the sound, she saw a female orc sitting beside her. It was Kate. Whereas Monstu, she inquired. Loden's voice was hoarse, each word causing a sharp pain in her throat. Kate chuckled heartily. Your orc went out to find you some tasty fruits, she continued. Your orc truly cares for you. Most fruits are likely gone by this season, But that fellow Monstu, in his haste, said you were ill and thought perhaps some fruits would do you good, since learning that Monstu had left. Loden had been restless in her sleep, drifting in and out of dreams. She frequently opened her eyes to scan the cave, only to feel a sense of disappointment when she found no sign of Monstu. "You're back." "Yes, thank you." "Kate." "No problem, but you've taken care of me too." As Loden hovered between dreams and wakefulness, she heard voices and longed to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt as if they were glued shut. And her mind was clouded. A cool mist suddenly enveloped her. Something icy pressed against her forehead. The person quickly realized their own body was too cool and retreated swiftly. Loden bore through her discomfort and opened her eyes. "You're back." Seeing Loden awake, Monstu appeared somewhat elated, his face adorned with an endearing smile. "You're finally awake. I want to gather some fruits for you." He presented a few fruits, fragrant and still damp from the rain, looking utterly delectable. "Where did you find them?" Monstu casually waved his hand toward the forest behind him. He proudly presented the fruits wrapped in leaves, omitting any mention of the struggle it took to procure them. "You're lying." Monstu pressed the slightly chilled fruits against Loden's lips, silently urging her to partake. Loden had no choice but to open her mouth, cooperating with his gestures. The fruits, delightfully sweet and tangy, awakened her appetite. After consuming one, her stomach finally stirred, signaling hunger. With her mouth full, she mumbled, "Kate said there are hardly any fruits left this season." The viscous juice of the fruit trickled down Monstu's fingers, leaving a moist and ambiguous trail. Loden noticed this and, propping herself up, cradled Monstu's arm, tilting her head like a cat to lick the juice clean. Monstu's gaze shifted, his eyes deepening as he looked intently at Loden. "Do you realize what you're doing?" Perhaps due to the high fever, Ludan's mind was a chaotic blur. She was scarcely aware of her recent actions, imitating the thoughtful demeanor of Mons. She tilted her head slightly. Her damp hair, drenched in sweat, obediently clung to her face. Her cheeks flushed, and her rosy lips still bore traces of fruit juice. Chapter 41. Uttering embarrassing words with utmost seriousness, Mons pressed his hand firmly against Ludan's lips. The fruit juice clung to his fingers, creating a slight stickiness. He was entirely atop Ludan, his breath coming in heavy gasps. "Oh, beast god above, may the iris bloom swiftly." Taking a deep breath, Mons restrained himself and adjusted the animal hide, draped over Ludan. Shaking his head, he spoke in a manner reminiscent of soothing a child. He was aware that the fruit in one particular location had a longer growth cycle than others. He offered her the half-eaten fruit that had been forgotten by its owner. But upon seeing Ludan shake her head, he placed it down and kissed her forehead. The warmth of his lips had since cooled. Mons began to pray silently. "Oh, beast god above, please let this troublesome little female recover swiftly." Ludan, in her foggy state, had lost track of the days she had slept. Now feeling somewhat stronger, she began to cling to Mons, occasionally making unreasonable demands. Mons, delighted, even felt a sense of joy. The little female seemed to have regained her vitality. Her earlier frailty had truly broken his heart. Suddenly, Ludan fell silent, not uttering a word, and from a distance, she appeared as merely a bundle of animal hide. Mons, puzzled, paused his actions and peered through a small gap in the hide, only to catch a glimpse of Ludan's dark hair. "What is it, Ludan? Are you feeling unwell again?" The head concealed within the hide shook vigorously. "Then what is troubling you?" The large bear looked somewhat anxious. Even his ears, hidden beneath white hair, twitched restlessly. Ludan remained silent, persistently shaking her head. After a series of persistent inquiries from Mons, she finally stammered, "I need to use the restroom." "The restroom?" Mons tilted his head in confusion. In a moment of exasperation, Ludan flung aside the animal hide with a sudden movement. Startling Mons, he quickly wrapped her back in the hide. The little female must not catch a chill. "It's just to urinate," she exclaimed loudly, a hint of desperation in her voice that Ludan's face turned crimson, unsure whether it was due to the confinement within the hide or her embarrassment. She shot a glance at Mons, mentally berating the big, foolish bear for insisting she vocalize her needs. It was far too embarrassing. Although she knew that the beastmen were likely indifferent to such matters, she was not. Suddenly, Mons moved, lifting Ludan along with the hide. Enveloped snugly, she couldn't even extend her arms to rest on his shoulders. This was her first venture outside the cave since falling ill, and the forest ambience had begun to cool. Puddles on the ground reflected the moonlight, creating a shimmering spectacle all around. Mons, barefoot, stepped into a puddle, splashing droplets onto his calves. Finding a dry patch, he gently set Lu Dan down, still clad in the canvas shoes she had worn during her journey. The moment her feet touched the ground, a wave of weakness surged through her calves, causing her to stumble and nearly fall face first. Mons swiftly caught her, his voice deep and melodious, echoing slightly in the darkness. Lu Dan's cheeks flushed. Shyly, she raised her eyes to meet Mons's gaze. His eyes, perhaps due to his beastly lineage, shone brightly in the night, akin to the glow of a flashlight. Under the scrutiny of such eyes, Lu Dan felt a wave of shyness wash over her, compelling her to avert her gaze. "Are you not going to move?" "I need to use the restroom," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "That I worry about you." Mons replied, firmly rooted in place, showing no intention of leaving. "That won't do." Lu Dan struggled to grasp the hide, her voice almost cracking. How could Mons speak such embarrassing words with such seriousness? With her cheeks aflame, she looked up and said, "Step back a bit. I feel shy." Warm little hands pressed against Mons's chest, urging him to retreat. Though her strength was minimal, Mons complied, stepping back a few paces, only a few. Indeed, he halted, unwilling to yield further. "This is as far as I can go." His voice bore an unyielding firmness. If you won't move, I shall." Lu Dan shot a determined glare at Mons as she backed away behind a tree. Only when she could no longer see him did she crouch down. The dark forest at night was somewhat terrifying, enveloped in shadows, with the occasional chilling breeze rustling the leaves, creating a soft, eerie sound. The branches, illuminated by moonlight, appeared to reach out with claw-like fingers. Images of horror films and ghost stories began to uncontrollably play in her mind. The more fearful she became, the clearer the visions grew. Her heart raced. She wanted to turn back and see if there truly were ghosts. Yet she recalled the elders' warnings about not looking back at night. Dan swallowed hard, her pants still unadjusted, calling out for Mons while jogging. What had once seemed a short distance now felt like a chasm. As she ran, she spotted the familiar, well-defined silhouette of Mons. "Mons!" Lu Dan shouted his name, leaping onto him the moment he turned. Her legs wrapped around his strong waist. Having just recovered from illness, she lacked strength and began to slide off Mons. Strong hands caught her, lifting her slightly. "What is it?" I'm still afraid," Lu Dan confessed, wishing she could meld into the man's body. "I'm scared." That Mons's keen eyes scanned the area where Lu Dan had run from. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of beasts. "There are no beasts behind us." "We should hurry back," Lu Dan urged, longing to return to the safety of the haystack. Mons obeyed Lu Dan's command, turning back toward the cave, burrowing her head into the crook of his neck. She dared not look up. Finally feeling the warmth of the fire, she summoned the courage to open her eyes. In the shadows of the forest behind them, a pair of beastly eyes, similar to Mons's, blinked open. A terrifying gleam flickered in the darkness, fixating on Lu Dan's retreating form. Mons seemed to sense something amiss and turned back. The night was pitch black, revealing nothing but a sense of urgency gripped him. The onset of the rainy season masked many animal scents, preventing him from detecting danger promptly. Suddenly, a pair of hands cupped his cheeks. Mons turned to find the soft, familiar gaze of Lu Dan meeting his. With utmost seriousness, she cautioned, "When you hear someone call your name at night, do not look back." "Why?" he inquired. "Because a ghost might extinguish the light on your shoulder." Mons glanced at his shoulder, finding nothing there. Chapter 42. A sweetly explosive couple, did I not say so? Lu Dan hastily turned his head back to face her, ensuring their eyes met. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, she reiterated, "Do not look back." What is a ghost? What is a light? A ghost is an invisible and intangible entity, while a light represents your soul, Lu Dan explained. Mons still appeared puzzled. If it was unseen and untouchable, why did Lu Dan fear it? Lu Dan hesitated, sighing. "I can't quite articulate it. Never mind, I'm tired." How does one explain the terror of ghosts to a beast man? Lu Dan tossed and turned, contemplating how terrifying ghosts could be, They might grab your feet while you were in the restroom or appear at the head of your bed while you slept. Their gaze fixed upon you. Lost in thought, she inadvertently frightened herself. "Mons, are you there?" "I am." His voice, though devoid of emotion, brought her a sense of comfort. With Mons present, she felt assured that no ghost would dare trouble her. Despite this reassurance, Luke Dan buried her head beneath the animal hide. After all, the universal truth was that ghosts would not intrude upon humans' bed. The bed was the safest refuge. Oh no. What if Mons's half of his body remained outside the cover? Ludan propped herself up, gradually covering Mons with a hide. Mons, feeling somewhat helpless, grasped Ludan's hand. Did the little female not realize how much restraint it took for him to share a bed with her every night? Her hands, however, remained restless, constantly moving about his waist and abdomen. Mons seized Ludan's mischief-making hand firmly, stating with an unyielding tone, "Sleep." Perhaps due to excessive daytime slumber, Ludan found herself inexplicably alert during the night. In the darkness, even the faintest of sounds seemed magnified 1,000-fold. The rustle of the wind through the trees, the patter of raindrops, all heightened her anxiety. She revealed her round, glistening eyes, cautiously scanning the cave. Even the slightest movement in the shadows sent her heart racing. Ludan's breathing grew increasingly rapid. The cave, once familiar and comforting, now appeared somewhat menacing, prompting her to bury herself into Mons's embrace. Suddenly, a pair of hands enveloped her shoulders, causing her body to stiffen as she let out a startled gasp. "What is it?" Mons inquired, his voice devoid of emotion. Ludan trembled. "Did I wake you?" "No," Mons replied, turning over to draw Ludan closer, almost melding her entire being into his own. While others might find such possessive gestures suffocating, what Ludan craved most at that moment was this tight embrace. "Why aren't you sleeping?" As Ludan lifted her gaze, she beheld Mons's half-closed eyes, glowing with a gentle light. "I'm scared." She began to whisper ghost stories to him, "but I always feel like someone's watching me. They might grab my feet while I'm asleep and drag me away." "And have you heard the story of two best friends back to back?" Mons shook his head, seeing that he was unfamiliar with the tale. Ludan began to narrate in a hushed voice. There were two very close sisters who fell in love with the same man. The elder sister killed the younger one and hid her under the bed. Every night, the younger sister would sleep back to back with her sister, separated only by the bed's wooden frame. A shiver ran down Ludan's spine as she spoke, her voice tinged with fear. "It's terrifying." Suddenly, she felt that the ground beneath her was no longer safe, as if a long-haired ghost were pressing against her back. She hurriedly shifted her position, nearly straddling Mons. Mons did not sense the fear in Ludan's story. Rather, he was puzzled as to why they would both be enamored with the same individual. Was it that other orcs were not appealing enough? Perhaps, she mused, but why harm your sister over an orc? They are family and should stand united. This was a quintessential orc mentality. Despite the current tribe's disdain for Mons, if others from different tribes were to bully him, they would certainly not condone it. Kin should rise and fall together, as one. Ludan, bewildered by Mons's questions, also found the story somewhat absurd. "Well, what if your brother liked me too? Would you sit down and have a proper conversation with him?" Upon hearing Ludan's words, Mons's half-closed, beastly eyes widened, radiating a more intense light. The overwhelming possessiveness within him seemed almost tangible as he greedily gazed at Ludan. His expression appeared somewhat fearsome. However, Ludan, nestled comfortably in his embrace, remained oblivious to the possessive gleam in his eyes. "No. What?" Ludan inquired. "No competition or no proper conversation." Mons tightened his embrace, his fists clenching tightly, veins bulging. He continued to encircle Ludan carefully, ensuring she felt no discomfort. "I will not allow such a situation to arise. Ludan is mine." She can only be mine. Ludan's icy hands finally warmed in Mons's grip as she wrapped her arms around his sturdy waist. It dawned on her that Mons might be feeling a twinge of jealousy over an imagined rival. She chuckled softly, stroking his smooth back as a form of comfort. What to do? This easily jealous orc has become even more adorable. "But if others like me, it won't matter," Ludan murmured. Mons lowered his head, gazing at her dark locks, his heart suddenly tightening. "They must also like me for it to count." Mons felt momentarily rendered speechless. His voice emerged hoarse and fragmented. Do you like me? The cave fell silent, and Mons felt the weight of this moment surpass even the pronouncement of the beast god that Ludan lifted her gaze. Their eyes locking. Her eyes sparkled with starlight. Guess that I don't know that Ludan shifted closer, aligning her gaze with Mons, then suddenly leaned in and kissed his lips full. Mons was bewildered by this gesture. He pulled Ludan from beneath the animal hides. What does this mean? Ludan bit her lip. I promise to wait until the iris blooms. Why do you still ask such questions? She lifted her eyes. It means I like you, to Mons's heart, gripped by invisible hands. Regained its rhythm, he buried his face in Ludan's chest, exclaiming inwardly, "Oh, beast god, you have truly taken my life. What am I to do?" He kissed Ludan fervently, relentlessly tearing at her tender lips with his sharp fangs. I can hardly wait until the iris blooms. Ludan felt her lips burning, undoubtedly flushed, and she extended a finger to poke at Mons's chest, retreating slightly. We must wait for the blessing of the beast god. Chapter 43. Sweet punishment. Ludan, having thoroughly teased Mons, finally drifted contentedly into slumber. It was not until the sounds of commotion from outside stirred her awake that she rubbed her eyes and sat up. Noticing Mons still sleeping beside her, gently she nudged his arm, inquiring, "Mons, aren't you going hunting today?" The moment Ludan uttered her first word, Mons's eyes fluttered open. His beastly gaze swept over Ludan, and upon seeing her restored demeanor, he shook his head. "Today, I must care for Ludan, but I am already well," she protested, demonstrating her recovery by jumping lightly on the animal hide. She quickly ceased her movements, breathless after just a few jumps. Having just recovered from illness, her strength had not fully returned. "No, you will rest another day," Mons replied, his expression impassive as he rejected her plea that, in truth, having Mons accompany her for another day was not unwelcome. Ludan reassured herself. After all, when Mons went hunting, she missed him terribly. A little indulgence now and then was permissible. "All right then, how about I prepare a delicious meal for you today?" She smiled at Mons, already contemplating what delightful dish to create. They had cane juice to substitute for salt, and a large piece of pork leg left by the three sisters who had visited Ludan while she was still in slumber. She was unaware of the happenings in the outside world at that time. She waved her hand. "Let's make fried meatballs today." With determination, she rolled up her sleeves and expertly sliced a substantial chunk of pork leg, retrieving a knife that had been neglected for several days to finally chop the meat. Mons, curious, crouched beside Layden, observing her deft movements. The large pieces of pork were quickly minced into a smooth paste. In this world, animals thrived amidst the mountains and forests, particularly the meat from the thigh, which was remarkably elastic, unlike that from pigs raised in pens. Lacking flour, Layden took a purple fruit roasting by the fire. Upon peeling it, she discovered the flesh was also purple. The heat had extracted most of its moisture, rendering the fruit considerably shriveled. Layden placed the purple pulp on the cutting board, using the flat side of her knife to crush the fruit into a vibrant puree. Mixing the fruit puree with the minced pork created a rather unsightly combination of purple and red, yet she hoped it would taste acceptable once fried. Gazing at the unremarkable little round balls on the board, Layden reassured herself that as long as they were delicious, appearances did not matter. With several jars of oil still remaining from her previous efforts, she scooped a generous spoonful into the pot. The lard quickly melted into liquid, bubbling energetically. Testing the temperature with the chopsticks Mons had crafted for her, she soon saw tiny bubbles forming around them, indicating the oil was just right. One by one, she gently lowered the purple-red balls into the oil, where they reacted vigorously with the fat, but white mist enveloped the pot. Carefully prodding the bottoms of the balls with her chopsticks to prevent sticking, the morsels bobbed and danced in the oil, becoming increasingly fragrant. It must be said that rendering oil was one of the best decisions she had ever made. With the addition of oil, even the most unpalatable ingredients transformed into something delectable. The surface of the balls began to take on a golden hue, signaling that they were nearly done. Layden speared one with her chopsticks and gave it a gentle shake in the air. She blew on it before placing it before Mons. "Try it and see if it's cooked through." Mons gazed down at the peculiar meatball, which, after Layden's preparation, had lost its initial unattractiveness, now boasting a rich brown color with hints of yellow scattered throughout. The small ball continued to emit an enticing aroma. Tentatively, Mons swallowed the morsel whole, the crunching sound echoing in Layden's ears, prompting her to realize something was amiss. She struggled to retrieve the partially consumed chopstick from Mons's mouth, and, upon seeing its shortened length, yelled in frustration, "Mons, you've eaten my chopstick again." Mons's ears perked up momentarily before drooping in remorse, appearing exceedingly pitiful. "Oh well," Layden sighed, reaching out to rub his pleasantly soft ears, her fingers playfully kneading as she forgave him this time, but warned, "No next time. Do you hear?" Mons let out a whimper. Watching Mons crouched on the ground, Layden began to question whether this creature was a fierce bear or merely a pitiable puppy. She scooped the meatballs out and placed them in a ceramic dish. "Layden, are you cooking something delicious again?" A male orc passing by outside the cave cheerfully greeted her. Following the sound, she saw a large brown bear, and Layden found it quite difficult to distinguish the orc forms. Musing vaguely, yes, the fur on the bear's back shifted, revealing a plump little cub peeking out. "Hello, Layden. Can I marry you today?" The little bear's eyes were glued to the platter beside Layden, drool uncontrollably dripping onto his father's back. Ire, his father, sternly reprimanded, apologized to Layden. "You're still just a child and know nothing." Sensing a threat, Mons rose from the shadows, adopting a possessive stance around Layden. Upon seeing Ire, Layden recognized the brown bear as Duke. She set the meatballs aside, wrapping them in a clean leaf. "Here you go, Duke. These are my freshly fried meatballs. Take them home to taste." She handed the bundle to Ire, who instantly brightened, momentarily disregarding Mons's threat. "Layden, you're so kind." "When I grow up," before he could finish, Duke stepped forward, interrupting him with a loud, "Thank you, Layden." Layden smiled and waved at Ire, only to turn and find Mons gazing at her with an expression of deep sorrow, his eyes clearer than glass, silently accusing her. "I only had a bite." Layden stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Mons's chin. "That's for biting my chopstick in half," she whispered softly in his ear. "This is your punishment." Fortunately, she had prepared ample ingredients earlier, and this was merely the first batch. Wiping her hands, she lowered a second batch of meatballs into the pot. Since Layden's arrival, the orc tribe had been infused with a sense of culinary delight. The orcs, who had always consumed raw meat, began to experiment with various cooking methods, discovering a plethora of delicious flavors. Chapter 44. Can't we eat it? Mons' holiday was brief. He only accompanied Layden for one day, and the following morning he had to rise early for hunting. When Layden awoke, wrapped in animal hides and still sleepy, Mons had already been gone for quite some time. The fire at the cave entrance was simmering a pot of meat soup. Feeling unable to stomach such a greasy dish so early in the morning, Layden, still wrapped in her furs, casually added sticks to the fire. "Layden, are you feeling any better?" She looked up to see the three sisters, still bursting with energy, dressed in fish-skin skirts. They showed no signs of cold. Layden envied their vitality. "I'm much better, but you seem to lack energy." Kelly leaned closer to examine Layden's face, ultimately reaching a conclusion. Hearing Kelly's words, Layden touched her face. "Really? Is that so?" Lilia imitated Layden's tone, giggling. "Are you missing Mons?" Layden's face suddenly flushed crimson, her ears growing hot. "I am not." "Don't say such nonsense," she stammered, struggling to refute, her defense lacking conviction. "Huh, Layden, your face is so red." Nora pulled Layden's hand. "They went hunting over there. That if you truly miss Mons, perhaps you might catch a glimpse of him atop that mountain." "Really?" Layden felt her drained body surge with energy. She stood up and, with some effort, tugged at the animal hide. "Can you take me to see him?" She remembered having only seen Mons hunt once, the sound of the deer's piercing cry lingering painfully in her ears. "Of course," Nora exclaimed, pulling Layden along. "Since you miss your male so much and can't bear to be apart even for a moment, we'll show you." The three sisters, discovering new amusement, began to tease Layden. The path up the mountain was treacherous. Layden stumbled and struggled to keep pace with the three sisters ahead. Suddenly, her sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something small and white beneath a tree. She halted and approached the tree. The white object was concealed beneath dry leaves, and cautiously, Layden brushed the leaves aside, revealing its true form. It was a tiny mushroom, nourished by the rain, sprouting from the ground. Layden felt a thrill of excitement as she carefully plucked the mushroom, examining it closely as a city dweller. Layden was unfamiliar with wild mushrooms and uncertain of their edibility. However, it was said that only brightly colored mushrooms were poisonous. So this white one should be safe, right? Nora noticed Layden had fallen behind and, upon seeing her squatting by the tree, bounced over to her side. "What is this?" she exclaimed, startling Layden, who nearly dropped the mushroom. "It's a mushroom. Can we eat it?" Nora's eyes fixated intently on the white mushroom in Layden's hand. Ever since Layden had roasted the purple fruit, she realized there were other delicious foods beyond meat. And this so-called mushroom should be just as delightful. Of course, Layden replied with a smile, glancing at Kelly and Lilia, who had gathered around. After the rain, mushrooms grow among the grasses beneath the trees. And aside from the brightly colored poisonous ones, the rest should be edible. Upon hearing about the delights of the three sisters, an invigorating energy surged within them. They strolled along the mountain path, gathering mushrooms as they went. By the time they reached the summit, each of them cradled a bountiful handful of fungi. The view from a mountaintop was splendid, offering a clear panorama of the surrounding landscapes. Lilia pointed towards a distant forest, exclaiming, "Layden, look over there. They are hunting." Following Lilia's gesture, Layden could only see a serene woodland devoid of any life. Squinting her eyes in confusion, she inquired, "Is there anyone there?" "I don't see anything," Lilia, growing anxious, insisted. "Look closely. Did you see the white? That's Mons." Upon hearing that Mons was present, Layden scrutinized the area more intently, her eyes straining, yet failing to catch even a glimpse of him. She began to feel disheartened, wondering if the orc's keen vision was truly that superior. After expending so much effort, she had yet to discern a single hair of Mons. Crestfallen, she trailed behind the three sisters. Even the mushrooms beneath the trees failing to lift her spirits, they ambled back to the tribe. The males returned from the hunt. Mons led the way, proudly carrying a plump sheep in his jaws. "Ah!" Layden exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards Mons, undeterred by the blood staining his mouth as she threw her arms around him. "That I miss you so much." Nora followed closely, interjecting, "I went to the mountaintop just to see you. And we found so many mushrooms." She proudly showcased the white mushroom she had gathered, instantly drawing the attention of the orcs. "Can we eat this? I've seen it in the mountains before. It doesn't have much flavor." Mons nudged the pile of mushrooms at Layden's feet with his nose, using his massive, sharp claws to scrape away most of them. He pointed at the few remaining mushrooms, declaring, "Only these are edible." To Layden's surprise, Mons possessed the ability to distinguish mushrooms. Kelly squeezed through the crowd, asking Mons, "Could you please check if my mushrooms are safe to eat?" Mons merely glanced at them, nodding in affirmation that they were all non-toxic. Witnessing the edible mushrooms collected by others, Layden felt a twinge of injustice. Raising her head in a soft plea, "Are you sure none of mine are edible?" Mons, nearly melted by her pitiful gaze, lowered his head slightly and hoisted her onto his back, addressing Vito behind him. "I need sheep skin. I can share half of the sheep's foreleg with you." Vito nodded. "I'll take care of it. Once it's ready, I'll place your share in your cave." Mons then made his way back up the mountain. Layden nearly lost her balance, grasping onto Mons's snowy fur. Her curiosity piqued. "Where are we going?" Mons, unhurried, replied, "To collect more of the mushrooms you mentioned." Layden immediately understood his intention. Mons had noticed that she had gathered the least mushrooms among everyone, and he was taking her back to the mountain to find more. Her heart swelled with warmth. Feeling deeply appreciated, she extended her hand and nestled herself against Mons's broad back, whispering, "What should I do? I'm growing fonder of you." Mons, unable to catch her words, asked, "What did you say?" Layden replied more audibly, "Nothing." Even as the icy mountain wind brushed against her, it felt less biting. Chapter 45. The thrill of the behemoth. She lay against Mons's expansive back, her fingers unconsciously entwined in his fur, pondering when the irises would bloom. Suddenly, Mons halted, prompting Layden to sit upright and gaze down, only to find nothing below. "What is happening, Mons?" The giant bear turned his head, his immense beastly eyes filled with tenderness. His tone carried a hint of intrigue as he asked why she was inquiring about the blooming of irises. Feeling a bit bashful under his gaze, Ledin averted her eyes, resting her chin on his back. I was just curious. Is that a crime? Her voice lacked conviction, trailing off into a whisper. Suddenly, she felt herself falling, and before she could utter a cry, strong hands caught her securely. Startled, Ledin wrapped her arms around Mons's neck. Lightly punching him, "Why did you suddenly change form? You scared me." Mons gently set her down beside a stout tree. Just as she regained her footing, Mons loomed over her, his towering presence imposing a significant pressure. Ledin felt no fear, yet it was as if the air had been expelled from her lungs, making it difficult to breathe. She pressed her hand against Mons's bare chest, attempting to push him away. Typically compliant, Mons now stood like an immovable wall, resisting her every effort. "Mons," Ledin said, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she looked up, her cheeks puffed out comically. Even the squirrel in the tree, its cheeks stuffed with nuts, appeared more intimidating than her. Mons not only refused to retreat, but leaned in closer. Ledin found herself trapped between the tree and Mons, unable to move. "That you've been acting strange since earlier. What's wrong?" she asked softly, catching her breath as she turned her head away from his penetrating gaze. Today, Mons was particularly assertive. He reached out his calloused hand, gently gripping her chin, forcing her to face him. This scene reminded Ledin of their first encounter, when they had been so close, and Mons had regarded her with that same intense gaze. "You still haven't answered me." Mons moved in even closer, their lips almost brushing against each other. "Why do you want to know when the irises bloom?" Ledin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her voice trembling as she confessed, "Because you once said that when the irises bloom, the beast god will bestow blessings, and you can marry me." She nearly blurted out her deepest desires. "I want to be Mons's bride, to deepen our bond." Tears filled Ledin's eyes, her long lashes unable to contain the glistening droplets that slipped down her cheeks. The forest was utterly silent, so quiet that she could hear her own heartbeat. She lifted her gaze, tentatively searching Mons's expression. Despite knowing that Mons treated her well, she harbored insecurities, wondering if his kindness stemmed solely from her being female. What if another female, more beautiful and skilled in cooking than she, appeared? Would Mons choose her instead? Overwhelmed by her hypothetical rival, Ledin struggled to control her emotions, yearning to know when the irises would bloom so that Mons could marry her. An invisible bond would tie them together, blessed by the beast god, ensuring they would never part. Mons's rough fingers brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes. However, his touch was so coarse that her skin reddened painfully. Appearing pitiful, Mons tilted his head, delicately kissing along the trail of her tears until he had licked them clean. "Ledin truly likes me. She cannot wait to marry me." Mons raised his head. His expression remained inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true feelings. They both craved affection, needing to reassure each other of their emotions repeatedly, calming their trembling hearts. Ledin nodded, her face ablaze. Mons's lips felt like molten lava, leaving a burning sensation in their wake. She could not resist reaching out to touch the places he had kissed, wanting to confirm that her skin remained intact on her face. "That I love you." Ledin's eyes widened, her lashes fluttering like butterflies. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally regained her composure. Time stretched and warped in that moment. Perhaps it was a long while, or maybe just a second. But she smiled and nodded. "I love you too." In the ever-changing flow of time, only love could transcend space and dimensions. "Then, Ledin," Mons asked, "may I kiss you now?" The breaths of the two individuals intertwined, ambiguously weaving a delicate thread between them. Mons adhered to the rules set forth by Ledin, seeking her consent before bestowing a kiss. The reserved female nodded subtly, and Mons leaned down, enveloping Ledin entirely within his presence. Time and all else faded into oblivion, leaving this female reliant solely on herself, gazing at her own being, feeling her own essence. This peculiar thrill surged through Mons's mind, awakening the beast within him. He gently placed a kiss upon the corner of her lips, each movement cautious and deliberate. The colossal creature had discovered a rose, so tender that even the gentlest breeze could harm it. Instinctively drawn to the rose, he lowered himself cautiously, inching closer. The rose remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, swaying its petals closer to the beast. Unbeknownst to her, this creature harbored perilous intentions. The petals, softer than silk, brushed against the beast's lips, and its sharp teeth nearly inflicted harm. Fortunately, they merely grazed the petals, releasing a strangely fragrant rose liquid. The scent heightened the beast's excitement, his breath growing heavy as he yearned to swallow the rose whole, believing that only by consuming it could he find solace. However, the beast hesitated, for the rose could only thrive in the garden. Continuing to bloom, he retracted his sharp fangs, opting instead to gently caress the flower with his thick lips. The rose remained blissfully ignorant of her narrow escape, finding herself quite fond of the beast. The garden felt unbearably lonely, and she yearned for companionship. Observing the beast's slight retreat, she anxiously showcased her vibrant petals, attempting to entice him to stay. Chapter 46. Embraced from behind, Loden was cradled in Monza's arms as they returned to the tribe, emanating an intoxicating aura. Nora lingered nearby, her gaze fixed on the mushrooms. Swallowing hard. Were these pale, odorless fungi truly edible? She had long since spotted the agile figure weaving through the trees, yet it appeared that Mons was the sole presence. Narrowing her eyes, she finally discerned Loden nestled in Mons's embrace as they drew closer. It was evident that Mons held Loden in high regard, always carrying her with him and fretting over her delicate form, even declining Vito's invitation for a hunt. Loden, Loden, Nora called, waving her hands as she rushed toward them. Breathless with curiosity, how exactly do we eat these mushrooms? Loden struggled to peek out from Mons's hold, her eyes still glistening with a redness that could rival a simmering pot. You can stew them with meat, or stir-fry them if there are leftovers. You can dry them for next time. Seeing her luscious lips part, Nora impulsively leaned in, nearly pressing her face against Loden's. Mons, noticing this, instinctively stepped back, drawing Loden closer into his embrace. Nora, undeterred by Mons's display of possessiveness, smiled and teased. Come on, Mons. I'm a female too. Oh, you see me as a threat? Nora pointed to herself, incredulous. I'm a female. Is your possessiveness really that severe? Mons remained silent, merely gazing at her with a cool demeanor. Nora shrugged, exasperated. I was just curious about Loden's lips. They seem injured and swollen. How did that happen? She placed her hands on her hips. Reproaching Mons, I thought you were particularly concerned for your female, yet Loden still got hurt under your vigilant care. Unbeknownst to her, Loden's ears were flushed a deep crimson in Mons's embrace. I'm fine. It was my own clumsiness. You should go back and try the mushrooms with meat. It's absolutely delicious. Upon mentioning food, Nora hesitated. If Mons is bullying you, just tell me. I'll make him pay. She waved her fists threateningly at Mons. Thank you, Nora, Loden replied sincerely, having come to regard Nora as a friend. However, the embarrassment of being discovered with swollen lips from Mons's kisses weighed heavily on her. She gently traced her fingers over her lips, feeling the tenderness and the fiery ache. Loden looked up at Mons with a playful pout, her eyes, more enchanting than autumn waters, brimming with unshed tears. This made Mons tense. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, Loden, may I kiss you? Loden quickly hid within Mons's embrace, shaking her head vigorously. No, I can't. They're already swollen. Mons, ever the beast, seemed oblivious to the need for restraint. The scent wafting from him offered Loden a peculiar sense of security. Let us go home. Mons straightened, a flicker of a smile gracing his features. All right, he replied in a low voice, his steps light as he made his way toward the cave. He carefully placed Loden on the pile of hay, his gaze fixed intently upon the petite female. He inquired once more, is it really not allowed? Feeling shy, Loden playfully smacked his chest. I've already said no. What do you think about all day long? About you, Mons replied, taking Loden's hand and leaving a kiss on her delicate wrist. Startled, Loden withdrew her hand, covering the spot he had kissed, feigning bravado. Hurry and wash the mushrooms. I want to eat the mushroom stew. Mons reluctantly rose, taking the bone pot to the stream to clean it. Loden observed the imposing figure, and as Mons reached the cave entrance, he suddenly halted. His demeanor shifting into one of tension, that he emitted a low growl, his gaze fixated on a particular spot in the forest. The bone pot slipped from Mons' grip, clattering to the ground. Mons had transformed into his beast form, a massive white bear blocking the cave entrance. Hearing the commotion outside, Loden rushed to the entrance. What is happening, Mons? Go back. Mons commanded without looking back, pacing restlessly in place. The other beastmen, drawn by his agitation, emerged, communicating through low, bare growls, their own anxiety palpable. Loden obeyed Mons' instruction, retreating into the cave, where she could only glimpse a part of Mons' silhouette. The beastmen patrolled their territory, the air thick with tension. After what felt like an eternity, Mons returned to the cave, carrying the bone pot. Loden hurried forward to take it from him, asking, "What is going on? Why is everyone suddenly so tense?" Mons furrowed his brow, speaking in a hushed tone that I detected the scent of beastmen not belonging to our tribe. He tilted his head, continuing, "The rainy season had masked the scents of animal beastmen. But now that it has passed, I can catch a faint trace of an unfamiliar presence." Gazing at Loden's worried expression, he extended his rough hand to gently stroke her furrowed brow. "Don't worry. Perhaps I am mistaken." Mons sought to reassure Loden. Though he knew deep down that a beastman's sense of smell was rarely wrong, he had indeed caught the scent of a stranger, one that did not belong to the Naz forest. Loden filled the washbone pot with spring water and prepared the lamb's leg Mons had hunted earlier, cutting it into chunks and placing them in the pot. The water began to simmer, the meat frothing. She skimmed off the blood foams to reduce the gamey smell. The mushrooms gleamed with droplets of water, looking utterly delightful. She had the mushrooms, their snowy flesh tumbling into the broth, swirling and releasing the unique aroma of fungi. Loden, lost in thought as she stirred the broth with a bone ladle, felt Mons wrap his arms around her from behind, planting a heavy kiss on her pale nape. "You need not worry. I will protect you." Embraced from behind by the orc, it felt as though a massive blanket enveloped her. Mons radiated warmth, and Ludan felt a sense of security as long as he was by her side. The lingering anxiety that had occupied her heart dissipated. Indeed, with Mons present, and given the orc's strong sense of unity, she felt assured that they would stand together against any threat from rival tribes. She reached out to caress the top of Mons's head, his hair as soft as his beastly form. Perhaps she should craft a wooden comb. His hair had become slightly tangled. Such splendid hair deserved careful grooming, lest it go to waste. Chapter 47, A Pair of Icy Hands. The savory aroma of the meat stew wafted through the air as Ludan observed that it was nearly ready. She poured a bit of sweet cane juice into the pot. The milky liquid swirled through the stew, gradually dissolving and losing its color. The juice extracted from the cane was remarkably delightful. Imbued with the fragrance of the plant, even more delectable than the salt from the merfolk, the tea harmonized perfectly with the ingredients in the pot, enhancing their flavors while imparting a unique sweetness of its own. Ludan stirred the stew, ensuring the cane juice infused every morsel. Enough with the sulking, she chided as she ladled a generous bowl of stew into Mons's hands, smiling as she urged, "Go eat." Mons resembled a large, affectionate dog, ever so clingy, yearning to be by her side at every moment. They were inseparable while cooking, just as they were while sleeping. She had never imagined that one day she would find herself exasperated by a handsome man's incessant need for closeness. With a smile, she lowered her head, realizing it was indeed an infuriating dilemma. When Ludan turned around, she was taken aback to discover a vibrant red mushroom nestled in the pot of stew. The fresh, eye-catching red had darkened to a deep crimson during cooking, making it difficult to spot among the rich, meaty broth. She picked up the mushroom to examine it closely, but her lack of botanical knowledge left her uncertain. In a rush, she called out to Mons, "Look, there's a red mushroom here. Is it poisonous?" Ludan began to regret not scrutinizing the ingredients more carefully while preparing the meal. Now, not only was the stew ruined, but they would both go hungry. The brighter the color, the greater the toxicity. This mushroom was undoubtedly a toxic variety. Thank heaven she had noticed it in time. Otherwise, it could have poisoned them both. Mons bent down, supporting Ludan's wrist as he tilted his head and consumed the red mushroom. Everything transpired in a flash, and by the time Ludan attempted to intervene, it was too late. The poisonous mushroom was already in his mouth. She stamped her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Why did you eat that? It's poisonous." In stark contrast to her panic, Mons appeared remarkably calm, swallowing the mushroom in a few swift bites. "Ludan, don't worry," he murmured. This only served to heighten her concern. She became even more anxious, her spoon slipping from her grasp as she reached to pry open his mouth. Even in his human form, Mons's teeth remained sharp, his canines grazing her finger and leaving a white line. Mons noticed her discomfort and tilted his head back, wishing to avoid harming her. Oblivious to his intentions, Lu Dan pressed forward, leaning over him as her slender fingers searched inside his mouth, desperately trying to extract the wretched mushroom. Tears brimmed in her eyes from the panic. She wondered if there were any herbs in this world capable of counteracting the poison, though she couldn't identify them even if they existed. How could you not be worried? You're supposed to be able to identify poisonous mushrooms. Lu Dan's voice trembled with emotion, her fingers slipping from his mouth as she cradled his face. Asking, "What will I do if you're poisoned? Can you even spit it out?" Mons gently bit down on her finger, as if finding it more palatable than the stew. "Yes, I can identify mushrooms," he said, his voice slightly slurred, as perhaps that red one isn't poisonous after all. That Lu Dan froze, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over her as a tear lingered at the corner of her eye. Poised to fall dead, she gasped, realizing her concern had clouded her judgment. Mons had lived in the wilderness for so long. Surely he could identify a poisonous mushroom. Irritated, she withdrew her hand from his warm mouth, wiping it haphazardly on her clothes before turning to retrieve her spoon. Frustrated with herself for losing her composure over Mons, she pounded her head lightly, cursing her own foolishness in a fit of annoyance. She filled a spoonful of stew and shoved it into Mons' bowl. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, hands on her hips. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll wash the pot." After her outburst, Lu Dan's steps felt somewhat unsteady as she walked towards the haystack, burying her head beneath the furs. That Lu Dan, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I'm not hungry," she almost shouted in response. The warmth of her face flushed beneath the furs as she listened to Mons quietly finish his meal and step outside to wash the pot. The cave was tranquil, the only sound the crackling of the fire, which lent an air of serenity to the atmosphere. Mons, carrying the heavy bone pot with one hand, moved with a lightness in his step. Suddenly, he paused, catching the faint scent of orcs wafting through the air. Earlier, they had scoured their territory, yet not a single trace of an unfamiliar orc had been found. Mons suspected he might have been overly anxious, dismissing the scent. Furrowing his brow, he hastened towards the creek, intent on washing the pot swiftly to fulfill Lu Dan's request, and then to curl up with the soft, sweet female for a well-deserved rest. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, signaling the end of the rainy season and the impending onset of drought. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and in this stillness, Mons could only hear the sound of his own footsteps, accustomed to the rustling of leaves in the forest. The unusual silence today made him uneasy, causing his heart to race. Grabbing the unwashed pot, he hastened back to the cave. The warmth of the fire from earlier enveloped the cave, casting a comforting glow throughout. Lu Dan stretched her body, caressing the fur Mons had thoughtfully brought back for her. She wiggled her bare feet, her delicate ankles visible with every movement. Softly humming an unnamed tune, she awaited Mons's return. Eager to tease him for the embarrassment he had caused her, that a pair of icy hands suddenly gripped her bare calf, sending a shiver through her body. The hands were chilling, causing her to tremble slightly. Yet she did not pull away. How cold, she thought, wondering if Mons had returned so soon. The creek was a good few minutes away, and with the added task of washing the pot, it seemed improbable that he could have returned so quickly. The icy hands glided up her calf, and Lu Dan's bashful demeanor stiffened. These hands were not Mons's. Who, then, was caressing her leg? Chapter 48. An overwhelming sense of threat loomed. A fierce gust of wind swept through, bearing a menacing force. Mons immediately transformed into his beast form, the bone pot spinning on the ground before settling in a dusty heap. A massive black bear darted through the trees, its speed akin to a whirlwind. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Mons, lowering its head as it emitted low growls. Mons stood his ground, his sharp claws raking the earth, leaving deep gouges in their wake. The wind carried the orc's scent to Mons, and he grimaced in disgust, recognizing it as the same faint odor he had detected earlier at the cave entrance. The threat. The orc before him was a menace. His territorial instincts began to stir, and the primal nature of the orc took precedence. Mons was singularly focused on tearing apart the intruding orc who dared to encroach upon their tribal domain, intending to display the severed head atop the tallest tree as a grim warning to all other tribesmen contemplating similar folly. The two colossal bears faced each other, both adopting aggressive stances, pacing back and forth as they sought the opportune moment to strike. The opposing orc, clearly lacking Mons's composure, appeared exceedingly agitated, retracting and extending his claws in a restless manner before finally rising to his full height. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, the bear's imposing stature was fearsome. He thumped his massive paw against his chest, producing a resounding thud, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed into the sky. His eyes glowed an even deeper shade of crimson. Baring his sharp teeth, he charged towards Mons, causing the ground to tremble with each powerful step. Mons also rose to his feet, and as the two towering bears collided, nearby trees were uprooted, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The orc charged like a desperate outlaw, striking fiercely with his massive paw aimed directly at Mons's head, the force of his blow even stirring the hair atop Mons's head. Mons merely tilted his head aside, allowing the bear's strike to miss its mark. The bear's momentum caused it to veer off course, presenting an opportunity for Mons. Seizing the moment when the bear was unable to pivot mid-air, he delivered a crushing blow to the bear's head. With a resounding thud, the nearly 1-ton bear collapsed helplessly to the ground, panting heavily, its eyes still fixed on Mons with a murderous glare. Though it was too weak to pose any threat, Mons's strike had nearly taken its life. He harbored no compassion. For the orc, there was only slaughter. With a low growl, he ended the life of this bear without hesitation. Ignoring the massive carcass before him, he circled around the bear to retrieve the bone pot, now stained with blood and dirt. He ought to return to the stream to wash the pot thoroughly. Perhaps when he returned, Layden would reward him with a kiss. Yet, Mons felt a growing unease. After a moment's hesitation, he strode swiftly back to the tribe. The commotion had garnered the attention of many orcs who gathered nearby. The scent of the bear's blood had permeated the tribe, inciting the orcs to uncontrollably succumb to their primal instincts, their throats emitting growls as they sought to identify the intruder in their territory. Mons? Vito's gaze fell upon Mons as he approached, his white fur stained with fresh crimson, his soft coat matted with blood, clinging to him in disarray. What transpired? Mons's thoughts were consumed by Layden within cave. The closer he drew to the tribe, the more his heart raced with anxiety. An orc from another tribe attacked me from the east. Before any other orcs could inquire, Mons maneuvered through the brown bears towards his cave. Layden? Mons stood at the entrance, the cave enveloped in darkness. Layden's canvas shoes discarded beside a pile of hay, and the furs appeared rumpled as if someone had carelessly handled them. Approaching the furs, he transformed back into his human form, placing a hand upon the furs, still warm with Layden's lingering body heat. Mons emitted a mournful cry. His female, his soft, beloved, was nowhere to be found. He anxiously paced in circles, suddenly spotting a trail of footprints on the thin, sandy ground of the cave. They were large footprints, the marks of an orc in human form, stretching towards the cave entrance and mingling with those of the other tribesmen. He sniffed the air, trying to discern the scent. Suddenly, a cloud gathered in the previously clear blue sky, dark and ominous. Startled, Mons looked up at the gathering clouds. In no time, the clouds transformed into a deep black. A storm was imminent. Logically, there should be no rain after the rainy season had passed, yet the clouds had stubbornly coalesced. The layers of clouds pressed and writhed against each other, and a clap of thunder reverberated through the air. Raindrops began to patter against Mons' face, merely the prelude to a deluge, as large droplets struck the leaves above, crackling and shattering branches, chilling Mons to the core. The rain quickly diluted the scent of the orcs. Mons closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. He followed the faint traces left by the orc, sprinting into the forest. His resolve was unwavering. Layden, rest assured, I will find you. Deep within the forest, the trees towered over him, blocking out the sun, and the air was thick with a musty, moldy odor. Rain dripped through the gaps in the foliage on Layden's face. Who are you? Please put me down. The orc offered no response. Not even pausing his stride. Did I warn you? Though fear threatened to overwhelm her, Layden feigned composure, insisting, My orc is formidable. He can kill you with a single punch, but if you let me go, I can assure you he will not seek revenge. The orc suddenly halted, causing Layden to collide with his solid back, her nose stinging as physiological tears welled in her eyes. Was he about to release her? Suddenly, she found herself unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Fortunately, the earth was soft and damp, so she felt little pain. She lifted her head, locking eyes with the 2-meter-tall orc. The expressionless orc regarded Layden with an emotionless gaze, his face adorned with strange, beastly patterns, which upon closer inspection differed from Mon's as he bent down, prompting Layden to instinctively step back in fright. This orc exuded an overwhelming presence, and Layden felt his gaze was akin to that of a predator sizing up its prey. The orc's hand clamped down like a vice on Layden's chin, forcing something tasteless into her mouth, pressing against her throat, causing a wave of nausea with the slightest movement. Pain shot through her jaw, as if it were dislocated. Yet the orc showed no mercy, hoisting Layden back onto his shoulder as if she were a mere trophy. His long legs propelled him swiftly through the forest, moving with ease and speed. Chapter 49. Captured a female just moments earlier in the cave. The orc had struck her on the nape of the neck before she could resist, plunging her into darkness, and Layden lost consciousness without uttering a single cry for help. When she regained her senses, she found herself in the forest, the orc carrying her on his shoulder, the scenery blurring past her. She felt sick, nearly on the verge of vomiting. The bone of the orc's shoulder pressed against her stomach. Squeezing with each of his strides, Layden's face paled as she began to struggle frantically, pounding her fists against the orc's muscular back. The orc. Her wild thrashing was no more than a mere tickle. A wave of despair washed over her. She was far from her familiar tribe, cold raindrops splattering against her face, trailing down her cheeks like tears. Would Mons be unable to find her? No, it is impossible. One must have faith in Mons. Ludan's gaze regained its resolve as she hastily wiped away her tears. She needed to trust in Mons and in herself. Quietly, she tore off a corner of her shirt and cast it on the ground. The pristine white fabric was not particularly conspicuous amid the verdant forest, yet Ludan placed all her hope upon that scrap of cloth. With few resources at her disposal, she silently counted numbers. Discarding a piece of fabric each time she reached 10, the destination of the beastman remained unknown. Her shirt had met its demise, and she had nothing left to guide her. The flicker of hope she had managed to kindle was extinguished once more. Her heart plummeted to the ground along with the last piece of cloth. That Ludan's face turned as pale as death. Had Mons been present, he would surely have embraced her tenderly, enveloping her in his warmth. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she reflected on how she had only been away from Mons for a brief moment, yet already she yearned for him. The beastman warily surveyed the surroundings before discovering a hidden cave. The yellowing vines concealed the cave's entrance completely, making the area appear to be just an ordinary hillside. Ludan was roughly thrown to the ground by the beastman, immediately curling up and wrapping her arms around herself. It was cold, exceedingly cold. The chill of the world felt unbearable to Ludan, lacking the beastman's fur to shield her from the cold and not possessing the same resilience as the females of their kind. She had just torn her only shirt and discarded it on the path. Rainwater trickled down her neck, soaking her entirely. The damp droplets sapped her body heat, and with a cold wind blowing, she felt herself on the verge of freezing. "Bark, did you bring her back?" A hoarse voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. Ludan jumped in fright, turning her head to peer into the shadows, where a massive black bear lay silently in the corner. "What is this? A black bear? Could their kind be different from Mons?" Ludan concluded within herself that it was said that in ancient times, numerous races existed, all resembling humans yet harboring animosity towards one another. Encounters between two races often ended in bloodshed. Ultimately, only the strongest races survived, continuously reproducing and migrating, eventually forming modern human society. The bear tribe must be similar. Their fur varied in color, suggesting distinct races. What calamity had befallen them in their territory to compel them to risk invading the lands of other bear tribes? Or perhaps they were simply seeking to expand their dominion. Ludan leaned against the frigid wall, longing to meld into the dark cave. "We brought her back. Jonah, you're such a nuisance." The beast man who spoke was the very one who had stolen Lu Dan from Mons' tribe. He was tall and expressionless, resembling Mons in temperament. However, Lu Dan could distinguish between the two. Mons' gaze was always silent yet warm. Unlike this one's coldness, Bark scrutinized Lu Dan, taking a step closer, causing her to recoil in fear. He had never encountered such a fragile female. When he had carried her on his shoulder, she seemed weightless. Did the warriors of the brown bear tribe favor such delicate and brittle females? Jonah scoffed, kicking up dust as he circled around and then settled back down. What about them? Bark responded, Baron, Bill is behind, and Deef is on patrol. The black bear sat up, revealing a long wound across its abdomen, which had begun to fester in the recent damp weather. What about Ted? He asked Ed. Bark replied, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Jonah's beastly eyes fixed intently on Bark, and Lu Dan swore she could detect a murderous intent within them. Although Bark spoke to Jonah, his gaze remained locked on the curled-up Lu Dan. He stepped closer, disregarding her resistance, and seized her arm, inspecting her from head to toe. That was not enough. He hoisted Lu Dan into the air by her arm. Bark's hands clamped down on her wrist like iron pincers. Pale, frail, beautiful, a sharp pain shot through Lu Dan's wrist as she kicked Bark with her bare foot. With no real force, her foot barely made contact with his abdominal muscles. Leaving no mark on his skin, Bark effortlessly grasped her ankle, encircling it with a single hand, his fingers brushing against her skin. Lu Dan frowned, struggling several times, but to no avail. The beastman's warmth radiated from the points of contact between them. It was too hot. Disgusting. Lu Dan would rather meld with the icy cave wall than touch Bark. Who killed Ted? Jonah's eyes were fixed on Bark, who seemed to have acquired a rare trophy. A white beastman. White. Lu Dan's eyes widened. There was only one white beastman in the entire tribe. Mons. Had they crossed paths? Was Mons injured? The thought of him caused Lu Dan's heart to clench from their conversation. It appeared that 6 individuals had come in total, and one named Ted had perished at Mons' hands. The fighting prowess of the remaining 5 beastmen was formidable. She wondered if Mons and his companions had sustained any injuries. We've returned. A youthful voice brightened the cave entrance as a pair of bronze hands parted the vines. This beastman bore a female upon his shoulder, his features alight with joy. Bark, look, Bill, and I have brought back a female. Damn it. I swear if you don't put me down this instant, I will tear you apart and hang you from the highest tree. Lu Dan recognized the familiar voice and raised her head to see a fish-skin dress. The curvaceous figure belonged to Lilia. Is that you? Lu Dan tentatively whispered. Chapter 50. Lu Dan nearly perished. Lilia froze, straining to turn her head, upon seeing the pitiful figure huddled in the corner. Her hair drenched and plastered to her face. She felt a pang of compassion. Beast God. Lilia struggled fiercely, delivering a solid punch to Bill. Her punch lacked the softness and weakness of Lu Dan's. Bill staggered back a step, leaning against his brother. Beast God, how can there be such a fiery female in this world? Lilia ignored him, rushing forward to envelop Lu Dan in her embrace. Lu Dan's body temperature was alarmingly low. Holding her felt akin to cradling a block of ice. How did you end up here as well? Lu Dan quietly asked Lilia. Lilia rolled her eyes, gritting her teeth as she replied, all thanks to that glutton. Nora. Ever since she tasted the stewed mushrooms, she's been nagging me daily. I couldn't stand it any longer and went up the mountain to gather mushrooms for her, only to run smack into that beast man named Bill. Lu Dan covertly observed the gathering of black bears, curious about their hushed conversation. You know why they abducted us? Upon hearing this question, Lilia's expression darkened. They are likely preparing to attack our tribe. The Black Bear clan had maintained a non-aggression stance with them for ages, but their living conditions were dire. They resided in the ravine beneath the Nas forest in recent days, during the rainy season. She had overheard beastmen discussing how the heavy rains had caused mud, trees, and rocks to wash down into the gorge, creating quite a stir. The very cave where you and Mons had once lived, the entire mountain had collapsed. It seemed the previous incident had dealt a significant blow to the Black Bear tribe. Unable to sustain themselves in their territory, they had set their sights on the Brown Bear tribe dwelling in the Nas forest. The Nas forest, rich in species and abundant in food, was far more comfortable than the Black Bear tribe. Particularly during the dry season, Lu Dan felt a wave of dread. The collapse of the cave had merely been a precursor. Since they intended to attack the tribe, Lu Dan, perplexed, inquired, "Why did they kidnap us?" Noticing Lu Dan's eager eyes seeking knowledge, Lilia found her lack of awareness rather alarming. The number of females is scarce. They are considered precious property, which is why they would target us first. She craned her neck, glancing at the few black bears huddled together. "Did you see several beastmen when you arrived?" Lu Dan carefully recalled. They had mentioned a total of 6 names, with one beastman having perished at Monza's hands. 6 in total, 1 dead. Upon hearing this, Lilia furrowed her brow. Dan tentatively asked, "Is there a problem?" "A grave situation has arisen." Lilia tilted her head, contemplating how our tribe boasts dozens of robust orcs, and yet these 5 dare to assault us. As the Black Bear clan dispersed, Lilia sealed her lips, clutching Ledden tightly. Buck approached the two, his beastly gaze making Ledden exceedingly uncomfortable, as though he could see right through her. He produced a piece of bloody meat from seemingly nowhere and, with a sharp motion, tossed it to the ground before them. The meat quivered as it landed, splattering blood onto Ledden's calves. She instinctively recoiled, her eyes fixed on the gruesome sight, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. "You can create something quite remarkable." Buck stated he had witnessed it while lurking around the Brown Bear clan. It was an indescribable phenomenon he had never encountered before, something sacred that even emitted a glow in the dark. Surely, it was a blessing bestowed by the orcs, conjured by this female before him. Amidst the watchful eyes of the orcs, she merely twirled a wooden stick for which a wisp of green smoke arose, heralding the arrival of the beast god's blessing. "Produce it," he commanded gruffly, directing his words at Ledden. Confused, Ledden wondered if Buck referred to fire. "I cannot create it." She firmly rejected him. Buck furrowed his brow slightly, seizing Ledden and tightening his grip around her throat. "I saw it." He spoke in a stilted manner, his words fragmented, lacking clarity. Lilia, witnessing Buck's hold on Ledden, lunged forward, her sharp nails aimed at Buck's neck. Buck remained unmoved, or perhaps was too disdainful to react. Just as Lilia's claws threatened to pierce his artery, she was caught by a pair of strong hands. Her expression twisted in fury, despite her desperate struggles. She could not advance an inch. Observing Ledden's face growing pale, she shouted, "Release her! She's too fragile. You'll kill her." Buck shifted his gaze, his expression darkening as he regarded the distressed female before him, her mouth agape in helplessness. Struggling for breath. Was this female truly so weak? His iron grip loosened, and Ledden collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat and gasping for air. She had come perilously close to death. Her windpipe felt as if it had been crushed, each breath igniting sharp pains. Buck grasped her arm, lifting her up. "I want that remarkable thing too." Ledden shook her head, enduring the pain in her throat as she replied, "You need dry branches to make it." She was taken to an open space, her hands filled with an assortment of dry twigs of various shapes. It was astonishing how Buck had managed to gather such an abundance of dry branches right after the rain. Sitting on the ground, Ledden discreetly wiped the moisture from her hands onto the twigs. She spun them rapidly, and soon a wisp of green smoke began to rise. Buck leaned closer, a rare flicker of expression crossing his otherwise impassive face. He spoke to the orcs gathered nearby. "This is what I saw before." Ignoring the few around her, Ledden tilted her head and gently blew on the smoldering twigs, and a small flame quickly ignited. "Oh, beast god!" Beal exclaimed, nudging his brother Baron. "Did you see that?" Baron nodded. Beal inched closer, marveling, "What a wondrous thing! It must be a gift from the beast god." Ledden cautiously retreated, carefully placing the burning twigs atop the damp wood. The flames danced as they ignited the dry timber, suddenly producing a thick plume of smoke. When they reached the wood that Ledden had intentionally soaked, the acrid smoke wafted upwards, yet the orcs remained oblivious to Ledden's subtle intentions. Encircling the fire, Baron turned to Ted, asking Jonah, "You who have seen so much, the eldest among us, have you ever encountered such a marvel?" Chapter 51. At last, I have found you. Jonah shook his head, his voice hoarse as he questioned Ledden. "What is this?" "Fire," Ledden replied, pursing her lips as she gazed at the flickering flames, hoping the smoke would capture Mon's attention. Buck skewered the meat onto a twig, placing it over the fire to roast. His peculiar actions caught Dife's attention, who squeezed through the crowd, curiously asking, "Buck, what are you doing?" Buck's cold gaze fell upon Ledden, who felt an unsettling chill. He seemed less like a member of the Black Bear clan and more akin to a serpent. He fixed a stare on her, entirely disregarding the charred meat, and declared, "That female does it this way." Orcs possess keen observational skills and a remarkable capacity to learn. Once a concept is introduced, they can develop it further. Like Buck, although he did not comprehend the significance of Ledden's actions, he could smell the rich aroma of the meat while lurking in a damp, shadowy corner, frowning at the meat blackening in the fire. He abruptly lifted his head, thrusting the charred morsel before Ledden. "What is this?" Ledden recoiled, realizing she was alone. Lilia had been bound in the cave and was nowhere to be found. She extended her finger, nudging the meat aside, indicating it was burnt. "How do you do it?" Ledden could only accept the skewer, threading fresh meat onto it and positioning it above the flames, occasionally rotating it to prevent it from burning. The meat gradually released its juices under the intense heat, sizzling audibly. The fat enveloped the flesh, pooling beneath the skewer, and when it could no longer bear the weight, it dripped into the fire with a hissing sound. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing the orcs to swallow in anticipation. This is how meat can be consumed, Dife mused, drawn in by a scent he had never encountered before. Suddenly, a hand grasped his head, forcefully pushing him away. Dife stumbled to the ground, meeting Buck's piercing black eyes. Those eyes conveyed a single message. "Mine." Rising to his feet, Dife muttered, "I'll go patrol." Ledden felt increasingly distracted. The smoke was dissipating, and she wondered if Mons had noticed the signal she had sent. The meat was now ready. The orcs could even see the steam rising around the skewer. Ledden held the skewer aloft. Just as Buck reached out to take it, a sudden crash echoed as trees fell one after another nearby. The Black Bear clan sensed danger, letting out a howl as they transformed into their beast forms. Their gazes fixated on the source of the sound. Ledden stealthily retreated, seizing the opportunity to slip back into the cave while the orcs were distracted. Lilia lay on the ground, boredom etched across her face. Suddenly, a warm hand grasped her wrist, prompting Lilia to unleash her full strength, pinning the person beneath her. "I me." Ledden, recognizing the familiar voice, Lilia rolled to the side, her brow furrowed in confusion. "How did you get here? The Haven Tea troubled you, have they?" "Now is not the time for idle chatter," Ledden replied, deftly untying the vines that bound Lilia. She patted Lilia's shoulder, urging, "Hurry, run." The commotion outside was immense, the ground trembling beneath them, even reverberating through the cave. Crouching low, they cautiously peered outside, scarcely daring to breathe. The orcs remained unaware of the movements behind them. As a standoff had begun, the Brown Bear clan had arrived. Ledden scanned the area, but did not spot the flash of white she sought. She was acutely aware of her own frailty. Her only aim now was to avoid causing trouble for the Brown Bear orcs. The two hurried towards the dense forest on the hillside. But Buck seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly turned around, catching sight of their fleeing figures. "Females!" Ledden heard Buck's roar, and she pushed Lilia aside, urging her to flee. The two of them dashed in opposite directions, with Luke Dan running with her eyes shut tight, her legs moving with great effort as she gasped for air, her lungs feeling as though they might burst. The tremors beneath her feet showed no sign of abating. In fact, the intensity only seemed to escalate. Terrified, Luke Dan dared not look back, fully aware that the beast behind her was closing in, just as her form vanished completely into the depths of the jungle. A colossal white bear emerged slowly from the shadows, its steps resolute, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson. Mons had succumbed to a state of unbridled fury. I could see this moment. Not even the orcs of the Black Bear clan dared venture close to him. His body was drenched in blood, the source unknown, whether it belonged to others or was his own. And what of Ludan? The white giant bore its gaze around, softly calling out, "Ludan, Ludan." When he had pursued the orc who had stolen his treasure from the Brown Bear tribe, the scent had already begun to fade, yet his keen sense of smell allowed him to follow the trail for quite a distance. As the sky opened up to rain, the droplets washed away the scent of the orc. Mons wandered in despair where the scent had vanished. "Mons, wait for us!" Vito, unable to quell his concern, had followed, rallying a sizable group of orcs to join him in tracking Lu Dan's trail, while the remaining orcs stayed behind to guard the tribe. Mons paid no heed to Vito's words. He breathed heavily, striving to catch even a hint of Lu Dan's scent. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something white, small, and exceedingly soft. Transforming into his human form, he picked up the tiny piece of fabric, rubbing it tenderly between his fingers. This extraordinary item belonged to only one person across the entire continent. Lu Dan had left her mark. Mons felt a surge of hope as he followed the torn fabric that had once been part of her clothing. Eventually, however, the remnants disappeared entirely. Everything was gone. Only the mocking calls of birds in the forest remained, as if deriding him for being a failure, incapable of safeguarding his own female. Whenever despair gripped him, Lu Dan communicated with him, even now, through the wafting scent of black smoke in the air. Mons suddenly recalled how, in the past, he had ignited damp wood, which had similarly produced thick black smoke, staining his hair and brows, provoking laughter from Lu Dan. When she had finally stopped laughing, she had cupped his face, diligently wiping away the soot, reminding him that damp wood would produce smoke. That was Lu Dan's signal. The orcs pursuing from behind had finally caught up, panting heavily as they asked, "What now?" There's no scent left. Mons pointed in the direction of the smoke, declaring, "They are over there." The orcs exchanged glances. By now, the smoke had dissipated, swirling a few times in the air before vanishing. Despite their doubts, they chose to trust Mons. Chapter 52. Beneath lies an abyss. Mons was barely conscious, the savage elements within his blood controlling him. Destruction, complete annihilation. Shaking his head, he pressed on, desperate to locate Lu Dan, clinging to the slightest thread of lucidity. The great white bear approached the fire pit, nudging a skewer that had fallen to the ground. The handle still bearing the scent of the little female. Lu Dan had once been here. The aroma on the handle remained potent. They had not strayed far. The three orcs from the Black Bear clan were no match for their brown bear counterparts, and were quickly subdued. Rendered immobile, Mons stepped before one of them, demanding, "Where's the frail female you abducted?" Jonah defiantly lifted his head, sneering, "You will never find her." These words ignited Mons's fury. He roared and slashed his claws across Jonah's face. The blood hardly registered against the black fur, yet one of Jonah's eyes was left gouged out by Mons's strike. Mons had no intention of lingering. The rain had ceased, and the quest to find Lu Dan's scent was not as arduous as before. He followed the familiar scent trail, soon spotting a dark figure within the forest. The black bear had a female clutched in its jaws, and Mons's keen eyesight allowed him to discern Lu Dan's form. The little female lay limp, seemingly devoid of life, her condition uncertain. Mons transformed back into his bear form, sprinting towards the black bear. The black bear remained oblivious until Mons was nearly upon him, at which point he transformed into his beastly shape. A white bear descended from above, forcefully pinning Buck beneath him. Concerned that their struggle might harm Lu Dan, Mons quickly reverted to his human form. Catching Lu Dan as she was flung aside by Buck, he retreated 100 meters, just as Buck shook his head and regained his footing. Dazed from the impact, Buck managed to rise, eyeing the white bear baring its fangs not far away. Truly a warrior of the brown bear tribe, he also assumed a combat stance, the two bears circling one another, seeking an opening for a decisive strike. The skirmishes among the orcs were typically brief, often resulting in one party losing their life in a single exchange. Mons was anxious. He had merely caught Lu Dan, feeling the faint rhythm of her heartbeat. The mountain air was frigid, leaving him uncertain if his little female could endure it. Casting a worried glance at Lu Dan, he was suddenly caught off guard by Buck, who lunged forward, tackling Mons to the ground. Buck's claws aimed for the vulnerable spot on Mons's neck, but Mons, drawing on his extensive combat experience, managed to evade Buck's grasp by tilting his head aside. Gathering all his strength, he overturned Buck. They were too close. They were perilously near Lu Dan. Mons darted to the side. They had nearly crossed into the territory of the Brown Bear clan, and Mons was unfamiliar with the terrain. As he rounded a corner, his vision was obstructed, and several black orcs sprang forth from their hiding place. Having likely lain in ambush, Mons was caught off guard, sustaining several new wounds. The orcs surrounded him, and as he stood at the center, he let out a low growl, spotting a gap in their formation. At the cost of several new injuries, he charged through. Strangely, the orcs did not rush. They pursued Mons at a leisurely pace. Under normal circumstances, Mons would have sensed something amiss, but now he was completely consumed by fury. Retreating while engaging in fierce combat with the orcs, Dan felt as though she were lying in a small boat, the ground beneath her shaking incessantly. Struggling to open her eyes, she noticed a multitude of bloodstains on the ground. Cold, it was far too cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, her nose tinged with frost, supporting herself against a fallen tree. She stood, the source of the tremors emanating from not far away, accompanied by the low growls of the orcs. Luke Dan, who was somewhat nearsighted, had previously failed to see Mons from the mountaintop when Nora pointed him out. Yet in the dimness of the forest, she instantly spotted Mons surrounded by the black bears. Mons? Mons! Ludan unleashed a surge of strength from within, racing towards him. Rationality and the thought of what she should do were discarded from her mind. As a fragile human, she knew that a single careless move from an orc could spell her demise. Yet she pressed on, unperturbed, understanding only that Mons was in dire straits, severely injured, with visible bone exposed from his wounds. He was on the verge of losing all capacity for resistance. The frigid air filled her lungs, causing sharp pain within. Yet she coughed and did not slow her pace. The trees around her grew sparser, revealing the beauty of the evening sky. The sunset was a vivid crimson, and Mons seemed almost to merge with the stunning red horizon. With the trees no longer shielding her, the cold wind grew stronger, tugging at Ludan's clothing. The once soft, moist earth beneath her feet turned into hard stone, slicing through the delicate skin of her feet. In a moment of dazed clarity, Mons caught sight of Ludan racing towards him through the gaps in the black bears, her focus solely on him. Disregarding everything behind her, Ludan, Mons murmured softly. And as he felt the ground beneath him vanish, a sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. In a moment of panic, he desperately clawed at the rock, his claws already embedded deeply into the stone. Strained as he braced himself against the impending fall, below him lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. He was bewildered as to how they had arrived at the precipice. That instant, the fury of his brutal instincts gradually subsided, and reason returned to his mind. The current predicament posed a significant disadvantage for him. The black bears were unhurried. In their eyes, Mons was the most formidable among the orcs of the brown bear tribe. If they could subdue him, it would be as if the brown bear tribe were mere leaves, easily crushed with a gentle poke. Buck gazed down at Mons from his elevated position, his expression impassive as he raised his paw high. Wait! A faint voice emerged from behind the black bear orc. Ledden stumbled forward to the edge of the cliff. They beheld a frail female figure who appeared scarcely mature, and she was largely dismissed by them. Kneeling at the cliff's edge, Ledden beheld the majority of Mons' body hanging perilously over the void, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. The facade of strength she had maintained crumbled in an instant. With delicate hands, she grasped one of Mons' massive paws. Her two hands combined were still smaller than a single one of his claws. Yet, this fragile female exerted every ounce of her strength to hold onto the gigantic white bear, whose weight dwarfed her by thousands of times. Chapter 53. This is not Earth. Despite Ledden's utmost efforts, Mons continued to slide downward. Mons, please come up. Ledden's tears cascaded onto the immense bear, mingling with his fur. Mons glanced back at Ledden, speaking with a calm demeanor. I might not survive this, that if I perish, I hope you will choose a stronger orc who can protect you well. No. What nonsense are you saying? Ledden cried, tugging at Mons as she wept. If you die, I will jump down with you. You can try and see. Her eyes brimmed with tears, nearly obscuring her view of Mons' expression. Ledden, I may not live to see the irises bloom. Mons' gaze held no hint of despair. Instead, it was filled with tenderness as he looked at Ledden. I love you. His claws sank deeper into the rocky surface. His nails splintered, blood oozing from them, tracing a crimson path down the cliff. Mons seemed oblivious to the pain, softly comforting Ledden even in his final moments. Be good. Let go, or you will hurt yourself. Ledden shook her head through her tears, her delicate arms scraping against the rocky soil of the cliff. Now stained a deep crimson, her blood mingled with Mons' own. Stop crying. Forget me. After uttering these words, Mons released his grip, his massive form plummeting downwards, swiftly disappearing from Leden's sight. Leden froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Mons' retreating figure. In that moment, time slowed to a crawl. She could even discern the way the wind tousled Mons' fur. "No, Mons," she cried out, her heart wrenching as memories of their first meeting flooded her mind. Mons' rough fingers brushing against her eye. If she could relive that moment, she would never have turned to flee. Leden straightened, standing precariously at the cliff's edge, fragile as if the wind could scatter her at any moment. "I ask your name, Leden?" Buck spoke. "Mons is indeed a warrior, but he is dead. You may join us in the Black Bear tribe." Before he could finish, Leden turned, defiantly raising her middle finger at him. Buck furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the gesture. Leden leaned back, her eyes filled with fearless resolve. "Foolish Mons, do you think I will obediently forget you just because you said so? I am Leden, the spoiled one, and you have indulged me to this point. You must bear the consequences." That a playful smile danced at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a mischievous child, in truth, the moment she was forcibly married to an octogenarian by her stepmother. Her life had already ended. Each day, in this otherworldly realm, felt like a gift. Now, as the heavens seemed to withdraw her will to live, she felt compelled to return to her original life path, which would only bring misfortune to Mons. If not for her, Mons could perhaps live freely. Leden closed her eyes, arms outstretched, feeling the wind brush against her back. It granted her the illusion of flight. Buck's pupils constricted as her face was half submerged in the lake's waters, and Ludan struggled to prop herself up. What was usually a simple motion became an arduous task today. A profound ache resonated through her limbs and bones. Fearing she might drown, she grimaced and managed to sit up. She held her breath, exhaling the stale air only when she was upright. What was happening? Confused, she gazed at the picturesque lake before her, the sun's rays dancing upon the shimmering surface, casting a blue hue across the water. It truly was a breathtaking sight, one that could easily demand a 50 yuan entrance fee at a tourist attraction. Amused by her own thoughts, she chuckled. She distinctly remembered being coerced by her stepmother into marrying an 80-year-old man, all in the name of family prosperity. How could she not know her own intentions? In that moment of despair, she had leapt from the heights of a hotel, expecting to land swiftly in the realm of the dead, only to find herself awakening to this 5-star scenery. Was the service in hell so accommodating that it catered to the emotions of the deceased? Ludan immersed her hands in the lake, feeling the cool water flow around her, refreshingly pleasant. The illusion was quite convincing. As she splashed her hand, the pristine surface was marred by a swath of brown. In the reflection, she noticed her disheveled appearance. Her hair was a tangled mess, and her ankles bore 5 gaping wounds. In that instant, the pain surged through her body. It seems that everything here is several sizes larger than what one encounters on Earth. Chapter 55. I shall call you to buy. Moreover, not far from her stood a small white flower, which, if she was not mistaken, had several rows of sharp teeth sprouting where the stamen should be. Beneath the sunlight, it glimmered with a chilling white light. At that moment, Ludan had no choice but to acknowledge that she had traversed into another dimension entirely different from her Earth. A profound sorrow enveloped her, suddenly transported from the world where she had been born and raised to this perilous realm. She, an unremarkable warrior, could soon meet her end at the jaws of a beast. Oh, and she must also consider the flora, for plants too bore teeth. Had it not been for the roots anchoring that little white flower, Ludan would not have doubted its ability to leap and take a bite out of her. If affirming her thoughts, the flower's head suddenly whipped towards Ludan, though the white flower possessed no eyes. She felt an unmistakable sensation of being targeted. With trepidation, she fixed her gaze upon the small white flower, hardly daring to breathe too loudly. Slowly, Ludan leaned on her cane to rise, bending slightly as she observed the flower's movements. Suddenly, in an instant, the white flower sprang up violently, its roots still clinging to the moist earth. There remained a distance between them. Yet the flower, fixated solely on the delectable Ludan, lunged forward with a mighty tug, severing its roots in the process. The flower emitted a sound akin to a beast's growl, simultaneously charging towards Ludan. The moment the flower leaped, she turned and fled, not daring to glance back. She could only hear the flower's roar, its voice nearly brushing against the back of her head. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Lu Dan felt a sudden brightness at the back of her head. As if the flower's teat, she tossed and turned anxiously until she had tousled the soft, white fur of her companion. Her stomach began to rumble with a low growl, and Lu Dan clutched her belly as the sound of her hunger grew increasingly loud. It was only when the discomfort became unbearable that she sat up, gazing vacantly at the forest. Having grown up in this steel jungle, she had never acquired the skills needed for hunting. Just yesterday, she had searched the woods, finding no ripe fruit. Yet, as she looked down at her still grumbling stomach, the reality of her hunger struck her profoundly. Lu Dan could no longer endure the pangs of hunger. Her front was pressed against her back, and she was determined to find something to eat. With agility, she slid from the front legs of her companion and into the water, splashing up droplets that landed on the white fur. Casting a wary glance behind her, she noticed her companion showed no signs of waking, allowing her to proceed to the water's edge with a sense of relief. Perhaps she could catch a fish. Her pale feet stirred the water, and if she could not manage on land, surely the fish would be easier to catch in the water. With excitement, she dashed toward the shore, where she spotted several pieces of wood. Selecting a segment that appeared somewhat sharp at one end, she waved it in the air, pleased with its weight before returning to the water. Had she never seen a pig run before? With a flourish, she stood in the water wielding the makeshift spear, her eyes focused intently on the ripples below. She remained there until her feet began to ache, yet not a single fish had graced her sight, not even one the size of her thumb. Disappointment washed over her as she leaned on her knees, extending a hand to rub her aching lower back. Struggling to stand, she cast a forlorn glance at the green grass on the shore. Unsure if the roots were edible, just as she was on the verge of giving up, she suddenly spotted a fish. It appeared utterly harmless, resembling a carp from earth, and it was quite plump, moving clumsily through the water. Hope surged within Lu Dan as she aimed her spear at the fish, holding her breath and concentrating, her hands trembling with anxiety. After an entire morning without a sighting, she could not let this opportunity slip away. With all her might, she lifted the spear high and thrust it down toward the fish. It penetrated the lake bed, burying itself in the mud, disturbing the clear water and stirring up sediment that clouded her view. She had no idea if she had struck the fish. Nervously, Lu Dan stared at the water surface until the murky sediment settled, restoring clarity. In despair, she cried out several times, only to find her spear was clean, having not even grazed a single scale. Frustrated, she withdrew the spear and splashed the water surface, creating a sound that echoed her dismay. "How foolish you are," she pouted, "to let the only fish you saw slip away." Her stomach responded with an even louder rumble. "How dare you make such a noise?" she scolded herself. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a glimmer of scales reflecting the sunlight. Instantly, she fell silent, not daring to make another sound. The fish that had eluded her was not far away, lazily swaying its tail, as if inviting her to come eat me. "Come eat me." Lu Dan swallowed hard, envisioning the unique aroma of cooked fish filling the air. Almost entranced, she moved closer to the fish, oblivious to the fact that she had stepped several paces toward the center of the lake, the water now rising to her waist. Still, she pressed on without hesitation, unaware of the peril she was inviting. It wasn't until the water reached her chest, making it difficult to breathe, that she suddenly snapped to attention, scanning her surroundings in panic. Her companion, once a landmark, was now a distant figure behind her. The fish, still tantalizingly close, paused as Lu Dan halted, inching closer as if to tease her. She could reach out and grasp it with ease, yet her instincts warned her that something was amiss. Which was more precious, her life or the fish? Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted back toward the shore. As someone raised in the interior, Lu Dan had only heard of swimming. She had never practiced it. The water at her chest was pressing down on her, and moving through it was far more arduous than on land. This was no longer Earth. The insects were 4 or 5 times larger. So how could the fish possibly remain normal? Sensing her unease, the seemingly dazed fish suddenly dove into the depths, moving so swiftly that it appeared as nothing more than a fleeting line. Unaware of the danger lurking behind her, Lu Dan felt a surge of fear and quickened her pace toward the shore, panting heavily as the water level dropped to her lower abdomen. Victory within reach. Chapter 57. Hey, aren't you going to eat me? With newfound hope, Lu Dan exerted herself like never before, closing the distance to the shore with each stride. The moment she relaxed, the calm surface of the lake erupted into two massive splashes. The falling water cascaded down like rain upon the surface. Wiping the droplets from her face, she glanced back. A massive fish, which she had only glimpsed from its dorsal fin, broke through the water, charging toward her at full speed. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that atop this fish was a somewhat dazed-looking fat fish, both connected by a fine line that shimmered in the sunlight, almost invisible had it not been reflecting. That fish was estimated to weigh several hundred pounds. Comparable in size to a small tiger shark, Lu Dan fell in her old habit, her thighs trembling uncontrollably. She could not afford to be afraid. She could not remain still. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm her racing heart. Once she had composed herself, she turned to flee. This entire sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds. And the fish had already halved the distance between them, its speed astonishing. Fortunately, Lu Dan had regained her wits. Otherwise, by the time they were close enough, even if she were an Olympic sprinter, she would have been unable to escape the fish's clutches. The water had receded from her chest to her calves, and Lu Dan believed she was safe. After all, judging by the splashes, that fish was certainly no lightweight. In shallower water, it would be unable to float, bound to run aground. The danger had diminished from 10 to 5. Depleted of energy, Lu Dan, who was already breathless after a mere 50 meters, had pushed herself beyond her limits. Her lungs felt as if they might burst. Each breath came with a sharp pain, and her speed had diminished considerably. Her companion lay just a few dozen meters away on the shore. Gritting her teeth, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, sending her crashing face first into the water. For someone with no swimming experience, even water at calf depth could be fatal. She struggled desperately. The buoyancy of the water and her inability to breathe left her in a panic, her hands flailing uselessly. When she managed to overcome her instinctual fear and open her eyes, she was met with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth rushing toward her. The grotesque mouth, with its chaotic array of fangs, was a clear indication that it could easily take her life with a single bite. Instincts for survival kicked in. Lu Dan pushed off the lake bed, using all her strength to roll sideways. Everything transpired in an instant. The sharp teeth grazed her body, leaving a painful mark on her waist. The sweet, metallic scent of her blood mingled with the water, enticing the large fish further. Its powerful tail thrashed against the surface, churning the once tranquil lake into chaos. Lu Dan was swept along by the force of the water. Helplessly watching as she was carried farther from shore, she could already envision her tragic fate at the jaws of the fish. The sensation of suffocation began to creep in. She could not breathe, her mind growing heavier, rendering her unable to devise a plan. It seemed her end was near. How unfortunate! Lu Dan glanced at her companion, the great white bear, and felt a pang of regret. She had not yet exhausted the bear's strength, and she longed for its fur to make herself a coat. Yet, it appeared that the white-furred bear would send the black-haired girl to her demise first. How absurd! Her stomach rumbled once more, the sound echoing in her ears, more pronounced than ever. Die with an empty stomach. Was there anything more pitiful than that? The great fish struggled to navigate a turn at the shallow edge of the water. Its eyes, the size of green beans, fixed intently on Leaden. With a vigorous swish of its large tail, it surged forward. Farewell, beautiful world. Farewell, standing polar bear. Leaden peacefully closed her eyes. Wait. The standing polar bear. Leaden abruptly opened her eyes, only to find the polar bear had, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the scene of the future incident, its massive paw raised high, plunging forcefully into the water, through the body of the fish. It sank deeply into the lake bed. Leaden felt as though she were on a roller coaster, cast high into the air by the rushing water, drifting toward the center of the lake. Well done. Big White, that a sense of ease washed over Leaden, as if someone had avenged her. Even if she were to be consumed by the polar bear, it would be preferable to being devoured by that large fish. She gazed at the enormous paw reaching out to her, showing no inclination to flee. The paw passed over Ledden, gently lifting her from beneath. Cough, cough, cough. Ledden lay atop the polar bear's paw, grasping one of its pads. Coughing painfully, she had inhaled a considerable amount of water, her lungs feeling scorched, tea last, expelling the water from her lungs. Ledden sprawled on the polar bear's paw, gazing up at the cobalt sky. In just one day, she had experienced far too much, leaving her utterly exhausted. Turning her head, she looked into the polar bear's eyes, and to her astonishment, the creature's gaze was remarkably clear, more transparent than the lake itself. What did it resemble? A glass orb. Ledden pondered, gazing into the immense glass sphere. Will you eat me? She lay in a proper position. You must consume me in one bite, or I will look unseemly. After uttering these words, Ledden closed her eyes, bracing for the approach of death. She was gently carried in the polar bear's palm to the shore, where she was carefully placed on the ground. Ledden opened one eye to observe the polar bear, who seemed rather particular. Must one eat on the shore? Thud! The polar bear dropped the fish that had nearly devoured Ledden from a great height, landing not far from her. The fish's face was somewhat deformed from the impact. Subsequently, the polar bear, under Ledden's watchful gaze, lay down at the water's edge, closed its eyes, curled into a ball, and drifted into slumber. Hey, aren't you going to eat me? Ledden called out loudly. The polar bear merely exhaled a gust of air from its nostrils, remaining still. Really now, Ledden picked up a pebble and tossed it into the lake. Watching the ripples spread across the surface, everyone is prepared. If you do not eat me this time, you cannot next time either. Ledden lifted her chin and declared this pact, after which you shall not consume me. She had reached an agreement with a sleeping giant bear, a one-sided agreement. Though Big White did not acknowledge it, Ledden was delighted to have survived another day in this otherworldly realm. You are truly remarkable. Ledden. Chapter 58. Reluctance to part with him. Next came Ledden rubbed her hands together, her gaze falling upon the fish whose head had been shattered. Ikati still exhibited a semblance of instinctive behavior. Slowly swimming in the AI, It gradually approached Ledden, stopping 3 paces away, then began to swim back and forth incessantly. Its vacant eyes revealed a profound intelligence. The fish was already deceased, yet it clung to its predatory instincts from life. Ledden cast a glance at the fish. Have you heard the saying, to the victor belong the spoils? No matter how formidable you may be now, you can only be consumed by me. She took a step forward, her mind already devising ways to devour it. The fish, seeing Ledden advance, flicked its tail gently and retreated slightly in the air. Enough, enough, do not tempt me further. Your essence is already extinguished. Perhaps we should simply roast the fish. But alas, there is no fire. Ledden had no lighter on her person. Must she resort to the primitive method of creating fire by friction? She sighed, realizing the difficulties of surviving in the wild. Gazing at the verdant forest, she was utterly disinclined to venture inside. She could only gather some dry wood, withered leaves, and twigs from the surrounding area. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the fish continued to swim nearby, while Ledden took a deep breath, holding her breath, and focused intently on the monumental task of creating fire by friction. Placing the wood between her hands, she began to turn that Ledden's shoulders began to ache, her arms feeling as though they belonged to someone else. She dared not stop, though it showed signs of burning that a wisp of blue smoke began to rise, and seeing hope, Ledden quickened her movements. The rough wood scraped against her tender palms, forming a blister. With every rotation, a sharp pain shot through her. Ledden grimaced, aware that her appearance must be quite unappealing. She instinctively glanced at Big White, finding him still asleep, which allowed her to continue grimacing without worry. The smoke thickened, and a spark finally emerged, igniting the pile of dried grass. Ledden was so elated she could have leapt for joy. This was a milestone victory. Next, she would exact vengeance upon her foe. She squinted her eyes and approached the fish that had nearly claimed her life. The fish, suspended in the air, swiftly swam back to its body. Do not be hasty. You are next. Ledden felt as though she could already smell the aroma of roasted fish, her anticipation mounting. The growl of her hunger urged her onward. Ledden bent down, straining to lift the large fish, when suddenly its tail twitched. Initially, the movement was so slight it went unnoticed by Ledden. Suddenly, The tail whipped violently, striking the ground with force, sending a shower of sand and stones into the air. The fish then opened its somewhat deformed mouth and lunged for Ledin's wrist. Hearing the commotion, Ledin quickly released her grip and landed on her backside. Without a backward glance, she dashed toward Big White. She nimbly concealed herself between his legs, peeking out from behind his long fur, vigilantly watching the fish. The fish struggled on the ground, still intent on killing Ledin. Gathering all its strength, it lunged forward, even leaping into the air. Ledin instinctively closed her eyes, believing this was the end. Smack! Big White gently swatted the fish, along with the bait on its head, to the ground, rendering it utterly motionless. Ledin heard a tremendous noise and looked up to see Big White removing his paw. His eyes still closed, lying there as if nothing had transpired. Impressive, Big White. Once the danger had passed, Ledin eagerly approached. This time, she showed no mercy. Big White was on the verge of pulverizing the fish, and Ledin skewered a chunk of fish meat onto a stick, placing it over the fire to roast. Lacking any seasoning, the fish emitted a primal aroma. As she watched a piece cook, she swallowed hard, laboriously carrying the hefty fish meat to Big White's side. After all, he had saved her and had promised not to eat her, but to protect her. Ledin had quietly added a clause to their agreement, to protect her. Big White would undoubtedly make a competent bodyguard. Holding the fish meat aloft, Ledin circled around Big White's paw and approached his head. She placed the fish meat beneath his dark nose. Big White, will you eat? Ludan's arm ached from lifting it for so long, and Dabai remained blissfully unaware, his eyes still shut. It seemed the injury was rather severe. Withdrawing her hand, Ludan leaned against Dabai's side, consuming grilled fish alone in a state of melancholy. If only Dabai could awaken. She shifted the fire closer to him, and as she nestled against his warmth, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. Unbeknownst to her, the golden patterns on the nape of her neck were subtly radiating a soft glow. Supported by the plush cushions, she drifted into a drowsy slumber. Even in her dreams, a pungent smell of smoke invaded her senses, as if something were ablaze. She turned over, pondering what could possibly catch fire in this desolate wilderness. Suddenly, clarity struck her. What was burning? It was so warm that Dan opened her eyes to find a small flame licking at the dry leaves on the ground, spreading towards Dabai's soft fur, which now served as a bed for the flames. Consuming it mercilessly, Dabai appeared oblivious to the pain. Perhaps still lost in unconsciousness, a wave of panic washed over Ludan, and she hastily sprang to her feet. The fire had already spread. She glanced around frantically. Thankfully, they were beside a stream, yet she had no container. Resolutely, Ludan discarded her shirt, soaked it in the lake, and vigorously slapped the flames. Repeating this effort, she found the fire flared when she dipped her shirt, and waned when she struck it. Breathless and exhausted, she climbed up and down, digesting the fish she had just eaten. She collapsed beside Dabai, observing the singed patches of fur, some areas completely bare. Revealing the skin beneath, guilt washed over her. In a moment of self-deception, she attempted to cover the scorched patches with the unaffected fur nearby, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Fortunately, beneath the coarse exterior, Dabai's skin remained unscathed despite the fire's wrath. But why hadn't he awakened yet? Ludan felt a pang of distress. Although Dabai's death would grant her his fur, after such a brief period together, she found herself reluctant to part with him. Chapter 59. A gradual descent into madness. Ludan felt a wave of injustice wash over her. It was her carelessness that had ignited Dabai. And now she found herself sniffling softly amidst his clean fur. Buried within his coat, she smeared her tears and snot against the pristine white Dabai. It's so frightening here. Why won't you wake up? I'm so scared. The tips of his snowy ears twitched, and as if sensing her distress, Ludan straightened up. The gust of wind ruffled Dabai's long fur, swaying it gently. Perhaps she had merely imagined it. She reached out and gently rubbed the ear, so close to her. Dabai, don't be afraid. In a mere moment, their roles had reversed in Ludan's heart. Now Dabai was the one in need of protection. With a bold thump of her chest, she declared, I will protect you. But first, she needed to rouse Dabai. He appeared gravely injured, and she ought to find some medicine. Yet this was an ancient era. and she was unfamiliar with herbal remedies. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of several stout plants at the forest's edge, towering nearly to her height. Instinctively, she felt these might be the herbs she sought. She slid down from Dubai, her feet hitting the rough stones as she made her way to the plants. Her fingers caressed her chin as she circled the verdant grass multiple times. This should do, she decided. Bending down, she grasped the roots firmly, inhaled deeply, and with all her might, cried out, "Heave!" Channeling her inner Xiangyu, she exerted every ounce of strength, but the leaves remained firmly rooted in the ground. Mocking her efforts, exhaling in frustration, she leaned against the leaves. "Fish bullied me, and now you're doing the same." The vibrant green became increasingly blinding, a lump forming in her throat, in a fit of desperation. She lunged at the leaves, biting down hard. The overwhelming bitterness quickly invaded her palate. Ugh, ugh. Luke Dan stuck out her tongue, feeling as if she had never tasted anything so foul. Her facial features contorted in distaste. She crouched by the lake, gulping down several mouthfuls of water in a futile attempt to wash away the bitterness. Initially, she considered giving up. She was not particularly resilient. Yet, gazing at Dubai, still partially submerged in the water, she realized she could relinquish her own fate, but not that of Dubai. Returning to the forest's edge, Ludan scrutinized several similarly shaped plants. They appeared to be clones of one another, identical in color and form. My eyes are going blind, she groaned, rubbing them vigorously before deciding on a more rudimentary approach. Tasting each one, in a daring move, she bit into the next plant, only to stop abruptly, spitting it out in haste. Clearly, overconfidence was her downfall. After a long afternoon of foraging, she finally returned to the lakeside as dusk began to settle, her arms laden with a small mountain of herbs. Surely this would suffice. Exhausted, she felt as though the very blood coursing through her veins had turned bitter. Dubai, do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? She murmured, diligently feeding the herbs into Dubai's mouth. You must recover. I cannot let my afternoon of bitter grass go to waste. Do you have any idea how bitter it is? In the absence of human companionship, she was left with no choice but to engage in conversation with a bear. Perhaps her incessant chatter disturbed the slumbering creature, for it slowly opened its eyes and swallowed the mound of herbs before it in one gulp, an act that was surely more laborious than Lu Dan's entire afternoon's toil. The white bear cast a glance at Lu Dan before dozing off once more. Whether it was her imagination or not, Lu Dan fancied she discerned a tender affection akin to flowing water within the bear's gaze. How could that be? She slapped her cheek, reasoning it must be an illusion. What bear could possess such anthropomorphic eyes? She needed to contemplate how to return to the realm of reality. Otherwise, if this continued, she would inevitably descend into madness. Chapter 60. Get out immediately. Though this was her internal monologue, her body, in stark honesty, nestled comfortably atop the great white bear and succumbed to a deep slumber. The day had been utterly exhausting. First, she had been pursued by fish, and then she spent the entire afternoon searching for herbs for the great white. The purple starlight illuminated Lu Dan's figure, while the lake reflected shimmering points of light, harmonizing with the stars above. It became increasingly difficult to discern where the sky ended and the lake began. This serene atmosphere was soon shattered. Sounds of rustling animals echoed through the forest as they methodically encircled the lake. Oblivious to the impending danger, Lu Dan merely sensed a tremor beneath her, an earthquake. Groggily, she opened her eyes to find herself rising, the scenery on either side receding. What was happening? The great white was on the move. Climbing to the bear's ear, she inquired, despite knowing it could not comprehend her words. "Where are we headed?" The bear offered no reply. What a ridiculous notion that would be. Amused by her own thoughts, Lu Dan nestled her hands behind her head, propping her feet up as she gazed at the beautiful Milky Way above. She felt no concern for where the bear might take her, nor did she fear being devoured by it. She had come to a profound realization of her own insignificance. Rather than futilely resisting, it was far better to submit, allowing herself to enjoy the last moments of beauty. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from all directions, reverberating through the air. Though she professed indifference, the moment she heard the sounds, Lu Dan bolted upright on the bear's back. Straining her ears, she listened intently. The roars were alarmingly close and growing nearer. The great white, still nursing its wounds, moved with a sluggishness that concerned her. Furrowing her brow, illuminated by the violet moonlight, she caught sight of a massive black bear darting through the trees. A bear? Ludan did not pause to consider whether they were friend or foe. The fierce demeanor and intent to kill in its eyes were unequivocally hostile. She longed to extend her legs and flee in place of the great white. "Hurry, great white! They are closing in!" No sooner had the words left her mouth than a black bear lunged from the shadows, charging in front of the great white to let out a ferocious roar. Ludan, momentarily taken aback, slowly raised her gaze. The bear, when crouched, towered at least 2 to 3 meters tall, and standing, it could reach 4 meters. The 10-meter giant stood before her, and she felt as though a single breath from it could sweep her away. Observing the bear's slow movements, the great white seized the opportunity and lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the intruder's throat at a splendid feat. The great white lowered its head, taking a deep gulp of blood from the black bear's neck. And when it raised its head again, its eyes glowed a crimson red. Before Ludan could fully comprehend the situation, the bear raised its forepaw and struck the approaching black bear's head with a resounding blow. In an instant, the once sluggish bear surged forward at threefold speed, sprinting with all its might. Ludan quickly grasped the great white's ear, clinging on for dear life to prevent being thrown off. "Help!" As she experienced the jarring jolts, a sense of déjà vu washed over her. Akati felt as though she had undergone a similar ordeal before. Yet she vowed, even if in a dream, she had never ridden a bear. Despite the great white's frantic speed, they were still encircled by the black bears, their heads lowered, emitting low growls. One particularly robust black bear stepped forward, addressing the great white. "I never expected you to still be alive." "Who? Who is speaking?" Ludan exclaimed in terror, her gaze fixated on the bear's lips, wondering if the voice had indeed emanated from it. Perceiving her stare, the black bear shifted its attention. "Female, you exhibit remarkable courage. You have earned the respect of the black bear tribe." Ludan remained silent, simply pinching her thigh with all her might. "Ouch! That hurts. This is not a dream." Gathering her courage, she ventured, "Since you respect me, might I ask for my freedom?" She accompanied her plea with a disarming smile. Buck furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about Ludan, as if she no longer recognized him. "No. Then why bother speaking?" Ludan waved dismissively. "If that's the case, you needn't bother respecting me. It serves no purpose." Buck's voice dropped to a low growl. "You're not afraid of us anymore." "Huh. You think I'm afraid? You never spared us, did you? You are an intriguing female. If possible, I would like you to join our tribe." Observing the persistently chattering black bear, Ludan decisively interrupted. "That is impossible. You should ask him first." She tapped the great white's head beneath her. The great white exhaled a plume of vapor, its gaze dark and menacing, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. The surrounding black bears dared not meet its eyes. Retreating several paces in fear. Not retreat. Attack together. Buck's claws dug into the ground, leaving deep scratches. Ludan wished to forget the events that followed. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, plunging the earth into darkness. When the moon's gentle glow once again graced the land, many black bear corpses lay strewn across the ground. Blood flowed slowly, pooling in the low areas and emitting a foul stench. The great white bore severe injuries, and Ludan could feel its breath becoming unsteady, its strength waning. The black bears opposite them still held their ground. Ludan shouted, "What grievances do we hold? Why not voice them? Is there nothing we can negotiate? Why resort to this?" The black bears certainly maintain a semblance of civility," Buck retorted. "For the tribe, it is kill or be killed. Everything is for survival." The great white surveyed the remaining beastmen, weighing their chances should they fight with all their might. Ludan remained resolute, her gaze unwavering. Just as the great white was about to strike, a shadowy figure suddenly collided with Buck, sending him sprawling. "This is the territory of the Deer clan. Leave at once." Ludan squinted, spotting a grand stag silhouetted against the light. Its form strikingly majestic, yet the voice was unmistakably feminine. The deer stirred, revealing a girl with long hair seated upon its back. She radiated an innate wild charm, her eyes resembling those of a fawn. Buck surveyed the scene, realizing the extent of their losses, compounded by the presence of the deer clan. Hesitating, he was unexpectedly nudged by a brown bear behind him, compelling him to leave. "I will return for you." The cold-faced girl leaped from the deer and began chattering around the great white bear. Chapter 61. Jealousy in the air. Moths. How did you come to the deer clan's territory? You have so many wounds. Are you all right? Would you like to come with me to the deer clan? Our shaman is incredibly powerful. Mons bore a long gash across his throat, rendering him temporarily unable to speak. He nodded gently toward the deer. Wonderful. Mons, it has been far too long since we last met. I've missed you dearly this time. You must stay longer. The deer smiled as she spoke to Mons. Her attention had previously been solely on Loden, but now it had shifted to another young maiden. Loden was unaware of the reason behind her discomfort, but her heart felt uneasy after experiencing warmth. The subsequent chill was indeed hard to endure. She brushed through the bear's fur, striving to ensure that each strand enveloped her evenly. Even though Mons's thick coat surrounded Loden, she still felt a bit cold. You two seem to share a strong bond, the deer observed, noting Loden nestled against Mons. She was taken aback by Mons's closeness to someone other than herself, a white albino bear. Mons had always faced rejection from his kind. The carnivorous beastmen deemed him too weak, while the herbivorous ones feared his massive size. For a long time, Mons had been solitary, to the extent that his ability to communicate had somewhat regressed. It was during this period that the deer appeared. Their story unfolded like a fairy tale. She had been injured, and Mons had rescued her, leading the young doe to develop an affection for the towering beast. Until the moment she had to return to her tribe, she had repeatedly promised Mons that she would come back whenever she could. Time flew by, indifferent to anyone or anything. Mons grew stronger in the shadows, transforming from an overlooked little white bear into one whose presence could no longer be ignored. Upon hearing the deer's voice, Loden's ears twitched. She keenly detected a hint of bitterness in a few words spoken, and with great effort, she pushed against the bear's paw, revealing her head. The semi-enclosed space was warm, almost stifling. Her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her face, leaving her feeling drenched. Just as she was about to greet the deer, a bare paw pressed down on her with unwavering force. "What are you doing, Mons? I still want to say hello to the deer. Why are you holding me down?" Mons, being cautious, realized just how small Loden was. Compared to the massive bear, she was akin to an ant, and this little ant was quite restless, always squirming about. The outside temperature was frigid, and Loden was unwell. She should remain in a warm environment. Loden failed to grasp Mons's intentions, stubbornly believing he did not want her to interact with the deer. Afraid I might say something that would hurt that delicate little sparrow, a surge of inexplicable anger flared within Loden, accumulating a tightness in her chest that made her feel uncomfortable. She pushed against the bare paw with renewed vigor, insisting, "Let me go." The paw was as steadfast as a wall, unmoving against her attempts to wriggle free. Noticing the subtle commotion between the two, the deer craned her neck and inquired, "What is going on?" After a moment, a muffled voice emerged from Mons's embrace. "It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit cramped and can't catch my breath." That was Loden's voice. She lifted her head through the gap in the bear's paw and shot a glare at Mons. However, her glare lacked any real intimidation. Mons, still appearing somewhat fearful, complied. This exchange seemed to belong solely to the two of them. Loden chuckled at Mons's antics, leaning against the bare paw and nuzzling her face against the large claw. The bear's paw, with its limited sensory nerves, was primarily used for climbing and attacking, and thus should not have conveyed much sensation. Yet Mons was acutely aware of Loden's delicate touch, lighter than a butterfly. His claws curled slightly, securing her even tighter. "I'm glad you're all right," the deer remarked, standing at the cave entrance, concerned that Loden might not hear her soft-spoken words. She nearly shouted, "You both have been injured. Should you stay with the deer clan to recuperate?" Though her words were directed at Loden, her gaze was fixed on Mons. Mons remained oblivious to the deer's stare, his focus entirely on Loden. The three formed an odd triangle. The deer gazed intently at Mons. Mons was wholly absorbed in Loden, and Loden was peering out towards the deer from the gaps between Mons's claws. Each was absorbed in their own world, none interrupting the others or receiving any response. "Stay?" Loden mused, resting her hand on the bear's paw. As a newcomer, she had witnessed the forest terrors when she fell off the cliff. Most importantly, Mons was injured, the wounds on his back so severe that they haunted her thoughts the moment she closed her eyes. Venturing outside in this condition would surely lead to disaster. Additionally, the biting cold outside was enough to induce shivers. She looked up at Mons, seeking his opinion. As she raised her head, she was met by the gentle depths of Mons's gaze, as soft as water. The tenderness made her shyly lower her eyes. She glanced at her dirty tank top, suddenly feeling disheartened. It seemed Mons was quite the charmer. Even without words, he managed to be so alluring. She couldn't help but label him a playboy in her heart. She let out a soft huff. Mons, unable to see Loden's expression, assumed her huff indicated her desire to stay, and thus nodded at the deer. The deer, seeing Mons's agreement, leaped with joy. Wonderful. I haven't seen you in ages. This time you must stay longer. Unfazed by the lack of response, the deer continued. Why don't you both just live with me? I made a big, soft nest under that tree over there. Compared to the nests made by others in the tribe, none can match the comfort of mine. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement, but to her surprise, Mons shook his head. He lowered his gaze to Loden nestled within his embrace. The deer's nest was situated on the open plains, exposed to the elements, and the wind there was relentless. Loden would not be able to withstand it. He raised his head to glance at the cave. The deer understood Mons's meaning and, looking somewhat troubled, said, This is the shaman's cave. I can't share it with anyone. Furrowing her brow in concern, she exclaimed, I have an idea. Follow me. She jumped down from her elevated perch and waved at the two below. The wind tousled her long hair, giving her an untamed beauty. Loden felt a twinge of envy, or perhaps jealousy. She, too, wished to be as free-spirited and carefree as the deer, especially in terms of agility. It took all her strength to lift herself less than 60 centimeters off the ground, while the deer effortlessly leaped from a 3-meter height, without allowing Loden too much time to dwell on her feelings of inadequacy. Mons also jumped down effortlessly. One of his paws remained firmly gripping Loden, and even with just 3 paws, he moved with remarkable agility. The ground trembled slightly as the deer playfully bounced in rhythm with the vibrations from Mons's landing. Come on, I know of another cave not far from here. You can see it from here. Do you see it? Do you see it? The deer's incessant chatter caused Loden's head to ache, leaving her feeling dizzy and somewhat nauseous. To spare Mons any worry, she bit her tongue and remained silent. Chapter 62. The thespian, the swaying sensation ceased, and through the gaps in Mons's claws, Loden caught sight of a somewhat desolate cave. The entrance was overgrown with weeds, nearly obscuring the majority of the cave, but she could faintly discern a path indicating human passage. This location was quite distant from the deer clan's territory. Situated in a remote area, the deer called out loudly at the entrance, Kue, are you there? The air fell silent, with no one responding to the deer. Undeterred, she called out again, Kue, are you there? It seemed the occupant inside the cave had been disturbed by the deer. As a rounded object was suddenly hurled out, aimed directly at her head, slicing through the air with a whoosh as the projectile neared. Loden could vaguely make out that it appeared to be something akin to a sweet potato. The deer maintained her composure, her cheerful smile still in place. Loden's heart raced, instinctively urging caution. The object halted just a centimeter from the deer's face, and Loden, still processing the situation, could only see the object hanging in midair. It wasn't until the deer turned around that Loden realized she had caught the swiftly thrown item, tossing the sweet potato into the air and catching it repeatedly, delighting in the game. She raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of smugness. Thank you, Loden, but this can't hurt me. Just as her words faded, Kue launched another sweet potato with great force, striking the deer squarely in the face. The deer, having barely enjoyed her moment of triumph, was swiftly knocked unconscious. Luo Dan emitted a brief gasp, raising her head to cast a pleading gaze toward Meng Si. Unperturbed by the commotion caused by the deer, Meng Si was intently scrutinizing Luo Dan. Upon finally meeting his gaze, Luo Dan felt her tail begin to wag uncontrollably. That small, round tail flailed in the air, creating a blur akin to a helicopter rotor. Scorched by his intense gaze, she hastily buried herself back into Meng Si's warm embrace. I'm fine. The deer, feeling quite disruptive to the atmosphere, unsteadily rose to her feet, her head swirling in dizziness. She inadvertently stepped on a sweet potato and nearly toppled over again. I am perfectly all right. It was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Shaking her head, her long ears flopped with the movement. Once she regained her composure, hands on her hips, she declared, "You are being unreasonable." Humph. Kuei finally responded with nothing more than a scoff. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as hands brushed aside the vines draping at the entrance of the cave. A strikingly beautiful female, arms akimbo, surveyed everyone present, her gaze lingering briefly on Meng Si without a hint of surprise. Her expression was as frigid as ice, devoid of any warmth, resembling a sculpture of frost. Luo Dan, peering out from Meng Si's embrace, formed her initial impression of Kuei. There was something eerily familiar about Kuei's appearance. As if she had seen her somewhere before. She bears a striking resemblance. The deer emitted a syrupy voice, bouncing over to Kuei's side. Your hair is so dark and lustrous, and your eyes are even more captivating. Kuei stepped back a pace, evading the deer's outstretched arms. Yet the deer felt no embarrassment. She cast a glance at Luo Dan and Meng Si, continuing, "You are undoubtedly the most beautiful female in the tribe." Humph. Another familiar scoff escaped Kuei. Towering at approximately 1.9 meters, she lowered her head slightly, her sharp eyes scrutinizing the deer, urging her to speak plainly. "Heh," Kuei is caught on. The deer stuck out her tongue, bouncing back to Meng Si's side, and patted his foreleg emphatically. "Look at this bear, so handsome and majestic. He is my friend, yet he has been injured." The deer, a master of theatrics, covered her face and pretended to weep. "Oh, my poor best friend. If he is not allowed to stay in the tribe, the forest is far too perilous, and I shall surely lose my only friend." She was oblivious to Kuei's response. Stealthily peeking at her with one EYT over surprise, their gazes locked. The deer quickly covered her eyes again and pointed at Luo Dan. "Look, this is my second friend." Luo Dan was taken aback, wondering when she had become friends with the little deer. "We may have just met, but we are already as close as life and death. If you do not allow them to stay, I will lose 2 friends in succession. How pitiful I am. Boo-hoo." Perhaps the deer's faux sobs were too exaggerated to sway Kuei. "Keep your distance." She coldly regarded Luo Dan and Meng Si. "I do not wish for anyone to interfere." Luo Dan's lips moved, contemplating that she could reside outside, avoiding the hassle. Before she could speak, the deer stood in front of her, obstructing the icy gaze. "How can you say such a thing?" She reached out, pulling Luo Dan's arm from Meng Si's embrace. Luo Dan, frail and slight, was easily enveloped by the deer's hand. "Kuei, look at this little female. She is so weak. Still a juvenile, merely a baby, and she is unwell. Do you have the heart to refuse her?" Kuei's gaze indeed began to waver. Females tend to exhibit considerable tolerance towards the young. Even someone as cold as Kuei is softened as she looked at the pale little face peeking from the embrace of the large white bear. The maternal instinct within Kuei surged forth. The deer astutely recognized Kuei's internal struggle, deliberately cupping Luo Dan's face and speaking in a tone of sympathy. "Poor little babe, have you been abandoned by your mother? What a pitiable child." "No." Luo Dan had barely uttered a syllable before the deer covered her mouth, desperately conveying a message through her eyes. Straining too much, her eyes began to twitch, and she let out a wail. Covering her own eyes, thick black lines formed on Luo Dan's forehead. In such a scenario, she was no fool. She understood the deer's intent. Adjusting her expression, she tilted her head slightly upward, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. This series of actions unfolded almost instantaneously, owing to her upbringing in an orphanage. During the selection process by prospective parents, one had to present the most innocent and adorable demeanor to be chosen and escape that impoverished place. Her lips moved, but ultimately, she said nothing, merely diverting her gaze to Meng Si's fur. This silence spoke volumes, vividly crafting the image of a forlorn youngling. Kuei's expression was fraught with conflict. Luo Dan could not discern if it was merely her imagination, but she detected a glimmer of anguish in Kuei's eyes. A gust of wind swept through, causing the grass to ripple, reminiscent of a vast, desolate landscape. For Luo Dan, it felt excessively cold. Chapter 63. Who is the most well-behaved bear cub? Luo Dan resembled a fledgling bird, trembling in the tempest. Kuei, without a trace of hesitation, declared, "Come in." This proclamation was truly astonishing, causing even the rolling deer to halt in disbelief. She stared wide-eyed, incredulously asking, "You agreed?" "Umph, splendid." The deer circled around Meng Si. Luo Dan was puzzled by the deer's exuberance, and when the deer finally spun to face her, she quietly inquired, "Deer, why are you so happy?" Luo Dan's voice was barely a whisper, prompting the deer to twitch her ears. "Are you speaking to me?" Luo Dan bit her chapped lips and nodded. "I want to ask, why are you so delighted that Kuei agreed to let us stay?" The deer glanced back at Kuei, covering her mouth as she whispered, "Kuei is somewhat reclusive. After that incident, she prefers solitude." "What incident?" Before Luo Dan could finish her question, a large hand pressed down on her head. Meng Si, with an unyielding demeanor, nestled Luo Dan back into his embrace. He concealed her entirely until the dark tuft of hair vanished from view, making it impossible to discern that he was cradling a small female within his arms. "Meng Si, what are you doing?" Luo Dan peered up at him through a gap, only to find her sole outlet for frustration swiftly closed off as Meng Si clasped his hand shut. "The wind is too strong." Luo Dan furiously tugged at the soft fur on Meng Si's body. Animals possess two layers of fur, an outer layer that is somewhat prickly and a soft undercoat. Clearly, Meng Si might be grappling with midlife hair loss, as a tug at his undercoat yielded a handful of fur. Luo Dan, expressionless, regarded the clump of fluff in her hand, familiar enough with the act to stuff it into her pocket. Her pants pockets were already at capacity, bulging on the left side. Unable to fit more, she transferred the fluff to her right pocket. She silently resolved that if Meng Si ever angered her again, she would surreptitiously pluck his fur. "Humph, who told you to bully me?" A tremor coursed through her, yet Luo Dan exhibited no sign of panic. Meng Si was simply beginning to move. Soon, the sensation of movement ceased. Had they arrived at the cave? She strained to push aside the long fur atop her head, feeling oddly akin to a baby kangaroo, with Meng Si as her kangaroo mother. Above her, the bright blue sky remained, with two suns hanging high, one to the left and one to the right. At that moment, Kuei, who had previously agreed to their temporary stay in the cave, extended her arms, blocking Meng Si's path. Meng Si, unable to speak, tilted his head to gaze at Kuei. "What is it, Kuei? Did you not agree?" The deer, acting as the translator for the great white bear, posed a question that lingered in the air. Kuei pointed directly at Meng Si, her voice cold as she stated, "The cub may enter, but the beast cannot." Meng Si's expression darkened, an air of menace creeping into his eyes as he bared his teeth. Emitting a low growl from deep within, he drew his arms tighter around Luo Dan, holding her even closer. The precious treasure he had finally reclaimed could not be allowed to slip from his sight again. No one could separate them in one. As the atmosphere grew tense, the deer attempted to persuade Meng Si, suggesting, "Why not let Luo Dan stay in the cave? You can remain outside." Meng Si resolutely shook his head, prepared to turn and leave. This left the deer in a state of panic as she struggled to keep pace with Meng Si. "What are you doing? Are you leaving? You are severely injured. How can you go alone?" Mons disregarded the small black speck beneath him, shaking his ears in mild annoyance. The clear orbs of his eyes began to be speckled with blood-red spots, which even appeared to be spreading. "Then, what about you? What of Ledin?" Upon hearing Ledin's name mentioned by the deer, Mons abruptly halted, causing the deer to nearly collide with him. Observing Mons's shifting demeanor, she continued to persuade him. "Consider this. Ledin is so fragile, and she is injured. The winds on the prairie at night are fierce. How uncomfortable she must be. Uncomfortable. Indeed, Ledin would suffer in the wind." His brutish emotions were temporarily subdued as he opened a gap in his arm, just enough to see the anxious gaze of Ledin. "Mons, are you all right?" Ledin inquired softly. Receiving no response from the great white bear, she grasped onto his fur and began to climb upwards. She made her way to Mons's chin, where his massive paw hovered protectively beneath her. Even as he felt his sanity slipping away, he still worried about her falling and getting hurt. Breathing heavily, Ledin, feverish and weak, persevered through sheer will to reach Mons's face. Only upon nearing did she realize the true size of Monza's body. Even a single eye was nearly larger than her entire head. Monza's pupils suddenly constricted into thin slits, fully reflecting leaden's shadow within them. The blood-red spots rapidly receded, and Mons felt as if the remnants of the crimson marks had transferred onto his own face. The great bear exhaled a warm breath, feeling an unexpected wave of embarrassment wash over him. The petite female stretched her frail arms as wide as she could to embrace a portion of the massive bear, tenderly stroking the fur on his face. "Mons, please do not be angry." The deer gazed up at the stiffly poised Mons, who uncomfortably raised his arm to shield his face. Although the specifics of their conversation eluded her, the deer could clearly sense that Mons was beginning to calm. "Mons, the little bear must be obedient, right?" Mons paused momentarily, then subtly nodded, indicating his willingness to comply. Ledden looked up and smiled at his clear eyes. "That I knew it. Mons is the mightiest warrior. How could this minor issue cause you to lose control? May we converse amicably?" This time, Mons nodded without hesitation. "Such a good little bear." Ledden, half kneeling, placed a gentle kiss upon Mons's face. The disparity in their sizes was immense. Mons might scarcely have felt the kiss. Yet somehow, the essence of Ledden's affection imprinted deeply into his soul. The beastly markings on his face warmed subtly as he lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering. Finding him amusing, Ledden extended her hand to gently touch Mons's eyelashes. Feeling their firmness, what should the world's most obedient little bear do now? Ledden blinked, her tone reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher coaxing Mons. Mons carefully lifted Ledden from his face, cradling her in his arms as he approached the entrance of the cave. The deer watched in astonishment as Mons returned, her mouth agape. Chapter 64. Little teacher Ledden begins her lesson. What transpired? What exactly did Ledden say to Mons? How could she soothe the beast on the brink of madness within such a short span of time? Compelling him to obediently turn around, Mons squatted once more at the cave's entrance, neither speaking nor retreating, remaining indifferent to Kuei's icy glare, exuding an air of indifference. Ledden clung to Mons's arm, her small head peeking out. With a pitiful gaze directed at Kuei, she spoke before the moisture in her eyes could escape. "Sister Kuei, I cannot be separated from Mons." After glancing back at the great white bear, she awaited a response from Kuei. But upon receiving none, she stifled a sob, on the verge of tears. As they remained in a stalemate, the sky darkened, and the two suns, one rising in the east and the other setting in the west, gradually descended below the horizon. The entire prairie was enveloped in a beautiful lavender hue. Without the sun's warmth, the night felt particularly cold. The winds on the prairie grew fierce, and even Kuei sensed a chill in the air. She observed Ledden's face, which had finally regained some color, suddenly turned pale, and she sighed softly, exasperated by the troublesome young one. "Very well. The bear may enter, but only at the mouth of the cave." "Yea." The deer appeared even more delighted than Mons. "I knew Kuei is the gentlest female in the world." "Love you." Mons stood up, shaking his fur, and slowly made his way to the cave entrance. Kuei's sharp gaze scrutinized every step he took, ready to admonish him should he venture even slightly further inside. Mons merely inserted his front half into the cave. The deer, agile and petite, found the cave somewhat cramped for Mons. He lay down, ensuring Ledden was within before halting his movements. Most of his body remained outside, including his plump tail. Fortunately, Mons's thick skin and sturdy physique prevented the prairie winds from penetrating his fur. The great bear effectively sealed the cave's entrance, blocking out the cold breeze, before gently placing Ledden on the ground. Ledden sat atop Mons's paw, tentatively testing the ground with her feet before quickly retracting them. So cold. She marveled at the sheer strength of the beast folk, her hands grazing the ground. She had caught a glimpse of a twig and some dry grass earlier. With some effort, she gathered them together, ensuring they were properly aligned before commencing her task. Kuei observed Ledden's peculiar actions. Had the little one entered merely to play with sticks? Quietly, she nudged a few twigs closer to Ledden, feeling a twinge of disappointment when Ledden overlooked them. Soon, the little one began to rotate a twig with her palms, a smile illuminating her face, clearly enjoying herself. Even Kuei's typically stern expression softened slightly, betraying a hint of a smile. Mons nudged Ledden's back with his snout. But she was too busy to comfort him, only managing to say, "No fussing. Let me perform a magic trick for you." As a modern individual, Ledin had mastered the physically demanding skill of friction fire. Her hands moving swiftly, almost leaving behind a wisp of blue smoke arose, invisible to her, yet she caught a whiff of its scent. Almost there, she felt encouraged, enduring the ache in her arms as she continued to rotate the stick rapidly. After a while, the smoke thickened, and she leaned down to blow on it. Just as she took a deep breath, she was caught off guard and let out a loud sneeze. Oh no. The task of creating fire required precise timing and angle. Now, with a sneeze disrupting her rhythm, she feared she might have to start all over again. Stubbornly, Ledin suppressed the urge to sneeze, just as she was about to overcome her physiological challenge and blow again. A gust of air came from behind her. Mons pressed his great bare head against the ground, his nose directed at the smoldering pile of dry grass. Gently exhaling through his nostrils, the pile promptly reacted. A small flame flickering to life, quickly igniting the surrounding grass. In the pitch-black cave, the sudden emergence of fire was dazzling. Kuei covered her mouth in astonishment, murmuring, "What is this? By the beast god!" Seeing the fire spring to life, Ledin finally felt free to sneeze. She turned her head to the side, releasing 3 or 4 powerful sneezes, enough to cause her ribs to ache. Clutching her side, she leaned weakly against Mons, that is fire. She explained, even as she reclined comfortably. "Fire." Kuei, lying on the ground, tilted her head to observe the small flame. What could it be? Ledin found it challenging to explain fire to Kuei specifically. She could only say, "It is a blessing from the beast god." The phrase "blessing from the beast god" proved to be a versatile answer, and Ledin silently applauded herself. Why the beast god? Kuei's eyes reflected the shape of the flames. Seemingly entranced as she reached out to touch the fire, Ledin straightened up, attempting to gather more wood by the light, only to notice Kuei's dangerously inquisitive gesture. "Wait, you can't touch that." The movements of the orc were remarkably agile, a quality that could be deemed both advantageous and disadvantageous. For instance, at this very moment, Kuei's actions surpassed the speed of Lu Dan's speech. To be why the time she registered Lu Dan's words, a sharp pain had already surged through her hand. She reacted dramatically, nearly leaping off the ground. Lu Dan swore she had witnessed Kuei almost springing to the top of the cave. Be why the grace of the beast god. "My hand." Kuei extended her hand, tilting her head to inspect the blister forming upon it. Fortunately, the fire was not too intense. Otherwise, it would have been more than just a blister. Lu Dan sighed heavily, exasperated by the orc's reckless behavior. Including both Mons and Kuei, they seemed oblivious to the potential dangers of the flames, rushing heedlessly towards them. Now that she was injured, they finally acknowledged the pain. She grasped Kuei's hand, scrutinizing it carefully. It appeared to be merely a burn, one that would heal swiftly. Was this the punishment of the beast god? Kuei's gaze towards the flames was filled with profound reverence. What a nonsensical notion. Lu Dan hurried to clarify. "No, it's not at least in the orc world. The punishment from the beast god are usually quite severe." "That would be a blessing." Kuei, puzzled, raised her head. "But it hurts so much." "Is it really not a punishment?" Lu Dan solemnly shook her head. "The flames are a blessing. The pain you feel is the beast god teaching you that everything has 2 sides. You must learn to wield the blessing wisely. If used correctly, it can yield great benefits, but misuse may result in situations like this." She held up Kuei's injured finger. "Just like this, the beast god is instructing you to be a good person." Chapter 65. Baked sweet potatoes, my favorite. Suddenly imbued with an educational essence, Lu Dan felt as though she were rambling. Surely, someone as astute as Kuei would recognize her fanciful words. "Thank you, little cub." Kuei embraced Lu Dan with a warmth that caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Burying her face in Kuei's chest, her hands searching for leverage to push away, but finding none. Mons, growing impatient from behind, emitted a series of frustrated sounds. That female was being utterly excessive, holding Lu Dan so closely. He attempted to step forward, but the narrow cave entrance caught his waist, preventing any advance. His strength was such that the stones at the cave's entrance began to show faint cracks. "Step back." Kuei swiftly pulled Lu Dan behind her, casting a fierce glare at Mons. "Mons, looking over Kuei's shoulder, turned his gaze to Lu Dan. Lu Dan tugged at Kuei's arm, hastily explaining, Mons thinks you're bullying me. He's just a bit anxious. Please don't hold it against him. He didn't mean to be threatening, she added, glancing at Mons for confirmation. Mons hesitated but nodded, and Lu Dan finally let out a sigh of relief. The tension between the two was almost palpable, and Lu Dan could not fathom why Kuei harbored such animosity towards Mons. Only upon hearing Lu Dan's explanation did Kuei appear somewhat convinced. Gurgle, gurgle. The quiet cave echoed with the sounds of hunger from Lu Dan's stomach. She clutched her belly, having lost track of when she last ate. Are you hungry, little cub? Lu Dan nodded. My name is Lu Dan. But you always call me little cub. It makes me feel a bit shy. When she lifted her head, Kuei had already ventured deeper into the cave, to a place where the firelight could not reach. A rustling sound ensued, and before long, Kuei returned, offering several perfectly round fruits to Lu Dan. These fruits are remarkably round. Lu Dan marveled. Not even a compass could draw such perfect circles. Little cub, eat quickly. Kuei insisted, dumping the fruits into Lu Dan's arms. All right, it seems Kuei didn't hear a word I said. If I'm to be called little cub, so be it. She set the fruits beside the fire and squatted down, her eyes glued to them. Kuei, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? She picked up a red fruit, brushing off the ash, and attempted to shove it into Lu Dan's mouth. Lu Dan recoiled, and Kuei, resembling a doting grandmother, pursued her with the fruit. Little cub must eat more to grow big, she declared, glancing at Lu Dan's slender arms. You are far too thin. How can you grow? Seeing this, Mons intervened, using his massive bear-like head to separate the two. Although he could not advance, he skillfully encircled Lu Dan with his bulk, silently baring his teeth at Lu Dan, obscured by Mons' fur, failed to notice the renewed tension between the two, breathless from dodging Kuei's advances. Lu Dan finally found a moment to speak. Baked is even tastier. Baked? Kuei furrowed her brow, curiosity about this new concept overpowering her disdain for the orc. What is that? Lu Dan embraced the red fruit with one hand and pushed back the thick fur obstructing her view with the other. The effort was exhausting, and she found herself sweating. Finally, she brightened, leaning against Mons' snout, panting as she explained, It means putting the food over the fire. The flames heated up, enhancing its flavor. She buried the round fruit in the ashes and scoured the cave for sticks. Though Kuei did not understand the purpose of Lu Dan's actions, she followed closely behind, and the two quickly gathered a substantial amount of dry wood. Lu Dan placed the dry twigs onto the fire, causing the flames to leap dramatically, raising the cave's temperature considerably. What is happening? Kuei's fear of the fire lingered. She dared not approach the flames, remaining mostly in the shadows. Lu Dan found this amusing. This stern female had suddenly adopted a more relatable demeanor. Displaying surprise and kindness, Lu Dan found herself fond of Kuei. The fire needs dry wood to keep burning. Without fuel, it will extinguish. Does it have life? Kuei stepped slightly closer. It is alive. Lu Dan found this notion particularly philosophical. It made sense, she nodded. Fire, like orcs, needs sustenance and cannot be exposed to rain. It lives if viewed this way. Perhaps the orcs could accept it. Kuei moved closer, addressing the fire. Hello, I am Kuei. After a prolonged silence, when no response came from the fire, Mons regarded Kuei with a hint of wariness, exhaling through his nose, causing the flames to flicker. Kuei suddenly stood tall, blocking the fire with her body, momentarily forgetting her previous burn. You almost killed it, Mons exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. Killed who? He scanned the cave, realizing it was only the three of them present, leading him to wonder who he had almost killed. His ears perked up in surprise. He attempted to rise to adopt a defensive stance, which caused the stones at the cave's entrance to crack further, dislodging several small rocks. Just as it seemed they were on the brink of conflict, Lu Dan, standing behind them, caught a whiff of the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes and quickly interjected, The fruits are ready. Kuei, would you like to try one? Lu Dan used a twig to extract the roasted fruits from the ash, steam wafting from them. The surface of the fruits had shriveled under the heat, revealing the golden flesh inside. The scent and appearance remarkably resembled baked sweet potatoes from Earth, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The freshly baked fruit was still hot. Lu Dan blew on it, peeling back the outer skin to reveal the bright yellow interior. Carefully, she extended the fruit to Kuei. Be careful, it's hot. Mons emitted a low grunt, and Lu Dan realized the great white bear was feeling a pang of jealousy. She hastily prepared a second fruit and held it before Mons' snout, where he could easily reach it with a tilt of his head. Instead, Mons nudged the fruit back toward Lu Dan. Ah, that hurts, Kuei exclaimed, tossing the fruit into the air, only to catch it again in a reluctant cycle. Lu Dan began to wonder if they truly belonged to the deer tribe. They seemed more like foolish fawns. Even Kay, the most aloof of their kind, occasionally appeared rather silly. As the fruit met the air, it cooled during the back-and-forth motion, becoming much less scorching to the touch. Chapter 66. Fire prevention is everyone's responsibility. Kuei tentatively took a bite, her eyes widening in astonishment. This round fruit is incredibly delicious. Lu Dan felt an inexplicable swell of pride, as if she had cultivated the fruits herself. See? Many fruits can be roasted. Once baked, they taste divine. Leiden sat upon the paw of Mons, savoring roasted sweet potatoes with great delight. Surely, there could be no greater happiness in life. It was only when Mons observed Leiden beginning to eat that he turned his head and devoured the sweet potato she had previously placed on the ground. He swallowed it whole without a moment's chewing. For him, the sweet potato was of negligible importance. After such a prolonged escape, Leiden's body was weary, and, as she ate, her eyelids grew heavy, almost succumbing to sleep. When she lost her balance and began to topple backward, Kay attempted to support her, but it was too late. Fortunately, Mons was quick-witted and positioned himself behind Leiden, using his head to brace her back. The crackling of the fire created a sense of comfort. Gradually, Mons too felt the weight of drowsiness. He cast a glance at Leiden and, in that awkward posture, succumbed to slumber. In her haze, Leiden suddenly detected a rather acrid odor. She had intended to drift off, yet the smell grew increasingly overpowering, forcing her to open her eyes. The cave was ablaze with light, and acrid smoke had spread throughout the small space, filling it with a stinging scent. Leiden's head spun, and she steadied herself against Mons's body as she stood up, covering her mouth and nose with her arm. There was a fire. She hoarsely called out, "Fire! What is a fire?" Kay asked, somewhat puzzled. Snapping back to reality, Leiden saw Kay and Mons looking invigorated, gazing up at the smoke in the cave with curiosity. Mons, in particular, seemed to find it amusing, waving his paw in the air. Watching the smoke dance along the arc of his claw, Leiden looked at the two of them, nearly fainting from frustration. "Why didn't you call me?" "Call you for what?" Kay, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, responded. Seeing the confusion in Kay's eyes, Leiden took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm. The orc did not comprehend the seriousness of a fire. She scanned the cave by the firelight, realizing that Kay had hoarded an assortment of food within the small space, displaying her hoarding tendencies. This was problematic. Kay was a herbivore, and the cave was full of flammable materials. The flames had already begun to spiral towards the dry grass, leaping upward with ferocity. Leiden stepped back, urging herself to escape quickly. The fire was spreading that a solid wall of flesh blocked her path as she turned to see Mons still lying there. "What are you doing still lying there? Get up quickly, or you'll be roasted like bear meat." Mons coughed softly, raising his head to gaze at the cracked entrance of the cave. He was firmly stuck there, unable to advance or retreat. Oh my heavens, Leiden thought, nearly losing her mind. What was happening? With Mons blocking the entrance so tightly, not even a breeze could flow in. They had effectively become like chickens in an oven. Charred polar bear, smoked venison, steamed live prey. She envisioned the three of them exuding a delectable aroma, becoming three dishes. No, she did not want to die yet. With great effort, Leiden pushed against Mons, her features contorting with strain. Yet, Mons weighed tons, and despite her exertions, she could not budge him even a single centimeter. Watching Leiden flail about like an ant on a hot pan, Kay curiously inquired, "Little one, what are you doing?" Kay's question startled Leiden, nearly causing her to forget her presence. "Quickly, push Mons out, or we'll suffocate in the flames." "What does suffocate mean?" Kay wiped the sweat from her brow, her expression unchanged. "Ah," Leiden cried out in despair. Kay thought that Leiden had never been so full of life before. "See, you really should eat more." The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, as Leiden almost shouted, We're all going to be cooked. We'll be even tastier. She was unsure of her own words, but she could faintly smell the scent of meat emanating from herself. Leaning against Mons, she slid down to the ground, feeling his soft fur against her back. She thought she was about to die, and yet she felt compelled to stroke Mons's ears. She had thought that escaping the clutches of the black bear would ensure her safety. Who would have imagined she would face death now? Mons, Leiden turned to him. I never expected I would meet my end alongside a great polar bear and a foolish roe deer. I'm still young. I do not wish to die. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kay furrowed her brow and said, You want to leave? Leiden had lost the will to explain. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded. You should have said so earlier. Kay pointed to a hidden corner. There's a hole there. It leads outside. Had she said so sooner? Leiden's spirits lifted in an instant, and she realized that in her haste, she had overlooked the fact that the smoke was indeed moving, indicating there was another exit in the cave. She took a couple of steps, suddenly realizing something. She turned back, her thoughts racing. But what about Mons? The great polar bear was firmly wedged at the cave's entrance. Unable to move, if they escaped, what would happen to Mons? Even disregarding the flames, the smoke alone could suffocate him. Get out first, Kate urged, pulling Leiden's hand with surprising strength. Leiden could not resist. She looked into Mons's eyes, which were calm and steady, devoid of panic. As they continued to gently gaze at her, he lay there with his eyes closed. Leiden felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped, making it hard to breathe. Kay, let me go. I must save Mons. Kay firmly grasped Leiden by the collar and, with one hand on her leg, effortlessly dragged her out into the tunnel above. What can you do if you go back? Leiden fell silent. She could do nothing that a wave of sorrow enveloped her. She felt powerless to help Mons. That we need to get out. The deer tribe has many strong orcs that we must seek assistance. Yes, Leiden exerted herself, her elbows scraping against rough surfaces, refusing to stop. If she could not do it alone, surely others would help. The tunnel was not long, and soon Leiden pushed aside a patch of grass, revealing her head to the outside world. She beheld the deep purple sky, and a cold breeze swept in, bringing with it fresh air. Leiden inhaled deeply, feeling as though she had been reborn. Chapter 67. Everyone remained calm. She raced toward the direction of the deer tribe, calling out as she ran, Is anyone there? Come quickly. Kay's cave is on fire. The orcs possessed keen hearing, and though Leiden was still some distance away, their elongated deer ears perked up, and they rose from their hiding places. Turning to face her, Who is that? One orc squinted, recognizing her. That's the one the deer brought back, with a bear orc. What happened to her? I don't know. Suddenly, a call echoed across the dark grassland, and the orcs' expressions turned solemn as they dashed toward the source of the sound. Leiden saw several towering deer rushing toward her. Instinctively, she shielded her head. It appeared they did not notice her at all, rushing past her and leaving a cloud of dust in their wake. Leiden listened as their footsteps faded, and only then did she rise, covered in dust, looking even more disheveled than before. She spat out a mouthful of dirt, realizing she would never again stand with her mouth agape while orcs rushed by. Having made it this far, she felt compelled to return. Covering her racing heart with her hands, she furrowed her brow and turned back toward Kay's cave. Such is life. It is a constant struggle. Her heart raced, nearly bursting, as she ghosted back toward the cave. And a crowd of orcs had gathered before the entrance, discussing the thick smoke billowing from the tunnel. Make way! Make way! Leiden croaked, Big brother, let me through. Her voice was completely drowned out by the din of the orcs. The orcs in front formed an impenetrable wall, oblivious to the small figure pushing against them. Frustration boiled within Leiden. Mons was still trapped inside. Now, with life uncertain, she could not even approach the cave entrance. She summoned all her strength, pounding against the orcs before her. Make way! Move aside! Until her voice grew hoarse, the individuals in front remained oblivious. She propped herself on the hooves of the beast man, gradually crouching down, and suddenly she discerned, along the legs of the deer tribe beast man, a vague glimpse of Mons's rear. In ancient times, Han Exen had endured humiliation beneath the legs of others. Today, Lu Dan was prepared to do the same. She lay flat on the ground, inching forward like a cicada nymph. Mons remembered, and Lu Dan gritted her teeth, cautiously mindful of the hooves in front of her. Thinking, "You owe me much," Mon said at last. The layers of legs that could only be described as a tangled mass began to diminish. She steadied herself and hurried to the cave's entrance. "Where have you gone?" "Little cub," Kuei, standing at the forefront, remarked. "Why did you run out alone?" "It's perilous." "Enough of that." Ludan waved her hand, glancing at Mons, whose head was still buried within the cave, leaving only a round, plump rear visible. She could only ascertain his survival by the slight wagging of his tail. "We must quickly pull Mons out." "What has happened?" A deer riding a beastman squeezed to the front. Having heard the sounds, the surrounding beastmen made way, creating space. "I heard commotion over here and came rushing." She cast a puzzled glance at the round rear of the great white bear, questioning, "What is Mons doing?" Mons seemed to have caught the sound of the deer, as he wagged his tail in greeting. "Stop with the chatter," Ludan urged, her eyes reddening with urgency. The most terrifying aspect of a fire is not the flames, but the smoke. Only a small fraction of those trapped in a blaze perish from the flames. The majority succumb to smoke inhalation. "Hurry and pull Mons out. The place is on fire." The deer furrowed her brow. Though she did not understand what being on fire meant, Ludan's anxious tone suggested the severity of the situation. She frowned slightly and commanded sternly to rescue Mons at once. The commanding deer, typically whimsical, now bore an air of authority. The beastmen surged forward, biting onto Mons's rear. The unexpected bite made Mons shudder. More debris fell from the cave entrance. Ludan glimpsed hope. Mons's hold was not too tight. He could be pulled free. She climbed to the cave's mouth, randomly picking up large stones to strike at the entrance with fervor. The beastmen saw progress, several of them biting onto Mons's rear. Pulling forcefully on the flesh, Ludan did not remain idle. She struck at the loosening stones at the cave's mouth, creating more space for Mons's escape. Through their relentless efforts, and more so, through Mons's own frantic struggles, the thickest part of his body finally emerged. The rest was considerably simpler. Mons stood up, his hind legs straining, the earth upturned beneath his claws, and he gradually backed out of the cave, with this massive figure no longer blocking the way. The dense smoke from within surged out in a torrent. The beastmen gathered at the entrance were caught in the deluge. They coughed and retreated. "Why the beast god above. Cough, cough. What is that?" "A demon. A demon has come." Chaos erupted among the beastmen. It was unclear who started it, as they screamed and scattered in all directions. The scene grew ever more tumultuous, the smoke from the cave. The dust upon the ground became increasingly suffocating. The more suffocating it became, the less rational the beastmen acted. Thus, a vicious cycle formed, and the once tranquil meadow grew increasingly raucous. Fortunately, Ludan stood elevated, avoiding the peril of being trampled by the deerfolk. She shouted loudly, "Do not run. That is smoke, not a demon. You're coughing." Her voice grew hoarse, yet she could not effect any change. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted the deer standing by the cave, its face somewhat pale. The deer was one of the few calm individuals present. Ludan saw a glimmer of hope as she ran toward the deer. "Deer, can you hear me?" The deer turned its head in confusion, staring blankly at Ludan, murmuring, "A demon. A demon has descended." "No," Ludan exclaimed, rushing over to hear the deer's muttering. It seemed the child was also in a daze. "That is merely a natural phenomenon. It is fire, smoke arising from burning. Do you understand?" Observing Ludan's mouth moving, the deer's eyes lost their luster as it gazed into the cave, where the fire still blazed. "A demon. No." Ludan felt a surge of despair. She did not know how to explain to the deer, though. "Where is Kuei?" Kuei had seen fire. She should be able to explain to the deer folk that Ludan scanned the surroundings, searching for Kuei among the throng of beastmen. At some point, she realized that Kuei had also joined the panicked crowd. This behavior left Ludan utterly convinced that they were not truly of the deer tribe. They were undoubtedly foolish road deer. Chapter 68. God has veiled the curtains before my eyes. Kuei, Kuei, Ludan called out loudly. But it seemed Kuei did not hear, soon becoming obscured by the bodies of beastmen, lost among a throng of foolish roe deer. "Everyone, calm down." Ludan waved her hands, feeling utterly helpless. "Mons," she instinctively called out his name. Surely he was the only one capable of controlling the frenzied beastmen. He was of the bear tribe, able to completely dominate the deer tribe. Lu Dan felt a flicker of hope. Mons was the only reliable presence there. She turned in place, attempting to locate that reassuring white figure. The deer tribe beastmen continued to obstruct her view. Occasionally a dark figure darting swiftly past her. The deer tribe beastmen ran with remarkable speed, too rapid for the eye to catch. Lu Dan rubbed her eyes, nearly overwhelmed by the deer tribe's flurry. Where had Mons gone? He had just been pulled out from the cave. Could it be he too had succumbed to madness like the deer tribe? Lu Dan stood on her toes, trying to peer through the tall beastmen to spot Mons. Mons, can you hear me? She cupped her hands into a trumpet shape beside her mouth, calling loudly until her voice grew hoarse. Suddenly, someone nudged her waist from behind. The syllable of Mons tumbled from her lips. Taking a convoluted path, she turned around. What the devil? There was nothing behind her. Perhaps it was her imagination. Lu Dan reassured herself, turning back to call out loudly into the herd of deer. Mons? Where are you? Come quickly, I need help. No sooner had she finished speaking than another gentle push nudged her waist. She stumbled slightly, her voice again wavering into a convoluted pitch. In that moment, various terrifying legends and ghost stories surged through her mind, and she stiffly turned around. In the mere seconds it took to turn, her brain conjured several bizarre possibilities. Perhaps she should not have turned around at all. Did not legend say that 3 lights sit atop a person's shoulder? Ghosts would entice you to turn back, and when you did, your breath would extinguish the lights on your shoulders. Once all your lights were extinguished, the ghost would pounce, devouring your soul, and then taking over your body to live on in your stead. Which direction had she turned from? It seemed to be the left. Lu Dan halted her body, which was turning right, somewhat superstitiously spinning back to the left. The ghost behind her seemed to have lost patience, prodding her several times. The brazen behavior ignited Lu Dan's anger. They were picking on her alone. With so many beastmen around, why should she fear? She mentally encouraged herself, slowly turning back to the left. It was not superstition. It was merely more convenient to the left. Lu Dan turned around, squinting to look closely. All she could see was a pitch-black void. Though her hands trembled, she mustered her courage and shouted into the darkness. Do not play tricks. Lu Dan am not afraid of you, do you hear? Look, those are my little brothers. She pointed at the chaotic beastmen. If you dare bully me, they will avenge me, understand? As if startled by Lu Dan's words. The ghost fell silent. Lu Dan thought her bravery had intimidated the entity, and she straightened up, exhaling heavily before turning away, troubled by how to calm the foolish road deer. Just as she turned, another force jabbed her waist. Ignoring it, Lu Dan spun around again, ready to throw a punch into the darkness. Mud figures have their limits. Do you think I, Lu Dan, am easy to bully? With a resounding slap. Lu Dan was unexpectedly taken aback to find her hand had indeed made solid contact with the corporeal entity, its surface surprisingly soft and fluffy. Could it be that the spirits of this otherworldly realm were also covered in fur? The spirit beneath her hand stirred, and Lu Dan felt its movement. She caressed its form. An odd dust settled upon her palm. Peering intently at the moon, she noticed that her once fair fingers were now entirely enshrouded in darkness. The spirit nudged Lu Dan's hand, emitting a series of vague, unintelligible sounds. This strange noise struck a chord of familiarity within her, easing her fear of the spirit by a margin. Wait a moment. Tentatively, Lu Dan called out, Mons? A soft, mournful response echoed back. Are you Mons? She pressed, covering her forehead with her hand. From the depths of the cave, she retrieved a half-burned piece of wood, using its flickering flame to scrutinize the surrounding darkness. Yet, she discerned nothing as she circled the shadows with her torch. She stumbled upon a familiar posterior, adorned with a round, swaying tail. To her astonishment, it truly was Mons. It appeared that Mons had been half stuck in the cave. His front half shrouded in soot, perfectly blending with the night. He had remained faithfully by his little female companion's side, not daring to move an inch. When he heard Lu Dan anxiously calling his name, he felt a surge of delight. Believing that she could not bear to be apart from him for even a moment, he nudged her waist with his nose, anticipating her to turn and embrace him, perhaps even showering him with affection. However, when Lu Dan regained her senses, she appeared oblivious to his presence, turning away to continue calling his name. Mons was utterly perplexed. How could she not see him when he was right beside her? Again, he nudged her waist with his snout. This back and forth continued several times until, unexpectedly, Luke Dan turned around and slapped him. Truth be told, even a seasoned Mons was momentarily stunned by this unexpected blow from his gentle female companion. He had never envisioned that she would treat him in such a manner. Hearing her mutter something about bullying and support, he quickly recalled the ghost stories she had shared back in the Brown Bear tribe. With this realization, Mons understood that Luke Dan was, in fact, frightened. Suddenly, the sting of the slap on his face seemed far less painful. As the little female circled in front of him, she extended her hand. Gently stroking his face, "Did I hurt you?" she asked. Mons initially intended to shake his head, for aside from leaving him with some psychological scars, her slap had caused him no real harm. It felt more akin to a playful scratch. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, he shifted his gaze, causing his entire bare form to lay down. Striving to reveal his glistening, innocent eyes, he remembered that the sight of him appearing pitiful was most irresistible to her. From his throat, he let out a soft whimper, perfectly timed to elicit her sympathy. This tugged at Luke Dan's heartstrings. Mons had always endured pain in silence. Even the severe wounds on his back had gone unspoken. Had she inadvertently struck his injury, dismissing the chaotic thoughts of the frenzied deer tribe, Luke Dan reached out to stroke Mons's head. "Did I hit your wound? Does it hurt?" Mons's fur, smeared with ash and singed hair, left a dark residue on her palm. Luke Dan paid it no mind, feeling her way as if blind, and eventually locating Mons's cheek. She gently cupped the face of the great white bear, or rather, the temporarily blackened bear. She strained her eyes, attempting to discern his gaze amidst the varying shades of darkness, but soon surrendered in defeat. It was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. A challenge of hellish proportions. With a sigh, her gaze fell casually upon a spot, assuming it to be Mons's eyes, and she spoke softly. "I'm truly sorry. I can't see you. It was unintentional. Are you all right?" The bear's head shifted slightly, indicating that he was indeed fine. The only mystery lay in why the little female was gazing so earnestly at his nostrils. Was this a new way of expressing affection? Luke Dan exhaled in relief and pointed towards the frantically darting deer, addressing Mons. "Could you please quiet them down? If possible, do not harm them." Mons rose to his feet, and Luke Dan watched as a white posterior dashed into the midst of the chaotic deer herd. Undeniably, the deer possessed remarkable stamina, having sprinted through the night without losing momentum. Mons, still nursing his wounds, was uncertain if he could quell their wild antics. Luke Dan ascended to a higher vantage point, laboriously climbing to the cave's apex, her feet scraping against the jagged stones. She adjusted her position, keeping a vigilant eye on Mons's movements. After promising Luke Dan that he would help, Mons stretched dramatically, letting out a yawn that Luke Dan could only glimpse his pearly white teeth momentarily before they vanished back into the shadows. She stood on tiptoes, striving to witness the unfolding events. The chill of the prairie wind brushed against her, causing her to shiver as she wrapped her arms around herself. With bated breath, she focused on the herd of deer, and in the dim moonlight, she barely caught sight of a large white posterior careening through the flock. Wherever the white posterior roamed, the dust kicked up by the scattering deer gradually settled. At last, Luke Dan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The bear tribe's lethality was astonishing, even injured. Mons could swiftly subdue the frenzied deer to clamp down on a young deer, his sharp teeth nearly sinking into its skull. Remembering Luke Dan's admonition to spare the deer, he reluctantly loosened his grip. Mons then raised his paw high, delivering a firm slap to the deer's head. Observing the deer stumble and crash to the ground, its blood-red eyes fixated on him, it made several attempts to rise, but ultimately succumbed to the earth in silence. The subsequent actions mirrored this one, forming a seamless assembly line. Mons captured the errant deer, delivering a swift blow to their heads until they lay unconscious. He resembled a seasoned veteran navigating a novice training ground. The only challenge lay in the sharp antlers atop their heads. A moment's inattention could lead to a shattered spine. As Mons surveyed the sprawled deer around him, he licked his lips, feeling an intense hunger. Suddenly, he grimaced, spitting onto the ground, the taste of ash proving quite unpleasant. This moment, The sun began to peek over the horizon, two suns rising in the east and west, casting their radiant glow upon the earth. The entire prairie was bathed in an orange hue, a breathtaking sight, though regrettably, no one was there to appreciate it. Beneath the sanguine morning light, the scene among the deer appeared tragically grim, reminiscent of a cataclysmic event. As the sunlight illuminated the area, Lu Dan finally beheld Monza's current visage. To be honest, it was rather amusing. She nearly stifled a laugh. The front half of Mons was entirely black, with a stark, distinct line at his waist, beyond which lay pure white. Perhaps Mons harbored the potential to be a panda. The transformation from a wholly white bear to a black and white one rendered him less fearsome. Mons, unaware of Lu Dan's thoughts, gazed at her beaming smile, and soon, he too began to feel a sense of joy. His round, white tail began to sway uncontrollably. Suddenly, the deer snapped back to reality, spotting Mons as he approached with light steps. Tears welling up in her eyes, she sprang into action as if propelled by springs in her feet, bounding toward Mons. Mons, ooh, I just saw a devil, a devil. The deer clung to Mons's front leg, raising her tear-filled eyes to him, pleadingly. Mons, seemingly oblivious to her presence, found the little creature hanging from his leg somewhat bothersome. With an elegant motion, he lifted his left front leg into the air, shaking it rapidly, so swiftly that it left behind an afterimage. Lu Dan watched in astonishment as the deer was flung away by Mons's powerful shake. Mons, she called out, observing the deer, tracing a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Is that all right? The deer just flew away. Subsequently, the deer heavily descended into the grassland, vanishing amidst the tall, wild grasses. Seemingly displeased that Leiden's attention was drawn to the deer, Mons approached, attempting to nestle his head into Leiden's embrace. This position was quite comfortable, as Leiden stood atop the high cave, allowing Mons to meet her gaze effortlessly. The polar bear eagerly leaned in for affection, while Leiden, preoccupied with observing the deer, absent-mindedly stroked the bear's head. The dust clinging to Mons transferred onto Leiden, leaving both of them cloaked in a layer of darkness, which at that moment rendered them somewhat harmonious. The previously unconscious deer had awakened, groggily rising from the ground, bewildered by the recent events. A female deer, having waited long for her male to return, followed the chaotic hoofprints in pursuit. With precision, she located her male among a tangle of sprawled deer. She cried out, "Oh, beast god, who has done this? Your eyes are all blackened." The embraced male swayed as he stood, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. Chapter 70. We are truly innocent. He raised his head, attempting to uphold a proud demeanor, so the female would not notice the dark circles around his eyes. All the males who had fainted on the grassland rose in this manner, without exception, tilting their heads skyward. You must return quickly. We have matters to attend to. What matters? The female seized the beastman's neck, forcefully pulling his head down, cradling in her hands, and began to roar, demanding to know who was responsible. Do not let me catch you, or I shall tear your head from your shoulders. Leiden inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. She tugged at Mons's ear and whispered, should we perhaps retreat to avoid trouble? Mons, perplexed by the phrase avoid trouble, tilted his head in confusion. His conspicuous presence was undeniable. There were few white beastmen among the beast folk, and coupled with Mons's immense size, it was nearly impossible for him to go unnoticed. Who are you? Just as Leiden was quietly pulling at Mons's ear in preparation to leave, the female who had previously threatened to remove her head stood behind them, her tone frosty, in an instant. All the beast folk's gazes converged upon the two. Leiden could hear their hushed whispers. I recall a white figure flashing before my eyes, and then I fainted. Yes, and that little female sought our help yesterday, prompting us to come. I share the same suspicion. They slowly advanced, forming a circle around them. What scheme are you plotting? Faced with the accusation from the beast folk, Leiden quickly waved her hands in the air, insisting, no, it is not what you think. She gently kicked Mons's leg, hoping he would clarify alongside her. However, Mons was oblivious to the concept of fear. He yawned widely, revealing his sharp white teeth. Look, that beast man continues to threaten us. The deer folk lowered their heads, pointing their antlers at Mons. No. Everyone remain calm. Allow us to explain. Leiden jumped atop Mons's head, urgently addressing the beast folk. Her eyes scanned the area, hoping to locate the deer or Kuei that Mons had flung away. We can explain. Kuei, dear, where are you? Liden was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by emotion. What has transpired? Upon hearing this voice, Liden's spirits lifted. She utilized Mons's height to spot a female approaching from the center. It was Wu. Wu held great authority among the beast folk, and as she passed, they parted to clear a path to Wu. Those two outsiders have no idea what they are doing. They knocked us all unconscious. No, Liden interjected hastily, fearing the situation would worsen. This story is quite long. I shall be brief. Last night, I was very cold, and while attempting to create fire by friction, I inadvertently ignited Kuei's cave. Mons, being large, became stuck at the entrance. Liden gestured towards the cave entrance. He was lodged there and could not escape. We nearly perished in the flames. Kuei informed me that there was a tunnel above. And after we exited, we sought help from the deer folk, who came rushing to our aid, biting Mons's rear to pull him out. Wu regarded Liden expressionlessly and asked, "What is fire? And then what? Why did you knock them out?" At this juncture, Liden felt utterly aggrieved. I will explain what fire is shortly. They had never encountered it before, and, upon seeing the thick smoke, believed it to be hellish punishment from the beast god. They panicked and ran amok, losing control. Liden became increasingly animated, pointing toward the trampled grass. I feared for their safety, so I had to temporarily incapacitate them. You see, they merely fainted, and they will awaken shortly. Yes, Mons did not harm you. If he had wanted to kill you, you would have perished long ago, correct? This was the first time Liden spoke so extensively in one breath, and she found herself slightly out of breath. Once she finished, the beast folk fell silent, and the only sound that filled the air was the wind rustling through the grass. Liden suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. She scanned her surroundings, contemplating potential escape routes. She felt remorse for Kuei and the deer, regretting the trouble she and Mons had caused them. Liden desperately exchanged glances with Mons, who, despite receiving her signal, remained utterly bewildered, tilting his head in confusion. Observing his foolish demeanor, Liden realized that this great white bear had no comprehension of her intentions. Was it not said that the larger the head, the greater the intelligence? Mons was truly wasting his considerable size. Sighing, Liden discreetly began to inch toward Mons. "Mother, what is wrong?" "Kuei." Liden was nearly moved to tears. Kuei had finally returned. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her long hair a chaotic nest atop her head, diminishing her otherwise aloof demeanor. It was unexpected to discover that Wu and Kuei were, in fact, mother and daughter. "Kuei." Liden dashed to Kuei's side, grasping her arms. "You must speak to them. I truly only started a fire, never anticipating it would escalate to this extent." She looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and Kuei seemed to be swayed by Liden's display. She pulled Liden behind her and spoke. Indeed, that little cub merely ignited a fire. Fire. The term once more piqued Wu's interest. "What is fire?" "Yes, Kuei. What is fire?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind Liden, startling her. She stiffly turned her head to see the large eyes of a deer blinking back at her, if she had not been mistaken. The deer had been flung into the grass nearby by Mons. How had it silently approached her? The deer folk were indeed elusive. It is a bright, warm, and wondrous thing that can cause harm if approached too closely. It is a blessing from the beast god. Yes, Liden eagerly nodded. A blessing from the beast god. With the mention of the beast god, Liden hoped to gain favor, believing that since the beast folk revered the deity, they might not hold them accountable in light of this divine connection. Wu furrowed her brow tightly upon hearing Kuei's description, struggling to comprehend such an abstract notion. Kuei returned to the cave, where her stored provisions had been completely consumed, leaving only the remnants of ash from the fire. She scanned the area and discovered a still-burning stick in a corner. Chapter 71. A small spark can ignite a prairie. She carefully grasped the unburned end and raised it before the beast folk. Holding the stick high, she ensured that everyone could see the flickering flames. The small flame danced precariously, poised to extinguish at any moment. Yet this flicker was sufficient to astonish the beast folk, by the beast god. Wu stepped forward, scrutinizing this remarkable phenomenon. "Wait." Liden swiftly intervened, her speech having been honed to a rapid pace in the realm of the beastmen, yet it still could not match the swiftness of the shaman's hands. Before Leden's words had fully escaped her lips, the shaman's fingers had already grazed the burning stick. Fortunately, the flames had begun to wane. Otherwise, her hand would surely have suffered the same fate as Kuei's, resulting in a painful blister. The shaman quickly withdrew her hand, and as she regarded the fire, a flicker of reverence glimmered in her eyes. She spread her arms wide, blocking the curious beastmen from approaching, warning them of the danger. The shaman's words carried significant weight among the deer tribe, compelling the beastmen to resist their inner curiosity and step back several paces in unison. "Fear not," Leden hastily explained. "The fire can be used to cook food and ward off the cold. If wielded properly, it can greatly enhance your lives." Despite her reassurances, the shaman remained skeptical. She scrutinized Leden, asserting, "The fire is your doing." Her tone was unequivocal, and Leden felt as if her very soul was being dissected under the shaman's piercing gaze. Nodding in acknowledgement, she noticed Kuei's hand was raised, slightly sore from the heat. As he carelessly tossed the nearly extinguished stick into the grasslands. "It is I." Leden began to converse with the shaman, when suddenly she sensed the beastmen's gazes drifting away from her, their mouths agape in astonishment. Something felt amiss, and she continued, "We must be cautious with its use. Fire remains safe if we avoid flammable materials and heed fire safety." "What are flammable materials?" one curious beastman inquired earnestly. "Dry wood and hay are combustible. They can intensify the flames. However, one must ensure that the flames do not reach piles of wood or hay, lest we risk a fire outbreak." She wiped the sweat from her neck, perplexed by the sudden warmth. The earlier chill had vanished. What if that female, a beastman gestured, accidentally comes into contact with it? The scale of the combustible materials determines the response. For minor incidents, water can extinguish it, but for larger ones, like the grasslands you inhabit, Leden mused, recalling terrifying images of forests ablaze on television, burning for months on end, leaving devastation in their wake. Should a fire ignite on the prairie, it would be a dire predicament. Water would be ineffective. The only recourse would be to dig fire breaks to starve the flames of fuel until they extinguish themselves. Beads of sweat poured from Leden, her shirt nearly soaked through. "Then you should look back," she urged, gazing into the beastman's wide eyes. An unsettling thought struck her. She stiffly turned, praying it was merely a jest at her expense, and that no fire had ignited. Even in her slow pivot, mere seconds ticked by. Upon witnessing the roaring flames, she froze in horror. The fire leapt to the sky, spreading with alarming speed. No wonder I felt so hot. It was blazing like this. She exclaimed, "Help! The fire! Why are you all just standing there? Quickly, we must dig trenches." As she shouted, Leden urged the beastmen to hasten to the untouched areas to commence digging. "It need not be too deep, but make it wide." In the brief exchange of words, the flames had already spread a considerable distance. The early autumn prairie had become a veritable cradle for the fire. The only solace was that the winds were calm today. Otherwise, the entire forest might have succumbed to the inferno. The beastmen scattered, and Leden remained vigilant, noticing that Mons was still rooted in place, leisurely licking his paw. The sight nearly made her choke on her own blood. She smacked Mons's paw, exclaiming, "Get to work!" Bending down, she seized a flat stone and, glancing at the fire's intensity, quickly squatted to begin digging. Only when Leden commenced her labor did Mons finally rise, shaking off the dust before gently nudging her atop his head. While Leden frantically dug, Mons's nose suddenly brushed between her legs, and with a gentle nudge, she experienced a disorienting sensation, finding herself atop Mons's large head. "Hey, Mons, what are you doing? This is not the time for foolishness." Mons extended a paw, and with a swift motion, his 5 sharp claws erupted. With a mere scratch upon the ground, a large patch of sod was uprooted. The small pit Leden had painstakingly excavated was unceremoniously cast aside. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Leden closed her mouth, accepting that her toil paled in comparison to the ease with which a beastman could accomplish the same. Resolutely, she chose to remain on Mons's head. For from this vantage point, she could faintly see the deer tribe members hurriedly digging trenches in a coordinated circle around the encroaching flames. Though she had done nothing of significance, exhaustion washed over her, as she lay limp atop Mons. Only then did the reality of fear settle in. Her legs trembled incessantly, and sweat threatened to saturate Mons's fur. Under the vigilant gaze of the beastmen, the flames gradually began to die down. The pasture had been ravaged, the verdant grasses reduced to mere ashes, exposing the very earth beneath. This calamity was unprecedented in the history of the deer tribe, and the shaman's brow furrowed deeply. "Do you have any explanations?" It took Ledin a moment to realize the shaman was addressing her, and she sat up in bewilderment, looking down upon the shaman to me. She asked, pointing to herself in confusion. "Why must I explain? The fire is your doing." The shaman's serious expression imposed accountability upon her. "Though I brought it, it was not we who ignited the prairie, that I merely conveyed the blessings of the beast god to various tribes. How you utilize it is your responsibility." Chapter 72. A hefty debt. The atmosphere grew so grave that it frightened a small beast man in the audience to tears. He clutched his mother's hand. Sobbing, "Mother, has everything burned? Will I starve?" Ledin fell silent for a moment, lifting her gaze to the charred landscape that stretched endlessly before her. Autumn was a season for harvest, and now the deer tribe faced an uncertain winter. "Deer, you are the tribe's leader. What should we do?" The shaman placed the burden upon the deer. Ledin was taken aback, realizing for the first time that Deer was indeed the tribe's leader, if she was not mistaken. Deer appeared to be female. That it was surprising that in this world that revered strength, a female could ascend to leadership. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Deer gazed at Mons and Ledin. "But we cannot solely blame the two of you. After all, it was we who allowed the fire to spread into the prairie. Have you thought this through?" The shaman lowered her voice. "Your people stand behind you. You know how vital those grasses are to the deer tribe. You are now their leader." "I have considered it," Deer replied, her demeanor lightening slightly. "Even if we assign blame to them, what then? We cannot consume them to survive the winter." Deer raised her head to look at Mons. "Before I have regrets, you must leave." Watching the sniffling small beast man, Ledin felt a pang of sympathy. She resolved to make a decision that defied tradition. "We will not leave," she declared boldly. "We shall remain." "What can you accomplish by staying?" Deer furrowed her brow, urgency lacing her words to "go far away and do not return." Seeing the kindness in Deer, Ledin offered her first genuine smile. "Thank you, Deer. The pasture is burned. Your winter will undoubtedly be arduous. We will stay and assist you in gathering sufficient resources. As an apology for my recklessness, one cannot perpetually evade responsibility," Ledin stated firmly. "Food is not solely composed of grass." Instead of discussing how to shift blame, let us devise a strategy. "How much food do you have stored?" she inquired of the beastmen. Silence was her only reply, that a sense of foreboding washed over Ledin. And she tentatively asked, "You do not have any food reserves at all, do you?" It was the deer who first stepped forward, a hint of embarrassment causing her to scratch her head. "We do not have the habit of stockpiling food. This grassland is rich in resources, and during spring, summer, and autumn, there are plenty of delicious morsels to enjoy. But what about winter?" Ledin pressed insistently. The deer responded with her characteristic silly grin. "Well, in winter, we just eat a little less." A wave of unprecedented pressure crashed down on Ledin's shoulders, as heavy as a mountain. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but she began to feel a dull ache in her shoulders. She regretted her earlier bravado. In a careless moment, she had unwittingly taken on a staggering debt. Would it be too late to express her remorse now? The words she wished to voice were swallowed back, stifled by the eager, expectant eyes of the orcs around her. "It's fine," she said, steeling herself. "Let's disperse for now. And Deer, stay behind. We need to discuss our strategies together." It was quite astonishing how carefree the orcs of the deer tribe were. Their grassland had been utterly consumed by flames, and they were on the brink of starvation. Yet upon hearing Ledin suggest they scatter, they merrily returned to their respective nests. Deer must be one of the few thoughtful beings among her kind. No wonder she was chosen as the leader. Had it been any other orc, the tribe would likely have faced immediate ruin. "I need to learn everything about the deer tribe to facilitate our food storage," Ledin declared as she prepared to sit down. Suddenly, a furry paw slipped beneath her, and without needing to turn around, she knew it was Mons behind her. Deer cast a meaningful glance at the two of them before quickly adjusting her demeanor. For the deer tribe, grass was their primary food source. Wait a moment. Ledden suddenly realized a significant oversight. So, you do eat other things as well, right? The deer nodded. Fruits, round fruits, and meat. Ledden was taken aback. You eat meat? Of course, the deer replied, looking at Ledden as if she were peculiar. Orcs need strength. Only by consuming meat can they gain power, though they rarely eat it. Most of their diet consists of grass. And what about the females? Ledden inquired curiously, nudging away the damp nose that had been persistently poking at her from behind. She turned slightly to Mons and whispered, "Don't be a nuisance. You two seem to have a good relationship." The deer commented, slightly off topic. She merely glanced at Mons, and upon seeing him completely focused on Ledden, she quickly averted her gaze. I have never seen Mons be so close to anyone before. Ledden instinctively sensed the deer's implication. Leaning against Mons, she adopted a posture of a proud owner. Were you familiar with Mons before? Yes, the deer replied, her spirits lifting as she recounted. I was injured and lost outside when a pack of wild beasts surrounded me. I thought I was done for, but it was Mons who saved me. Yes, Ledden said, her eyes cast downward, obscuring her expression. Mons is like that. He is very kind. Even if he sees injured cats or dogs, he will go and help them. Right, Mons? Ledden lifted her gaze, straining to meet his eyes. Mons paused for a moment before nodding naturally. He had hardly heard what the two females were discussing. He was merely suppressing his primal urges. The deer looked quite delectable indeed. However, whatever Ledden said, he simply nodded in agreement. Thanks to Ledden's previous guidance, Mons was now reclaiming his dignity in front of his old flame. Ledden felt a surge of pride as she addressed the deer with utmost decorum. Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, we should consider how to stockpile some food. Stockpile? The deer seemed puzzled by Ledden's choice of words. I asked their problem. The deer nodded, her expression somewhat uneasy. Yet, as the leader of the deer tribe, this was not a time for sentimental feelings. Can food be stockpiled? The deer furrowed her brow. Only hay can be stored until winter. Other food spoils shortly after being harvested. It appeared the orcs had yet to master the art of prolonging food preservation. Of course it can, Ledden assured the deer. You can have the orcs of the deer tribe gather as much food as possible. Anything will do. I have ways to extend its storage life. Really? The deer looked doubtful. Observing the skepticism in her gaze, Ledden nonchalantly tossed her tangled hair, adopting a casual demeanor. You're thinking too small. Do you not realize who stands before you? I am a remarkable youth of the 21st century, filled with the wisdom of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. Can mere food storage pose a challenge for me? A swell of pride surged within her. Ledden donned an exceedingly confident smile. Of course. The deer pushed herself up from her knees. Then it shall be so. I believe in you. As she spoke, she began to walk outside. Wait. Ledden suddenly called out to the deer. What is it? Could you please tell me where there are hunting grounds nearby? You want to hunt? This was the second time the deer had questioned Ledden that day. No, Ledden quickly waved her hands in the air. What a joke! I would be the one hunted if I went out there. If I ventured into the forest, I might as well have all you can eat plastered across my forehead. That it's Mons who is hungry, though Mons remained silent. Even while leaning against him, Ledden could hear the faint rumblings of his hunger. She feared Mons might lose control. Please, let's just get the food stored first before Mons ends up devouring the deer tribe. That would be a grave sin. There are prey on the mountain ahead. The deer enthusiastically pointed toward a small hill. But do not go to that mountain over there, she quickly redirected, indicating a larger peak. That is where the suborcs of the deer tribe reside. So please, do not go there. You understand. She turned to repeat her warning, but the bear and the person who had been sitting across from her had already vanished without a trace. She muttered to herself, could it be they didn't hear me? The deer jumped a bit higher to catch a glimpse of Mons' retreating figure, calling out loudly, please, do not hunt the sheep-like suborcs. They are relatives of the deer tribe. The wind carried the deer's voice away as Ledden turned back to see the deer bouncing away, waving her hand in farewell. Mons, did you hear what the deer said? Mons, now driven by hunger, had eyes that gleamed with a greenish hue. All he could focus on was the mention of prey ahead that could satisfy his hunger, instinctively filtering out the rest of the conversation. Observing the bear's head bobbing slightly, Ledden shrugged. It can't have been anything too important, right? Please, you must remember. The deer clasped her hands together, forming a trumpet shape, and continued to shout. Leader, are you not worried they might run off? Should I follow them? It's fine, Chio. The deer gazed at Mons as silhouette. I trust them. Are you trusting Mons or that little cub? He teased, glancing at the deer. The deer's face visibly reddened out of course. I trust both. Are you so idle? Hurry and gather food. Do you want to starve come winter? With a light leap, she mounted Chio's back. She cast one last glance at the small white. That was Mons. Do not let me down, Mons. Unbeknownst to the now distant Mons, he had earned the trust of a leader. He charged into the forest, where he truly belonged. Lowering his body, his keen eyes surveyed the lush, leafy woods that in that moment. Mons was the king of the forest. In hardly any time at all. Mons returned to Kuei's cave, proudly clutching a plump white creature in his mouth. He felt quite satisfied with his catch. Not only was the meat succulent, but the fur was soft. With the cold weather setting in, the pelt would keep Ledden warm. The young female was simply too fragile. As he walked, he already had plans for the prey laid out clearly in his mind. Mons placed the catch down, nudging it toward Ledden with his nose. This was a habit he had unconsciously formed. Regardless of what he hunted, he would always present it to Ledden first. How about we have roasted lamb? Ledden proposed eagerly. Stewed lamb, without seasoning, is just too gamey. Roasting would make it slightly better. She looked up at Mons and asked, What do you think? Mons, of course, harbored no objections. His sole desire was to hasten the consumption of meat. Ledden carefully rekindled the fire, fearful of igniting a second blaze, deliberately choosing a platform that was merely composed of stones and sand, with only her own beauty to accompany her. She confirmed that the stones and sand posed no risk of fire, the only danger present being herself. Alas, even the most beautiful roses come with thorns. She did not indulge in her vanity for long, as Mons adeptly prepared their catch. The claws of the bear tribe were exceedingly sharp. Mons even thoughtfully divided the meat evenly, proactively gathering several straight branches and neatly stacking them beside Ledden. It was only when the meat was suspended over the flames that Mons' restless heart finally found solace. His eyes were fixated on Ledden's hands, diligently turning the skewers, wishing he could replace the flames to roast the meat himself. Cooking was a lengthy endeavor. The entire leg of lamb, suspended over the fire, gradually released its fat, which evenly coated the surface, with a few drops even sizzling into the flames. Despite the absence of any seasoning, the pure, natural aroma wafted far into the breeze. Chio, who had been dispatched to forage for food, halted in his tracks, his dark nose twitching. What could be that delightful scent? The fruit in his hand fell to the ground, rolling far away without capturing Chio's attention. He floated forward, as if entranced, drawn towards the source of the enticing aroma. Upon approaching, Chio discovered that the fragrance emanated from Kuei's cave entrance, and he unconsciously quickened his pace to engage in conversation with Ledden, who was seated by the fire. Suppressing his fear of flames, he positioned himself a short distance behind her. Little cub, what are you doing? Ledden did not turn around. She was wholly focused on the skewers, eager to indulge in her culinary creation as soon as it was ready. She replied nonchalantly, I am roasting meat. Roasting meat? Chio's gaze suddenly fell upon a pile of white sheepskin, and he stumbled past Ledden to examine it more closely. Ledden's attention was immediately captured by Chio's silhouette. What did she see? To her astonishment, she had spotted an alpaca among the deer tribe. Ledden quickly recalled the deer's warning, recalling their intermarriage with sheep. Thus, a pressing question arose. Could sheep and deer produce an alpaca? Chio's figure trembled visibly. Ledden hesitated, casting a glance at the leg of lamb, which now seemed rather glaring. She wished she could conceal it. She shot a glance at Mons, but he remained oblivious, engrossed in the roasting lamb leg. Chapter 74. My goodness! Chio transformed into human form, his hands trembling as he unfurled the pristine sheepskin. In the center of the skin was a distinctive black dot pattern, appearing exceedingly unique. His trembling fingers brushed over the central as he held the sheepskin up to the sun for closer inspection. Suddenly unleashing a thunderous wail, My goodness! Ledden was startled, her hand trembling, nearly dropping the lamb into the fire. She refrained from questioning why this alpaca had a northeastern accent and hurriedly stood to explain. That alpaca, We had no idea it was your relative. Her words only served to draw the ire towards herself. Chio, with bloodshot eyes, seized Leaden by the strap of her vest, shaking her vigorously. It's easy for you to say. Can you bring my great-uncle back to life? He is nearly 100 years old, peacefully grazing on the mountain. And just when he was nearing the end of his days, he fell victim to your hands. My goodness. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, saliva splattering onto Leaden. She dared not retort, especially since alpacas were known for their excessive salivation, and she had become the unwitting perpetrator of the sheep's demise. Why had her luck soured since arriving in the deer tribe? Leaden began to soothe the grieving relative's emotions. Alpacas, sir, please try not to be too sorrowful. Let us discuss how we might compensate you. Chio abruptly released his grip and stepped back. Leaden, thinking her words had had an effect, continued, We truly had no knowledge that it was your relative. That I apologize. From now on, we will share half of any food we find with you as compensation. How does that sound? Chio offered no reply, retreating a few more steps. Observing the silent alpaca, Leaden grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Alpacas, sir, please do not remain silent. How about this? You can strike me, she declared, closing her eyes in resignation. Just hit me to vent your anger. Just don't kill me. Leaden failed to notice the terror in Chio's eyes. The alpaca's mouth moved as if to spit. Yet it was frightened of the white bear behind Leaden. The amiable Leaden remained blissfully unaware that Mons had taken an aggressive stance, baring his teeth, the fur on his back bristling. The biological instinct to suppress rendered Chio's legs quaking. What are you doing? Deer and Kei inquired curiously from a distance. The deer scanned the surroundings, suddenly spotting the disarray of white sheepskin on the ground, and a troubling thought crossed her mind. Deer, you're here. Leaden slightly opened one eye, filled with guilt. I'm so sorry. We accidentally, cough, cough. She nearly blurted out the word kill, but abruptly halted, glancing at Chio, who was kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face. She decided it best not to provoke his emotions further. Thus, she substituted kill with a cough, hoping the deer would understand. She desperately cast glances at Deer and Kei. The deer blurted out, You didn't kill Chio's great-uncle, did you? Well, that made her previous efforts all for naught. That word indeed triggered Chio, who immediately lifted his head, casting a resentful glare at Leaden before lowering it once more. What great-uncle? Kei, still clueless, furrowed her brow in inquiry. It was Deer who tugged at her arm and whispered, Chio's great-uncle is an anthropomorphic beast. An anthropomorphic beast. Kei stared at the kneeling Chio. If he is an anthropomorphic beast, then he is no different from the wild beasts outside. If he has been slain, it is merely his misfortune. Chio appeared to have heard something shocking. He lifted his head to gaze at Kei. Are you still human, Kei? He stood up excitedly, pointing at the leg of lamb over the fire. Even if he is an anthropomorphic beast, he is still my family. Are you truly so cold-blooded? Kei's expression darkened as well. The deer covered her face, exasperated. These two were wildly dancing on each other's sensitive spots. Everyone, let us calm down. Leaden was at a loss as to whom to intervene first. Silence! Silence! Two voices rang out simultaneously. Leaden felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, the one who ought to be silent was herself. The leg of lamb had reached perfection, its exterior a golden hue, the fat evenly coating the surface, the aroma wafting toward them. The tantalizing scent of roasted lamb enveloped everyone present. The loud growl resonated from his stomach, shattering the seriousness of the moment. Leaden followed the sound, hoping it was Team Mons. Otherwise, they would be the target of everyone's ire. Standing near the source of the sound was none other than the alpaca. Leaden felt even more awkward. This standoff was untenable, as she sensed Mons' demeanor deteriorating, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mons was hungry dumb, she said, under the pressure of Chio's intense gaze. Everyone is hungry. Why don't we eat first? Are you suggesting I eat my great-uncle? Chio retorted, saliva flying as he spoke. Instinctively, Leaden shut her eyes and stepped back. Who would have thought the alpaca's saliva could travel so far, even standing a meter away? She was caught in the crossfire. Leaden turned sideways, burying herself in Mons' front legs, rubbing vigorously to rid herself of Chio's spit. A minute later, the four of them, along with one bear, gathered around the fire. Ledin courteously offered the most succulent leg of lamb to Chio. This gesture met with Mon's protest as he nudged Ledin's back with his snout. She waved off the troublesome Mons while sweetly addressing Chio. Please, you go ahead. I'm quite skilled at roasting lamb. It's delicious. Chio maintained a stern expression, yet his eyes stealthily glanced at the leg of lamb in Ledin's hand, his mouth twitching. Ledin, unable to hear clearly, looked to Kuei for help. Kuei's gaze had also shifted to the lamb leg, and upon realizing Ledin was looking at her, she stiffly turned her head away, striving to maintain her aloof demeanor. With no one to assist her, Ledin could only softly ask, "What did you say?" Chio loudly exclaimed, "Are you trying to force me to eat? Do you understand?" In an instant, Lu Dan comprehended the situation. Chio desired to savor the lamb, yet wished to evade the pangs of conscience. Realizing the predicament, Lu Dan kicked Chio and shoved a piece of lamb into his mouth, striving to adopt a fierce expression as she commanded. "You will eat this," though Chio maintained an unwilling demeanor. He devoured the meat with remarkable speed. After finishing, he rose, wiped his mouth, and swiftly fled to Lu Dan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Is this really acceptable?" Lu, with a hint of indifference, replied, "It's nothing. He was found. He isn't truly related to us." Chapter 75. Is the diet of the deer tribe really so diverse? Lu Dan was taken aback to discover that in this ancient, otherworldly realm, she could still indulge in melons, which left this gossip-deprived creature yearning for more. She unconsciously inched closer to Lu, offering her a skewer of meat while curiously asking, "Ah, is this really a thing? How did it come to be?" These seemingly mundane words concealed deeper meanings. Indeed, Lu continued the narrative. It was a frigid winter when the female deer of the tribe suddenly heard a faint cry emanating from a haystack. Following the sound, she discovered a rather peculiar fawn. Feeling compassion, she took it in and raised it alongside her own offspring, which is why Chio remains oblivious to his origins. Oh, how pitiful. Lu Dan feigned sympathy. Yet internally, she was in turmoil, questioning whether that alpaca had truly failed to notice its stark differences from the other deer beasts. Each time it waddled among the long-legged beasts, could it not sense the anomaly? "So please do not divulge this to anyone," Lu cautioned. The four individuals present exhibited varied expressions. Kuei appeared unconcerned. Meng Si was drooling over the lamb leg, while Lu Dan wore an insatiable look of curiosity. "Rest assured," Lu Dan reassured, patting her chest, "the secret ends with me. I shall not confide in a second soul." The second beastman was another matter. She silently added, "Oh, how I adore gossip." Suddenly, Lu clapped her hands, and a throng of deer beastmen converged from all directions, encircling Lu Dan, gazing at the stampede of deer. She nearly feared that her inner thoughts had been overheard, prompting them to silence her. The dust kicked up by their hooves enveloped them, causing Lu Dan to cough twice as she covered her mouth. Meng Si, still engrossed in gnawing on a bone, lifted a paw to shield Lu Dan beneath him. Securing her tightly, he cast a wary glance at the frolicking deer beastmen. Under the pressure of carnivorous instincts, they suppressed their urge to prance around, standing obediently instead. When the commotion outside ceased, Lu Dan struggled to push aside Meng Si's fur. Revealing her head, the dust had settled, and Lu waved away the remnants of dirt. In the blink of an eye, how had Lu Dan ended up beneath Meng Si? "Meng Si, did you not dislike being so close to others?" Meng Si slightly raised his head, glancing at Lu, and tightened his protective grip around Lu Dan with the weight of his massive limbs pressing down. Lu Dan found it increasingly difficult to breathe. She punched Meng Si's side, prompting him to relent slightly, releasing her. The beastmen unloaded an array of bizarre items they had been carrying onto the stone slab. "This is the food we gathered. These items are challenging to preserve and will decay within a few days. I am curious how you intend to extend their shelf life. This is child's play," Lu Dan replied, strolling over to a gelatinous mass. "Snot," she exclaimed, pointing at the green, slime-like substance with skepticism. "What sort of creature must it be to produce such a large quantity?" Her gaze towards Lu grew increasingly inquisitive. "What's snot?" Lu scratched her head. "This is fruit." This is fruit?" Lu Dan's worldview faced yet another upheaval. "Yes," Lu nodded. "It comes from particularly tall trees and is exceptionally sweet. How do we preserve it?" Lu Dan gazed at the swaying mass of fruit. Feeling utterly perplexed, this question exceeded her knowledge. Let's examine something else, she awkwardly suggested, shifting her focus to the second beast-man. What is this? Lu Dan asked, her finger trembling slightly as she pointed at a cluster of fruit bound together by vines. They appeared to be in the form of normal fruits, yet the humanoid limbs were perplexing that if she wasn't mistaken, one of the fruits was attempting to escape, only to be kicked back by a beast-man, now lying on the ground wailing. These are not animals, fruit, Lu clarified. Then what about that one that cursed upon opening its mouth? Is that also food? Lu Dan's gaze towards the deer tribe turned increasingly fearful. Were these beings truly normal? Why did they fear Meng Si? Shouldn't it be Meng Si who feared them? At least Meng Si's diet seemed entirely reasonable. It was merely Chio's distant relative, Lu Dan. How do we store these items? Lu inquired, approaching her. Now, as Lu Dan looked into Lu's large eyes, she felt slightly dizzied. Do you possess any conventional food, such as round fruits? There are some, Lu replied, scrunching her nose. But they taste bland and are quite peculiar. Peculiar? You are the one who is more peculiar, Lu Dan retorted, digging out a roasted round fruit from the ashes and offering it to Lu. Try it. Observing the red fruit in Lu Dan's hand, Lu reluctantly accepted it, sniffing it beneath her nose. Her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Is this truly a round fruit? It smells divine. Yes, Lu Dan responded. Feeling increasingly fatigued, she dared not look at the wailing fruit and instead focused on Lu. You must taste it. Lu delicately peeled away the outer skin, revealing the vibrant red interior, and took a gentle bite. The fruit melted in her mouth, leaving a sweet and fragrant residue. By the gods, Lu Dan, how did you create this? Lu covered her mouth, passing the round fruit to Chio, who had returned unbeknownst to them. This is delicious, isn't it? Lu Dan leaned against Meng Si, forcing a smile. She was determined to correct the deer tribe's dietary habits, not just the round fruit. All of these fruits, she gestured to the ones that appeared somewhat normal, are equally delectable. In the future, you should seek out such food, all right? As she spoke, she glanced towards the group of beastmen, wondering if he was truly unharmed. Lu followed Lu Dan's gaze, observing that one beastman was ensnared by the plant's roots. Appearing on a verge of unconsciousness, that's fine. But he's already fainted, Lu Dan noted, nodding. No worries. Lu waved her hand dismissively. These foolish deer, with the prior suggestions in mind, the food brought back by the deer tribe appeared significantly more normal. Though still featuring many bizarre items, the very least. There were no more wailing fruits. Lu Dan wiped the sweat from her forehead. The deer tribe's acceptance of fire had also improved, ever since they had tasted the roasted round fruit. The bonfire had become a gathering place for the beastmen. Lu Dan's official work life commenced. She resembled a factory worker, repetitively burying fruits, roasting them, slicing the roasted fruits, and drying them for storage. Chapter 76. Trouble Comes Knocking. Lu Dan lay idly on the ground, enveloped in Chio's distant relative. Surprisingly, the wool was both warm and soft. She absent-mindedly stroked the relative. Her gaze wandered to Meng Si, who was busy slicing round fruits. Once a fearsome predator in the forest, Meng Si was now reduced to fruit preparation. Meng Si, I'm so bored. She propped herself up, gazing at him with pleading eyes. Shall we go out to play? No. Let us venture forth in search of new recipes. I have grown weary of roasting fruits. Mons rose to his feet and shook the fur on his body, the singed hair from before having grown back somewhat. Still resembling a dog as chewed, he exhibited an unconditional indulgence towards Lu Dan. Not only would he comply with her wishes to go out and play, but even if it meant leaving the deer tribe, he would acquiesce without hesitation. Relishing the opportunity to roam, Lu Dan stood atop Mons, stretching her arms wide as if imagining herself aboard the Titanic, though it wasn't long before she retracted her hands and skillfully nestled beneath Mons' fur. It was far too cold. The temperature in the forest was several degrees warmer than outside, and Lu Dan, filled with excitement, darted through the woods. Suddenly, her pace faltered. She waved her right hand vigorously, signaling Mons to hurry over. Grasping his ear, she whispered, "Is that round thing an egg?" Her eyes were fixed intently in that direction, shimmering with fervent anticipation. Heaven knows she had nearly reached her limit with the round fruit she had been consuming. Mons gently nodded his large head, rising to survey the surroundings, prepared to retrieve the egg for Ludan. In her enthusiasm, Ludan eagerly tugged at his foreleg fur, inadvertently pulling out a few strands, which she carelessly stuffed in her pocket. Wait, I want to go myself. The egg was positioned somewhat high, and with the heavy sheepskin draped over her, Ludan moved like a clumsy weeble-wobble. Nevertheless, she resolutely swayed her way toward the nest made of hay. The enormous egg, of unknown avian origin, rested precariously against a steep rock face. Ludan clung to the protruding stones with one hand, her left foot flailing in the air, struggling to find a foothold. Suddenly, she stepped onto a soft object. Startled, she looked down to find a patch of white, fluffy fur. Mons gently nudged Ludan upwards with his head as she gazed down the descending cliff, feeling as if she were in an elevator. All right, just making the motion of retrieval counts as having done it myself. Ludan exerted herself to lift the massive egg. It was truly hefty, almost slipping from her grasp, weighing at least 10 pounds. This is enough for a meal, she exclaimed with delight, patting Mons on the head. Let us head back to the palace. What else there to play with? Am I the kind of person who neglects responsibilities for amusement? Ludan's mouth watered at the thought, wishing she could cook the egg immediately, gazing at the burning fire from a distance. She felt an urgent desire to return. Sliding down from Mons' leg, she placed the egg upon the flames without a second glance. The moment her hand felt the heat, she recoiled. She had heard of frying and boiling eggs, but never of roasting them. Just as Ludan was becoming distressed, Mons, out of nowhere, brought over the skull of an animal, dropping it with a clatter before her. Ludan squinted at it, recognizing it as belonging to her Uncle Chi. Suddenly enlightened to Mons' intention, she measured the giant egg against the skull, finding it a perfect fit. Mons, you must have traveled through time. You're incredibly clever, having not experienced Ludan's exuberance in quite some time. Mons felt a surge of happiness and nudged her with his snout. He watched as Ludan spread her arms wide, anticipating a moment of intimacy, only to have her bypass him entirely to embrace the egg, planting a kiss upon it. Subsequently, she disregarded Mons, crouching by the fire, intently watching the bone pot. As the water gradually boiled, Mons cast a jealous glance at the egg. Who would have thought he would ever feel envious of an egg? Deep down, he resolved to take a few bites once it was cooked to avenge the perceived theft of his mate. Watching the bubbles rise in the water, Ludan swallowed hard. How about we split it? Half for you and half for me. She looked up at Mons, already calculating how to divide their meal. Unbeknownst to her, Mons had risen and was watching her with a tender gaze, his front legs slightly bent, a posture unmistakably signaling aggression. Ludan tensed, scanning her surroundings for any sign of danger, but saw nothing threatening. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed from behind, and she instinctively rolled to the side, not forgetting to rescue the egg from the pot. Cradling it beneath her, she rolled and crawled behind Mons, her movements fluid and instinctive. Breathing heavily, she gently shook her reddened hand, which had been scalded. It hurt terribly. However, Ludan paid no mind to the attacking creature or her burned hands. She held the egg up to inspect it closely, relieved to find it unharmed. Only then did she have a moment to discern what had attacked them. That it was a snow-white creature resembling a cat, adorned with numerous black spots, its long, bushy tail nearly the same length as its body. That a snow leopard? Ludan gazed longingly at the furry tail, thinking how delightful it would be to stroke it. Such an experience would be worth a lifetime. The snow leopard prowled at the steep cave entrance, its sharp gaze locking onto Ludan, specifically the egg she held, feeling the weight of its stare. Ludan instinctively concealed the egg behind her. You may eat me, but do not covet my egg. The snow leopard opened its mouth, emitting a low, threatening growl. Mons, undeterred, stepped forward, his forepaws striking the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. As tensions escalated, a faint crackling sound emerged from somewhere nearby. Though subtle, it caught the snow leopard's attention, intensifying its anxiety. Ludan glanced down to find that, unbeknownst to her, a chunk of the egg had shattered, revealing a tuft of fluffy white fur. She felt tears welling up, her vision blurring It was not the prospect of new life that saddened her, but the realization that once it hatched, it could no longer be eaten. Just as she wallowed in her sorrow, a small creature emerged from the broken shell. Tilting its head to gaze at Lu Dan, wiping her tears, she was met with a shocking revelation. The creature that had hatched from the egg was not a bird, but a snow leopard cub. The tiny snow leopard clumsily climbed onto Lu Dan's arm, its long tail wrapping around her wrist, emitting an incredibly sweet sound as it gazed adoringly at her. Chapter 77. Unexpected motherhood. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Not only did the snow leopard freeze in place, but even Mons, who had been protectively positioned before Lu Dan, turned rigid, glancing back. Only the newly hatched snow leopard seemed oblivious to the commotion, staring at Lu Dan with its large, watery blue eyes. Recognizing its mother's attention, it called out with a loud meow. Lu Dan looked down, meeting the cub's gaze, panic rising within her as she wondered what to do next. Trembling, she managed to stutter, Mons. Who could explain why a snow leopard had hatched from an egg? Who could tell her why this little snow leopard clung to her? Observing the affectionate demeanor of the cub towards Lu Dan, Mons felt an immediate sense of threat. He opened his mouth wide, clamping down on the cub's tail and flinging it beside its mother. Mons then extended his tongue, licking Lu Dan from top to bottom until she was coated in his scent, reluctantly halting only when the little female snow leopard was thoroughly drenched in his aroma. Lu Dan found herself unexpectedly overwhelmed by an avalanche of affection, now completely soaked in Mons' saliva. "What is happening?" she exclaimed, shaking her arms in disgust. The snow leopard sniffed at her cub, then suddenly recoiled, preparing to leave. Dan hurriedly called out to the snow leopard, "You forgot your child. He is a sub-beastman. I will not raise him." With that, she turned to depart. Watching a snow-white creature speak human language left her somewhat bewildered. The little snow leopard showed no signs of abandonment, his gaze solely fixed on Lu Dan, wobbling towards her with unyielding determination. Meow. The cub's fur was still damp, clinging to its body in tufts. It was time for his mother to lick off the sticky residue and hold it close while nursing. Yet as Lu Dan observed the approaching little snow leopard, she instinctively recoiled. What is going on? Mons? Where's its mother going? Mons pressed a paw against the little snow leopard, perhaps using too much force, as the cub let out a series of pitiful meows, looking into the little snow leopard's bright blue eyes. Lu Dan felt her heart melt. "Why don't we keep him?" Mons turned sharply, staring at Lu Dan in disbelief. His expression seemed to say, "What are you talking about?" However, Lu Dan rubbed her hands together, contemplating how the little creature would perish without care. Humans are unlike orcs. They are inherently endowed with empathy. Mons' expression darkened as he suddenly transformed into his human form, grasping the snow leopard by the scruff of its neck and presenting it before Lu Dan. Observing the serious orc, Lu Dan exclaimed in surprise, "Mons, you can turn into a human now." With some difficulty, Mons replied, "No throwing." "Are you saying I can't throw it?" Lu Dan stood on her tiptoes, snatching the little snow leopard from Mons' hand and cradling it in her arms. Casting a flattering glance at him, "You truly are the kindest orc in existence. Oh, divine beast, can it be true that such a handsome and benevolent orc walks this world?" Hearing the familiar flattery, Mons' somber demeanor lightened considerably. Since Lu Dan had lost her memories of previous events, he had not heard such praise in a long time. His icy gaze melted into warmth that Lu Dan believed her compliments had worked. She turned to the little snow leopard and said, "Oh, you are so fortunate to encounter such a wonderful orc. If it were anyone else, you would have been tossed away." She brought the snow leopard closer to Mons and continued, "Look, this splendid orc will be your father from now on. Do you understand?" The little snow leopard completely ignored Mons, lowering its head to lick Lu Dan's fingers. Mons, however, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Father, does this mean the little female still wishes to marry me?" Realizing something was amiss, Lu Dan quickly changed the subject. "Look, you made me all wet. I need to take a bath." Her tone was somewhat spoiled. Yet Mons cheerfully led his wife and the little snow leopard to a stream. Even at noon, the water remained quite chilly that Lu Dan tested the temperature with her foot, but swiftly withdrew it. "How cold!" she exclaimed. "Bathing in ancient times truly this harsh." Gritting her teeth, she summoned her courage and jumped into the stream with the little snow leopard in her arms. Splash! Lu Dan pondered when she had become so heavy, causing such a big splash. Suddenly, she felt a warm presence behind her and turned to find Mons had leapt in beside her. When Mons was still a great white bear, she had shared everything with him without feeling shy. But now, he was in human form, an extraordinarily handsome man with chiseled abs. Flustered, Lu Dan quickly averted her gaze, focusing intently on the little snow leopard as if she were diligently helping it bathe. Dan, Mons seemed intent on not letting Lu Dan off the hook, his deep voice resonating from behind her, allowing her to feel the vibrations from his chest. She became so nervous she could hardly breathe. Stammering, "What do you want?" Hearing a low chuckle behind her, Lu Dan felt her face flush with warmth. "What are you laughing at?" "Adorable." Even though Mons struggled to express himself, he still managed to compliment Lu Dan with great effort. Lu Dan thought he was exceptionally skilled at flirtation, undoubtedly having honed such talent through interactions with females. "Get away from me." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, pushing against Mons' chest. "I need to bathe. You should move aside." The little snow leopard in her arms was equally cooperative, bravely hissing at Mons despite being just newly born and facing an orc vastly more powerful than itself. Mons felt somewhat aggrieved. He took a few steps back, gazing at Lu Dan with wounded eyes. If anyone were to be pitied, it was the little snow leopard, still a mere cub, with just a glance. Mons conveyed his sorrowful emotions vividly. "You all bathe. I will leave." With that, he turned away, leaving Lu Dan with a solitary figure. Damn it, Lu Dan cursed inwardly. Mons had truly grasped her vulnerabilities. How had she not noticed he was such a bear? 1, 2, 3. Mons silently counted in his heart. And just as the third number left his lips, Lu Dan's voice reached him. "Wait a moment." He smirked, quickly concealing his smile, and turned back with an expression of feigned grievance. Chapter 78. A turn of events before meeting Mons. Lu Dan found it hard to imagine what a 2-meter-tall man would look like when expressing a sense of grievance. Now, Mons had finally shown her. He filled the gap in her experience, looking pitiful like a little wife. The stream was icy cold, and Lu Dan concocted an excuse for herself. After all, Mons was like a little furnace. She was merely seeking warmth. She lowered her head, avoiding Mons' gaze to prevent her heart from softening and uttering words she shouldn't. She focused on the gently flowing water, unconsciously rubbing the snow leopard's long tail. "Come here." The reflection on the water's surface revealed a man's shadow approaching, nearly overlapping with Lu Dan's. What happened next slipped her mind entirely. When she regained her senses, she found herself wrapped in a blanket beside the fire, with the little snow leopard comfortably nestled in her arms and the furry Mons behind her. She buried her face in the little snow leopard's fur, her cheeks burning. She hardly needed to recall. Her skin still remembered Mons' warmth, a rough hand gently caressed her back. Stop thinking. The sudden voice of Kuei startled Lu Dan, and she looked up to see him lurking in the dark corner where the firelight did not reach. Kuei, when did you arrive?" Lu Dan, as if her innermost thoughts had been exposed, responded nervously, unsure of what she just said. "This is my cave. Yes, this is your cave." Kuei glanced at the blushing Lu Dan and then at Mons, whose large body was mostly outside the cave. "Your father treats you very well," he remarked nonsensically. Lu Dan had yet to grasp what was happening. Following Kuei's gaze to Mons, she wondered if Kuei believed that Mons was her father. She covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. Yes, that's so." Meow. The two voices chimed in unison, and Kuei frowned, asking, "What sound is that?" Lu Dan lifted the little snow leopard from her arms, showing it to Ku. Her surprise, Kuei reacted strongly. "A snow leopard! Quickly throw it out." Mons' snow-white ears perked up. Normally, upon hearing Kuei's voice, he would envelop Lu Dan possessively, but this time he buried his head between his front legs, pretending not to hear. After all, he too wished to throw that damned snow leopard out. Why? Lu Dan was perplexed, cradling the little snow leopard once more. "If you throw it out, it will eat it." It was a snow leopard, a helpless cub. Kuei gritted his teeth and said, "Moreover, it is a sub-beast. They lack intelligence. Once it grows up, it will behave like a wild beast and could devour you." But Lu Dan raised her eyes, her watery gaze even more pitiful than the little snow leopard. It is so small that I promise, once it grows up, I will let it roam the mountains, okay, Kay? The cave fell silent, and Luke Dan sensed Kuei's acquiescence. It seemed Kuei indulged her greatly, no matter how outrageous her requests. He would always comply. Kuei, Lu Dan asked, her voice sweetened with flattery, are there any females in the tribe who have just given birth? The little snow leopard has never had milk since its birth. You want to feed it milk? Lu Dan shyly nodded. It looks so pitiful, doesn't it? Go ask around in the tribe, but don't blame me if you get beaten up. Thank you, Kuei. Lu Dan joyfully stood up, turning to gently kick Mons. Get up quickly. Stop pretending to sleep. With the facade shattered, Mons could only rise to his feet, stretch languidly, and leisurely follow Lu Dan as she set off to find a nurse for the little snow leopard. In Mons's eyes, the small snow leopard nestled in Lu Dan's embrace was currently reveling in its own delight, flaunting its ability to rest comfortably within her arms. His gaze deepened, and sensing the looming threat. The little snow leopard shrank closer into Lu Dan's hold. The tribe was abuzz today. A throng of orcs gathered before a cave, igniting Lu Dan's insatiable curiosity. Perched atop Mons's head, she surveyed the unfolding events below. The advantage of her height meant she need not jostle for a front-row view. From her vantage point, she spotted two familiar faces, the deer and Mr. Alpaca. Both wore expressions of distress, as though something troubling had occurred. Upon catching sight of Lu Dan and Mons, the deer waved a tentative greeting. Suddenly, Mons moved forward, lowering his head slightly to allow Lu Dan to slide down from atop him. Observing the deer's troubled countenance, Lu Dan inquired, "What troubles you, dear deer?" The deer turned her body, revealing the chaotic interior of the cave. Previously, the round fruits she had painstakingly roasted, along with neatly arranged dried fruits, now lay in disarray, with more than half gone and the ground marred by erratic claw marks. What happened here? Lu Dan's voice trembled with disbelief. A small-scale beast tide. The deer sighed. I don't know how, but seems to have arrived early this year. This is merely the beginning. A larger beast tide is on the horizon, and the deer tribe is imperiled. Lu Dan's eyes fixated on the ravaged dried fruits as she murmured, So, the wild beasts from the mountains have devoured our supplies. Indeed, the deer confirmed. Suddenly, Dan collapsed to the ground, releasing a heart-wrenching wail. She had toiled day and night by the fire, roasting fruits until they were nearly burnt, only to see it all vanish in an instant. The pent-up frustration nearly overwhelmed her. Sensing her impending faintness, Mons hastily transformed into his human form to support her. Leaning against the warmth of his chest, Lu Dan bit him in frustration, her words barely coherent as she lamented. It's all gone, Mons. They've consumed everything. Mons gently patted the top of her head. Do not cry. Can you even comprehend this? Lu Dan sobbed. After I worked tirelessly to repay the mortgage, a great fire has consumed it all. It's all gone. She had always envisioned paying off the enormous debt of the deer tribe and achieving her freedom, only to see her hopes dashed by the impending beast tide. Do not cry, Mons murmured, unable to grasp the concept of a mortgage, his attempts at comfort feeling rather dry. Wait, Lu Dan sniffled, wiping her eyes with the little snow leopard in her arms. You mentioned there will be a larger beast tide ahead? The deer nodded, explaining that whenever the food in the mountains runs short, the beasts descend, resulting in a beast tide. She scratched her head in frustration, adding that the deer tribe's geographical position was rather unfortunate. Situated on a route commonly taken by beast tides, the territorial nature of the beast tribes left them with no option for migration. Rubbing her face, she lamented that even without the fire ravaging the grasslands, life of the deer tribe would still be challenging. Chapter 79. Never surrender. Surveying the disarray within the cave, Lu Dan felt that the prospect of repaying her debts and attaining freedom grew ever more distant. Leaning against Mons's chest, she wept bitterly, her tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon witnessing Lu Dan's sorrowful expression, the deer spoke. I never imagined you to be such a compassionate soul. Even though you are not part of the deer tribe, you choose to stay with us in our time of distress. You truly are a good person. Despite being labeled a good person, Lu Dan internally shook her head, insisting, no, that is not it. She simply did not wish to owe anyone anything. As warm tears fell upon his chest, Mons felt a pang of unease. What was it that troubled Lu Dan? Was it the deer tribe or the beast tide? His downcast eyes concealed a tempest of emotions. The deer instinctively glanced at Mons, only to meet his darkening gaze. She could hardly believe what she saw. Was that truly an expression of Mons? In the blink of an eye, he masked his shadowy feelings, tenderly wiping away the tears that had trickled to Lu Dan's lips. The roughness of his hand against her face sent a tingling sensation through her. Lu Dan opened her mouth and playfully bit down on Mons's finger, rubbing it vigorously. Mons chuckled, indulging her playful antics. Realizing her actions, Lu Dan released his finger, staring at the clear imprint left behind. She fought to suppress the feeling of being wronged and apologized. "I'm sorry." Mons nonchalantly placed his finger back in her mouth, urging her, "Go on, bite." But Dan shook her head, firmly grasping his hand and holding the finger marked by her teeth. She wiped her tears with the little snow leopard, whose fur had barely dried before being dampened again. "It's all right," Lu Dan encouraged herself inwardly. "There is nothing in this world that comes easily to it is merely a setback. After all, I am Lu Dan, unyielding Lu Dan." "Dear," Lu Dan's eyes regained their steely resolve. "Could you tell me more about the beast tide?" The surrounding orcs had begun to disperse, preparing for a month-long exodus. The deer squatted on the ground, casually picking up a twig to draw in the dirt. She sketched a circle, stating, "This represents the deer tribe," and then added undulating lines around it, indicating the mountains. During a beast tide, the beasts descend in horde from the mountains, resulting in utter chaos. Each time, numerous orcs suffer casualties. The deer's expression darkened as she added, "With this year's food shortage, if the orcs are feeling the pinch, the beasts will be struggling too. This beast tide is likely to be fierce." Lu Dan carefully examined the map drawn by the deer and added another circle outside the one the deer had made. "What if we build a wall?" The deer abruptly lifted her head, perplexed. "What do you mean by a wall?" "We encircle our living tribe with timber," Lu Dan explained, pointing to the circle. "By erecting tall wooden barriers, we can withstand the beast tide." This was an idea the deer had never encountered before. Traditionally, during a beast tide, they could only evade the onslaught, and many orcs would be swept away if they failed to escape in time. Especially vulnerable were the females and young, regarded as the tribe's precious assets. Contemplating this, the deer fixed her gaze on the circle drawn by Lu Dan. Given that times were already tough, why not give Lu Dan's suggestion a try? With newfound determination, she nodded affirmatively. "We can give it a shot." Hopeful to swiftly repay her debts, Lu Dan clapped her thighs, producing a sharp sound. Unsatisfied with the lack of vigor, she clapped again to Mons's thigh, quickly flushed red. He nudged Lu Dan's back with his forehead, maintaining the posture of his beast form. "All right, let's take action now." Lu Dan stumbled forward from a nudge, but was quickly caught by Mons, who held her close against his chest. "We shall split into two groups." Lu Dan pointed at the circle point. "One group of orcs will head to the mountains to gather sturdy, tall timber, while another group will seek food. The females in the tribe will learn from me how to prepare supplies. And we need to find a female who has just given birth to provide us with some milk." Mobilizing every member of the tribe was imperative. The beast tide was imminent, and time was of the essence. The deer solemnly nodded, reiterating Lu Dan's strategy. A portion to gather timber, females for supplies, and to find a recently birthed female. "Wait," the deer queried, a hint of confusion in her tone. "What do we need the recently birthed female for? Is it for a ritual? What nonsense." Lu Dan responded, "I am a model student and a good citizen. I do not dabble in superstitions." She indicated the little snow leopard in her arms, which was yawning. "I found a newborn snow leopard, and I seek your assistance." Observing the little snow leopard whose milk teeth had yet to emerge, Lu Dan furrowed her brow and reluctantly acquiesced. After all, Lu Dan had done quite a bit for the deer clan, and this single request was something she could fulfill. The deer clan soon became occupied with tasks, while Lu Dan was elevated from worker to foreman. She perched atop Mons, overseeing the orcs' labor with an air of formidable authority. Indeed, she appeared quite imposing, to the point where the wind nearly caused her to lose her balance. Seizing Mons by the ears, which were round and somewhat unaccustomed to her grasp, she suddenly recalled that earlier, during a bath, Mons had transformed into human form, only to revert to his beastly shape at the cave entrance. With a spark of delight, she leaned against Mons's forehead, exclaiming, "Mons, you can switch forms at will now." The great white bear nodded slowly, once again transforming before her into human form. Just moments ago, he had a furry head beneath her. Now, she felt a sudden emptiness beneath her, and with a startled gasp, she plummeted, terrified. She shut her eyes, bracing for the expected pain, only to find herself cradled in a warm embrace. Tentatively opening her eyes, she met Mons's gaze, filled with mirth. "You scared me to death," she chided. Smacking his chest, Mons inclined his head slightly, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, assuring her, not scared. Although he could now change forms at will, his speech remained somewhat halting, which worried Ludi. "And your throat's still not better? Will it always be like this?" Sensing the little female's concern, Mons felt their bond deepened. He shook his head, affirming, "It will get better." "All right then," she replied, though his words were still fragmented, yet there was hope. Mons shielded her from the biting cold wind, but as Lu Dan gazed at his bare skin, she mused that was not quite fair. There was a chill that made her feel concern for him. Moreover, while other orcs toiled diligently, they lingered in a leisurely manner. Was this what one would call a public romance? Chapter 80. Am I cheating? Feeling somewhat bashful, Lu Dan turned her gaze aside when suddenly an orc from the deer clan approached. He was tall, with bulging muscles that seemed almost exaggerated, carrying a 5-meter-high tree on his shoulder as he strode directly towards her. Noticing the imposing figure, Lu Dan instinctively stepped aside, thinking she might be in his way. To her surprise, the orc sidestepped as well, positioning himself directly in front of her. "Lu Dan, my name is Fong. You are truly remarkable. May I have the honor of becoming your mate?" His voice boomed like thunder, causing Lu Dan's ears to ring, as she found herself momentarily at a loss for words in stark contrast to Lu Dan's stunned silence. Mons's reaction was one of sheer terror. The instant Fong approached Lu Dan, Mons exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, and upon hearing Feng's courting declaration, his pupils constricted into slits, his body uncontrollably transforming into a towering bear, 3 to 4 meters high. His fearsome presence made Fong take a step back, aware that he was nearing 30 without a mate. While his peers had already started families, Fong steeled himself, determined to seize this opportunity. "That I can protect you. I am strong," he declared, shifting into his beast form to prove his words. A standoff ensued, a bear facing a deer, while Lu Dan was left bewildered. All she could see were 4 deer legs. In the face of this perplexing situation, she instinctively sought Mons's assistance. Turning around, she collided with a wall of white fur. Mons had transformed into his beast form as well. "Wait, what is happening?" Her mind was a blur as she took several steps back. Fong, sensing the urgency, implored Lu Dan, "Please give me a chance." He bowed deeply, his demeanor earnest. If only the 5-meter tree he carried wasn't heading straight for Lu Dan, things would have been simpler. Lu Dan pondered how to decline without inciting Feng's ire. For a muscular deer was indeed quite intimidating. "Thank you for your affection." But Lu Dan summoned her courage to lift her gaze, only to find a tree hurtling towards her. The distance between them had narrowed, and as realization dawned, she could see the rough bark of the tree clearly. There was no time to evade. She stood frozen, her legs refusing to cooperate. Mons immediately sensed the danger and swiftly swatted at the tree with his paw, altering its trajectory. However, just as Lu Dan's anxiety began to dissipate, branches and leaves from the tree rained down upon her, delivering a stinging blow. Such a misfortune was the last coherent thought before she fainted. She felt herself being moved and soon found herself lying on a bed of prickly hay. Darkness enveloped her, and she knew nothing more. When she finally opened her eyes, it was nighttime, and a campfire crackled nearby. The sweet aroma of roasted fruit wafted through the air. Lu Dan surveyed her surroundings with confusion. What had just transpired? Yes. She had been confessed to by a muscular man, who, in a moment of rejection, had thrown a tree at her, resulting in her unfortunate plight and subsequent fainting spell. Rubbing her aching head, she suddenly recalled a multitude of memories. Among them was a faceless orc who had treated her with kindness, lifting her high, showering her with affection, and following her every command. Their love had blossomed to the point of contemplating marriage. Eventually, they became separated, and she encountered Mons at the bottom of a cliff. Together, they had arrived at the Deer clan's village. Dan, you're awake, Mons murmured, leaning closer. The firelight cast an orange hue on his profile, his gentle eyes gazing at her with affection. Dan felt herself nearly succumb to his charm. Suddenly, she stiffened. She already had a boyfriend. What was this burgeoning connection with Mons? Was she, perhaps, straying? The chains of morality bound her tightly, and she struggled to divert her gaze. She replied softly. Mons tilted his head, noticing her lack of enthusiasm, suspecting she might be unwell. Observing the pallor of her face, his heart ached. It was his fault for allowing her to suffer once more, right before his very eyes. Mons reached out, tenderly brushing his rough fingers against her pale, chapped lips. The gentle touch ignited warmth within her, restoring some color to her lips. She turned her head slightly, silently rebuffing his contact. Mons's fingers curled in the air. Worry etched across his face as he asked, "Are you unwell?" Hearing Mons nearly overcome his physiological struggles to articulate two words stirred a softness within Dan. "I'm fine." Upon gazing into his clear, sincere eyes, she chastised herself for being a heartless woman. After having a loving boyfriend, she was now entangled with an innocent young male. How pure Mons was. Stop. She urged herself to cease these immoral inclinations. Mons remained oblivious to her tumultuous thoughts, instinctively desiring to embrace her. Gently wrapping his arms around her, he savored the warmth radiating from her small frame, feeling as though she truly belonged in his embrace. Dan felt a sudden rigidity permeate her body. She longed for his warmth. He had always enveloped her in his heat, whether at the cliff's edge or on the prairie. Yet, this time, felt different. Previously, she had seemingly lost her memory and forgotten her boyfriend, but now that recollection had returned, she knew she must halt this erroneous relationship with Mons. With a gentle push, she extricated herself from his embrace. Though her force was slight, her resolve was unwavering. Mons gazed at his empty arms, raising his eyes to meet Dan's, hurt evident in his expression. "Dan, do not call me that," Dan interjected, covering her face. "I already have someone I care for. We must end this mistaken connection." She spoke. Soft sobs escaped her lips. "Where has my boyfriend gone? Such a wonderful person. Where could he be? The one I love." Mons' gaze suddenly turned perilous. Had always been by his side. Who could possibly be the one she cherished? Could it be? Mons recalled Leden's previous remark about not being from this world. Was it someone from a bygone era she had encountered? Chapter 81. The Rival is Myself. Who? Mons maintained a half-squatting posture, exuding an overwhelming aura. In an instant, Leden felt as though she could scarcely breathe. She finally understood the sense of oppression a prey must feel when facing Mons. She opened her mouth, but uttered not a word. It was not fear for her boyfriend's safety that paralyzed her, but rather the agonizing realization that she had forgotten the name of the man she loved deeply. Forgotten? The mere thought was incredulous, not only to Mons but also to herself. In that fleeting moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Leden, and she could only feebly retort, "Why should I tell you? You wouldn't know him anyway." Mons clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging. As he inhaled deeply, suppressing the violent emotions within, he placed his hands behind his back, tightly gripping his tail. A bone-chilling pain shot from his tailbone to his brain, and the crimson hue in his eyes gradually receded. "Is he good to you?" Leden curled herself into a ball, nervously raising her eyes to Mons, who hung his head, his hair obscuring his expression, making it impossible to discern his current emotions. Yet, the sorrow in his tone was unmistakable. Internally, she berated herself for being such a heartless woman, capable of transcending time and space to hurt a man from an ancient era. "Don't be sad," Leden whispered, initially intending to comfort Mons further, but then reconsidered, thinking it best not to give him false hope. Instead, she stated, "He treats me wonderfully, showering me with affection every day, lifting me high, and bringing me delicious food." Leden's heart softened at the thought of him embracing her on cold nights, protecting her in times of danger, always by her side, so that she could see him with just a glance. That vaguely familiar figure occupied an ever-growing space in her heart. How could she possibly forget him? Listening to Leden's words, Mons, who had been fixated on the ground, slowly shifted his gaze, stiffly lifting his head to look at her. Wasn't that description eerily reminiscent of himself? Mons tentatively inquired. His name. Ledden was abruptly jolted from her pleasant yet hazy memories, realizing that she had unwittingly opened a can of worms. However, Mons was not easily deceived. What was her boyfriend's name again? It seemed to consist of 3 characters. The surname was Bear. Suddenly, clarity struck her like a lightning bolt that dispelled the fog in her mind, and she exclaimed, "His name is Bear Beji." Her voice rang out loud and spirited. Yes, it was indeed Bear Beji. The guilt of forgetting her boyfriend's name lifted significantly. He treats me wonderfully. We are deeply in love. So it's impossible for us to be together. Ledden pointed to herself and then to Mons, emphasizing once more that it was indeed impossible. Understood. Then where is he? Mons fixed his gaze on Ledden, his amber eyes seeming to pierce her soul, revealing her inner thoughts. Could Mons possibly have the ability to read minds? Ledden dared not entertain such notions, hastily concocting a reason. He's waiting for me at home. You said that whenever you turn around, he's right there. Damn it, why was Mons so difficult today? Ledden felt her mind go blank, unsure of what she was even saying. Mons stated blandly, he doesn't love you. The word struck Ledden like a dagger, and she raised her head to meet Mons' perpetually indifferent gazed no. He certainly loves me, she retorted, rising in agitation, desperately attempting to present evidence that he had promised to marry her when the irises bloomed. Both were momentarily taken aback. Mons' grip on his tail gradually loosened, and a hint of a smile appeared on the face partially obscured by his hair. Indeed, Ledden's boyfriend was none other than him. With the threat of an imagined rival eliminated, Mons felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. What does him mean? Ledden watched as Mons slowly stood up, taking a cautious step back. What are you going to do? Mons handed her a round, roasted fruit, saying, It's warm. The fruit in her hand still radiated warmth, yet Ledden found it somewhat too hot to hold. Mons had even gone so far as to peel it for her. The bright red flesh was a tad blinding. She stared at the fruit until its warmth dissipated, turning slightly cool. Ethical dilemmas tugged at Ledden. She was uncertain how to choose. How had she become like the female protagonist in a novel, relishing the kindness of a leading man while wavering between the second and third? The only solace Ledden found was that she was currently caught between Bear Beji and Mons, just as she was sorting through her thoughts. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Chio, are you there? Upon hearing Chio's voice, Ledden's first instinct was not to respond but to hastily remove the sheepskin from her body and conceal it carefully. Cold air enveloped her, causing her to shiver. I'm here, she replied as she stepped out of the cave. Several orcs surrounded the entrance, and the leading one, a llama, tossed its bangs and declared, That's her. Ledden initially thought Chio had come to settle a score with her. She instinctively sought Mons for protection, but it seemed he had only left her with a handsome silhouette. Moreover, having just asserted that they were impossible, how could they maintain any lingering ties? Summoning all her courage, Ledden suppressed the tremor in her legs and asked Chio, what's the matter? I truly didn't mean it. We really didn't hear what the deer said. I apologize. Apologize? Chio appeared somewhat puzzled. His questioning tone sounded like a retort in Ledden's ears. She gazed up at the towering stag, its antlers gleaming like metal. A slight touch could be fatal. Yes, I'm sorry. She bowed deeply to Chio. If my apology is insufficient, please feel free to beat me up. Why would I beat you up? Chio flicked his bangs again, exchanging a knowing glance with the other orcs. The orcs understood the cue, revealing slightly wicked smiles. With a thud, a snow-white creature was thrown to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, the dust settled. The creature appeared before Ledden, lifeless, its tongue hanging out. If she wasn't mistaken, Ledden cautiously inquired, Is that a sheep? Chio, slightly embarrassed, averted his gaze and coughed a couple of times. Don't you recognize it? Chapter 82. The seventh uncle is not dead? Ledden could discern a hint of embarrassment in Chio's tone. She raised her head in confusion, wondering if he was not there to cause her trouble. Tentatively, she asked, Then what brings you to find me? The air fell silent as Chio averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Ledden. He moved his lips, but Ledden couldn't catch what he said, prompting her to ask, What did you say? I said. Chio suddenly raised his voice. I said you should cook meat for us. Huh. All this fuss was just to ask her to cook meat for them. Ledin cast a worried glance at the sheep that had ascended to bliss on the ground. But isn't the sheep your relative? Is it appropriate for us to roast it? I found it. Chio replied. Besides, they aren't sub-beastmen. Upon hearing Chio's claim of having found it, Ledin's mind began to race, wondering if her big mouth had spilled the beans. Surely not. Who told you that? Chio frowned. Why is there so much fuss about you cooking meat? What a character with quite the temper. A group of individuals sat quietly around the campfire, the only sound being the crackling of wood as it burned. The silence was almost eerie. Lu Dan dared not speak much. The more one says, the more mistakes one makes. She braved the cold winds of the grassland, inching a bit closer to the fire to absorb some warmth. Silently, she turned the sheep over, noting that the deer tribe seemed somewhat inexperienced in hunting. As the sheep had endured considerable suffering and its blood was nearly drained, Lu Dan found herself utterly enamored by the deer tribe's lack of skill. With the blood drained, the meat would possess no strange flavors, and the gamey smell was significantly reduced. If only there were salt. The mutton's inherent odor was beginning to waft through the air, the fat sizzling and creating a golden sheen on the surface of the meat. Lu Dan held the knife made from a sheep's horn, a gift from Mons, and found it remarkably easy to wield. Thoughts of Mons crossed her mind again. She skillfully scored the meat with the blade to hasten its cooking. The mutton had turned a delightful reddish brown, its aroma carried far by the winds of the prairie. The orc swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the roasted sheep. When Mons returned, he was greeted by this scene. Lu Dan had one foot resting on Chio's thigh, one hand grasping an orc's antlers. Her expression exuding mischief. Eat. You better eat it, she commanded, playfully slapping another orc on the back, leaving a handprint on his bronze skin. Was I talking to you? Just take a bite. Are you a cat? No, I can't eat, the orc protested, though the speed at which he consumed the meat could only be described as ravenous. You have no say in this, Lu Dan retorted harshly. If I say you eat, you eat. Otherwise, the next one on the spit will be you. The orc continued to eat, his actions unceasing. You're too much. How dare you threaten me with our lives? He had been gone for a mere moment. Yet something strange had transpired. Mons felt a surge of helplessness for the first time. What was he to do now? He could only feign nonchalance as he stood behind Lu Dan, gently placing a sheep at his feet. Lu Dan had yet to notice Mons's return. She heartily cut a piece of rib and shoved it into the orc's mouth. Eat. I'm threatening you with your life. What of it? Mons had never seen Lu Dan in such a light, and hesitantly raised his hand, ultimately giving her shoulder a light pat. Who? Lu Dan, having developed muscle memory, instinctively pushed the rib into Mons's mouth. Mons stood backlit, making it difficult for Lu Dan to discern his expression. Just as she was about to awkwardly retract her hand, Mons held it in place. Their hands brushed against each other, sharing warmth. Mons's hand felt like a small furnace. Almost scalding Lu Dan, she abruptly withdrew her hand, her thumb grazing where Mons had touched, her heart racing wildly. How utterly unbecoming. There's something you need. She attempted to maintain a tone of indifference, though her eyes betrayed her, stealing glances at Mons. Mons revealed the sheep behind him. Chio had long since noticed the commotion, not due to the palpable romantic tension between the two, but rather the sheep that Mons had brought. His eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a predator. Mons, my brother, are you joining the barbecue? The sheep sensed the pressure and bleated nervously. Seventh uncle. Mons caught hold of the fleeing sheep, nudging it closer to the fire, edging it nearer to Q. It seemed that the seventh uncle preferred not to be with Chio, the prodigal descendant, and attempted to hide behind Mons. This the seventh uncle. Lu Dan's reaction surpassed Chio's. She reached out, grasping the sheep's horns for a closer look. A similar spot on its back mirrored the one on the sheepskin in her cave. At last, Lu Dan could shed the title of sheep killer, her eyes brimming with tears as she asked Chio, Chio, come look. Is this your seventh uncle? Their gazes met, and Chio instantly recognized the sheep as his seventh uncle. Like a child caught misbehaving, he hid the rib behind his back. Greetings, seventh uncle. He bowed at a 90-degree angle toward the sheep. Despite the cheerful scene, Chio was currently being butted by the seventh uncle as horns. Lu Dan watched with satisfaction at the family's joyful reunion, then turned to Mons, asking, Where did you find the seventh uncle? No. How did you know he wasn't dead? By his scent, Mons replied, standing beside Lu Dan, his expression grave, yet inadvertently brushing his fluffy tail against her hand. The sensation of the bear's tail against her skin made Lu Dan feel a tickle. She lowered her head, observing her guilty hands. Unbeknownst to her, this was a subtle gesture from Mons, whom she mistakenly thought was a result of her plush obsession controlling her mind, compelling her to act inappropriately. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but Mons's tail felt too delightful to resist. Pretending to look at Xiao, she discreetly assessed Mons. Seeing that he seemed oblivious, she gently moved her fingers, wrapping them around the tail's fur. Lu Dan's heart melted. How could there exist a tail with such a marvelous texture? Her actions grew bolder, even to the point of gently kneading the little tail that Mons's breath became uneven, his body tingling. Lu Dan, Lu Dan. The unique, cheerful voice of the deer echoed from behind them, prompting Lu Dan to quickly release her grip, fearing discovery. What's wrong? She stammered, anxiety creeping in. Upon turning, she was met with a comical sight. Chapter 83. A strong scent of jealousy. The small snow leopard, having hatched less than a day ago, now sported a fierce demeanor. It clamped down hard on the deer's arm, emitting low, threatening growls. The deer danced around, joyfully bouncing with the little snow leopard dangling from its arm. The sight made Lu Dan yearn to rush forward and catch it. Lu Dan, I brought you a meal. The deer extended its arm toward her. Where have you been? We haven't seen you all day. She accepted the little snow leopard, noticing a clear bite mark on the deer's bronze arm. Once in Lu Dan's embrace, the snow leopard exhibited an unusual docility, its azure eyes gazing affectionately at her. I was, cooking meat for Chiot. Lu Dan stuttered, likely unaware of how eventful her day had truly been. She cast a glance at Mons, feeling a headache coming on. The orc, oblivious as ever, failed to notice Lu Dan's distress. Hey Chiot, why are you indulging in a feast without me? She tugged at Chiot's ear. The deer's gaze suddenly landed on the sheep behind Chiot, astonished as it remarked, Is this the seventh uncle? They spent a considerable amount of time explaining the situation to the deer, who, though somewhat perplexed, eventually nodded in understanding. By the way, the deer turned to Lu Dan, its expression serious. I've gathered quite a bit of wood. What should our next step be? With the matter at hand. The group shifted from playful banter to focused discussion. They needed to devise a plan for the deer tribe's living space, digging deep trenches around their perimeter, deep ones. Indeed, Lu Dan crouched down, drawing a circle in the dirt with a stick. If I remember correctly, your food storage is located on a steep cliff, right? The deer nodded. That cave is perched atop a sheer cliff, its height obscured by the clouds. All right, Lu Dan sketched a line next to the circle. Then we shall build our fence from this cliff, extending it into a semicircle. The plan was swiftly finalized, and Lu Dan rose to accompany Lu on an on-site inspection. The beast tide was imminent. During the preparation period, several small waves of beasts had already surged forth. Although these incursions were not large in scale, the Lu clan managed to cope with them. Nevertheless, Lu Dan furrowed her brow at the sight. For even a minor beast tide, with numerous wild creatures rushing together, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. She could hardly fathom the sight of a large-scale beast tide. Mons followed closely behind Lu Dan, feeling discontented that she was preoccupied with assisting the Lu clan while seemingly dismissing him. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been rife with ambiguity, almost palpable. Yet as soon as Lu appeared, Lu Dan trailed behind her. Not sparing him even a glance, Lu Dan felt a faint tug at her attention. Lowering her gaze, she looked up along the distinctly defined fingers to find Mons wearing a somewhat aggrieved expression. Do not cause a fuss. The beast tide is about to arrive, and our time is limited. This was the first time Lu Dan spoke to him with such a serious demeanor, leaving Mons somewhat taken aback. He released his grip and nodded slightly. Lu Dan maintained her solemn expression until she turned her head, at which point it softened slightly. While conversing with Lu, she often cast furtive glances at Mons, only to awkwardly avert her gaze when he turned to look at her. Ever since recalling her boyfriend, Xiong Beiji, interactions with Mons had grown increasingly awkward. Mons, have you grown taller? Lu's pace slowed to match Mons'. She extended her hand to compare their heights. You have indeed grown significantly. When I last saw you, you were about my height. Dan continued to observe the clustered trees while her ears subtly perked up. Listening to the movements of the two behind her, Mons, being so taciturn, would hardly engage in conversation. After a moment, Dan nodded with satisfaction. You see, Mons is just like that. He doesn't like to talk much. Only speaks more when it's just the two of us. The deep, melodious voice belonged to Mons that you've grown taller. Dan's mind raced as a stampede of thoughts surged through her. Mons not only uttered a sound, but had also spoken 3 words in succession. 3 words. Calm down, Dan. I senti it a good thing that Mons is growing closer to others. This way, he won't cling to you, allowing you to uphold your promise to your boyfriend. Yet, where exactly had her boyfriend gone? She dug her fingers into the bark, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. However, she would never admit to feeling jealous. Absolutely not. Mons raised his eyelids, observing Dan's small gestures, his indifferent gaze filled with a hint of mischievous satisfaction. He turned his attention back to Lou. Mons' eyes naturally carried a sense of devotion. It was something one might not notice when he was not looking at you, even if he were staring at a piece of wood. There would be an aura of unwavering commitment. Who wouldn't be moved by such a gaze, especially Lou, who harbored some fondness for him? Instantly, Lou's face flushed crimson, revealing a hint of shyness as she questioned. Mons, why are you looking at me? Because Mons paused momentarily. You're quite adorable. Adorable. Lou covered her flushed face, astonished. Does Mons think I'm cute? As the situation escalated into an increasingly bizarre direction, Dan could no longer contain herself. She forcefully tossed the bark to the ground, producing no sound, which rendered her gesture rather lacking in impact. She decisively interrupted their conversation. Let us commence planning the Lu clan's operational territory now, so we can dig the trenches swiftly. The beast tide will soon arrive. Her words carried a sense of righteous urgency, causing Lu's expression to shift to one of seriousness, immediately shedding her youthful demeanor. When speaking, her tone had already taken on that of a leader. She hastened forward, picking up a branch to begin marking the ground. That Dan followed closely behind Lou, casting a subtle glare at Mons. That dog of a man. Just moments ago, he was enamored with me. And now it seems his life has lost all meaning without me, that I just rejected him, and he has already found a new spring. Mons, you truly are something. Observing the petite figure ahead, Mons curved his lips into a smile. Only to quickly suppress it, he followed Dan with an expressionless face. What is wrong with you? He inquired of Dan. Dan scoffed inwardly, her tone anything but pleasant. What could possibly be wrong? I am perfectly fine, brimming with enthusiasm. Unlike some people who, at a time of impending beast tide, still have the audacity to engage in romantic chatter, Dan subtly jabbed at Mons. Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, leading Lou to mistakenly believe Dan was referring to her. Chapter 84. Retreat to advance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lou addressed Dan. Could you take a look at this? Is it acceptable? In the midst of speaking, Dan took a quick glance at Mons. She stood elevated, observing the circle Lou had drawn, which was approximately the size of a playground. It would ensure the Lu clan's normal living space while allowing for completion before the beast tide struck. She nodded. Yes, it's best to begin work immediately. The beast folk were divided into 3 shifts, with some working during the day, others at night, while the remaining females tirelessly gathered food without pause. Dan was reluctant to return to Kuei's cave, where she would have to face Mons directly, an awkward situation indeed. Instead, she chose to stay here and work alongside them. Dan toiled laboriously, wielding a horn knife to dig trenches in the earth. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she stepped back, satisfied as she admired her handiwork. Make way. A beastman jostled Dan aside, effortlessly covering her accomplishment. Gazing at the trench, deep enough to bury a person, Dan thought perhaps it was time to find something else to occupy her. She kicked at the clumps of soil, realizing she had been so engrossed in her work that she hadn't noticed her little tail had disappeared from behind her. She gently patted the small snow leopard, who had fallen asleep in her leather pouch. Where has Mons gone? Rising on her toes, she scanned through the crowd of beastmen, spotting Mons standing alongside Lou, engaged in conversation from a distance. Mons and Lou appeared quite the pair. Mons, with his handsome features and human form, exuded an aura of aloof elegance, standing out amongst the crowd. They appeared to be deep in conversation. Lou tilted her head, her large eyes sparkling like stars as they gazed at Mons. Watching the pair reminiscent of a celestial love story, Lou Dan inadvertently tightened her grip on the snow leopard. The little snow leopard, feeling discomfort, opened its eyes groggily. Just as it was about to show its tiny teeth to this impolite individual, it suddenly recognized its mother and promptly withheld its bite, opting instead to lick her fingers. Feeling the wetness on her fingers, Lou Dan looked down, retracting her hand gently. "Are you sleepy?" she murmured to herself. "Let him chat with the other females." Humph. Lou Dan's tone grew increasingly sour as she mused. "While they discuss life philosophies and poetry, shall we head back to rest?" "Lou Dan, what is life philosophy?" Chio happened to overhear her sour remarks as he passed by. They had some interactions, and Lou Dan noticed Mons completely disregarding her presence. She stomped her foot. "Where did you come from? And where are you going?" After saying this, she turned on her heel and departed. Chio flicked his bangs, pondering Lou Dan's words. "Where did you come from? And where are you going?" Interesting, he looked up just in time to catch Mons' meaningful gaze. Before he could react, Mons had already averted his eyes and hastily left. Hearing footsteps behind her, Lou Dan quickened her pace. The little snow leopard bobbed along, nearly tumbling from her pouch. Dan slowed down. Mons reached out, catching the snow leopard just before it would have plummeted to the ground. The snow leopard was quite averse to anyone other than Lou Dan. Mons, unsurprised, bore the marks of tiny teeth upon his hand that he winced slightly, withdrawing his hand. "What's wrong?" Lou Dan initially intended to ignore him, but as the mother of the little snow leopard, she felt responsible for her mischievous child's antics. She firmly tapped the snow leopard's head. "Why are you being so naughty?" The snow leopard's large blue eyes filled with moisture, appearing quite aggrieved. It was clearly that annoying large fellow who had shoved his fingers into its mouth. "Are your fingers all right?" Lou Dan awkwardly asked Mons. "Let me see." She extended her hand, but Mons merely tucked his hand behind his back. "Know what?" Lou Dan felt a pang of disappointment, wondering if Mons was trying to distance himself from her. Though it was Mingming who had suggested to maintain a distance, watching Mons draw away from her left laden with a rather unpleasant feeling that if he chooses not to engage, so be it. Resolutely, she turned her head, intent on leaving, but Mons seized her arm. The warmth of his grip enveloped Layden's arm, which had grown chill by the night breeze. "What are you pulling me for?" Layden protested, attempting to shake him off, yet Mons' hand felt as though it were welded to her arm. Gradually, irritation welled within her. She felt like a foolish clown, with Mons as the audience, reveling in her embarrassment. "Let go of me." She slapped his arm with a forceful smack that echoed sharply, leaving a distinct mark on his bronze skin. "What's wrong?" Mons began, but Layden interrupted him, pouring forth her frustrations. "What's wrong? Why are you following me? Were you not engrossed in conversation with that pretty girl? I, who am neither attractive nor well-proportioned, shall not linger before you. Will you please release me?" As she spoke, her voice trembled with a sense of grievance, and she carelessly wiped her face, smearing her tears further. The wind, biting like needles, stung her cheeks. Bowing her head, her heart was a tumult of emotions. Mons remained silent, leaving Layden to hear only the rustling of the grasslands in the breeze, and a pair of somewhat rough hands gently wiped her tear-streaked cheeks, and as Layden gazed at those knuckles, a sense of familiarity washed over her. She tilted her head slightly. Mons' demeanor had taken on an unexpectedly firm tone. His fingers trailed over her face until they had wiped away her tears. Only then did he withdraw. Layden's tears flowed like a broken faucet, soaking his fingers as she observed his glistening fingertips in the sunset. She averted her gaze at "Oh, not cry, dear friend," while Mons began to explain. The term "dear friend" puzzled her. What did that mean? Layden placed particular emphasis on the word "dear" in his brief, six-word statement. Mons had never had any friends. Since their acquaintance, he had always been with her. His demeanor towards other beasts was notably cold. Yet for some reason, she was an exception, just as he had once been. "When did you acquire a dear friend?" Layden's heart raced, her chest heaving as the question escaped her lips uncontrollably. Observing the redness in her eyes, Mons caressed his tear-stained fingers and replied, "Polar bear." This time, his words flowed without hesitation. Layden lifted her head, as if a thought had struck her, and nodded vigorously. My boyfriend treats me better than anyone else in the world, she declared, extending her finger as if to poke Mon's nose. Better than anyone. I love my boyfriend the most. I wouldn't even spare a glance at the other beasts. Chapter 85. The self-perceived Cold War after delivering what she believed to be a powerfully assertive statement. She wrenched her arm from Mon's grasp and stormed back to the cave, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Kuwei glanced at her. Are you angry with your father? Layden chuckled as she tossed more wood into the fire, snapping a longer piece with force. Why would I be angry with him? What does he do that concerns me? After venting her frustrations, Mons returned leisurely. He settled beside Layden, extending his hand toward the warmth of the fire. Layden, initially thinking he intended to take her hand, swiftly retracted hers with a notable rustle. What's wrong? Mons tilted his head, his eyes reflecting confusion, which Layden interpreted as a hint of mockery. It was as if he were saying, "What is it? I have no intention of touching you. You're being overly sensitive." A string in her mind snapped, leaving Layden feeling somewhat embarrassed. In a fit of vexation, she glared at Mons, turned her back to him while cradling the little snow leopard. Determined to ignore him henceforth, Layden sniffled quietly, surreptitiously wiping her tears onto the little snow leopard. Who needs the other? Once the beast tide passed, she would seek out her boyfriend. He adored her so much. Layden's sobbing momentarily halted. Indeed, her boyfriend loved her dearly. Why was he not by her side now? The thought of Mons' earlier inquiry resurfaced in her mind. Where had her boyfriend gone? Such a significant figure. Where could he be? In an instant, a whirlwind of emotions consumed Layden. Sleep eluded her as she curled her fingers around the little snow leopard's tail. The gentle glow of the fire illuminated her form, casting her shadow upon the cave wall. Mons, seated by the fire, withdrew his hand only when Layden turned away. Sweat beaded on his smooth forehead, and he leaned back slightly, sitting at the cave entrance to feel the cool breeze. The beastkin possessed a robust constitution, unfazed by the cold, yet they were sensitive to heat. He glanced at Layden's trembling shoulders, his gaze deepening. Hurry and remember me, little female. My patience is wearing thin. Mons' once unshakable patience was nearing its end. He could not abide the thought of his beloved female forgetting him, even if her heart still cherished the memory of a past self. Such a notion was intolerable. Leaning against the cave wall, he gazed at the purple moon overhead. Kay, who observed everything, smirked. Youth. The nighttime chill descended gradually, subtly alerting one to the cold. Typically, Mons would awaken at this hour to stoke the fire. Yet today he chose otherwise. He lay not far from Layden, shaking his head as she turned, wishing she would end up in his embrace. Layden began to feel the cold, stubbornly enduring through the night. The frigid air enveloped her, draining her warmth, leaving her icy all over, even her nose turning a bright red. Helplessly, she curled up. The little snow leopard, though warm, was far too small to provide any significant comfort. Observing the pair entwined, Mons, his expression unreadable, propped himself up and grasped the little snow leopard by its tail, tossing it aside. Having completed this, he comfortably occupied the space previously held by the little creature. Feeling the warmth radiating from Mons, Layden instinctively edged closer. Maintaining his human form, Mons angled his body, naturally drawing Layden into his embrace. He tightened his arms around her, and Layden, far from feeling discomfort, longed to burrow deeper into him. Their bodies intertwined, even their slightly cold feet nestled together between his legs. It had been so long since he had embraced such a soft, fragrant female in this manner that a gentle smile finally graced Mons' face as he leaned down to place a tender, affectionate kiss atop Layden's head. Good night. Damn, that kiss, imbued with an almost magical quality, eased Layden's furrowed brows, allowing her to slip into a sweet slumber. It was not until the first rays of morning sunlight kissed her face that Layden stirred awake. Looking down, she saw the little snow leopard curled up on her chest, precisely where it had pressed against her throughout the night. No wonder she had felt so constrained. She gently tapped the little snow leopard's head. You little rascal. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but it seemed the little snow leopard had grown considerably in just one day. The cave felt eerily empty, Koei and Mons were nowhere to be found. Such silence was foreign to the cave. Beams of light illuminated the haystack, and Layden could see dust particles dancing in the air. She stretched out her hand into the light, feeling as if she might dissolve. Now was not the time for melancholy. Layden firmly slapped her cheeks. The most pressing matter was to assist the deerkin in constructing their barriers and then to seek out her boyfriend. Filled with determination, she rose to her feet, tucking the snow leopard inside her sheepskin coat. Mama will work hard to repay her debts and then take you to find her father. Having said this, she strode confidently toward the deerkin. They were still bustling with activity, working diligently day and night. A complete trench had already begun to take shape. Layden, a deer spotted her approach and waved cheerfully. Hearing her name called, Layden deftly leapt over a small mound of earth, only to look up and find Mons standing alongside the deer, ruining her cheerful mood from the morning. Her smile faltered, retreating somewhat, yet she reminded herself, what does this matter? You have weathered countless storms and traversed the realms of ancient worlds. What challenges could possibly thwart you now? She composed herself, forcing a smile on her lips. Dear, your speed is remarkable, she remarked. She managed to pass by Mons without so much as a greeting or a glance in his direction. The construction site was somewhat chaotic, the ground turned into a disordered mess. Next, they needed to bury the timber into the trench, ensuring it was firmly placed to stabilize the surrounding wall. By the way, Ludan suddenly recalled something, saying the tops of the wood should be sharpened to deter agile creatures from scaling the wall. As the first wooden post stood upright, Ludan seemed to witness the orc society evolving at a remarkable pace. The sunlight illuminated the wood, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. The orcs merely required a catalyst to initiate their development, and they would flourish like these trees, growing ever stronger, much like humanity on Earth. Perhaps one day, one could even behold aircraft in this alien world. Chapter 86. Good friends today, Mons was acting quite peculiarly. Having joined the deer tribe in their wall-building efforts, the orc members of the deer tribe plunged the trees into their designated pits, while Mons transformed into his beastly form to compact the wood. Ludan adjusted her sheepskin cloak. The prairie winds remained as relentless as ever. Suddenly, the deer spoke up. Mons is truly a good person, isn't he? For reasons unknown, she blurted this out, leaving Ludan somewhat perplexed as she glanced at the deer. The deer smiled, tucking her hair behind her ear. Whoever becomes his female companion will be immensely fortunate, considering Mons's formidable strength. If it weren't for his peculiar fur, many females would undoubtedly be vying for his attention. Is that so? Ludan replied, observing the deer's gaze. Filled with youthful affection, I think Mons is just average. She stared intently at Mons's figure, memories of their shared past flashing through her mind. She wholeheartedly agreed with the deer's words. Mons was indeed a splendid orc, treating her with utmost care, even in perilous situations, prioritizing her well-being above all else. Yet when confronted with the deer, her sentiments twisted. He was like a piece of wood. Only hearing her voice throughout the day, that's not true. Although Mons may be taciturn, his eyes always watch over her with tenderness. Moreover, he was clueless about social niceties, often infuriating her with his actions. No, Mons merely cares for what matters to him. His heavy breathing and beast form could be quite disruptive, robbing her of sleep throughout the night. That's not it. When lying beside Mons, she felt the safest. Wrapped in his warmth, lulled by the rhythm of his breathing, Ludan's heart ached. Every utterance was a lie that no firm voice echoed, and Ludan wished fervently that it had been her own. The deer looked at Ludan with annoyance. I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Ludan Mons, and you should be friends. He cares for you so much, even doing things he never did before for your sake. How could you speak of him so behind his back? At that moment, Ludan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her face burning with shame. She struggled to articulate her feelings to the deer. Clenching her fists and shaking her head. Note, it was as if her voice had been silenced. She could offer no defense. Retreating a couple of steps, longing for solitude, in her panic, she found herself at a sheltered mound. Crouching down, the small snow leopard in her arms seemed to sense her distress, peeking out from her collar. Suddenly, a droplet fell onto its face, causing the little snow leopard to wonder, what is this? As more droplets cascaded onto its forehead, soaking its fur in strands, it mewed softly. Luke Dan curled up, overwhelmed by emotion, gazing into the snow leopard's azure eyes, which only deepened her sorrow. I truly am being dramatic. She lamented, embracing the snow leopard. I feel like a melodramatic heroine from an ancient tale, torn between the Arctic bear and my bittersweet feelings for Mons. Yet, I genuinely like Mons so much. She cried until her head throbbed, her body shaking with sobs that Dan, the sound of her name, halted Lou Dan's tears momentarily. She thought she had lost her clarity amidst her weeping. Love, that vexatious emotion. Whoever becomes entangled in it suffers. The end, it sounded like Mons's voice, so vivid and real. Why had he come to find her instead of accompanying his childhood friend? Ludan looked up suspiciously, just in time to catch sight of Mons's long legs. Damn, even his calves are attractive. What are you doing here? She did not wish for Mons to witness her disheveled state. Why was it that he always caught her crying? It was utterly mortifying. Her face was smeared with tears and snot, and no amount of wiping could cleanse it. She could only cradle the little snow leopard that it served as a genuine leather handkerchief, effectively soft and clean. Though the small snow leopard was now inexplicably covered in her tears. Fortunately, being a child, it did not yet know how to protest. The two adults present were too engrossed in their own unspoken tension to pay any heed to the mewling creature. I see Dan is crying. Luke Dan inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions. Upon standing, she noticed that the deer tribe's wall had been partially constructed. What does my crying have to do with you? On the verge of emotional collapse, she dared not meet Mons's gaze, diverting her attention to feigning admiration for the prairie sky. Ah, how beautiful. Yet, one of the clouds bore an uncanny resemblance to Mons's profile. She lowered her head again, the puddles on the ground reflecting Mons's arm. Why was his shadow everywhere? Observing the little female whose eyes were already swollen from tears, yet pretended as if nothing had transpired. Mons felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, to comfort her softly. But the little female was still lost in her own world, clinging to the memory of her past self as her boyfriend. Mons could only express his regret, saying, "Are we good friends?" "Huh. Good friends. Now we're good friends." Ludan tilted her head, pressing her lips into a straight line. "Yes, we're good friends." Then, Mons stepped closer, wanting to wipe away Ludan's tears. "Good friends care." Dan swatted his hand away. "Good friends have boundaries that aren't you afraid that the deer will get jealous if you get too close?" Mons's eyes remained as clear as ever, leading Ludan to doubt whether he truly understood anything at all. "The deer is also a good friend. Playboy, you have so many good friends. Who else do you have? Why not tell me?" Ludan's tone turned pointedly sharp again. "Otherwise, the next time we meet, I won't recognize your good friend." Tears rebelliously slipped from the corners of her eyes. Ludan now wished for the wind to blow harder, to whisk away her tears, ensuring that Mons would not see them. But the orc's gaze was simply too perceptive. As her eyes turned red with tears, Mons noticed a glistening droplet. "You are crying again." He wished to wipe it away for her, but hesitated, recalling her previous reluctance, withdrawing his hand halfway. Without Mons's comforting touch, Ludan could only rub her tears onto the little snow leopard once more. What could she do? Having cried so often, her face burned painfully at the slightest contact. "I'm not crying, it's just the wind is too strong. It made my eyes water," according to the usual script. Mons would nod in acknowledgement, pretending nothing had happened to save face. Yet today, Mons was different. He leaned in closer to examine Ludan's reddened eyes, affirming with certainty, "You are jealous." Chapter 87. I'm not. Ludan's eyes widened. For a fleeting moment, she forgot her tears. After a brief pause, she exclaimed loudly, "I am not." Whenever she felt embarrassed or her feelings were exposed, she would raise her voice to mask her inner turmoil. Mons was being particularly difficult today. Taking a step closer, the distance between them diminished to the point where a mere inch forward would bring their lips into contact, gazing into Mons's eyes. So close, Ludan instinctively tilted her head back. Too close," she stammered. You need to step back a bit." Mons tilted his head as if he did not comprehend her words. This distance. His long white eyelashes were almost brushing against his own face. Dan, no. Mons observed Lu Dan's expression for a while before arriving at a conclusion that a hint of concern crept onto his face. Dan, what's wrong? Lu Dan chuckled awkwardly. What could possibly be wrong? I'm eating well and sleeping soundly. Why are you so concerned about me? Lu Dan felt she had mastered the essence of dealing with the challenging Mons, to take the initiative and not let him lead her by the nose. As she noticed Mons's lips move slightly, Lu Dan preemptively spoke. You know I have someone I like, yet you follow me around every day. What is that about? She raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of confidence, as if everything was under her control. Do you like me? Indeed. Mons fell momentarily speechless. His gaze, which had been fixed on her, began to dart away. Before Lu Dan could bask in her moment of triumph, she heard a low The smile on her face froze in disbelief upon hearing Mons' admission. Did you just him? She asked tentatively. Mons nodded solemnly, his seriousness palpable. His feelings were straightforward, devoid of any subtlety. Lu Dan felt slightly dazed, as if hit by a direct ball. She stumbled back, teetering dangerously close to the ground. Seeing her about to fall, Mons swiftly reached out, catching her with his strong arms, wrapping them around her slender waist. She could even feel the muscular curvature of his arm through the leather jacket. With a gentle yet firm motion, he pulled her into his embrace. The effort she had made to create distance between them were rendered futile, as they were now closer than ever, and she could even catch a whiff of his scent, a distinctly bear-like aroma. She felt Mons's chin resting atop her head as he murmured, I like you very much. His voice resonated from his chest. Muffled yet intimate, Lu Dan felt a tickle in her ears, as if a feather had brushed against them. For a moment, she was at a loss for how to respond to Mons. Her usually quick-witted mind felt clouded, and merely blinking consumed all her energy. How can you say such things? She stammered, desperately trying to control her hands from wrapping around his lean waist. You know very well that I have someone I like. Mons, you're such a scoundrel in the world of the beastmen. Perhaps there was no sense of propriety or shame, nor was there a notion of not taking advantage of a friend's partner. If one desired something, they would pursue it until it entirely belonged to them. Wait, entirely. Lu Dan felt a surge of alarm. Mons wouldn't he dare to force his advances. Would he? After all, she was still of exquisite beauty and a rare female. With that thought in mind, she firmly pushed Mons away. Though her hands lingered, relishing the sensation of his toned chest, Lu Dan was reluctant to admit that she found herself drawn to Mons's physique and his striking features. What's the matter? Mons complied with her push, taking a couple of steps back. Interacting with Lu Dan felt akin to hunting. One had to ensure the prey remained within sight, neither too close, which would incite panic, nor too far, risking escape. Mons was an excellent hunter. Well versed in the art of pursuit, he knew he couldn't pressure Lu Dan too closely, lest she grow weary of him. Thus, he took a measured step back, restoring a respectable distance between them. Now, Mons reverted to his usual gentlemanly demeanor. Lu Dan even questioned whether the assertive Mons she had just encountered was merely a figment of her imagination. As she gazed at his chiseled features, prominent nose, and alluring lips, she averted her eyes, fervently convincing herself, my boyfriend is more handsome, far more charming. Although she could hardly recall her boyfriend's face, that we are too close, Lu Dan remarked. Upon hearing her words, Mons obediently stepped back, blinking as if to inquire if this distance was acceptable. Dan, do you not like me? He asked, halting in his tracks. Lu Dan's fingers began to unconsciously twirl around the tail of her little snow leopard. She bit her lip, applying a bit too much pressure, leaving clear imprints on her now pale red lips. She nodded slightly. Mons lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting shadows over his turbulent eyes. It's all right. Dan, I can wait. May I pursue you? His throat seemed to strain as he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse, enhanced by his pitifully earnest expression. Lu Dan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for rejecting him, as if she had committed a grave injustice. I already have someone I like, she reiterated, the phrase feeling feeble and hollow, even her, what? Mons continued, I will treat you better than he does. And I said even here, he does not love you as I do. As he spoke, he scrutinized Lu Dan's expression, the sensation of deprecating himself feeling quite odd. That's impossible, Lu Dan replied without hesitation. The genuine concern she had felt from her memories could not be false. What if, Mons ventured cautiously, what if your boyfriend were me? Before he could finish, the earth began to tremble violently, and the sky took on an ominous hue. A massive cloud of dust surged in the distance, heading toward them. Chapter 88. Danger. Mons furrowed his brow, his expression tense. Seeing his demeanor, Lu Dan's heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? She asked tentatively. As soon as her words left her lips, Mons transformed into his beast form, lowering his head to nudge her atop it. He spoke sternly, hold on tight. Instinctively, Lu Dan obeyed, her gaze landing on his fluffy ears. Driven by her instincts over rational thoughts, she leaped and clung tightly to his ear. The little snow leopard, unaware of the unfolding situation, had been severely squished while nestled in Lu Dan's embrace. Completely forgotten during their previous interactions, after being jostled back and forth several times, even the most patient of creatures would reach their breaking point.